that's been declared a success, because you've now got those 700 odd students who were stranded in Sumy brought back. They're out of Ukraine. They're currently in Poland as was planned, and they will be flying back to India perhaps today or early tomorrow morning. Huge successful operation, this evacuation mission that was challenging, but we've pulled it off, and now they will be home very soon. In all, 50,000 people have been evacuated from Sumy. So this is the breaking news that's coming in. Right now, the focus is on evacuation. The Ukraine president has also highlighted how they're looking at setting up more humanitarian corridors to ensure civilians can leave. As far as India is concerned, we've been focusing largely on the Indian students, medical students, who were stranded in Sumy for the last many days. A very challenging operation this, that was balanced out by diplomacy. It's resulted in India managing to pull out these students from extremely dangerous situation, from an extremely precarious situation. First, they provided buses to them in Sumy, took them to Poltava, took them to western Ukraine, which was considered to be safer. They were in Lviv for some time. From there, they were taken to Poland. Right now, they are in Poland, and from there, they'll be brought back to India on a flight, and that will be essentially the last leg of Operation Ganga, as the government called their evacuation mission that's playing out in Ukraine. So we will, of course, be tracking the latest reactions that come in. These students have been putting out one appeal after another, saying we need help. That's what prompted, in fact, the authorities to take note. We saw multiple conversations between Prime Minister Modi, Russian President Vladimir Putin, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as well, that ensured this could happen, that the students were brought back to safety. 50,000 people, in fact, have been evacuated from Sumy in the last 2 days, out of which this includes the Indian students who've been brought out via buses from the conflict zone. Sumy has been seeing massive airstrikes. There have been images that have emerged of how residential buildings have completely been destroyed, which is why there was a lot of concern, a lot of worry for Indian students who are stuck in their hostel of the college for the last many days, running out of supplies with no help whatsoever, and they couldn't step out of their hostel either.
Let's right now at least cut across to Ukraine, where Yulia is joining us with Olesia, member of Ukraine's territorial army. We also have joining us Mariana with Svetlana, who is also a member of Ukraine's territorial army. I just want to show you, pictures of both, all of them together with their arms. It's one of the coolest images, I would reckon, that you would see as this war ensues. Yulia, will you talk to us a bit about your weapon, and are you prepared right now to fight it out when your country asks of you?
2 weeks ago, we weren't ready to this, and we didn't know how to use a weapon, but this time we are learning how to do that, and if we will need to use our gun, we can do it right now.
Yulia, will you take us through your training, and can you tell our viewers who don't know much about you, where were you exactly 2 weeks before where this war started? What was your understanding of war, of weapons, and how has it changed 2 weeks from then?
2 weeks ago, I was a teacher at a school, and I have never taken weapon in my hand. And these 2 weeks was really terrible. It's like a nightmare. But now we are in another reality, and now we know how to use our gun. We prepare to big fight for the Kiev.
Yulia, what were you teaching? You said you were a teacher. What were you teaching?
Yes, I'm a teacher of Ukrainian language and literature.
Ukrainian language and literature. And who were you teaching? What was your age group of the kids that you were teaching?
From 10 to 16 years.
10 to 16 years. Yulia, I'm sure it's deeply personal, but what was your reason? And I'm sure it's this great love for your country and the freedom of your country that made you take to arms. But what went through in the mind of a teacher who decided that she's not going to flee, she's not going to leave the country, she's not going to go to Poland, but she's going to stick in Ukraine and she's going to pick up the gun?
Yes, because I can't stay at home right now, and I wanted to be. I wanted to help my army, my land, my city, and I try to do everything as I can. And I don't want that my students, my family, don't know what is freedom, and I don't want that live in a country like Russia. That's why I took gun in my hand. I'm really scared. We all really scared, but we know that the only way for us, only one way for us.
You know, Yulia, stay with me. I'm going to come right back to you. I'm going to ask you about your training process, but I want to cut across to Mariana. She's also with you right now. Mariana, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Can we see you, Mariana, in the frame? Can we see you? Can you raise your hand for us? Great. Hi, Mariana. Hi.
Yes. Hi.
Mariana, can you tell us, you know, it's fascinating, you know, to see all of you women, and I think it's a great privilege to be able to interview all of you women, because Julia just told us she was a teacher. Will you tell us your story? 2 weeks ago, who was Mariana, who has a gun in her hand today?
I was a journalist in city Mariupol, and there were.
You were a journalist.
Yes, I'm a journalist.
What made Mariana pick up the gun to fight for Ukraine?
I decided I made to protect our motherland, and I saw that the war
Right.
started. I couldn't stay at my home.
You couldn't stay at home, you had to pick up the gun. Julia, you know, because I know language is a barrier, there are many of these young women behind you. Will you help us understand who they are? What was their story? You know, we see 3 young women behind you. We know you were a teacher. We know Maria was a journalist. What about the others? Can you tell us their story?
Yeah. It's Lesa. She was a photographer, and it's Ola. She was a fighter and musician. And this is Svetlana. She's marketolog, and we never knew how to use the gun in our previous life.
Well, you know, I'm sure, you know, a writer, a musician, a teacher, a journalist, you know, it's, you know, one can only salute your spirit, all of you. I want to ask you, Julia, for all of you who've come from very different backgrounds, never thought you would ever take the gun. But I want to ask you, what has been the training process? Have you been trained in actual warfare now? Are you a trained soldier?
I'm not sure that we are really soldier right now, because we had 2 weeks, and it's too
early.
It's not enough to prepare to the war and learn how to use the gun. But every day we had trained. We trained to shoot. We trained to have different pose, how to shoot, and at this moment that's all. But I hope we will have enough time in the future to learn more about that.
Okay, I understand.
I can try to translate something from Alexa's story.
Will you ask her, Julia, what was her reason that she decided not to leave like many other women in your country, but to stay behind?
who can do it if it's not would we?
Well, that's a very, very strong statement. Who can do it if not you? Well, you know, and it's very, very touching. Julia, I want to ask you, because so much is said about, you know, women, especially at the time of war, but you girls, you women chose to stay right back in Ukraine. I want to ask you, how difficult was it to leave your families? Do most of you have children?
Some of us has children. I don't have children, but I have a big family. My parents, sisters, and they in another place. Now it's, I hope, safe place. But for all of us, it was really difficult choice. But we want to protect our families, and we don't want to. We don't want that. See what is war. We want to protect them.
Are your families, and you know, it's if I can say, it's a very stupid question to ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Are your families very worried about you? Are they talking to you? Are they asking you to come join them?
Yes, of course. First time they told me that I should be with their safe place at home, but now they understand why I'm here. And I know that it's really difficult and hard for them, for me, but who can be there if it weren't we?
You know, I think if I have to take one line from this conversation is, who else if not we? You know, because so many of us will always look at somebody else. It's amazing that all of you very, very brave women have looked at yourselves. Can you ask your companions, how was it leaving their children? How was it leaving their family members? Because the uncertainty of war is so strong. You know, you never know what happens.
We're here to protect them, and that's why we're here. We want to protect them from the war, from the Russia, from the Putin, and that's why we're here. The first day when war started, we go to the
military base.
To the military base, and we didn't know that we couldn't back at home at that day, and Lesa has birds, and she was really scared about them, and in a few days we can put them to our military base, and now they at a safe place in our friend's home.
Well, you know, you must tell Alessia that, you know, we salute her spirit to leave your young children, to salute your spirit, Julia, and all of your companions who've left your families and who've come here, you know, to fight for your country. Are you going to be now facing the enemy, or are you waiting right now? Is it possible that any time you would be deployed in action?
Я думаю, плануєте ви воювати.
I'm here to fight to the last meters of our land, and if I need maybe kill someone, I'm not sure that I can do that, but I hope. And I really want to came back to our previous life, our safe life. But I will be here to the last day, to the last minute, to the time where Ukrainian will free and without any Russian soldiers at our land.
Have all of you, I'm sure at least that, you know, that training would have been given to you, imparted to you, but have all of you now understood, learned how to fire your weapons?
Вмієте ви стріляти?
Yes. At this moment, we know how to use our weapons.
Can I ask you, you know, with your permission,
We had to learn that.
You had to learn that. Can I ask you with your permission?
Very quickly.
Can you show us your weapons?
Yes, first, our weapons.
Can you tell me, each one of you, what your weapons? I love the smiles. It gives us a lot of heart back here to watch, all of you smiling with your weapons. What's your weapon, Julia?
What is weapon? It's AK-74, and that's my nickname, Hayechka.
Oh, you got a nickname. What's your nickname, Julia?
Hayechka.
What does it mean? Can you tell us?
It's from cartoon Chip and Dale.
Gadget. Gadget.
Yes.
So it's from Chip and Dale, right?
Yes, it's a red girl from that cartoon. Ukrainian, it sounds like Hayechka.
Can you tell us all the nicknames of your other colleagues?
Yes, it's Fatima, Struna, Белоруска, Каратистка.
Фатима – это из-за того, что ковид и постоянно я в маске.
Nickname of Olesa is because she in the mask all the time because of pandemia. And that's why she's Fatima. She's only person at a big building stayed in the mask.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna let you girls go and you women go, but I'm gonna ask you, Julia, what is your message? Because you wear the bravery so easily, all of you. You're talking about fighting for your country. Not many do what you're doing. It's abject bravery. It takes all heart to do what you're doing. And what I am witnessing as a journalist right here on the other side is how easily you girls and you women are wearing, this abject, bravery, the strength that you have. I want to ask you, what's your message to the world right now, to those who are watching you? Julia, go first, and you can ask your, your friends later.
At this moment, we need help from all the world. You need say to the Russia, to the Putin to stop, because now they're at our land, and today it can be another country, and we have a lot of pain just now because Russian soldiers killed a lot of children in Ukraine, a lot of other people. They ruined our buildings, our house, our homes, and world, please don't think that Putin will stop in the Ukraine. You can be the next one. That's why go to your streets outside and say to the Russia, stop. We need your help. And at this moment we need money because a lot of our soldiers didn't have what to wear. They didn't have uniform. And if you can help us with it, we will be very appreciative.
We created a page.
We can send you link on the page where you can help us with it.
We'd like to get that link.
Send
Yes.
to all the world, please don't be silent. You should to say to the Putin, to the Russian soldiers, say we don't want to see there at our land, at your land. Please don't be silent.
Julia, before I let you women go, I'm going to ask you once again, because this is a shot, which gives a lot of strength to a lot of people who are watching you in your country and even outside, to see the kind, this kind of visual. I'm going to let you go, but I want to see your weapons once again, and I want to see you all smiling. And I wish you strength, I wish you fortitude, and I wish you so, so much luck. May God be with you. And I really, really pray and hope that I'm able to talk to each one of you again when this war is over, and it will be over. Can I see your weapons once again, as
I cannot.
Thank you for doing this for us, and I am sure your country is so, so, so proud. And I'll speak to you, all four of you again. I will speak to all four of you again. May God be with you. Lots of strength, lots of luck. Thank you.
And we'll continue getting you more such conversations here on India Today. I want to put out now the images that we've been getting from day one of the war to now, day 15. So for 2 weeks now, over 2 weeks, we've been seeing havoc and devastation play out on the streets of Ukraine. This is what the Russian invasion looks like right now. Endless bombing, endless shelling that's being reported in several of the biggest cities of Ukraine. From day 1 to day 15, it's essentially been the same story for the people of Ukraine, where they've been forced to flee from their homes. They've been forced to leave all of their belongings and get to safety, many of them choosing to also put up a fight back like no other, like nothing the world expected against Russia. Perhaps the images tell you exactly what's happening better than any other update that we get you on Ukraine and this war. And that's why Shivaru now gets you all of the latest, truly haunting images that have emerged from Ukraine.
India Today has been relentlessly getting you every latest defining image right from the beginning 14 days ago to 2 weeks later, and where things are at with this huge expanding military operation that is being called the invasion of Ukraine. The word invasion has been criminalized in Russia. Here are those defining images. Big defining image number 1. After a deadly clash, Ukrainian troops are reported to have seized this Russian tank. You can see on your screen a Ukrainian tank or an armored personnel carrier towing away a Russian tank in an unidentified war zone in Ukraine.
И будет бить в ихнюю сторону.
Big defining image number 2. On day 14, Ukrainian troops shot down or claimed to have shot down another Russian helicopter close to the Mykolaiv region in south-central Ukraine. On your screens, you can see the wrecked parts of what appears to be an attack helicopter which crashed in a field after being hit by Ukrainian ground forces using air defense weaponry. Big defining image number 3. On day 14, Russia has wreaked havoc in the city of Sumy, close to the Russian border. Horrifying footage of yet another neighborhood laid to waste. A signal of the kind of destruction that's escalating in this northern city, from where there was a humanitarian corridor that was activated over the last 48 hours, from which hundreds of Indian students were also pulled out. Defining image number 4. On day 14, the aftermath footage of Kiev's destruction. Continuous heavy shelling has destroyed the capital city in its suburbs. You can see shelled buildings, damaged cars, bodies lying around. Life around Kyiv has come to a standstill, but the city itself is standing tall. No damage within the city. There was an aid siren just a few moments ago. Defining image number 5 is what the evacuation from one of the largest suburbs of Kyiv, Irpin, looks like. From a drone, you can see a sea of people on foot crossing a destroyed bridge to get across the river and to leave their city. Artillery and airstrikes have caused heavy damage in and around Irpin. India Today has been reporting from the ground here. Defining image number 6. On day 14, appalling images from Kharkiv, which continues to be the most damaged city in Ukraine at this time. 40 kilometers from the Russian border, it is Ukraine's second largest city. A metropolis that was once buzzing with people now wears a deserted, ghost-like look. Buildings in many neighborhoods targeted in heavy shelling, cars and property extensively damaged in this part of Kharkiv. Defining image number 7. On day 14, Russia continues its onslaught in Ukraine. Russian troops destroyed a military dormitory in the Zhytomyr region just west, about 50 kilometers from Kyiv. Images show a shelled building and personnel or people trying to ascertain the extent of the damage. It is not known just yet what kind of damage was caused in terms of human life. Defining image number 8. On day 14, footage shows a Ukrainian group on a tractor pulling a Russian tank amidst snowfall. You can see a man on top of the tank and another one driving the tractor. This video has been going viral on social media. Meanwhile, defining image number 9. On day 14, heavy shelling continues between Russian and Ukrainian troops in the Kharkiv region. It's just 40 kilometers from the Russian border. These images of shelling and rocket fire lighting up the night sky, becoming one of the most familiar images in different cities. This is from last night in the skies over Kharkiv. According to reports, Russian troops attacked a residential area of Kharkiv with heavy artillery, but this is a claim that's been denied by the Russian army. Defining image number 10 on day 14 as Russia continues to attack at least 11 different cities of Ukraine. 150 orphan children, mostly babies and toddlers from Lviv, arrive at the Semsil station in Poland. Volunteers and police officers are seen giving soft toys to kids as they're carried from the station and loaded onto buses towards an uncertain future in foster care. Russian anti-war protesters face a police crackdown. Meanwhile, on your screens, demonstrator being brutally arrested during an anti-war protest in St. Petersburg. The man was hit several times by Russian police after being arrested and then taken away in a truck. As Ukraine fiercely continues to battle Russian forces, this visual shows Ukrainian servicemen inspecting a charred Russian tank in the Sumy region of Ukraine, the same city from which over 700 Indian students were extracted as part of Operation Ganga yesterday. In the face of continuing and escalating Russian assaults, members of the Territorial Defense Unit in Kiev have in Odessa, have stood guard around the National Opera House in the city of Odessa in the south with sandbags and anti-tank hedgehogs. Defining image number 14 on day 14. Dramatic images captured on India Today's cameras by our correspondent Ihor Didenko in the city of Kharkiv. Footage exclusive to us showing what the Ukrainians claim to be the shoot-down of a Russian Air Force Sukhoi Su-34 fighter bomber. This was on the outskirts of Kharkiv. Listen into the sounds. Defining image number 15 on day 14. Ukraine troops in no mood to give up. On your screens, thermal imaging footage from drones capturing what appears to be a Ukrainian attack on a Russian artillery position. According to reports, Ukraine has managed to extract quite a bit of damage on the Russian armored column so far. Defining image number 16 on day 14. Russian planes drop bombs on claimed residential cities of Sumy city in the north, leaving many, including kids and women, dead and injured. On your screen is the aftermath of destruction that was brought to bear 24 hours ago. Defining image number 17 on day 14. Ukrainian troops claim to have shot down another Russian plane in the last 24 hours, not far from the capital city, Kyiv. Huge explosion as this aircraft hits the ground and catches fire. Massive plume of smoke from the wreckage as well. Defining image number 18 on day 14. CCTV footage captures a Russian attack on an oil depot in the Zhytomyr region just west of Kyiv. The attack was followed by a huge, towering inferno as the oil depot caught fire. Similar images from another angle, more realistic, not CCTV images, but captured from someone who was close by the Zhytomyr oil depot. A huge, huge blaze that was seen for many miles around, lighting up that night sky. Defining image number 20 on day 14, footage from the northern city of Chernihiv, north of Kyiv, very close to the Russian border, where Russians are said to have attacked another residential area, shelled buildings, damaged vehicles, broken glass, destruction all around. Chernihiv has been hit with a lot of shelling in the last few days. Defining image number 21 on day 14. Russia has stepped up the shelling in residential areas of Kharkiv as well. We are given to understand that many different places where this kind of look with cars damaged, a few people can also be seen trying to ascertain the extent of the damage in one neighborhood after the other. Russian troops also reportedly attacked the residential area of Brovary on the outskirts of Kyiv. This image from yesterday shows a church which has been evidently struck. There is no confirmation of any casualties in this particular attack just yet. Brovary is just east of Kiev and is a suburb. Defining image number 23 on day 14 as Russian troops advance towards the capital. The nearby city of Irpin has faced a huge amount of heat. These images from India Today's cameras yesterday. Locals crossing a destroyed bridge as they get out of their shattered city. Defining image number 24, Russian nationals continue to bear the brunt of the economic sanctions imposed by several countries of the world. These images from the Varadero airport in Cuba, where almost 300 stranded Russian tourists were seen going through the boarding bridge to fly back home. The number of companies exiting Russia is huge. Moscow citizens are feeling the heat. Big defining image number 25 on day 14 as Russia continues the attacks on the streets of Ukraine. Drone footage shows refugees fleeing Ukraine from the port of Isakia in Romania on a ferry-like barge. Defining image number 26 on day 14. Big explosion in the separatist Luhansk region in the last 48 hours. According to reports, an oil depot was gutted in firing amidst heavy shelling from Russian forces. Defining image number 27 on day 14. Russia has also upped the offensive yesterday with shelling battering a residential building in the northern city of Kharkiv. According to reports, 2 buildings have been destroyed in the airstrike by Russian troops. Defining image number 28 on day 14. Russian troops target a residential building once again in the city of Kharkiv. A video has emerged in the aftermath of that shelling in Ukraine's second largest metropolis. You can see a building on fire. No confirmation just yet on any casualties. Defining image number 29 on this, the 14th day. Horrific images of bodies of civilians on the streets of Kharkiv in neighborhood after neighborhood on the back of Russian shelling in this particular area. Russia continues to hold that the military of Ukraine is using civilians as human shields. Defining image number 30 on this, the 2-week mark in this crisis. Ukrainian troops claim to have shot down this Russian fighter jet. This was captured on India Today's cameras on the outskirts of Kharkiv. Ukraine has so far claimed to have brought down 45 Russian aircraft and helicopters since March the 5th.
Пиздец.
Stand-up comedian turned media mogul is now Putin's arch-enemy. Global hero in a t-shirt. This man is Putin's target.
Наше мирне місто, яке ніколи в своїй історії не загрожувало Росії. Ми боремось вже 13-й день. Знищуємо окупантів всюди, де можемо, всюди, але є небо.
The Ukrainian president, now a worldwide icon. Zelensky, the full story.
In times of aggression, in times of brutal war, particularly when the field is lopsided, the distinction between pushover and spirited defense often depends on one rallying force of unification. It could be an idea, it could be a sentiment, a desperation, or more times than none, the force which steals a line of panicky defenders is but an individual's rise to the occasion. A wartime leader that the conflict itself creates. A hitherto unrealized force that stands resolute in the face of odds. Leading by example, jolting the spirit of compatriots to steady their nerves, holding the line against immense odds. History is proof that such leaders rise to the occasion. And in Ukraine, the defense has steadied behind their wartime leader, one-time comic, President Volodymyr Zelensky, an unlikely hero who has fired the imagination of a nation under siege.
В країні війна, тож кожен день понеділок.
Putting all speculations to rest, Volodymyr Zelensky declared that he's very much in Kiev. Russia had claimed that he had fled to Poland. But not only did Zelensky share his location, he also dared Russia, saying that he is not afraid. He knows he's Putin's target number one. He knows his country can't match up to Russia's overwhelming military might. But Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky remains an image of valor, of defiance and fighting spirit, steadfastly refusing to turn his back on his bruised, battered and bleeding Ukraine. In an open dare to Putin's army, Zelensky released a video giving out his exact location, saying he stays right there in Kiev and not in hiding, showing the images from the lane outside his residence in this video message.
Вечірній Київ. Понеділок, вечір. Ви знаєте, ми звикли говорити понеділок день важкий.
Every time the Russians claim that Zelensky has fled the country fearing for his life, Zelensky has released a new video shattering the Russian claims and never mincing his words while slamming NATO for letting down Ukraine and the United States for rejecting a no-fly zone, even donning the combat fatigue helmet and joining the Ukrainian troops in the front line.
Президент тут. Всі ми тут. Наші військові тут. Громадяни суспільства тут. Всі ми тут. Захищаємо нашу незалежність, нашу державу. Так?
Taking a cue from their brave president, thousands of Ukrainians have sent their families away to safety and stayed back to fight alongside President Zelensky. Supporting Zelensky in every step is the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska. A vocal advocate of social causes, Olena through social media has continued to inspire and continue to provide comfort to Ukrainians. The big question remains how long the president and all his loyal men withstand the might of approaching Russian invasion army. Bureau Report, India Today. War rages on as invaders try to capture Kiev. Their single objective is to overthrow the man who has rallied the entire nation against Russia. President Volodymyr Zelensky has become a household name, the puny David against the Goliath Russian forces. And his audience today is the world. He has become one of the voices of freedom, of sovereignty and of territorial integrity.
Всім добрий вечір. Лідер фракції тут. Голова Офісу президента.
Myself, my country from the Russian invasion.
We will fight for our land and we will kill all Russians.
If somebody give me a weapon, I will fight. I'm not afraid.
Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, had everything wrong about being a wartime leader of a nation invaded. He's from Jewish stock in Eastern Europe with its history of anti-Semitism. His family spoke Russian. He grew up speaking the language of the invader. He happened to be a comic by profession. In 2019, the comic actor decided to run for presidency. And people took that as a joke. He called his party the Servant of the People Party. The outcome was comic relief. Volodymyr Zelensky won 73% of the votes and promised to bring peace to the restive eastern regions of Luhansk and Donetsk. What came was war. Not with Russia, but with his Russian namesake, Vladimir.
Once again, I appeal to the servicemen of Ukrainian armed forces. Don't let neo-Nazis and Banderites use your children, your wives, and old people as human shields. Take power into your own hands. It seems that it will be easier for us to come to terms with you than with this gang of drug addicts and neo-Nazis who settled in Kiev and took all Ukrainian people hostage.
Volodymyr Zelensky was born in 1978 into a Russian-speaking Jewish family of the then Soviet Socialist Republic of Ukraine. His father was a professor of mathematics and his mother had studied engineering. The town of his birth, Kyiv, stands next to Babi Yar, where 33,771 Jews were shot and thrown into a ravine over the course of 2 days in 1941. Zelensky studied law and earned a degree in it, only to found a TV entertainment company. Zelensky found success in his vaudeville act. He and a few friends created a comedy troupe that became a famous act not just in Ukraine, as well as other Russian-speaking regions of a post-Soviet world. The prism through which Volodymyr Zelensky viewed the world changed when Vladimir Putin invaded the land of his birth in 2014. That was what made him take his first political step. He donated a fortune to arm the then weak army of Ukraine. He chose his side when he relocated his production company to Kiev and began to fully master the Ukrainian language. Something that was to be a big help when he played the most successful comic role of his life. In the TV series Servant of the People, Zelensky plays a school history teacher whose rant against the rampant corruption in government gets recorded without his knowledge by a student and is posted on social media. The video goes viral, and without even wanting the job, the teacher gets elected president of Ukraine. And then, through set pieces, bumbles his way to become a heroic leader of his country. On 20th of May 2019, facts overtook fiction when the 41-year-old Volodymyr Zelensky took the oath of the highest office in Ukraine. And when the new president had to make his inaugural address, he said, "It wasn't just me who took the oath." He said, "Each of us put a hand on the constitution and each of us has sworn loyalty to Ukraine." It was an oath of loyalty that the unlikely politician would prove himself worthy of in the conflicts to come. Despite the fact that entertainers entering politics are viewed, if not with suspicion, but certainly with skepticism.
Наявною у нас інформацією ворог позначив мене як ціль номер 1, мою родину як ціль номер 2.
President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine is believed to be number 1 on Vladimir Putin's hit list. Western intelligence agencies have claimed this, and Zelensky himself has acknowledged it. He says his family is second on the list, but that he and they will remain in Ukraine. He categorically turned down a US offer of evacuation. Instead, he asked for arms.
Nobody will force us Ukrainians to give away our freedom, our independence, our sovereignty. But it looks like the Russian leadership is trying to do it just by the way of destroying their own country.
To prove that he is still there and not running away, the president of Ukraine has been regularly posting self-taken videos in front of the very recognizable presidential palace, telling the people of Ukraine that he is living up to his promise, even if he has to die for it. Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, is playing the role of a lifetime. He has already given a performance that has made him a hit across the world. This unlikely wartime leader of his country has won the hearts and minds of people around the world. His actions has more than established the contrast with his nemesis, with whom he shares a first name, the meaning of which ironically means ruler of the world. When Vladimir Putin ordered his troops to invade Ukraine, he possibly made one miscalculation. He had not accounted for the stellar performance that his opponent was capable of giving, a role that has touched the heartstrings of audiences across the globe. Whatever be the outcome of this war in Ukraine, history will record Zelensky as the hero in shining armor, while Putin has already joined the ranks of all-time world villains like Hitler and Stalin. When the world's a stage and everyone is but an actor in it, there is no doubting that Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine stands at the edge of that stage, where life meets performance and only truth shines forth.
Just hours before Russia invaded Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky made an appeal to the people of Russia. Made on the morning of 24th February, he reached out to the people of Russia, and that speech will be remembered as one of the most heartfelt speeches of any leader ever made. He spoke to the people of Russia, reminding them of humanity, talking about the aggressor, Russia, and saying that both Russians and Ukrainians are being led down a path to hell.
А дальше по-русски. Сегодня я инициировал телефонный разговор с президентом Российской Федерации. Результат – тишина. Хотя тишина должна быть на Донбассе. Поэтому сегодня я хочу обратиться ко всем гражданам России. Не как президент. Я обращаюсь к российским гражданам как гражданин Украины. С вами нас разделяет более 2000 километров общей границы. Вдоль нее сегодня стоят ваши войска, почти 200 тысяч солдат, тысячи боевых машин. Этот шаг может стать началом большой войны на европейском континенте. О том, что может произойти со дня на день, сегодня говорит весь мир. Причина может возникнуть в любой момент. Любая провокация, любая вспышка. Вспышка, которая может сжечь все. Вам говорят, что это пламя принесет освобождение народу Украины. Но украинский народ свободен. Соседи всегда обогащают друг друга культурно, однако это не делает их единым целым, не растворяет нас в вас. Мы разные, но это не повод быть врагами. Мы хотим сами определять и строить свою историю мирно, спокойно, честно. Нам не нужна война, не холодная, не горячая, не гибридная. Но если на нас будут наступать войска, если у нас попытаются отнять нашу страну, нашу свободу, наши жизни, жизни наших детей, мы будем защищаться. Не наступать, защищаться. Наступая, вы будете видеть наши лица. Не наши спины, наши лица.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine is an event that will shape the future of the entire world. At this time, it is difficult to say how the new world order would look like and how would this be different from the world order that has existed since the end of the Second World War. To get a macro historical perspective on the sweeping changes that are upon us at this moment, I am privileged and delighted to be joined live and exclusive on India Today's news track by the world's greatest living historian, author of the best-selling book Sapiens, A Brief History of Mankind, Homo Deus, A Brief History of Tomorrow, and 21 Lessons for the 21st Century, which I'm sure he'd now need to revise. Joining us live from Tel Aviv in Israel is the rockstar historian and professor Yuval Noah Harari. Professor Harari, it is an absolute honor to have you back with us on India Today.
Thank you for inviting me.
I want to start by asking you about a recent column that you wrote where you say that this is not just a war between Russia and Ukraine, this is an event that will shape the whole world. Can you start by giving our audiences who are watching you at this time a sense of why you believe that this is not just a war between Putin and Zelensky, the Russian army and the Ukrainian army, but this is something that impacts everyone the world over?
Yes, because if the Russian aggression succeeds, we will see more and more of this kind of aggression all over the world. You know, since 1945, it became unacceptable for one country to simply invade a weaker nation and obliterate it from the face of the map, which is what Putin is trying to do. If Putin succeeds, you know, there are countries all over the world and tyrants all over the world watching this to see what will happen. If he succeeds, we will see more and more of it, and we will enter a new dark era in history, which everybody will feel. To give just one example, just think about defense budgets. Today in the world, the average military budget of countries is about 6% of government budget, which is the lowest in history. Most governments spend far more on healthcare, education, welfare. In history, this is very rare. Most sultans and emperors and kings, they spent most of their money on their army and almost nothing on healthcare and education and welfare. If Putin succeeds, we will see defense budgets around the whole world skyrocket. We already saw Germany doubling its military budget in a day. And this money will come from healthcare, from education. The money that should go to teachers and doctors will go to tanks and to airplanes. And everybody will feel it. We will also lose the potential to deal with the main problems of humankind, like climate change and like the rise of artificial intelligence. Because how can you reach an agreement on fighting climate change or on limiting artificial intelligence when countries are trying to destroy each other? So this is why this is an existential danger to the whole humankind, what is happening right now.
So you write in The Guardian that a week into the war, it is increasingly likely that Vladimir Putin is heading towards a historic defeat. He may win the battles, but he will lose the war. What makes you so confident that Vladimir Putin is heading towards a historic defeat?
You see, it's easier to conquer a country than to hold it in the long run, as we saw in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and in many other places. Now, this whole war is about the very existence of the Ukrainian nation. It's not about conquering this city or that city. And it's all based on a lie, on a fantasy in Putin's head. Putin believes that the Ukrainian nation doesn't really exist. Putin believes that Ukrainians are actually Russians, that they want to join Russia, to be absorbed by Russia, and that the only thing that prevents it is a small gang of so-called Nazis at the top. He therefore believed, and this explains the failure so far that we are seeing, he believed that in 24 hours, the minute the Russian army invades, Zelensky will fly, the Ukrainian army will surrender, and the Ukrainian people will throw flowers on the Russian tanks. And he was completely wrong. Zelensky didn't fly, didn't flee the country. The Ukrainian army is fighting like hell, and the Ukrainian people is throwing Molotov cocktails on the Russian tanks, not flowers. Ukraine is a very real nation fighting for its survival. Yes, Putin may still conquer the country, but he will not be able to absorb it. Every day this war lasts, he is planting seeds of hatred between Ukrainians and Russians, which previously were like family. And this hatred will last for generations unless he stops this war immediately.
You said that to re-establish the Russian Empire, Putin needed a relatively bloodless victory that would lead to a relatively hateless occupation. But by spilling more and more Ukrainian blood, Putin is making sure his dream will never be realized. How do you think the war that we've seen this week is likely to end, Professor Harari?
I don't know. I can't predict the future. It could end right now if Putin gives the order, because this is a war of one person only. This isn't Russia's war. It isn't the war of the Russian people. They don't want it. There is just one person in the whole world that wants this war, and this is Putin, and he can stop it immediately. If he doesn't, it can last for months and years. Again, he can conquer the whole country, but the war will continue for years. He will never be able to actually absorb it. It also depends to a large extent on the reaction of other countries. Countries whether in Europe or whether in Asia, like India. Russia is actually a weak country. People think that Russia is like the Soviet Union. It isn't. It's much, much weaker. It's not one of the 10 largest economies. The Russian economy is actually smaller than the economy of Italy or of South Korea. You know, Russia has a GDP of $1.6 trillion a year. Europe combined has more than 20 trillions. If Europe and the world unite against Russia, Putin cannot prevail. I'll say another thing about it. You know, the whole Russian economy is built just on gas and oil. And it's like a gas station with nukes. If the world unites to, or if even just Europe unites to create a green Manhattan project to replace oil and gas with alternative energy, the Putin regime is finished. When an oil barrel costs $20 instead of $100 like now, this is the end of the Putin regime.
You've made an interesting comparison about Putin casting himself in the role of Hitler. Why do you think that Putin is shaping up to be the 21st century Adolf Hitler?
You see, the way that he's inflicting tremendous suffering on tens of millions of people simply because of his cruel ambition. There is no rationale for this war. As I said, the Russian people doesn't want it. And you know, people talk about the security interests of Russia. Nobody was threatening Russia when this war erupted. If Russia had concerns, they could be discussed peacefully. You know, the Germans were not about to invade, the French were not about to invade. It was his decision. And in this sense, of course there are many differences also between him and Hitler. But in this sense of one person inflicting a terrible war on the whole world, there is a comparison there. And you know, the other main thing, and in this Putin is like many other dictators, not just Hitler, that when he builds this lie in his head, nobody around him is brave enough to confront him. A dictator usually has so much power that the people around him are afraid to contradict him. So even when he says completely ridiculous thing, everybody tells him, yes, 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 you're absolutely right, you're a genius. And this is why he embarked on this war, assuming completely false things, such as that Ukraine is not a nation and that the Ukrainians will not resist.
In the past 7 decades, there hasn't been a direct conflict between the major powers of the world, and no recognized country has had its status changed forever. Do you apprehend that in the way events are shaping up, we could be heading towards a third world war? Is that within the realm of your possibilities?
I hope very much not. I think the West is very cautious about it. And again, remember that Russia, it has nukes, that's true. But apart from that, it's a relatively weak power. It is not the Soviet Union. You know, if other nations join it, like China or like Iran, then it's a completely different matter. But so far we've also seen that China is sitting on the fence, just observing what is happening, not committing itself. Russia by itself is not strong enough to have a third world war. It can destroy humanity with nuclear weapons, that's true. And everybody should be worried about nuclear weapons. because if this war continues, we will see nuclear weapons spreading more and more. You know, Germany and Japan are now thinking about it again, because they say to themselves, in 2024, who knows who the US president will be? Maybe Trump is president again. And if Russia or China invades us in 2024, 2025, are we really certain that Trump will defend us? If not, we need our own nukes. And then Iran says, wait, if Germany and Japan now have nukes, why can't we? And we will see more and more nuclear weapons spreading. And as there are more and more fingers on the button of the nuclear weapons, the chances increase that somebody somewhere will press it, and it will be the end of human civilization.
How do you see the global economy change on account of this war? Past wars were about land, or they were about minerals, resources. Now we're in the Internet of Things. It's about technological prowess, AI, ML. It's not so much about physically occupying land. So how does this change the economic dimension of history, Professor?
Because of the change in the economy, we have indeed seen less wars in recent years. You know, previously in history, if a country or a king wanted to enrich themselves, a way to do it was to conquer the neighbors, because the main source of wealth was wheat fields and rice fields and cattle and slaves that you can conquer by war. Increasingly now, the main sources of wealth are not material. They are knowledge, like the knowledge to produce a high-tech industry. And you can't conquer knowledge by war. And you see that recent countries that became very wealthy, like Germany, like China, like Japan, they didn't do it by war. They did it by developing their society and their economy. Russia is in this sense moving in a very different trajectory. Instead of investing in its people, in education, in healthcare, it's investing in military. I said earlier that military budgets around the world today are on average about 5 or 6%. In Russia, it is 11%. This is why a relatively poor country like Russia can develop such a military machine, by taking money from healthcare and giving it to tanks. And Russian citizens are suffering from it, and the Russian economy is suffering from it. And conquering Ukraine will not make Russia prosperous. It will only make it even poorer. But Putin doesn't seem to care about it. He doesn't care about the welfare, certainly not of the Ukrainians, but not even of the Russians. And this is again why it's very important that he loses, and that countries around the world realize this is not the way to develop. If you want to become a powerful nation, a respected nation, you should invest in the education and healthcare of your citizens, so they became more educated, they build, high-tech industries and things like that. You don't invest in tanks to become a great nation.
In academic circles and in think tanks, there is a debate raging about whether the West forced Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine. And this argument is led by Professor John Mearsheimer, the classical international affairs theorist who propounds the balance of power theory. And he says that after promising Gorbachev that they would not expand NATO eastwards, by constantly doing so and threatening to also include Ukraine in the EU and possibly also in the NATO alliance, because of the institutional history of the Russian Empire and because Putin sees himself as the new Tsar, the West has literally forced Putin's hand. Do you buy this argument to Professor Mearsheimer?
When you see the bombs falling on Kiev, you can't accept this kind of argument. Nobody put a gun to Putin's head and said, you must invade Ukraine. It was his decision. And it should be very clear, NATO and the EU do not expand by force. How does the EU grow? It doesn't grow by sending tanks to force a country to join it. Countries join the EU and countries join NATO because they want to, out of their own free will. And why do they want to join NATO and the EU? because they want a better future for their citizens, and also because they are afraid of Russia. And can you blame them for being afraid of Russia? Can you blame, now that you see what's happening in Kiev, can you blame Poland? Can you blame Estonia of wanting to be part of NATO? Yes, Russia has security concerns. But the way to discuss them is not by invading a weaker country. There was nothing urgent that forced Putin to invade now. It's not like people were actually discussing or about to accept Ukraine to NATO. It was not on the table. It's not like there was a German army massing on the borders about to invade. Nothing like it. Who wants to invade Russia? The last time somebody invaded Russia was Hitler 80 years ago, and nobody wants to repeat it. Do you think the Germans want to invade Russia? It's the last thing they on their mind. Do you think Napoleon will come out of his grave and lead the French army to Moscow? This is ridiculous. You know, listening to these arguments about Russian defense interests, it's like seeing a person standing with his boot on the face of somebody and telling you, oh, please understand my security concerns. No. When you're standing with your boot on somebody's face, this is not the time to listen to your fears and to your concerns. Take your boot off his face, then we can listen to you.
No, but in a historical context, this is an interesting debate, because on the one side, there is the view that you're putting forward about this new peace, which you think isn't a statistical fluke or a hippie fantasy. On the other side, the likes of John Mearsheimer says that a lot of what you, Barack Obama and the others have been saying is just a fluke of history, that ultimately it reverts to the medium. Balance of power is what it's about, and if nations get together to threaten a great empire, the empire will strike back. It's just the way human nature has been for hundreds of years, and therefore just this period of relative peace after the Second World War doesn't take away from the larger historical context.
You know, when you say that war is natural, you are excusing criminals, because then it's not their fault. It's not Putin's fault that there is a war, it's the fault of human nature. And this is unacceptable. Humans have proven that they are able to make better decisions. The period of peace that we saw, not just in Europe, but in most of the world, in recent generations, was not a fantasy, it was real. And this is why I started with budgets, not with poems. Look in the budgets, and you will see how real the peace was. And if we now accept war as just natural, it means that military budgets all over the world will again skyrocket, and people will say, well, what do you want? War is part of human nature, so we have to prepare for it. And this is not true. There were periods of peace in history. There are periods of war in history. Yes, war is a possibility, but it is not an inevitability. Ultimately, war is decided upon by humans. It doesn't come from the laws of nature. And I'm afraid that scholars that try to present war as natural, they are excusing the criminals who start wars, and they also make it more likely that wars will happen, because if you think it's natural, then you double your military budget. And then your neighbors become afraid, they double their military budgets. And then you triple your budget, and they triple your budget. And this is a race to the bottom. And you know, previously in history, wars were destructive, but they couldn't destroy humanity. Now, with nuclear weapons, and with more and more new weapons coming from areas like artificial intelligence, if war is really part of human nature, then we are doomed. Then in a couple of decades, there will not be any human beings left. You know, previous conquerors in history, Genghis Khan, or the Mughals, or people like that, they could kill millions, they couldn't destroy humanity. With the technology of the 21st century, if we don't find a way to end war, then war will end us. We will not survive this century if we don't find a way to overcome war.
You seem to be suggesting that it's almost inevitable that nations that don't have nuclear weapons will now scurry around trying to see if they can get them. Ukraine had one of the world's largest arsenals of nuclear weapons, which after the breakup of the Soviet Union, Ukraine voluntarily gave away because there was a security pact between Russia, America and the NATO alliance that they would protect Ukraine. That didn't happen. Given Ukraine's plight, is it inevitable that more countries will scramble to get their hands on nukes?
It's not inevitable. It depends on what happens in the next few days and weeks and months. If Putin stops the war, or if Putin loses, then countries all over the world will learn the lesson that violence doesn't pay, and that it's better to go on investing our money in education and welfare and not in tanks and nukes. But if Putin succeeds and Ukraine is destroyed, then, as I said previously, more and more countries, Germany, Japan, Iran, and maybe later on Brazil, Saudi Arabia, more and more countries will say, hey, we also must have nukes. Otherwise, the same thing that happened to Ukraine will happen to us. And this is the road to hell. And we need to go in a different direction, and we need to do it now.
Let's spend a moment reflecting on the response of the world powers. The United States, countries in the European Union which seem more galvanized than before, and their response to President Putin. They're trying to give humanitarian aid, military supplies. Is there a fear in your mind that some of this could potentially cross President Putin's red lines and lead to an escalation?
I can't read President Putin's mind, especially because we've seen recently that he can harbor all kinds of fantasies and lies which have no connection with reality. So it is an extremely dangerous situation. But we can hope that the world powers will speak and also act in a way that will stop this war and will prevent Putin from winning. And because the fate of the whole of humanity is at stake, it's not just the responsibility of the EU or of the US to do something. All countries, including my country of Israel, including India. India is a very important country in this respect, not only because of its ties with Russia and because of its economic power, it's also, it sees itself as a spiritual leader of the world, as a world guru. And this is the time that we expect, you know, when you see a crime, you want to hear from spiritual leaders about it. I know that it is difficult in terms of Indian interests, but this is why there is a difference between interests and morality. Sometimes you need to do the right thing, even if it's not in your cold, calculated interest to do it. This is the meaning of morality. Otherwise, it's just interests. And you know, if your friend kills somebody and you don't say anything, what does it mean about you?
But that's something which can be said, Professor Harari, about Israel in particular on many occasions in terms of morality and interest. Yes, Israel always puts interest before morality.
I say it also about my government. I'm very disappointed to a large extent. You know, Jews go around the world telling people, wrongfully, but telling people that we invented morality and we have been spreading morality around the world for 2,000 years and the Bible and all that. But then when it comes to an actual real crisis, they think only about the interests. Israel is very, very careful not to say anything or do anything. You know, the EU blocked flights from Russia, but Israel didn't. So again, I don't expect Israel to send armed forces or weapons to Ukraine, but it can still do a lot. It can still at least voice its opposition to the war. You know, Putin justifies this war by saying that he aims to denazify Ukraine, as if Ukraine is ruled by Nazis. Now, the president of Ukraine is Jewish. Israel should be at the forefront of saying Putin is either a liar or a mad person. How can you say that they are Nazis? It desecrates the memory of the Holocaust to say such things. And yes, I'm quite disappointed that my government is not taking a more forceful position, at least on this front.
Professor Harari, if you were to look back at your book, Homo Deus, A Brief History of Tomorrow, and look at how you may need to revise it, is it too soon, given that it's just been a week since this invasion? Or do you see there are trends that are emerging, dots which you can join, which suggest that, you know, some of this, or even if it's 21 centuries for the 21 lessons for the 21st century, that it would require revision? And if so, could you explain how and why?
Well, my main thesis was that humanity now has the power to control plagues and wars and famine, which were the most important threats to humanity throughout history, and that it now needs to focus in attention on the new threats of artificial intelligence and climate change and so forth. I never said that wars or plagues became impossible. I just said that we now, for the first time in history, can control them. We have the tools to stop them, but we need to use the tools. If politicians don't use the tools correctly, then as we saw with the corona, with the COVID epidemic, for the first time in history, we had the scientific and technological ability to understand and stop the epidemic, but we didn't use them wisely. It's the same with this war. It's not inevitable. We now have the institutions, we now have the culture necessary to stop wars, but it doesn't mean that we always have the political wisdom to actually do it. Now, if again, wars and epidemics and so forth, in the end, because of human stupidity, if they again spread, then this means we have no chance of dealing with the new threats of artificial intelligence, of climate change. And this, as I said, could lead to the extinction of our species. So I can't predict the future, and I never try to predict the future. I just try to give different scenarios, hoping that humans will make wise decisions, but knowing that we should never underestimate human stupidity. It's one of the most powerful forces in history. And especially when it comes to war, there is a built-in imbalance there, because to have peace, you need a lot of wise people to cooperate. To have war, you just need one person, one leader, to act in a cruel and senseless way, and this is enough to start a war.
You spoke of stupidity. You also write of hatred being the ugliest of emotions. For oppressed nations, hatred being a hidden treasure. And you write about how nations are built on stories. So with the passing days, how do you see the story of Ukraine being rewritten, Professor Harari?
You know, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, many people around the world didn't know anything about Ukraine, didn't know anything about its history, about its people. Now almost everybody around the world knows that Ukraine is not just a very real nation, it's a very proud, a very brave nation fighting for its survival. And I think the images, the stories coming out of Ukraine kind of electrified the whole world and gave courage to the whole world. You see people fighting with their bare hands, trying to stop a tank. You see civilians sitting in front of a tank to prevent it from progressing. And this, I think, is what gave courage to the Europeans to impose sanctions, to the Americans to kick Russia out of SWIFT, and so forth and so on. So stories are extremely powerful. In the long run, they are more powerful than tanks.
What defines defeat for Putin? What defines victory for Putin? You write about how humanity is hurtling towards disaster and we're on the edge of the abyss. Given the military superiority of the Russian army vis-a-vis the Ukrainian army, and given the fact that the NATO isn't coming militarily to Ukraine's alliance, how would you define victory? How would you define defeat? And how can Putin get a face saver that helps him get off this ramp?
Again, Putin's aim in the war, and this is now very clear, is really to destroy Ukraine, to destroy the Ukrainian nation, and to absorb Ukraine back into a new Russian empire. And I think that he just can't do it, because it's based on a lie that there is no Ukrainian nation, and that the Ukrainians won't resist. So in this sense, he has already lost. He will not be able to absorb Ukraine into Russia. Every day that passes only increases the hatred of the Ukrainians towards the Russians and ensures that they will not agree to be absorbed into Russia. I hope that he can stop the war, and if necessary, if he needs a face saver, so somebody may come, the Chinese would intervene, the Indians would intervene as mediators and offer him a ladder to climb down from this high tree he climbed to, and offer him, some small victory, symbolic victory, so he can go around and say, hey, I didn't really want to destroy Ukraine. I only wanted this little thing, and now that I have it, I can stop the war. And I hope that it will end like this, and not with months and years of terrible slaughter, of millions of refugees, and of hatred that will persist for generations.
And finally, will Russia's invasion of Ukraine embolden China to make a bid for Taiwan militarily, or will it actually, given the swift sanctions, the economic pushback, will it actually lead Xi Jinping to realize the futility of trying to invade Taiwan?
Everybody is watching exactly for that. Not just China. All kinds of tyrants and dictators and regimes throughout the world are watching what is happening, and they are sitting on the fence. If Putin looks like winning, they will become emboldened. They will think, aha, you can do that now. You can now invade another country and conquer it and get away with it. And they will also do it. If, however, they see Putin fail, then they will learn the lesson, no, it's not a good idea. Let's continue in different ways. Let's not risk it. This is why this war is so important for the whole world. If aggression is allowed to triumph in Ukraine, we will see more and more aggression and misery and death all over the world.
Over the past half an hour, I felt as if I've been back in college listening to a history lesson, but this is live events as they play themselves out, and your ability to give a macro historical perspective is par excellence. And we deeply appreciate, Professor Harari, that you took out time. We realize that you've got requests coming in from media the world over in the hundreds, and therefore for you to choose to accept our invitation means a lot to us, and it's been fantastic to have you back with us on India Today once again.
Thank you very much, and I hope that peace will come soon.
Inshallah, and I hope that peace does come as soon as possible, God willing. Professor Yuval Noah Harari, for joining us today, live and exclusive from Tel Aviv in Israel. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time, sir.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Despite our election coverage extensively, India Today has been getting you all the minute details coming in from Ukraine, the war-torn country. India Today there bringing you all these images here of the havoc and destruction that started off from day 1 today to day 15. The Russian invasion there destroying everything in its path. Images here very clearly showing you how these images have really haunted the different cities of Ukraine, many of them fleeing the country, lakhs and millions of them, in fact, fleeing to neighboring countries. These are images that are left behind of massive destruction, devastation on day 15. Now, even as we enter day 15 of the war, we're looking at several developments coming in from Ukraine as the Russian invasion of Ukraine enters day 15 here. Here are the top developments of the day. Ukrainian authorities have said that a children's hospital in Ukrainian city of Mariupol was destroyed by Russian airstrikes on Wednesday. Russian occupying forces have dropped several bombs on the children's hospital, leading to colossal destruction. In fact, European media reports there have now stated that at least 17 staff were wounded and several pregnant women and children were injured. These are images that are really upsetting now. Meanwhile, we're looking at the United States condemning Russia for the barbaric attack and bombing of the children's hospital in Ukraine. Officials have said that a Russian airstrike buried patients in rubble despite a ceasefire deal for people to flee the besieged city of Mariupol. Despite ceasefire, we're looking at widespread devastation. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has called on the West to impose even tougher sanctions on Russia after the airstrike on the maternity hospital in Mariupol. Now, wearing the traditional wartime army green, he said that West should strengthen the sanctions so Russia no longer has any possibility to continue this genocide. Meanwhile, we're looking at the International Atomic Energy Agency that has said that power has been entirely cut off to the Chernobyl power plant. In fact, this is the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster that happened in 1986 and its security systems, adding that no critical impact on the safety from Chernobyl power loss. We're looking at Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has now signed a law allowing civilians in Ukraine now to use weapons against the Russian military and is valid for the entire period of martial law. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Ukraine will try to evacuate civilians through 6 humanitarian corridors today from the capital city of Kiev, as well as from cities of Sumy, Engodar, Mariupol, Izium and Volnovakha. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has informed Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky that he was committed to further tightening sanctions to impose maximum economic cost on Russia. Johnson has discussed the situation in Ukraine on a call with Zelensky last evening, where he said that Putin will be held accountable for his terrible crimes. Meanwhile, we're looking at hefty sanctions being imposed on Russia and several companies boycotting the country. Apple Pay, Google Pay, Samsung Pay payment services are all now no longer available in Russia. In addition, MasterCard and Visa payment cards issued by Russian banks stopped working abroad and in online stores as well. Now, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki has said that Russian President Vladimir Putin's troops may arrange a provocation and be preparing to use chemical and biological weapons while passing the blame onto Ukraine. Now, the European Union has said that it was stepping up sanctions over Russia's invasion of Ukraine, including targeting more Russian individuals and adding banks in Moscow's ally Belarus. In fact, the 27-nation bloc was blacklisting 160 more Russian parliamentarians and oligarchs, was banning exports of maritime navigation technology to Russia, and was including crypto assets under its punitive measures. Now, even as we speak on day 15, we're looking at large-scale devastation. Here, let's take you through some of those images now coming in from Brovsky, the district in Ukraine. Ukrainian troops here fighting back and repelling the Russian attack. A Russian tank has been set on fire as volunteer battalions and the Ukraine forces are currently going all out to stop Russia from capturing these cities. Remember, we're looking at day 15, and yet Russian forces there inching closer to the main cities in Ukraine. We're looking at these images coming in from Brovsky district in Ukraine, where Ukrainian troops are fighting back, repelling Russian attacks. A Russian tank, as you see here, has been set on fire as volunteer battalions and Ukraine forces are currently going all out to stop Russia from capturing their cities. Now, Geeta Mohan there joining us right from ground. Geeta, we're looking at images here as terrifying as day one. A Russian tank has now been set on fire in this district of Brovsky. Give us some details.
Well, Nabila, this is a retaliation by the people of Ukraine. They are doing everything they can from day one. We've seen roadblocks, human chains, people trying to ensure that these tanks do not move into various parts and cities of the country. And we also have seen the Molotov cocktails being hurled at the very same tanks, the standing tanks, and the tanks being set on fire. So this is a way to basically try to stall the Russian forces from entering the key cities and key areas of Ukraine. We do know that the Russian forces, Nabila, have already reached very close to Irpin. They are in the Irpin region, and that's the reason why after all the shelling that the the people over there suffered. There has been massive evacuation that is underway and has been going on for the past couple of days. And despite that, bridges have been blown by the Ukrainian side to ensure that they stall these tanks. But it is only, we'll have to wait and see how the Russian forces are going to take things forward. There is a very crucial meeting between the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Kuleba, and Foreign Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, that is taking place in Antalya, Turkey. Now, what the outcome of that meeting is going to be critical, because this is the first foreign minister level meeting between the two countries. We've seen negotiators negotiate peace between the two sides, but that didn't work. And Putin was very clear that despite negotiations, talks, do what you may, ceasefire is something that will not be declared in the whole of Ukraine. So certain parts, ceasefire was declared and it was maintained, but many other parts suffered the wrath of the Russian army and the Russian forces, and continue to do so. So it is a rather sad state of affairs when it comes to the kind of damage that,
absolutely, Geeta. Despite the talks between foreign ministers of both the countries, we don't see Russia stopping their invasion. They continue to inch closer to several main cities, even as talks currently underway.
Absolutely. The Russian forces have been given instructions that despite and in spite of all the negotiations and talks, that they are not to stop. That their objective is the fall of Kyiv, the fall of this regime. So it is not about invading, which is what Putin very clearly spelled out yesterday as well, Nabila. And he has been saying this from day one, while we do know that the West keeps saying that Russia is trying to annex the whole of Ukraine. Russia certainly has said that they do not want Ukraine. They particularly, I suppose, are looking at regime change. Now, for Zelensky, it has become a difficult position. While the spirits and determination very high here in Ukraine, that every individual you speak to says that they'll fight the Russian forces till the very last breath. But the negotiations on Crimea and recognizing Crimea was what the demand was earlier. Now it has come to recognizing Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk.
Right.
Because Russia has an advantage. They have an advantage over Ukraine, and they're trying to squeeze as much as they can. Will Zelensky's team, will Kuleba accept this? Will there be a compromise? If that happens, it is political suicide for Zelensky, because they would be giving up Ukrainian land. So a lot depends on what really happens in the negotiations, and of course the demand for neutrality when it comes to NATO.
Geeta, do stay with us. We're going to continue tracking those details. Bravarsky is one area where we're looking at Russian forces that have already now bombed several of those tankers. Images coming in that are really unsettling. Ukrainian military has now reported that they have meanwhile regained control of the Derhachi and Kharkiv areas of Ukraine. Russian forces were allegedly trying to encircle the city, but they were stopped by a Ukrainian attack. In fact, several European media reports have now revealed that the head of Kharkiv Regional State Administration, Ole Senegubov, he's announced that Russian forces were attempting to encircle the city, but they were repelled by the Ukrainian counterattack. A night strike too has taken place in Slobozinsky region of Kharkiv. 2 women, 2 children were killed in the attack.
Да, друже, дивися, ми не знаємо, що воно проламало. Дивись під ноги.
Some really disturbing images coming in amid
This is Sky News Today. It's 12 o'clock. The headlines. Russia tries to revive its stalled ground offensive, but is met by strong resistance outside Ukraine's capital. The city of Dnipro is bombarded by jets as the West accuses Putin of manufacturing false claims to justify using chemical weapons.
The stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook.
Today they're digging and digging, filling sandbag after sandbag to try to protect these beaches.
As residents of one port city prepare for the Russian advance, the mayor of another town, Mariupol, pleads for aid.
The best wish of our people was to stop somehow the war, to stop bombing, to stop shelling. But today and yesterday, their best wish is to find some food and water.
The UK announces sanctions on 386 Russian politicians, but Vladimir Putin claims restrictions will make Russia stronger. Good afternoon. Britain and the United States have warned that Moscow may be masking a possible plan for a chemical attack in Ukraine. That's after it claimed, without evidence, that the US has been developing biological weapons in the country. The UN Security Council will meet later to discuss the allegations, which the White House has dismissed as laughable. Russia has today launched airstrikes deeper into Ukraine and now seems to be reviving its stalled ground offensive. The city of Dnipro was hit overnight and this morning, and it's believed to be the next likely target as Russia's southern offensive moves north. Two other strikes near airports in the western cities of Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk were also reported. In the eastern city of Kharkiv, the regional governor says a psychiatric hospital has been hit by a Russian airstrike. He said there's no word on the number of casualties, but 330 people were at the hospital. In the south, Ukrainian authorities say 1,300 civilians are now dead in Mariupol, which continues to come under heavy bombardment. And the Russian Defense Ministry says Moscow-backed separatists have also captured the town of Volnovakha, that is just north of Mariupol. Meanwhile, the UN's nuclear watchdog says it has now lost all communications with Chernobyl, which is under Russian control. And Russia's Defense Ministry says that it will open 5 humanitarian corridors today to let civilians flee from the towns of Kiev, Sumy, Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Mariupol. Well, in the last hour, the deputy mayor of Mariupol, Sergei Orlov, told me that thousands of people are trapped in the city and they're no longer scared of the bombing because they are just desperate for food and water. Mariupol has borne the brunt of the Russian bombardment so far, with thousands of civilians still trapped by the shelling. Several attempts to open up a humanitarian corridor have failed in recent days. Another of those is planned today.
The situation is awful. Russian army continues to do airstrikes, air bombing, artillery shelling, and their troops are behind the city. And in some districts of the city, we have street battles. So as you understand, the humanitarian situation decreases hour by hour, second by second, and the Ukrainian army tries to defeat our city at the very moment. Of course, I should stand optimistic, and from our side, from City Council and from the Ukrainian part, we do our best to provide humanitarian corridors. So anyway, we are ready to transfer trucks with humanitarian goods from Zaporizhia to Mariupol, but it's the 7th day of our attempt, and we do not find any solution because trucks goes some length and they stop over a Russian checkpoint and they do not allow to go to Mariupol. And as you know, we are under continuous bombing and shelling directly in the city, and there is no any ceasefire. This night we had 8 cases of airstrikes, so they are destroying all the city hour by hour and killing our civil people.
reports, and the US certainly believes, its intelligence believes that President Putin may be about to use chemical weapons on the people in Ukraine. What are the feelings, what are the fears of people in Mariupol about that?
You know, without any utility, without connection, without everything for 8 days, they do not know about this news anything. And you should know that 5 to 7 days before, the best wish of our people was to stop somehow the war, to stop bombing, to stop shelling. But today and yesterday, their best wish is to find some food and water. They even do not afraid and scared about continuous bombing and shelling. They just want to find some water and some food. And Putin and his army does not allow to provide any ceasefire and any humanitarian, medical, social, or any other help for injured and suffering people. During night, there was 8 different airplanes that bombed the city and flattened the city. They absolutely destroy our biggest steel plant, Azovstal. It does not exist anymore. And they are destroying all the buildings, all the district. You should understand, it's an unmanaged bomb with 1 ton of trottyl equivalent. So the diameter of, after this bomb is 30 meters, 40 meters. So they are destroying building by building.
That was the Deputy Mayor of Mariupol, a town still facing constant bombardment, speaking to me earlier on the programme. Now, taking over the city of Odessa in the south of Ukraine is seen as one of Russia's next strategic goals. Sky's Nick Martin says that the beaches of the city are now being fortified by civilians.
The situation in Odessa is there is now, as we've seen across Ukraine, the most remarkable effort by civilians to try to protect their beloved city here on the southwest coast of Ukraine. It is a critical target for Vladimir Putin. If he is able to capture Odessa, he will be able to cut off Ukraine from the sea. It is a critical seaport, and it is the beaches that are now being fortified by civilians to protect themselves from the might of the Russian army. Just have a look at this. In the summer, by the way, there's sunbathing and fun on these beaches. Today they're digging and digging, filling sandbag after sandbag to try to protect these beaches. It is the most remarkable effort in the most terrible, chilling weather. Let's just have a look around here. The several beaches across the coast here on the southwest coast of Ukraine. 350,000 sandbags have been filled by these people in the last 2 weeks alone. While they're doing that, well, they fear that out there in the Black Sea, there is a buildup of Russian military and navy that have plans to try and mount some kind of amphibious assault on the beaches of Odessa. And the Odessans are not going to have any of it, they say. And so these sandbags are going to be put out across the coast here to try to prevent that from happening. The president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, said that he has information that the Russians plan to attack Odessa just within the next few days. And if he's right, then this might just be able to stave that off. But it's hard to see how that can be possible. Just look at this effort. A human chain. Look at the weather. It's absolutely freezing cold, and yet they're still putting these sandbags on the back of these lorries and moving them to wherever they feel they can be beneficial. Now, we do know that Vladimir Putin has his sights set on Odessa. It's the pearl of the Black Sea. It's a hugely strategic port, and there's all sorts of activity going on up and down this coast. But here, right now, I have to say that it's quiet, and you could say eerily quiet. But there is some intelligence to suggest last week that some Russian Navy ships were spotted off the coast. It's a murky, windy day today, and you can't see any evidence of that. But what you can see is a huge effort to try and fortify the beaches here. Just behind me, in normal times, just a few weeks ago, this was a yacht club. In the summer, people come here, they have fun, they enjoy the coastline. And now look at it. You know, it's just the most remarkable effort being played out in front of us. In the town, they're building barricades almost on every street. The cafes, Odessa's famous for its really picturesque cafes. I was here about 5 years ago, sitting having tea in the square. Now it's completely deserted. Those big steel blockades, the hedgehogs, designed to stop tanks rolling through the city, they're almost on every corner, and there is a bit of a twitchiness in the air. But here on the coast, the sandbags are really the key. But it just makes you wonder just what and how effective they'll be against the might of the Russian military, who seem really dead set on taking Odessa. It really was the sort of jewel in the crown of the Soviet Union, and Vladimir Putin has big ideas about new Russia, and it would be hard to see Odessa not being a big part of that. And so they're doing all they can, and they're waiting for what might happen in the next few days. It's cold, it's windy, it's snowy, but it's not putting them off.
Well, that was our correspondent Nick Martin there in Odessa for us. Well, let's return now to today's main developments, and Katerina Vitozzi has all the latest for us.
Russia hadn't prepared for this. With guns and anti-tank missiles, Ukrainian forces repel an assault outside of the capital, Kiev. This firefight was filmed yesterday. This is payback for the bombing of Mariupol, this soldier says. According to British intelligence, unexpected Ukrainian ground resistance is limiting the progress of Russia's forces. The foreign fighters amongst them seen by Russia as Western provocation.
Regarding the gathering mercenaries from around the world for Ukraine, we see them, the Western sponsors of the Ukrainian regime, do not keep it secret. They do it openly, disregarding international law.
But how long can this resistance hold out? These satellite pictures taken within the last 24 hours show what looks like a reforming of Russian military convoys outside of the capital, Kiev. You can see towed artillery in firing positions. US defense officials say some Russian contingents are just 9 miles away from the capital, and that Russia is preparing for a fresh wave of assaults here and across major Ukrainian cities. Captured on CCTV this morning, this is the first time the eastern city of Dnipro has been hit. Sky News has verified this video from just before 6 a.m. There's no obvious military target here. This was a shoe factory. Now it's embers and ash, cloaking what looks like the body of yet another victim in a bloody war with ever-multiplying front lines. More than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine. Those still here in besieged cities like the northern Kyiv find shelter wherever they can. An underground station now covered with blankets, phone chargers, even a vase of flowers, as people just try to make the surreal feel more bearable.
I'm worried about my house, my friends' houses, and all of Ukraine I'm worried about very much. And I'm scared what will happen to me.
As families cower in basements, there's the looming spectre of chemical and biological weapons attack and passionate denials from Ukraine that it has none.
No chemical or any other weapons of mass destruction were developed on my land. The whole world knows that. You know that. And if you do something like that against us, you will get the most severe sanctions response.
But Russia claims the US has been making biological weapons in Ukrainian labs. It's convened the United Nations Security Council today to discuss. But Boris Johnson told Sky News' political editor Beth Rigby that this is pure strategy.
The stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook. they start saying that there are chemical weapons that have been stored by their opponents or by the Americans, and so when they themselves deploy chemical weapons, as I fear they may, they have a sort of a maskirovka, a fake story ready to go.
A fake story with very real victims. Humanitarian corridors are being tried again today to help thousands escape ravaged cities where aid can't get in and people can't get out. Katerina Potozzi, Sky News.
Well, we can have a look at all of the latest movements now on the ground in Ukraine. Ali Fortescue is here to walk us through it.
Thank you. Yes, as we enter the third week of this conflict, General Sir Richard Barrons is with us. He's been monitoring what's been happening on the ground in Ukraine. And we are seeing the Russians slowly getting closer to Kiev. That convoy that we saw heading its way towards the capital is now dispersed.
So what we've seen developing over the last 10 days are Russian forces closing in on Kiev from the northwest and the northeast. Those forces are getting closer. They're moving off the roads into battle positions, and they're beginning to try to encircle the city.
And if we take a look now at a closer picture of the capital, we're saying this isn't going to be straightforward, is it? Because coming into an urban area is always difficult with fighting, particularly somewhere as big as Kiev.
So we need to understand this is a really big fight. This is a much bigger scale of challenge for the Russians than they've taken on so far. What we'd expect to see is that Russian forces approaching the city on a number of axes. And as they do that, their armoured forces will lead, so tanks in the front, and the Ukrainians will resist that. As they approach the edge of the city, the infantry will take charge, and the tanks will follow, and it'll all be supported by massed and very destructive artillery. The Ukrainians are ready for that, and the resistance will be very stiff. So breaking into Kiev is going to be a massively difficult fight. And this is where the spectre of chemical weapons appears to be being raised by Russia, because if the Russian assault stumbles or is stalled by the Ukrainians, one way they may elect to unstick that is by using chemical weapons against the city, with all the abhorrent effects that will have.
OK, and we've seen some developments northwest of Kiev, at Berestyano, where I'm circling now. I think we can show you some satellite pictures from there, which we think show rocket launches, and that obviously potentially is very concerning because this is a place that is only 35 or so kilometres away from the capital.
So this is a very good illustration of the Russian forces coming off the road and deploying into battle positions. That looks like a battery of 6 rocket launchers in positions where they could fire, and they are now in range of Kiev.
OK, and let's look now at the whole of Ukraine. What do you think we should be looking at in particular when it comes to the south of the country?
So a lot of focus on Kiev, rightly so, right now, but there are at least 4 other things we need to look at. The first is the battle for Mariupol, because if the Russians take that city, they will complete the land bridge from Russia to Crimea, which has clearly been one of their main objectives. And over the last 24 hours, we've seen the first strikes on Dnipro. That suggests the Russians are inclined to move further into Ukraine and maybe close up to the river wherever they can. And then in the last 24 hours, 2 airstrikes way in the west of the country on airfields. That's never happened before, and that looks like strikes designed to wear down the Ukrainian Air Force. And finally, the expectation that the Russians will assault Odessa to complete the isolation of Ukraine from the Black Sea.
So these airstrikes are the furthest west we've seen airstrikes so far from the Russians. Thank you so much, General Sir Richard Barrons.
Thank you.
Now, the UK has announced sanctions on 386, no less, politicians who supported Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. The sanctions mean bans on travel to the UK, also the freezing of assets for those who voted for the independence of separatist regions Luhansk and Donetsk. Well, we can go live to Westminster and bring in our political correspondent, Joe Pike. Sounds very much like another turning of the screw by our government, Joe, but effectively we're a couple of weeks behind the EU, who did the same thing.
Yeah, and there has been criticism overnight, Sam, from the Labour Party that the pace of the government sanctions regime does not keep up with other Western powers. This is, though, significant, as you say, 386 members of the Duma, the lower house of the Russian parliament, bring the total number of Duma numbers of politicians to 400, specifically, as you say, the ones who backed independence for these two breakaway regions, Donetsk and Luhansk. Labour have in previous days questioned some of the government sanctions figures because the lists are not just made up of individuals but of entities and companies, and therefore especially particularly rich oligarchs might have a number of entities above their name and think this almost inflates the progress of the government. Now, though, the UK government and the Foreign Office are saying that they're up to 800 entities, companies and a significant number of individuals, if 386 names have been added to the list. Travel bans and asset freezes therefore coming into place. Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, has of course been in Washington DC meeting members of the Biden administration. She has said, we will not let up the pressure and we will continue to tighten the screw.
All right, Joe, and a lot of criticism as well for our government on its approach to taking in refugees, and many people are sort of crying out, aren't they, to try and help those who are forced to flee their country. Some news on that.
Yeah, not long to wait if you do want to get involved, you do want to offer space in your home to a Ukrainian refugee or maybe a number of refugees in a small family unit. Boris Johnson spoke, of course, last night to our political editor, Beth Rigby, and said that there would be a new scheme and website announced on Monday. There is already the family scheme, of course, for people who have links to the UK. They have a family member in the UK already. Now there's a new humanitarian scheme in the works, and this facilitation scheme through a website will allow people to take in, as I say, refugees. This is what the Prime Minister told Beth yesterday.
Were historically and by nature a very, very generous and open, welcoming people. People want to welcome.
We've only issued 1,000.
People want to. Well, that was the number yesterday,
visas,
and it's rising the whole time, and it will rise very sharply.
Intervened
it
to
will
try and
rise
fix it.
very sharply. So
if you had to personally intervene
on Monday, you'll get from the Levelling Up Secretary, you'll get the programme that will allow people to come in. So people want to welcome it into their own homes, they can do so.
I think the sense in government is that they want to do this, they want to invite more refugees to this country, but they want to do it right. And they argue, sources within government, Sam, that it is incredibly complex. That's why officials from 4 different government departments were involved in talks yesterday. Quite important aspects that need to be considered, such as do there need to be security checks of the hosts, of the UK nationals, inviting people into their home, because we're potentially talking about vulnerable mothers and children that have witnessed really horrific incidents and have had a traumatic time, some of them coming to this country. You're also looking at the statuses of people, whether they can work in this country, what benefits they're entitled to, and also what length of commitment people in the UK will be asked to offer. Is it 1 month, 3 months, 6 months? That will all be set out when Michael Gove, who is looking after so much of this, speaks in Parliament on Monday.
All right, we'll be looking out for that, Joe. Thank you. Well, the Russian President Vladimir Putin has told his Belarusian counterpart that there are positive signs in the talks with Ukraine. He has been holding a Security Council meeting this morning and spoke to Alexander Lukashenko a little earlier.
Attempts to stem our development have always been taken, and there are attempts to do this now on a much larger scale, of course, and that's obvious. But I'm confident that we will overcome these difficulties and will gain more competences, more ability to feel independent and self-sufficient. Ultimately, this will only be useful, just like in the previous years. I will, of course, update you about the situation on Ukraine and, first of all, on the course of negotiations that are being conducted on a daily basis. There are some positive shifts, as I was told by our negotiators on our side. I will let you know all the details in a moment.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, Poland steps up preparations for more refugees crossing the border as the UN announces 2.5 million people have now fled Ukraine.
Confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the centre of... There's one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
Going on. I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
Well, as the refugee crisis from Ukraine worsens, Poland has so far accepted more than 1 million people. Many Poles have welcomed Ukrainians into their homes, but the authorities in Warsaw say that the capital could be overwhelmed with around 300,000 people arriving so far. Lisa Holland reports.
It's just 2 weeks since Poland became a beacon of sanctuary for Ukrainian refugees. Now, by their own admission, the capital Warsaw is just about coping and close to being overwhelmed. At the central station, a sea of people, some just off trains from Ukraine, hungry, thirsty and tired. But the refugees are grateful to volunteers for the most basic of things, like a toothbrush and helping them get back on their feet.
I had to change the money for her because there is a queue, so we have to go and take the tickets.
You've got a lot of people that you need to help.
As you can see.
It's just not stopping, is it?
It's not. Well, it is. It's just, I don't know how long it's going to be, but probably for a long time.
Warsaw has welcomed the equivalent of 15% of its previous population, and nobody knows how many are staying.
Where do you plan to go to?
We don't know. We don't know.
No idea. Poland?
No, we have no
Germany?
idea. No.
Having arrived safely from Ukraine, the refugees then need somewhere to go or stay. These people are queuing for a bus for Germany. They have no idea when it will leave or even which city they'll end up in.
Some have slept rough for days, waiting for somewhere else to go. Others, like Gregory and his 87-year-old mother, who can barely walk, just want to reach a European country where they have friends.
We have no home, we have no cars, we have no nothing, only these 3 baggage. Oh, that's all.
This family would like to go to the UK but aren't eligible as they have no family ties. But they can see the pressure mounting on the authorities in Warsaw.
We are going to Germany because too much our citizens in Poland, we don't want to bother Poland people.
About Warsaw says it needs help, calling on the rest of Europe and the UK to step up.
I am afraid that this is just a beginning. So I think you could today think about your offer for them. If you could provide something, it would be really welcome.
The refugee crisis is getting worse by the day, which means it's likely to be a long time before any of these people truly find some peace. Lisa Holland, Sky News, Warsaw.
Meanwhile, a nationwide minute's silence has been held to remember the victims of the coronavirus crisis, exactly 2 years since it was declared a global pandemic. The event, which was organised by NHS Charities Together, took place at the National Memorial Arboretum earlier this morning. After the silence, frontline NHS workers from across the nation shared poems and testimonies on the sacrifices made by the health and care staff during the past 2 years. Now for a quick look at the weather.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, windy today with rain at times, and the weather is set to stay unsettled through the weekend. Outbreaks of rain will push up from the southwest this afternoon, heavy at times. There will be brighter spells for parts of Scotland and eastern England. Although it will be mild, it might not feel that way in some of the strengthening winds. As the rain pushes northeast, sunny spells and sharp showers will follow from much of Ireland, Wales and southwest England. The winds will ease overnight, but there will be further showers for much of Britain, heaviest in the west with a risk of hail and thunder.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News. EU leaders prepare to increase pressure on Moscow as Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues. You're watching Sky News. The top stories for you this hour. The United Nations Security Council will meet today to talk about Russia's claims that the US and Ukraine are developing biological weapons. At least one person has died in airstrikes in the industrial city of Dnipro in eastern Ukraine. And the UK government says the British people will be able to host Ukrainian refugees in their homes for a minimum of 6 months. Details will be announced on Monday. Now, the European Union says that it will continue to apply pressure on Russia with further sanctions to punish Moscow for the invasion of Ukraine. EU leaders have gathered in France for a 2-day summit to discuss the conflict. Well, joining me now is EU diplomat Sir Michael Lee. Sir Michael, good to talk to you on Sky News. In terms of ramping up the pressure from the EU on Russia, in terms of the sanctions that have already been applied, where would you say we are on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of the tools that we have available to apply?
This is 7 or 8 on a scale of 1 to 10, and really quite unprecedented given previous divisions among member states. Many of the previous reservations have been set aside, and the ministers have acted very rapidly.
And in terms of what could still be brought out that would be very painful for Russia, what would that be? What would it look like?
Well, the sanctions already have been applied to a very considerable extent. To begin with, there was the idea of gradually building up the sanctions, but instead, if you look at assets of the central bank being frozen, exclusion from the SWIFT interbank system, the German decision not to go ahead with Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, by EU standards, these are pretty draconian measures. Also, for the very first time, using a peace fund for procuring armaments that can be sent to Ukraine. This is something we have never seen before.
What Ukraine wants is immediate accession to the EU. It's not going to happen, is it?
Well, there too. The normal procedure when a country wants to join the EU is that it sends an application for membership. The ministers hum and haw over it for weeks or months. And if they think the country is sufficiently ready, they then ask the European Commission for an official opinion on whether to go ahead or not. Now, they've set aside all those preliminary stages, and they've already gone ahead and asked the Commission for opinions on applications not only from Ukraine, but also from Georgia and Moldova. If you're outside, the procedures might seem a little bit heavy and hard to understand, but I can tell you, for 27 member states with diverse opinions, to act this fast is unprecedented.
So the EU, despite much criticism that they seem to just be holding fast on this, they have accelerated that initial phase in the process, and it's a lengthy process. What would be the sticking point? Is it because the process that now needs to take place needs to be duly long in order for all of the due diligence and whatever needs to take place to happen? Or is it because they're looking at an application from a country at war?
It's partly that it's an application from a country at war, but even without that, joining the EU means being ready to implement in practice the EU's laws and rules. It's sometimes said that these run to 90,000 pages, and they cover the whole range of economic and political activity. So the EU, and indeed the aspirant country itself, wants to be sure that it's ready to act fully as a member state when it joins. And this requires a preliminary process of checking to see that they're in a position to do this.
Putin seems to trust very few people indeed. President Macron seems to be one of the few interlocutors within the EU that has some kind of channel with him. Have you any hope that anything diplomatic could result from that channel?
It's hard to say. This does seem to be a line of communication that has been maintained. And I think that President Macron of France, who is currently the acting president of the EU Council, has shown his ability to deliver. And on the issue we've just talked about, it's really remarkable that the president of France, facing elections in a month, has moved ahead on enlargement, knowing that French opinion has been very divided on this in the past. So I think this shows to Putin that Macron is a decisive figure and that he can speak in the name of all 27 European countries. It's going to be very hard. There is no obvious diplomatic solution now, but I think it is positive that this line of communication remains.
Sir Michael Lee, good to talk to you on Sky News. Thank you.
Thank you.
Straight to Stormont now, where we're having a moment of silence and a public apology to survivors of historical abuse in Northern Ireland.
Please take your seats.
Moment's silence there for victims of abuse, institutional child abuse in Ireland there. We're now going to hear an apology on behalf of the state from government
I'm going
ministers.
to call a series of people to speak. I will begin with the ministers of the Northern Ireland Executive. I would now like to invite Minister Michelle McIlveen to speak. Minister.
I'm here today, together with my ministerial colleagues, to apologise to you, victims and survivors of historical institutional abuse, on behalf of the state. To apologise for the systematic failings and systematic abuse documented in the late Sir Anthony Hart's report and findings. Today, we say that we are sorry. Whilst in the care of the state, you were made vulnerable. We did not ensure all our residential homes were filled with love and safety. We did not ensure these homes were all free from hunger and cold, from mistreatment and abuse. It was the state's responsibility to do that, and it failed you. We neglected you, rejected you, we made you feel unwanted. It was not your fault. The state let you down. When you spoke to us, you told us what this apology needed to say. You told us that the apology had to include the 5 elements important to making a sincere or meaningful apology. Elements which Professor Anne-Marie McAlinden outlined in her report on apologies and institutional child abuse. You told us that you wanted to hear acknowledgement of the wrong, acceptance of responsibility, expression of regret, assurance of non-repetition, and an offer of repair or corrective action. That is what we are going to do. My colleagues and I will each focus on one principle in turn in offering you our sincere apology. I want to acknowledge the wrong that was done to you, which has been investigated and reported by Sir Anthony. Sir Anthony found evidence of sexual, physical and emotional abuse, neglect and unacceptable practices by institutions and the state, and the failings in their duties towards those children in their care between 1922 and 1995. To those of you sitting in this chamber, in rooms across Parliament buildings, watching this live, or in your homes, or in other venues, to those watching in other countries, Australia, the Republic of Ireland, Great Britain and beyond, we acknowledge your pain and suffering. We acknowledge that, as adults now and survivors of historical institutional abuse, you carry the effects of that suffering and its continued impact on your daily life. And we apologise to you for the trauma inflicted upon you as children whilst in the care of the state. We are sorry. We acknowledge that this has been a long journey for you. Back in 2009, you first lobbied the executive to do something concrete about allegations of institutional childhood abuse in Northern Ireland. It was on the 20th of January 2017 that the Historical Institutional Abuse Report was published, which detailed widespread, systematic failings in the care of children in institutions over a 73-year period. We acknowledge that since that date, you have experienced many more lows, and on many occasions you felt that you were being cast aside and ignored. We acknowledge that the 3 years when there was no executive further added to the delay and stress that you experienced. For that, we are sorry. Now, in 2022, we acknowledge the state's failings. These failings took place in justice and health facilities, as well as in voluntary institutions, during times of local government and during periods of direct rule. While you've told us that some individuals did provide very good care, we know that others were cruel, that they were sexually, physically, and emotionally abusive towards the children for whom they were responsible. We know that some institutions providing residential care were responsible for allowing systematic abuse to occur by providing inadequate numbers of staff, by recruiting unsuitable staff, and by not providing proper training. In addition, we know that institutions and individuals often failed to follow up on allegations made by children in their care and failed to initiate formal criminal investigations. The Hart report was crystal clear. The state failed to protect children in its care from abuse that could and should have been prevented or detected. The state did not take the necessary steps to ensure that all children under its care were cared for in the way they should have been. The state did not always carry out its statutory responsibilities to regularly inspect the residential homes to ensure that the facilities were adequate in terms of staffing, numbers of children, facilities, care and welfare. Nor did the state regularly visit these homes to meet children to satisfy itself that their welfare, well-being and education needs were being met. Today, we acknowledge the impact on you, the impact on your physical and mental health and well-being, on your identity and where you came from, on your educational experience, which was inadequate, on your life opportunities, and on the impact on your families. There remains no excuse or defence for any abuse, action, or inaction that resulted in the harm caused to you. It was wrong. Today, we as representatives of the state say that we are sorry. We are sorry that the state systems failed to protect you from abuse. We are sorry that the state did not protect you from those who abused their power. When we asked what you needed to hear in the state apology, some of you told us that it is about being believed when we tell you what has happened to us as children. You were not believed. We are sorry that you were not believed. The state has listened to you and the state believes you. We are truly sorry.
I thank the Minister, and I now want to invite Minister Naomi Long to speak.
We apologise to you today in the Assembly Chamber, a fitting and a proper venue. This is where our laws are made, where we, ministers and those responsible for governing, are held to account. We are united in our acceptance of responsibility. No one can undo the past, nor can we undo your past. However, we as lawmakers and policymakers can commit to doing everything within our power to make the right laws, the right policies and the right guidance, and to provide the right support services for those who need it. We acknowledge your desire to make sure that future generations of children will never have to suffer the abuse that you experienced. We echo that desire, and it is our job to make sure that does not happen. The late Sir Anthony Hart rightly welcomed the courage and determination of victims and survivors. Courage and determination that led to a report that made government and society reflect on how it treated its most vulnerable and upon the harms they endured. Some 13 years after you first came to Parliament buildings, the courage and determination of you all means that you're sitting here today listening closely to what is being said. We pay tribute to your courage and determination and to your staying power. When children are taken into care, they should be safe. When children are brought into the criminal justice system, they should be safe. You should have been safe in local authority homes. You were not. You should have been safe in voluntary homes. You were not. You should have been safe in the juvenile justice institutions. You were not. Sexual and physical abuse were the two main areas of complaint received by the Historical Institutional Abuse Inquiry. The Hart report detailed in graphic terms account after account of widespread sexual and physical abuse. We know that it might be difficult for some victims and survivors to hear details of the abuse, but some of you have told us that it is important that we acknowledge, identify and take responsibility for the specific abuse that you suffered while in institutions. There were children who were sexually abused by staff, male and female, and by visitors. The perpetrators, as recorded by Sir Anthony, included employees, members of religious orders and priests. There was also peer-on-peer abuse and abuse by former residents. Institutions, both state and voluntary, failed to stop that abuse. Children suffered in the most vile and unimaginable ways, with life-changing and lifelong consequences for many of the victims. The damage experienced by many is not in the past, but is a heavy burden they have continued to carry into adulthood, into day-to-day engagement with society and into relationships. It is a burden that continues to this day to have an impact on victims and their families. There were children who were physically abused to such an extent that it amounted to assault. The sometimes random nature of physical abuse and the variety of implements used were intended to exercise control over children and instill fear. There were other children who witnessed such abuse. Sir Anthony Hart stated that the experience of seeing excessive physical force against other children, coupled with the fear of being subject to random violence, was almost as damaging, in some cases perhaps more damaging, than the actual physical chastisement. There were many other forms of abuse that were widespread and cruel, including children who were isolated, made fun of, shown up in front of others because of bedwetting. Young females on the brink of puberty, uneducated in the ways of menstruation and sexual health, or provided with inadequate feminine hygiene products. Children being referred to by a number and having their identity taken away. Excessive housework, chores and industrial type work. the practice of bathing children in J's fluid, the use of physical restraints, bullying, and the removal of birthday gifts and presents, of toys, clothes, and sweets, depriving children of the softer and more tender aspects of a child's upbringing. For all of this, we are very sorry.
We're going to leave that there. A minute of silence, and Stormont ministers issuing a public apology to survivors of historical institutional abuse in Northern Ireland. It comes 5 years after a public inquiry into 22 children's homes found shocking levels of mistreatment between 1922 and 1995. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we're going to have an hour of news from Ukraine as the city of Dnipro is the latest to be bombarded by Russian jets. Hello, this is Sky News. It's 1 o'clock. The headlines. Russia tries to revive its stalled ground offensive, but is met by strong resistance outside Ukraine's capital. The city of Dnipro is bombarded by jets as the West accuses Moscow of manufacturing false claims to justify using chemical weapons.
The stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook.
Today they're digging and digging, filling sandbag after sandbag to try to protect these beaches.
As residents of one port city prepare for the Russian advance, the mayor of another town, Mariupol, pleads for aid.
The best wish of our people was to stop somehow the war, to stop bombing, to stop shelling. But today and yesterday, their best wish is to find some food and water.
The UK announces sanctions on 386 Russian politicians, but Vladimir Putin claims restrictions will make Russia stronger. Good afternoon. Russia appears to be preparing for an assault on the Ukrainian capital after satellite images showed a 40-mile convoy of tanks, troops and artillery, and appears it's redeploying to surround Kiev. Well, that comes as Britain and the United States warned that Moscow may be masking a possible plan for a chemical attack in Ukraine. That's after it claimed, without evidence, that the US has been developing biological weapons in the country. The UN Security Council will meet later to discuss those allegations, which the White House has dismissed as laughable. Well, in other developments, the city of Dnipro was hit overnight and this morning. It's believed to be the next likely target as Russia's southern offensive moves north. Two other strikes near airports in the western cities of Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk were also reported. In the eastern city of Kharkiv, the regional governor says a psychiatric hospital has been hit by a Russian airstrike. He said there's no word on the number of casualties, but 330 people were in the hospital. In the south, Ukrainian authorities say 1,300 civilians are now dead in Mariupol, which continues to come under heavy bombardment. And the Russian Defense Ministry says Moscow-backed separatists have captured the town of Volnovakha, that is just north of Mariupol. Meanwhile, the UN's nuclear watchdog says it's now lost all communications with Chernobyl, which is under Russian control. And Russia's Defense Ministry says that it will open 5 humanitarian corridors today to let civilians flee from the towns of Kiev, Sumy, Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Mariupol. Well, Katerina Vitozzi reports now on the latest developments.
Russia hadn't prepared for this. With guns and anti-tank missiles, Ukrainian forces repel an assault outside of the capital, Kiev. This firefight was filmed yesterday. This is payback for the bombing of Mariupol, this soldier says. According to British intelligence, unexpected Ukrainian ground resistance is limiting the progress of Russia's forces. The foreign fighters amongst them seen by Russia as Western provocation.
Regarding the gathering mercenaries from around the world for Ukraine, we see them, the Western sponsors of the Ukrainian regime, do not keep it secret. They do it openly, disregarding international law.
But how long can this resistance hold out? These satellite pictures taken within the last 24 hours show what looks like a reforming of Russian military convoys outside of the capital, Kiev. You can see towed artillery in firing positions. US defense officials say some Russian contingents are just 9 miles away from the capital, and that Russia is preparing for a fresh wave of assaults here and across major Ukrainian cities. Captured on CCTV this morning, This is the first time the eastern city of Dnipro has been hit. Sky News has verified this video from just before 6 a.m. There's no obvious military target here. This was a shoe factory. Now it's embers and ash, cloaking what looks like the body of yet another victim in a bloody war with ever-multiplying front lines. More than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine. Those still here in besieged cities like the northern Kyiv find shelter wherever they can. An underground station now covered with blankets, phone chargers, even a vase of flowers, as people just try to make the surreal feel more bearable.
I'm worried about my house, my friends' houses, and all of Ukraine I'm worried about very much. And I'm scared what will happen to me.
As families cower in basements, there's the looming spectre of chemical and biological weapons attack and passionate denials from Ukraine that it has none.
No chemical or any other weapons of mass destruction were developed on my land. The whole world knows that. You know that. And if you do something like that against us, you will get the most severe sanctions response.
But Russia claims the US has been making biological weapons in Ukrainian labs. It's convened the United Nations Security Council today to discuss. But Boris Johnson told Sky News' political editor Beth Rigby that this is pure strategy.
The stuff that you're hearing about chemical weapons, this is straight out of their playbook. They start saying that there are chemical weapons that have been stored by their opponents or by the Americans, and so when they themselves deploy chemical weapons, as I fear they may, they have a sort of a masquerovka, a fake story ready to go.
A fake story with very real victims. Humanitarian corridors are being tried again today to help thousands escape ravaged cities where aid can't get in and people can't get out. Katerina Vitozzi, Sky News.
Some breaking lines to bring you now, coming to us from Ukraine. Of course, we've been keeping a watching brief on any advances from Russian troops on the capital of Kiev. Well, the mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, has said that he thinks that Kiev has enough vital supplies to last for another couple of weeks. He thinks that there are still around 2 million people who remain in the city, and his brother, Vladimir, says that some men and women who initially fled the capital city are now returning to Kiev in preparation for a fight with Russian troops. Now, in the last hour, the Ukrainian president has released a video message online. Volodymyr Zelensky said that Ukraine had reached a strategic turning point in its war with Russia, but cautioned that it was not possible to say how long the fighting would continue.
For 16 days, I know many people are feeling tired now. I understand it. I understand it's all about emotions, and it's life. When we mobilize our efforts and when we see that we can win, we expect the enemy fall quicker. But the truth is, this is the war, this is the fight. We need more time, we need more patience, we need to be wise, we need to do our job the best we can to gain the victory. We can't say how many more days we will need to take our land back, but we can do it because we want to do it. We already have strategic victory. We're already on the way to the victory. This is our patriotic war. They destroyed residential houses in Sumy region. They continue torturing Mariupol, Ivano-Frankivsk. They targeted this place as well. So they carry on their invasion, and that's why we require further, more rigid sanctions against Russia, because they must pay for what they do. Every day they must pay. European Union has to do more to implement a decision, to do more for Ukraine, for the European Union, for everyone. All European nations expect this to happen.
Well, let's have a look at all of the latest movements that are taking place on the ground in Ukraine. Ali Fortescue is here to walk us through it.
As we enter the third week of this conflict, General Sir Richard Barrons is with us. He's been monitoring what's been happening on the ground in Ukraine. Let's look first at Kiev, because we know that Russian advances are getting ever closer. This convoy that we saw has now dispersed, that we saw slowly getting towards the capital.
So over the last 10 days, we've seen Russian forces advancing on Kiev from the northwest and the northeast. And now we're seeing two developments. One is they're beginning to encircle more of the city. And secondly, they're beginning to get off the roads in the way that that convoy was stuck for some time and begin to deploy into battle positions. And that would indicate that the fight for Kiev is about to start.
So Kiev almost surrounded. And if we look at a closer map of the capital, it's worth saying this isn't going to be straightforward, is it, for the Russians? Because this is an urban area, and fighting in a place that is not just urban but as big as Kiev is very challenging.
So by some distance, this will be the biggest fight so far in this war. Kiev is a city of 2.8 million people originally, 3 times the size of Manchester. And as the Russians close up on a number of routes towards the city, their forces will be led by their tanks and their armoured forces, supported by artillery, and they're going to meet stiff resistance from the Ukrainian military. However, as they reach the outskirts of the built-up area, they'll transition that, so the force is likely to be led by infantry, supported by an awful lot of artillery and air power, and they'll meet really stiff Ukrainian resistance. And the Russians will start to have to destroy large chunks of the city to break in. And this is where the potential abhorrent question of chemical weapons may arise. Because if the Russians are held up and they're stalled or they fail, they may resort to chemical weapons to try to unstick it, with all the appalling consequences that that would bring.
OK, and something, of course, that Boris Johnson was warning about yesterday. Let's talk briefly about what's happening northwest of the capital in Berezhyana, because we have a satellite image that shows what we think are rocket launchers there. Tell us a bit about this.
So this is assessed to be a very good example of how the equipment that was on that road in that convoy has begun to break out and deploy. This is most likely 6 rocket launchers. They're 35 kilometres from Kiev right now, but they're in range of Kiev right now.
So 35 kilometres away from the capital. And if we look at what is happening in the rest of the country, of course, the focus in the north is on Kiev, but in the south, where should we be focusing on?
So it's very important to look beyond Kiev, although that remains the big main effort. So in the south, the Russian forces are fighting for Mariupol. They've not taken it yet. But if they are successful, they will have achieved that strategic objective of linking Russia through Mariupol to the Crimea. Staying with the south, the thing we're expecting to see unfold are Russians moving west towards Odessa to complete the isolation of Ukraine and its economy from the sea. And then the last 24 hours have been some interesting developments. In Dnipro, the first air attack, which suggests that perhaps after Mariupol, the Russians are going to close up to the river wherever they can. And then way over in the west of Ukraine, air attacks on a couple of airfields, which are the first time that's happened, and that's designed to reduce the ability of the Ukrainian Air Force to operate.
And it's the first time, as you say, we've seen attacks like this far west in Ukraine.
It is indeed.
Thank you so much, General Sir Richard Barrons.
Thank you.
Well, taking over the city of Odessa, as we were hearing there in the south of Ukraine, it's seen as one of Russia's next strategic goals. Sky's Nick Martin says that the beaches of the city are now being fortified by the civilians there.
The situation in Odessa is there is now, as we've seen across Ukraine, the most remarkable effort by civilians to try to protect their beloved city here on the southwest coast of Ukraine. It is a critical target for Vladimir Putin. If he is able to capture Odessa, he will be able to cut off Ukraine from the sea. It is a critical seaport, and it is the beaches that are now being fortified by civilians to protect themselves from the might of the Russian army. Just have a look at this. In the summer, by the way, there's sunbathing and fun on these beaches. Today they're digging and digging, filling sandbag after sandbag to try to protect these beaches. It is the most remarkable effort in the most terrible, chilling weather. Let's just have a look around here. The several beaches across the coast here on the southwest coast of Ukraine. 350,000 sandbags have been filled by these people in the last 2 weeks alone. Why are they doing that? Well, they fear that out there in the Black Sea there is a build-up of Russian military and navy that have plans to try and mount some kind of amphibious assault on the beaches of Odessa. And the Odessans are not going to have any of it, they say. And so these sandbags are going to be put out across the coast here to try to prevent that from happening. The president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, said that he has information that the Russians plan to attack Odessa just within the next few days. And if he's right, then this might just be able to stave that off. But it's hard to see how that can be possible. Just look at this effort. A human chain. Look at the weather. It's absolutely freezing cold, and yet they're still putting these sandbags on the back of these lorries and moving them to wherever they feel they can be beneficial. Now, we do know that Vladimir Putin has his sights set on Odessa. It's the pearl of the Black Sea. It's a hugely strategic port, and there's all sorts of activity going on up and down this coast. But here, right now, I have to say that it's quiet, and you could say eerily quiet. But there is some intelligence to suggest last week that some Russian Navy ships were spotted off the coast. It's a murky, windy day today, and you can't see any evidence of that. But what you can see is a huge effort to try and fortify the beaches here. Just behind me, in normal times, just a few weeks ago, this was a yacht club. In the summer, people come here, they have fun, they enjoy the coastline. And now look at it. You know, it's just the most remarkable effort being played out in front of us. In the town, they're building barricades almost on every street. The cafes, Odessa's famous for its really picturesque cafes. I was here about 5 years ago, sitting having tea in the square. Now it's completely deserted. Those big steel blockades, the hedgehogs, designed to stop tanks rolling through the city, they're almost on every corner, and there is a bit of a twitchiness in the air. But here on the coast, the sandbags are really the key. But it just makes you wonder just what and how effective they'll be against the might of the Russian military, who seem really dead set on taking Odessa. It really was the sort of jewel in the crown of the Soviet Union. And Vladimir Putin has big ideas about new Russia. And it would be hard to see Odessa not being a big part of that. And so they're doing all they can, and they're waiting for what might happen in the next few days. It's cold, it's windy, it's snowy, but it's not putting them off.
Nick Martin there in Odessa. Well, let's take a look at some of the key diplomatic events that we're expecting to see today. Well, in just a moment, we're going to be bringing you an EU Council news conference that is taking place in Versailles in France. The French President Emmanuel Macron and the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and the EU Council President Charles Michel will be speaking after their two-day summit on, of course, Ukraine. Well, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, the UN Security Council meets in New York at Russia's request to discuss what Moscow claims are the military biological activities of the United States on the territory of Ukraine. And at 3:15 this afternoon, President Biden will speak from the White House, announcing details of America's continued response to the Russian invasion. Plenty to be keeping an eye on there. Well, the UK has announced sanctions on 386 Russian politicians who supported Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. The sanctions mean bans on travel to the UK and also the freezing of assets for those who voted for the independence of separatist regions Luhansk and also Donetsk. Well, we can go live now to Westminster and bring in our political correspondent, Joe Pike. Turning up the heat, it would appear, Joe, but this is really something that the EU did two weeks ago.
Yeah, there has been pretty consistent criticism of the pace of the UK sanctions effort, in particular sanctions on individuals in this country or who could travel to this country or, of course, have assets in this country. Those are the sanctions that will affect the 386 members of the Duma, the lower house of the Russian parliament, who voted to recognise the independence of those two breakaway republics. And now Liz Truss and her team, who have been criticised by Labour for not sanctioning enough individuals, now say that their total list is 800 long. That is 800 companies, individuals and entities. She's also said from Washington, D.C., where she's meeting members of the Biden administration, we will not let up the pressure and we will continue to tighten the screw.
Were historically and by nature a very, very generous and open, welcoming people. People want to welcome.
We've only issued 1,000.
People want to. Well, that was the number yesterday, and it's rising the whole time, and it will rise very sharply.
If you personally intervened
it
to
will
try and
rise
fix it.
very sharply. So
if you had to personally intervene
on Monday, you'll get from the Levelling Up Secretary, you'll get the programme that will allow people to come in. So people want to welcome it into their own homes, they can do so.
Another criticism of the government, of course, being touched upon there by the Prime Minister, speaking to our political editor, Beth Rigby, is how the UK has responded on Ukrainian refugees. The PM making it clear that on Monday there will be an announcement of a new scheme that will facilitate UK nationals to take in an individual or a family. There'll be a website to accompany it, but it is incredibly complex. Sky News understands there were meetings last night with 4 different government departments to lay out the details. The details are so important because we're potentially talking about incredibly vulnerable women and children who may have had a traumatic journey to this country, but also may have seen some pretty horrendous things in their own country. The government also need to work out whether these people are entitled to work, whether they're entitled to benefits, and how long the UK national receiving them needs to commit to. Is it 1 month? Is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? But Sam, Michael Gove will set out the details on Monday.
All right, certainly one to be keeping an eye on there, Joe. Thank you very much indeed. Just want to bring you an update coming to us from the UN, who has confirmed 564 civilian deaths in Ukraine, while Russian forces continue to advance on Kiev while being met with strong pushback from Ukrainian troops. Joining me now is the Ukrainian MP, Inna Sovsun, who is in the Kiev region. A very warm welcome to you on Sky News. Describe for us, if you would, what you can see taking place within the capital city.
Well, the situation here is tense. We don't know whether the Russians would actually be able to get into the city. It seems that the Ukrainian army is fighting back. They did manage to attack them on northeast direction, and actually the Russian troops did have to surrender a bit closer to the Belarusian border, which does give hope to all of us. But still, we know that they are not giving up, and they can try to gather forces and to enter the city of Kiev, regardless of 2 weeks of fruitless attempts to do so. So the situation in Kiev, despite much better than in cities like Kharkiv or particularly Mariupol, it's still tense because we have seen what they're doing to the cities where they get into, and that is indeed extremely scary. So we do have to trust our army right now that they will actually manage to keep them on the entrances to the city. And also the city itself has been very strongly fortified. So there are checkpoints. It's extremely difficult to get into the city. So that has given us hope. But of course, we do see that the level of cruelty by the Russians is growing up. So, well, we have to get ready for anything to happen.
The mayor of Kiev says that he believes that they have enough supplies to hold out for 2 weeks.
Yes, that seems to be what has been happening in the past 2 weeks. The city has been getting prepared for potential blockade or a siege. Of course, the supply chains have been broken, and the main route from the west is now blockaded by the Russians because they did take control of that road from the west. But it seems like, there is enough to survive. But of course, that all depends on whether we shall be able to prevail, and the Ukrainian army will manage to kick them further from the capital. We again did see some success both in Kiev. We did see some success in Kharkiv, where they've been pushed further from the city. But of course, those terrible attacks from air is probably what is most terrifying, because what you are seeing now on the picture, now on the video, those are the results of attack from air, and there is not much Ukrainian army can do unless we do get some support in terms of protecting our skies. So,
Mr. Klitschko also says that there are 2 million people, he believes, still in your capital city, and his brother says that actually people who initially fled are coming back to try and help fortify the city.
The situation is diverse. Indeed, some people did flee the city in different period of times. Then many people who got evacuated from the neighboring cities of Irpin and Bucha, they are all actually getting located in the city as of right now, because traveling to the west is again complicated. And again, in the Kyiv city itself, it does seem to be much safer, because the air defense is functioning much better than in many other areas. So people are coming back. We do see this trend not just for the city of Kyiv, but for Ukraine overall. We do know that since the first day of war, over 140,000 men returned from abroad to fight in the army or in the territorial defense. So this is a general trend which we hope will help us save at least the capital city.
And the humanitarian corridors don't seem to be working. Have you any hope that they can work to get the people out who want to leave?
Well, they do work with different success, I would say, because clearly the humanitarian corridor from the city of Mariupol are not working. Every time the Russians are promising any type of humanitarian corridor, they are either setting the landmines there or they open fire. So as of right now, people are not even trying to get into the evacuation corridor from Mariupol, despite the situation over there being tragic. The Russians are bombarding the city from air every 30 minutes, and they're bombarding not just the hospital, as we have seen, they're bombarding the residential area. So I think that the city of Mariupol is now the biggest victim in this Russian aggression, and they're trying to arrange for a full-scale blockade over there. As for other cities, the evacuation did take place from the neighboring cities of Irpin, Bucha, and Hostomel near Kiev. Not from the first attempt. We did have many previous attempts where the Russians opened fire on people trying to evacuate. People are evacuating in extreme conditions. I did see pictures of people evacuating by walking on the small river in freezing weather. That's how they have to get out of the cities of Irpin, because the bridge was destroyed over there. But it seems like we did manage to evacuate some number of people. According to the recent data from the Ukrainian government, about 50,000 people have been evacuated, but that's not nearly enough of what we need. And particularly in some distant cities like in Sumy, it's extremely difficult to get evacuated, and the Russians are always trying to attack those corridors. So people are doing that, it's a gamble for them when they're alive.
And Ina, I want to ask you, there are fears that Russia may be imminently about to use chemical weapons on the people of Ukraine. What do people in Kiev think about that, and how hopeful are you that you can hold the capital city?
Well, the chemical weapon is a big threat. We are all extremely concerned. The Ministry of Health has been disseminated information about what you need to do in case of the chemical attack. We have another threat, because just about an hour ago, Ukrainian intelligence said that they have information that the Russians might try to arrange for some terrorist attack in the Chernobyl nuclear power station, which they are holding from the first day of the attack. And that would be a threat not just to the Ukrainians, that will be a threat to the whole of Europe. And that is why, of course, we are extremely terrified. We are terrified for our lives, for the lives of our loved ones. And that is why we really hope that the West will intervene and help us in that, in terms of securing the no-fly zone, so that we can, continue fighting on the ground and possibly pushing them further into their borders, so that they will not attack with chemical weapon and will not think about arranging some sort of terrorist attack on the nuclear power station. But the risk is real. It's here. We are going to bed every day thinking about this, and this is, frankly speaking, just terrifying.
And in terms of what you want to see coming from Western nations, I mean, it looks like that, the no-fly zone isn't going to happen. What realistically do you think that you can get that you really need?
Oh, we do need a no-fly zone. It doesn't change because they are killing us from air. They do have a superiority in the air, and they have the superiority because they have much more airplanes, but also because they are bombarding our civilian population. There is really very little we can do in terms of helping our people all over Ukraine, and they are bombarding just random cities. Just this morning, we woke up to the news that they bombarded 2 cities in Western Ukraine, where many, many people from the east have relocated, and then 1 city in center east Ukraine, and the city of Dnipro, which is a very big city in the central Ukraine. So that is still what we need. We cannot really win in this war without support from the air. And that's why we're asking for it so much, because if we have support from the air in any way possible, be it by giving us the fighter jets or giving us the air defense system that we can operate ourselves, that would be a crucial help. That would actually give us a winning chance in this terrible, terrible war that that Putin launched against us. So that is still the primary issue in terms of securing the lives of Ukrainians. But because the second big thing that we keep on asking is further sanctions, because the sanctions, and I've just heard what you were reporting about, the personal sanctions, we really hope that they would have been imposed way, way earlier. We are happy that now the United Kingdom is thinking about imposing the sanctions against people who voted to support the recognition of those People's Republic on the east of Ukraine. But we are also asking to impose personal sanctions against their family members, because their children cannot be studying in the United Kingdom right now. That is not how it should be. Their children should be, their visa should be cancelled as well. They should go back to Mother Russia. All the assets of their children, of their family members, should be frozen, because we do know that they're not really, signing up their own bank accounts. They have money on the bank accounts of their family members. So we are asking for individual sanctions, because we believe that people who are responsible for what is happening to us, for killing Ukrainians, for killing our children, they need to have some personal effect in their own life. Be it inability to travel, frozen assets, their children not being able to continue their education in the United Kingdom. They should have some personal consequences, because right now those consequences that there are for Russia overall, the people who are directly responsible are not feeling them for themselves.
OK, really good of you to share your thoughts with us on Sky News. Ina Sobson, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Well, amid the refugee crisis, a new visa processing centre will be set up in the French city of Arras for Ukrainians who are trying to come to Britain. Well, Laura Bundock joins me now from that centre. Hello there, Laura. You found it at last.
Yeah, it was a bit of a wild goose chase, because don't forget, on Monday it was meant to be Calais. Then Wednesday, it was meant to be Lille, which is about an hour away. And today, Friday, it's Arras. Now, this is a government kind of local administrative building here. And this is where, via appointments only, no walk-ins, some Ukrainians will have help and be guided through the visa application process. As I say, it'll only be for people who are referred here and only people deemed eligible, i.e. at the moment, people with family in the UK. But it has been a palaver, let's be honest, getting to this point. And the reality is it's caused a lot more disturbance, upset for the Ukrainian families who thought they could get to Britain relatively easy. They heard about the scheme with visas. They knew they had the family. They had the correct documentation in most cases, but the forms took forever. All the forms are in English, so painful situations where it took about an hour per person to fill out a form to apply for the visa. Then they had to go sort out biometric testing. The nearest centres, Paris and Brussels, which is why this pop-up one was set up. That's all going to be made easier from next week when the virtual system comes into play. But it has been hard work, and you talk about centres moving from city to city, but the reality for people is that the people I met yesterday who'd been bussed from Calais to the outskirts of Lille to pretty grotty accommodation, many of whom have young children, they just want to get somewhere safe now. They've said goodbye to husbands, to their lives, their jobs, their kids' schools in Ukraine. Their husbands are fighting. They want to get somewhere safe for the short term. I didn't meet anyone who said they had a long-term ambition to live in the UK. I spoke to one woman who was telling me doesn't need money, doesn't need benefits, just wants that family home she knows is waiting for her. They thought they'd be in the UK by now, but no, they're still here in France, filling out the forms, waiting for reapproval before they can then make the final bit of this huge journey across to the UK.
It goes on. Laura, thank you. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, President Putin tells his Belarusian counterpart there are positive signs in talks with Ukraine. Welcome back. The Russian President Vladimir Putin has told his Belarusian counterpart that there are positive signs in the talks taking place with Ukraine. He was holding a Security Council meeting this morning. He spoke to Alexander Lukashenko a little earlier.
Attempts to stem our development have always been taken, and there are attempts to do this now on a much larger scale, of course, and that's obvious. But I'm confident that we will overcome these difficulties and will gain more competences, more ability to feel independent and self-sufficient. Ultimately, this will only be useful, just like in the previous years. I will, of course, update you about the situation on Ukraine and, first of all, on the course of negotiations that are being conducted on a daily basis. There are some positive shifts, as I was told by our negotiators on our side. I will let you know all the details in a moment.
Well, our Moscow correspondent Diana Magne joins me now. Diana, suggestions today that Moscow may bring in fighters from the Middle East.
That's right. President Putin held a meeting of his Security Council earlier this morning and discussed bringing in what he called volunteers from the Middle East to assist in the liberation, which is the way Russia puts it, of the people of Donbass. And his defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, said that there were already 16,000 of these volunteers in Syria and the Middle East who had suggested that they would want to come and engage in the fight, or special military operation, as Russia likes to call it. And we have seen some videos supposedly aired from Russia's Ministry of Defense of people who are keen to join. Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, was asked in his daily call what exactly that meant, that Russia had to be sure that there weren't any radicals amongst them. And he said there is a very big difference between those who fought radicals and those who are radicals, and it would clearly be those who fought them. Alexander Lukashenko and Vladimir Putin are meeting now in the Kremlin. Interesting developments to tell you, though, also about Meta, which is, of course, the new name for Facebook. Overnight, there were reports that Meta had eased its policy in relation to certain comments about the Russian armed forces, that it was not blocked to make pretty inflammatory comments about the Russian armed forces, and that has precipitated a very rapid response from Russia, with the Prosecutor General demanding that the media regulator block all Meta's platforms in Russia, which is Facebook, Instagram and WhatsApp. The Prosecutor General making that statement actually on Instagram, which is pretty ironic, but it shows you how deep-rooted those networks are in this country, and is another indication of really how much of a sort of squeeze there is on the information space. You know, here in Moscow, so much is done on Instagram. You book everything on Instagram. That will all go at a time when you can really feel the sanctions crunch coming in. So you heard from Vladimir Putin earlier that he feels Russia can weather the storm. I think it may take quite a while before we see, the storm ending.
Diana, thank you. Now, attempts are being made to help the people who are trapped in the besieged city of Mariupol. Earlier, the city's deputy mayor told me that thousands of people trapped in the city, they're no longer scared of the bombing because they're just too desperate for food and water.
The situation is awful. Russian army continues to do airstrikes, air bombing, artillery shelling, and their troops are behind the city. And in some districts of the city, we have street battles. So as you understand, the humanitarian situation decreases hour by hour, second by second, and the Ukrainian army tries to defeat our city at the very moment. Of course, I should stand optimistic, and from our side, from City Council and from the Ukrainian part, we do our best to provide humanitarian corridors. So anyway, we are ready to transfer trucks with humanitarian goods from Zaporizhia to Mariupol, but it's the 7th day of our attempt, and we do not find any solution because trucks goes some length and they stop over a Russian checkpoint and they do not allow to go to Mariupol. And as you know, we are under continuous bombing and shelling directly in the city, and there is no any ceasefire. This night we had 8 cases of airstrikes, so they are destroying all the city hour by hour and killing our civil people.
Reports from the US certainly believes, its intelligence believes that President Putin may be about to use chemical weapons on the people in Ukraine. What are the feelings, what are the fears of people in Mariupol about that?
You know, without any utility, without connection, without everything for 8 days, they do not know about this news anything. And you should know that 5 to 7 days before, the best wish of our people was to stop somehow the war, to stop bombing, to stop shelling. But today and yesterday, their best wish is to find some food and water. They even do not afraid and scared about continuous bombing and shelling. They just want to find some water and some food. And Putin and his army does not allow to provide any ceasefire and any humanitarian, medical, social, or any other help for injured and suffering people. During night, there was 8 different airplanes that bombed the city and flattened the city. They absolutely destroy our biggest steel plant, Azovstal. It does not exist anymore. And they are destroying all the buildings, all the district. You should understand, it's an unmanaged bomb with 1 ton of trottyl equivalent. So the diameter of, after this bomb is 30 meters, 40 meters. So they are destroying building by building.
That's the Deputy Mayor of Mariupol speaking to me earlier on the programme. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, concerns mount that Putin may resort to using chemical weapons in Ukraine. We'll be discussing that after the break.
They've pushed the protesters further back here. There's around 200 or 300 still remaining.
I'm Dan Whitehead and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
This van goes onto the streets of Plymouth 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
These facilities at the moment are a lifesaver. It's all we've got.
From fishing communities to bustling cities, we spend every day reporting from across the region, hearing from people who have real stories.
I'll have nowhere to live for about 3 or 4 months.
There are still people inside the properties here. They're coming from the epicentre of what is now a global health pandemic. We were seeing and speaking to young women who were selling themselves right on the high street. It was desperately sad, and the fact it was happening right in the heart of this community.
Before Brexit, these oysters were being exported to the EU, but the trade stopped overnight.
What's your feeling about the future then?
Blake might all be finished, I don't know.
Now, Britain and America have accused Russia of lying in order to justify carrying out a possible chemical attack in Ukraine. Moscow, meanwhile, has called for an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council, claiming, without any evidence, that the US has been developing biological weapons in Ukraine. Well, Andy Webber was President Obama's Assistant Secretary of Defense, responsible for nuclear, chemical and biological defense programs, and he now sits on the Council of Strategic Risks. Andy, good to see you this afternoon. Can we just start with the Russian allegations about US-sponsored biological warfare labs in Ukraine?
Well, these claims are not new. Actually, since about 15 years ago, through sort of KGB-style disinformation campaigns, media placements with Bulgarian journalists, etc., Russia has been promoting these claims. But they've escalated in the last months and weeks and even days to an official level where the highest leaders, even Putin and President Xi, in their joint statement are making these outrageous false claims. And apparently they've called a meeting of the UN Security Council to air this propaganda today.
But a US administration official has said that, has acknowledged the existence of US-funded biological research facilities in the country.
Yeah, so I was personally very involved in leading the creation of this partnership between Ukraine and the United States starting in 2005. We worked with Ministry of Health and Ministry of Agriculture, public health and animal health laboratories to improve Ukraine's ability to detect, diagnose, and respond to infectious disease outbreaks. So think of it as small Centers for Disease Control type laboratories that are totally transparent, do peaceful work, peaceful research to, for example, to counter the COVID pandemic. It's an extremely useful effort.
And do you have collaborations like that with many countries around the world?
Yes, as a matter of fact, over 30 countries are working with the US Department of Defense to create what we call an early warning network for infectious disease outbreaks, so we can nip them in the bud at the source before they spread around the world and become a pandemic.
Do you agree with the assessment, Andy, that US intelligence is suggesting, and the UK Prime Minister is also fearful of potentially an imminent chemical weapons attack on the people of Ukraine from Russia?
Yes, I think it is a grave concern that Russia, like its ally Syria, could use either chemical or biological weapons against civilians in Ukraine, and then just as President Assad in Syria did, blame it on Ukraine. So we call this a false flag attack. And I think that's one explanation of why they're ramping up their insidious propaganda campaign.
I know that you were part of the Obama administration. At the time, chemical weapons, the use of in Syria was declared as the red line, beyond which nobody could go. And I know that you were responsible for dealing with the decommissioning of chemical weapons in Syria. But was it a mistake to have not just instigated airstrikes at the time? Because people are saying that that lack of military response has resulted in leaders like Putin thinking that they can use chemical weapons with impunity.
Well, I strongly disagree with that. I was part of an effort, a multinational effort, with the UK, the United Nations, to safely remove and destroy 1,300 tons of chemical weapons agents from Syria, including horrible agents like VX and sarin. So that's 1,300 tons that the regime can't use against its neighbors and against its own men, women, and children, like they did in August of 2013 on the in Ghouta outside of Damascus. So that was a very successful operation without firing a shot. It would have been very hard to do that, impossible actually to do that in some type of a military attack.
But do you not, but by declaring it a red line and then not instigating the airstrikes, which there were a number of countries calling for it, has that not weakened our credibility, do you think, in the eyes of Vladimir Putin?
Well, who knows? In the head of Vladimir Putin, anything is possible, especially in his current desperate state as the war that he started is not going very well. But actually, the red line worked. We successfully, using the threat of military force, were able to denude Syria of its enormous and very dangerous chemical weapons stockpile.
Yeah, but here we are talking about potentially an imminent chemical weapon attack instigated by Russia on Ukraine.
Well, Russia's a country that used very advanced chemical weapons in peacetime in Salisbury, England. So, and more recently against Navalny inside Russia. So I think this is a very realistic concern that they might use chemical weapons in the current war against Ukraine and blame it on the United States or Ukrainians. But it's absurd, it's desperate, and we need to be very frank and open in public that their charges of illicit biological weapons labs in Ukraine are just poppycock.
And did you know about what Russia has been stockpiling in terms of its chemical weapons? If there is an attack, do we know what it would look like? What would they use?
Well, the Soviet Union had the world's largest chemical weapons and biological weapons program in total violation of the chemical and biological weapons conventions. These weapons are prohibited. So they could use advanced chemical weapons like Novichok, VX, sarin in attacks to terrorize the public, to clear buildings. They could also use more available things like chlorine gas. As in terms of biological weapons, I think they're less likely to use something that's contagious, that spreads human to human, because that could spread back into Russia. So they're more likely to use something that doesn't spread human to human, like anthrax, which has tremendous ability.
Andy Webber, I'm really sorry to cut you off, but we are out of time. Thank you for your time on Sky News.
Thank you, Samantha.
Камера! Підемо разом вперед! Якщо куля в лоб, то куля в лоб!
В мае 2014 года было дикостью предположить, что украинская авиация будет бомбить города.
Залп сделал, изверг.
Антитерористична операція не може і не буде тривати 2-3 місяці.
Говорят, что здесь одни террористы. Какие террористы?
Meta breaks its own rules to allow calls for violence against Russian soldiers amid the Ukraine conflict, with the Instagram owner insisting the move won't lead to innocent people being targeted. However, the U-turn has already sparked concerns at the UN Human Rights Office. Western countries step up their fight against ordinary Russian citizens as the country's musicians are now barred from international piano competitions. We get feedback from the Russian public.
Если посмотреть на то, что сейчас происходит...
If we look at what's happening with our cultural figures, athletes, our media, then one may ask, where is democracy or human rights here?
It's a kind of Russophobia and hysteria around the world. It's politics, and politics shouldn't affect the lives of people.
There's no such thing as fast-tracking a session. EU leaders respond to the Ukrainian president's bid to frantically join the bloc. Hello and welcome to RT International. I'm Paula Sleer and we're coming to you live from our studios here in Moscow. I'll be your host for the next half hour. Thank you for joining us. Now, social media giant Meta's again broken its own rules to allow nationality-based hate messages, this time to support public calls for violence against Russian soldiers. The firm, which owns Instagram, WhatsApp and Facebook, will also reportedly let users call for the death of the Russian and Belarusian presidents. The move has shocked even the UN Human Rights Office, which says it will talk to the American multinational. And there's already been a massive online backlash.
"We don't allow hate speech except against certain people from a certain country," is one hell of a can of worms.
When hate speech, calls for violence, death threats, and praise for neo-Nazis are considered acceptable by Meta because of war, but only against the enemy, then they are clearly state-affiliated media. They're also directly promoting and encouraging conflict, violence, and war.
Facebook is changing its hate speech policy so that some users can call for violence against Russians. And you can support the good Nazis too.
The company claims the decision is temporary and comes in connection with Russia's special operation in Ukraine. Meta will reportedly lift its hate speech restrictions for users only from some European states, including Russia and Ukraine. The tech giant, however, insists the decision is not aimed at inciting violence against ordinary people. It comes after 2 weeks since Meta established a special operations center in order to tackle hate speech on the platform and remove content that incites violence. Yet its policy U-turn will also allow previously banned praise for Kiev's neo-Nazi Azov battalion, quote, in the context of defending Ukraine. Here's a look at the infamous militia group at the heart of the current fighting. Independent journalist Thomas Ruper says tech giants simply mirror Washington's foreign policy.
Well, there's an old, nice word for it. It's called racism. We can even call it fascism, nationalism. When America declares somebody an enemy, all these companies go that way. And money is not as important as politics for them. And right now we see it with Russia. It's not about money, not about business. These are not commercial companies. These are instruments. And now we have a radical anti-Russian policy in the West, and these companies support this. And Facebook is just the most radical example. These internet companies always care about politics, and they always have the same opinion like Washington.
The Ukrainian refugee movement is described as one of the fastest and largest in recent years by humanitarian organizations, with most fleeing to neighboring Poland. Polish authorities estimate that on average 2 Ukrainians cross the border every 3 seconds. EU officials have confirmed the bloc's already received more than 2 million people from Ukraine, with Germany, Belgium, Moldova and other countries said to have been overwhelmed by the influx. Many who have fled say that they fear for their families' lives.
All the time the shooting we hear. That's why we're afraid we go to the Kiev. My family tried to the Europe.
They shooting, our army shooting. It's was a very bad place for living or just staying there.
At a meeting with his Belarusian counterpart, Vladimir Putin has noted positive changes in Moscow-Kiev talks. An agreement on evacuation corridors has been a point of contention between Kiev and Moscow since the third round of bilateral talks last week. And Ukraine's president has repeatedly accused Russia of not obeying a ceasefire deal for civilian safe zones. Moscow, in turn, says it's Kiev that's been deliberately preventing people from fleeing. Russia's military has announced that the Donetsk Republic's army has taken control of the city of Volnovacha, the site of intense fighting in recent days, with civilians having found themselves caught in between the warring sides. Volnovacha is 60 kilometers from the city of Donetsk. On March the 5th, the Russian and Ukrainian sides agreed to open humanitarian corridors for civilians, though they still haven't managed to function as intended. An RT crew went to the city in question and talked to locals who have had to hide in basements.
Volnovacha is a small town of 20,000 inhabitants. It's turned into one of the hottest spots on the Donbas front, with intense fighting going on for days. The situation is changing every 10 minutes. The elderly, women and children have been trapped in damp basements for more than a week now. The Donetsk Republic's forces share food and medicine.
We're relatively bald, as others have sat in basements for a week now. It's been like hell for us for 4 days. We didn't think we would live through it. Just today, a projectile pierced the roof where the kids' bedroom is.
We are simply cut off. Nobody announced anything. I wish someone would have just driven by and told us, for example, whether they are going to get people out. But no, they just shoot, and that's it. We're sitting here, and we are afraid to leave.
Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky says it's Russia that is not ceasing fire, causing numerous casualties among civilians. He's declared Volnovacha a, quote, heroic city, as residents have reportedly resisted Russian forces.
Mariupol and Volnovacha remain completely blocked. Although we did everything necessary for the operation of the humanitarian corridor, the Russian troops did not cease fire.
Ukraine's president has expressed frustration after EU leaders pushed back his bid to fast-track membership of the bloc, and they warned there is no such mechanism for rapid accession in place.
Can we open an accession procedure today with a country at war? I don't think so. Should we close the door and say never? That would be unfair. Can we forget about the balance of the region? We must be careful.
This is a years-long procedure. We have to look at what we can do in the short term. All the countries in the western part of Europe that I speak to say that you shouldn't try to have an express train, a fast-track procedure or accelerated accession process.
We must not give Ukraine the feeling that everything can happen overnight.
The EU is not ready for enlargement. Its decision is rooted in unanimity.
A Russian-German school has been set ablaze in Berlin. Firefighters managed to put out the fire, and police are investigating any connections between the arson and anti-Russian rhetoric that has taken on an international scale, with piano competitions banning Russian musicians amid a mass cultural backlash over the war in Ukraine. RT's Charlotte Dubensky reports.
This isn't a war against Russia, we are told. This is a war against Putin.
We will hold the Kremlin accountable.
We're adding President Putin and Foreign Secretary Lavrov to the list of sanctions. They are responsible for the deaths of innocent people in Ukraine.
In alignment with the decision by our European allies, the United States will join them in sanctioning President Putin.
Despite that, the West's axe continues to fall on everyday Russian citizens, whether that be the direct consequences of sanctions or measures that are being taken here in Europe. Take the situation in Flanders in Belgium, where new students from Russia will now be excluded from a scholarship program that followed a request that came from Ukraine. However, according to the Flemish education minister, the ban is about heaping on the pressure.
We are not doing this because we believe that all Russians are guilty of the war, but we are doing it because we hope that measures like this will help to put pressure on those in power in Russia.
In Brussels, there were conflicted opinions on the measure.
I don't find that fair in the sense that the Russian people have little to do with this. I suppose most Russians are anti-war. It is not a good thing to do against Russian students or any Russians, but maybe it will work. There are both anti and pro-Russian opinions. We should be more nuanced and balanced in our views, which is quite rare in media.
I don't think it's fair. I think everyone deserves education, and I think that most population in Russia, they don't want this war. They don't feel concerned about this.
On one part, it's very unfair toward the students because they are not responsible for the actual situation, like in Ukraine and things like that. But on the other side, I do think that, let's say, measures need to be taken against Russia in order to have a bit of an impact on what they're doing.
The cancelling of events related to Russia is also continuing. In Wales and the UK, the Cardiff Philharmonic Orchestra has removed works by Tchaikovsky from its programme at an upcoming concert. The once planned all Tchaikovsky concert is now being substituted.
In light of the recent Russian invasion of Ukraine, Cardiff Philharmonic Orchestra feel the previously advertised programme, including the 1812 overture, to be inappropriate at this time.
Though the move was apparently supposed to be in support of Ukraine, the idea of cancelling music by a Russian composer who died more than 100 years ago has provoked ridicule.
Canceling a Tchaikovsky concert is so daft ordinary Russians will write it off as Mad Vlad overdoing the propaganda.
Doubly absurd because Tchaikovsky spent a lot of time in Ukraine and incorporated a lot of Ukrainian folk music and stories into his work.
Well, this is clearly no skin off the nose of Tchaikovsky. For up-and-coming Russian musicians, being cancelled is problematic. In Ireland, the Dublin International Piano Competition has decided that they are not welcome. It told one applicant that he had been rejected simply because he's Russian. He was left wondering this.
I'm just curious, how will this help to stop the war?
The anti-Russian rhetoric is, though, now facing some backlash. In the US, conservative commentator Candace Owens is one voice calling it out.
Absolutely appalling the way Russians are being treated in America and abroad. That our leaders and government institutions are allowing for, and at times calling for, this discrimination following the global Black Lives Matter hysteria is quite telling. Russian lives matter.
Despite this, the march against Russia in all levels of life continues. The International Cat Federation, for example, which describes itself as the United Nation of Cats, has also got its claws out. Moggies who have found themselves unfortunate enough to have Russian owners have been banned from the competitions. Now, if that isn't catty, don't know what is. Charlotte Dubensky, RT, Paris.
With unprecedented harassment of Russians abroad, we asked people here in Russia how they feel about what's happening.
I support the operation and follow the news about it. That was right. For 8 years they killed people in Donbas. How long could we allow it?
I understand that the decision to start the operation was hard, but it was the only way possible. Therefore, I support it no matter how hard it is to say so. Democratic values are fundamental in world practice. But if we look at what's happening with our cultural figures, athletes, our media, then one may ask, where is democracy or human rights here? It's obvious for me that what's happening now in regard to our country, people, organizations, businesses is first and foremost a demonstration that there's no true democracy in the West.
To be honest, I'm shocked by what's happening abroad and how they treat Russians, cultural figures, athletes. It's a kind of Russophobia and hysteria around the world. Maybe that's because now people live in the gadgets, don't look around them, maybe think less and believe mass media more.
This pressure on Russians is bad. It's unfounded, people aren't guilty, it's politics, and politics shouldn't affect the lives of people.
They think they'll choke us with sanctions? They'll achieve nothing.
I've faced it in shops, but I think we'll come through. Russia is too big to close and forbid everything. We have goods of our own. I think we're independent from others.
The sanctions aren't scare me. We'll live through it and develop our own production.
The US is looking to sanction Pakistan in a move widely seen as punishment for Islamabad's refusal to take an openly hostile stance against Russia. The Stopping Pakistani Terror Act claims the real reason for the planned restrictions is because the country backs international terrorism. If introduced, the US will cut military exports, financial sanctions, and other foreign assistance. Washington has so far failed to get Islamabad to condemn Russia for the situation in Ukraine. And to find out more about that, we cross live now to Syed Khalid Mohammed, an independent security analyst in Islamabad. Thank you so much for joining us. Is this really about Pakistani sponsorship of terrorism, or is that just a pretext for something else?
No, this is it's a pretext, Paula. I think you remember when the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan, they put a bill forward as part of the Afghan reconstruction that very much highlighted Pakistan and its so-called relationship with terrorism, whether it be with the Taliban or whether it be in Kashmir or any other countries. The goal has been to try and blame Pakistan as a global exporter of terrorism. So I think it's not about blaming Pakistan or branding Pakistan. I think it's a pressure tactic that's being used to get the Imran Khan government to support the U.S. agenda.
And not just the U.S. agenda, is it connected to Washington putting pressure on Islamabad to oppose Russia?
Well, I think it'd be very difficult to get Pakistan to oppose Russia. Our prime minister the other day was very open in responding to the European Union's letter demanding that Pakistan make some kind of statement on Russia. Being that we are in a very strategic location in the world, Russia and China are very, very close allies to Pakistan. The relationship with Russia has been growing over the past couple of years, and China has been a long-term relationship. It's very difficult to expect the Pakistani government or any institution within Pakistan to come out and say anything about the Russians and their involvement in the Ukraine.
If the sanctions had to come through, how could that affect Pakistan's relationship with America, with the United States?
Well, I think it'd be the death nail. Since the withdrawal from Afghanistan, Pakistan has been expecting sanctions. This happened back when the Soviets pulled out of Afghanistan in the first Afghan war. Pakistan got the Pressler Amendment that shut down all of our military assistance, shut down foreign assistance. We've been through this once before, but the situation is very different now. Now we have a very, very close relationship with China. The relationship with Russia is growing. The relationship with Central Asian republics is also growing. So we cannot expect the U.S. to attempt to sanction Pakistan and for it to cripple Pakistan in any way. Yes, we will feel some problem from it, but I think Pakistan will find a way out.
I mean, the U.S. obviously thinks that sanctions is the way to put political pressure on a country. Is it the way to solve a political conflict?
It is not. Pakistan has long said that we are tired of a transactional relationship. We want more of a give and take, incentives given to us in trade, incentives given to us in energy. so that we can work closer with the United States and build a relationship. Right now, it is more of a carrot and stick, and Pakistan tends to see more of a stick than it sees the carrot.
Syed, when you've been watching Western coverage of the Ukraine conflict, what is your opinion? Do you think it has glossed over the neo-Nazi battalions at the heart of the Ukrainian army or not?
It has. The U.S., it's not just the U.S., but Western media as a whole has a relationship of turning a blind eye to what its allies do or what its friends do at the time. But they will allow things to happen that they normally would not allow to happen if it was another country. Taking the Ukraine and the neo-Nazis, but you can swing to India and look at how India has an increase in Hindu Vita and violence against Muslims, but the U.S. is very quiet. They're not interested in sanctions. They're not interested in pressuring the Indian government. It's the same thing we saw in Syria. It's the same thing that we are now seeing in the Ukraine. So the U.S. policy has always been hypocritical, and that has been one of the reasons the U.S. has not been able to see any success in foreign policy in the last 20 years.
And moving forward, I mean, what other measures do you think the US would try to impose if they come to the realization that sanctions, in fact, don't work?
I don't think the U.S. has any other options. I mean, this is a tried and tested model for the U.S. They will sanction you. They will put blockades on you. They will limit the things you can buy, the countries you can deal with. At some point, as we've seen with Iran, the U.S. has sanctioned Iran for well over 30 years. And the Iranian economy is growing. The people are growing. There's education flourishing. There's no problems in Iran. The problem is that Pakistan needs to find a way to be stable itself economically. And that is where the biggest test for us is. And that's where we're leveraged the most. Because we need economic assistance here because of failed policies of past governments. And many countries use that policy, the economics, the money, to bring Pakistan to its knees and force them to agree to policies that are against our national interest.
And as you say, that doesn't work. Syed Khalid Mohammed, an independent security analyst, joining us from Islamabad. Thank you so much for your insight and your time. Now, Russia is not locking itself out of the world economy. It is adapting. That's the message from ministers who recently drew up an action plan to deal with unprecedented Western.
Additional defence investments in Europe will be needed. And I welcome that some leaders have announced ambitious steps to increase defence spending. More will follow. But we need to avoid fragmentation. Thus, we need a coordinated approach, because this only will ensure that we maintain a military technological edge in our European industrial base and that interoperability is given between our European armed forces. This will be the focus of our work in the next weeks to come. I want to be very clear that we need to closely coordinate also with NATO. NATO is the strongest military alliance in the world. Thus, I welcome that the leaders have tasked us to prepare an analysis of the defence investment gaps and to make sure that we have a clear plan how to deal with those gaps in Europe by mid-May, when the Commission is presenting the results of this undertaking. The second principle I mentioned was unity. It certainly guided us when we swiftly imposed altogether 3 successive waves of sanctions on the Kremlin. With an immediate, hard-hitting effect, we will now come forward with a 4th package of sanctions. These sanctions will further isolate Russia from the global economic system, increasing further the cost of Putin's invasion to Ukraine. And finally, a word on solidarity, which so many Europeans are showing shining examples of in these days by welcoming with open arms more than 2 million people who have now fled the war in Ukraine. I want to thank all EU member states and in particular the countries in the front line, that is Poland, Romania, Slovakia and Hungary, and of course our partner Moldova. Because the people of Ukraine need and deserve all support, and so do the countries that welcome them. The Commission has set up a solidarity platform to coordinate operational and financial support and reception capacity. We're also using the flexibility of the EU budget to the fullest so that member states can finance actions for refugees, like, for example, housing or schooling or medical care and other topics. This flexibility within the Commission could free several billion euros over the coming years for exactly these purposes. The Ukrainian people are showing immense courage, and a people that stands up so bravely for European values is clearly part of the European family of nations. So while this terrible war rages on, we should already reflect carefully about what comes next. The membership applications of Ukraine are expressions of national sovereignty, of its will and its right to choose its own destiny. Today, we have opened the pathway towards us for Ukraine. They are part of the European family. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Monsieur le Président de la République, vous avez...
The President of the Republic. President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us here at the end of the summit of Versailles. President Michel and President von der Leyen have spoken clearly. We're in the Galerie des Batailles, and if anyone thought that war in Europe belonged to history, for the last 2 weeks we've seen that the choice by Russia under President Putin was to bring war back to Europe. In the face of this and the unheard of violence of Russia against Ukraine and its population is a tragic turning point for our history. We're all aware of the fact that it's a turning point as well for our societies, for our peoples and for our European project. For the last 2 weeks, our response, ladies and gentlemen, this has just been said, we've responded through unity, rapidity and a spirit of responsibility. Choices were made very quickly, all 27, with our institutions and coordinated with all of our partners in the context of NATO and G7. Diplomatic work has made it possible to isolate Russia, inter alia, recently at the General Assembly of the United Nations. For 2 weeks now, Ukrainian men and women have been fighting courageously to defend their freedom, their democracy, their sovereignty and the integrity of their land. Europeans have a clear position, unanimous and firm condemnation of the Russian aggression at all international levels, and we've drawn full consequences of this, inter alia with the resolution that was adopted at the General Assembly. Support to Ukraine. Together we've agreed to deliver hardware, not just humanitarian material, but also weapons. And we've proposed today that the European facility be added to the tune of some 500 million, which is going to allow us to go further in this line. Countries that in the past were traditionally neutral, Sweden, for instance, have decided for the very first time that for the first time in decades they would take an active role in the support to Ukraine. We also have economic support, humanitarian support. This will be continued. Some 2 million refugees have been welcomed. Madam von der Leyen has referred to this, and I'd like to thank the populations of the neighbouring countries, Poland, Hungary, Romania and Moldova as well. And obviously France will be playing its role, and I would hope that we will be able to have the necessary mechanisms of solidarity that can be used in this overall approach. As of the very outset, we also deployed massive, unheard of sanctions, and this was done very quickly. Second, fourth, 6 days of conflict, they were marked by European decisions of these unprecedented sanctions. We're willing to adopt other sanctions, and all options are on the table. The point of our discussion is to prepare ourselves for these sanctions if they were able to call a halt to the attack and the aggression, and could prepare us also for the consequences in the coming weeks and months. Our initial objective is, of course, a rapid return to peace, starting with a ceasefire, followed by a rapid withdrawal of Russian troops. And that is why keeping up pressure on Russia, and we're also maintaining a very demanding dialogue, in particular in conjunction with the German Chancellor. So the support to solidarity for Ukraine is what kept us very busy, particularly yesterday. We support Ukraine today, and we will do that for as long as the war lasts. And we will be there for the reconstruction of this destruction brought about by Russia. We will be there to help it to stand up and stay standing. The message that we've sent out to the Ukrainian population is that the path to our Europe is open to them. Their fight for freedom and democracy, for the values that we all share, has demonstrated that Ukraine is indeed a member of our European family. We also want the applications made by Moldova and Georgia as well be examined in line with our treaty by the European Commission so that the acceptability can be determined in line with the provisions of our treaty. The Versailles Declaration, the agenda of Versailles that we've been discussing today, is linked to the fact that sovereignty in Europe, which might have been thought of by some as a slogan or a sort of French fantasy, is seen by all today as being crucial. This sovereignty, this strategy of independence has been there at the very start, also of the pandemic. We've seen what had to be done. It's there when we had to produce and deliver vaccines for ourselves and for other countries. We've seen it when we came out of the crisis, the start of the recovery, when we saw what was happening as regards the semiconductors, when we had delegated production to the other parts of the world, how difficult it was to return to the manufacturing of cars, for instance. And we're seeing it in the context of this crisis, where we can see how our food, our energy, our defense are all issues of sovereignty. We can cooperate. We want to be open to the world, but we want to choose our partners and not depend on any. That is what we mean by sovereignty. It's not protectionism. It's not a question of closing the door. It's a question of having the possibility of staying open without being dependent. So the Versailles agenda has set out the next few months' work along those lines. As regards defense, we want to be able to define the investments that we need. Several of us are already at the level of 2% of GDP invested in defense. Others have further efforts to make, but we're going to make coordinated efforts. We're going to identify our needs in budgetary terms. We're going to identify capabilities that are required. We'll also identify our needs when it comes to possible new conflicts, whether we're talking about shipping, maritime space, and also identify what we need in order to develop the European industrial tissue. If we're going to import more in the way of hardware from elsewhere, then there's not much point pursuing this sort of sovereignty. We need to think in terms of partnerships, yes, but we have to be able to decide to consolidate and to construct a defense industry with fewer standards but corresponding to an integrated market. So there are a number of decisions that we've already taken.
Pour atteindre dès l'année dernière ces 2% d'investissement et pour relancer beaucoup de ces filières et de ces capacités. L'Allemagne a décidé il y a un peu plus de 10 jours.
About 10 days ago, Germany in turn decided to make historic investments for the country, and Denmark made an historic choice, deciding to ask the people if they want to come back to the European security and defense project. You can see that everywhere around the European continent, historic choices are being made, and this is a major turning point. We need to have the organization so that we can build this joint ambition in defense. And this is what we have asked the Commission to do, so that by May, when we will no doubt have an extraordinary meeting of the Council before the NATO summit in June, the summit meeting in June, we will work up a plan which is full for investment to get our industries up to the right capacity and capability level. And then in the we've got the question of climate strategy. We've started building our own independence. Getting out of fossil energy is a matter of becoming independent. And we know that moving away from coal was a special point. Then we moved to gas, but that's gas that we have imported and are still importing from Russia. The situation that we're in at the moment and which we will have tomorrow means we have to reassess this strategy and be even more ambitious with our climate plans. And for that, we will have a check on this by late March and see how we can provide the support for our populations for price. And we're going to work on this at the Commission with concrete objectives for prices and for refilling, so that we can guarantee there are mechanisms, which means that we're not subjected to the contingencies of the market or speculation of the market in particularly in crisis situations. Many of you have already taken steps to protect our citizens and companies, and we need to have European choices. And in the 2 weeks to come, we will do our best so that we can stand up to the price shock which comes from the geopolitical context. Prices were going up before the war, and they're continuing to increase because of the war. Then, of course, we have the sanctions which are coming in, and we must prepare ourselves so that we are not so sensitive to the dependency on Russia. And this is what we've scheduled for May for the Commission. As the two presidents pointed out, we have the plan to step out of the dependency on fossil fuels from Russia so that we can get out by 2027, so that we are no longer dependent on Russian gas, oil and coal. That's by 2027. This means there has to be new investment, new facilities, so that we can support our choices for renewables and for nuclear energy. You can see that March and May will be very busy for energy subjects. And there are other issues that we will have to work together on to ensure that we are independent and sovereign. There's the food strategy. And whether we're talking about wheat or maize or grain crops in general, we know that Ukraine and Russia are two huge markets, and Europe has already been upset by the war on the food supply market, and this will be even more so in 12 to 18 months with the impact on Ukraine and crops there. And there will be a major disturbance to food supplies in feed supplies. So we have to strike a new balance and look at food production so that we can have autonomy for our food production and for protein production. And we must reassess the strategy for Africa, because a number of African countries are going to be hit by famines in the next 12 to 18 months because of this war. Then there's sovereignty for other commodities, raw materials, for rare materials. And I've mentioned the question of semiconductors, there's healthcare. I won't go through the whole list, but we have this agenda. We will be going through this in the months to come with very concrete proposals for investments which will make it possible to have more sovereign and more independent Europe. We will be encouraging private investments. This is the idea with the tax on energy. And we're going to have the union of capitals, and we're going to look at the single market in different sectors. And we have to have the appropriate monetary possible. Yep. We're not going back to normal now, it's quite clear, and the Central European Bank will be following its work, and will be doing this very clearly in the current geopolitical context. And we'll have national investment policies to protect us from the impact of the war, to fund our solidarity, to fund our resistance to the impact of the war, and to defend our sovereignty. But the next point is that we need to have means of funding these major strategies, funding from Europe. And these are the things I mentioned, and this is why we need to have joint funding. We need to coordinate our investments, and we should do it in a European context so that we don't see the financial markets being broken up and different forms of sovereign debt. And this is what we've been working on as our strategy, and we'll be working on it for the months to come. And here we will have to be acting together, acting swiftly and with a spirit of responsibility. The Ukrainians have given us an example which is quite unique, the example of courage. We are not waging war. Europe is not waging war on Russia, but we're supporting Ukraine and we're sanctioning Russia. But we must have the courage to make historic decisions to see that the defense of democracy and our values has a cost. The choice of independence has a cost. And sometimes we have to go back on some of the dogmas that we've been following for years, the different habits and ways of organizing things which we had. And I can tell you that the discussions we had yesterday and today have realized this awareness, and we can see there's a real ambition here from the Europeans here in Versailles to advance in that direction. And I would like to conclude on that. We started the work yesterday by extending thanks to some of the colleagues, and I would like to say this to the President of the Commission, because here in Versailles it's a very historic site which the French, of course, love above all, and which we're very proud of, and we see it and it's known around the world. But it's a site which is also the site of diplomatic defeats. It's the site where we lost peace at the end of the World War. And we were there with an ambition to humiliate and divide Europe with the Treaty of Versailles. And despite the difficulties we've had here today with the emotions and different attitudes, we did have a unanimous agreement on the fact that the only way of protecting our continent was through unity, through courage and unity. That's the most important thing. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I would like to inform you that we've just published our Versailles Declaration in the 24 languages of the European.
The Versailles Declaration. And we're going to take a few questions in the room. Angélique Boin de Radio France. Vous êtes la première qui va poser une question.
Okay. Bonjour, Angélique Boin. Angélique from Radio France. Now, you had a two-day summit, and you've been talking about Europe being more powerful, face of Moscow. You're talking about an agenda. You've talked about 2027. You've talked about other possible sanctions. But we've seen what's happened in the field with Kiev surrounded and the maternity hospital bombed. And we can see that sanctions are not enough. And the feeling is that you don't really have any other tools or unanimous agreement for swift, strong action. And something which could make Putin back down. Now, are you in a state where you're just impotent? Now, let's be clear. There is war there, but we are not at war. What you've stated is true, but the political reality, the sovereign choice, is that one, as I said, we are not at war. You're quite right to say that we don't have a response in a theatre of war which was triggered by Russian aggression, because we are not there in the theatre of war. Have we excluded additional sanctions? Certainly not. The G7 statement, which will be issued in a few hours, will confirm additional sanctions, and then depending on what happens in the country, in Ukraine, we are not excluding other possibilities. Now, if things continue in the military way that you've just described, we may take further sanctions, including massive sanctions. But at this point in time, Europeans are intervening in three different ways. There are sanctions against Russia, and we'll take other sanctions there. And if the circumstances require it, we will follow those sanctions to the very end. Then there's support for Ukraine, which we will continue to do. And then there's diplomatic action to isolate Russia at the United Nations and to convince President Putin to come back to the negotiation table in true sincerity with the President of Ukraine so as to find an agreement. This is the framework of our actions. And of course we speak out against and condemn entirely what has happened in Kharkiv and in Mariupol, which is totally unacceptable. But for the moment, the Europeans, we as Europeans, we are not at war in Ukraine.
Indeed, it is atrocious. It is atrocious, this bombardment of the maternity hospital, for example. And I think there needs to be investigations about the question of war crimes. Therefore, this has to be reflected and recorded soberly. But I would also support the fact, we are at day 15 of this horrible war. And as the President said, we were well prepared. On day 2, day 4, and day 6, we had each time a massive package of sanctions. Today, a week later, you see that the ruble is in free fall. It has lost more than 50% compared to the euro. You see that there are skyrocketing interest rates in Russia. You see a soaring inflation. The rating agencies do rate the Russian bonds as junk by now, and recession is hitting the country. This within 15 days. This shows the severity and the impact of our sanctions. And therefore, the fourth package will come. And as the President said, we have our way to answer to the atrocious aggression that Putin is showing, and we will be determined and forceful in the answer.
Thank you, Madam President. La prochaine question, c'est pour Agathe de BFM TV.
Is for Agathe from BFM TV.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour, Madame la Présidente.
Well, for the French President, the 27 have refused to have a swift accession of Ukraine to the European Union, and the Ukrainian President has asked you to do more and has asked for political decisions to be in line with the feelings of the people. I'd like to know how you cope with the criticism that comes almost on a daily basis from Kiev, and do you think EU membership for Ukraine is a dream, or is it really achievable? And I have another question that I wanted to ask. In concrete terms, for sanctions, have you decided to have two-thirds reduction of Russian gas imports by the end of the year, which has been suggested by the President of the Commission? And could there be something to solve between more sanctions and restricting purchases in Europe? And don't you think there might be social response to this, and you might end up with a gilets jaunes response? But to answer your second question, by developing mechanisms, we've shown that we could adopt sanctions and protect ourselves from the consequences, have joint protection for consumers and companies. But of course, let's be clear, obviously the world market, the global market for raw materials was already going up in price before the war. That's for gas, oil, and other commodities or industrial components. There was already an increase in prices, so you need to make a distinction there. And the governments are not here to cope with all inflation. France, for example, has coped with a lot of inflation, and that's quite exceptional. Now, take the example of gas. With gas, we don't have a major impact from the crisis and sanctions, and where the market went up by 40%, it only went up 4% for consumers because we had a shield in place. Now we're going to work on other European mechanisms too. So what I'm saying is that we think and we know that we have the wherewithal to impose sanctions and to cope with counter-sanctions and to protect our economies, because we have the strength at a national level and at a European level. As for your other question, I think we must show great respect and solidarity for the people of Ukraine and the leaders of Ukraine. And I can understand the emotional response and the expectations that are there. Yesterday, the European Council conveyed a very strong and clear message. That was the message about the fate of Ukraine in Europe and the path to its destiny there. Now, could we have exceptional measures with a country which is at war without respecting the criteria? The answer is no. Could we say that we would then abandon neighbouring Moldova, which is so fragile with Transnistria and the presence of external forces and the dependency on Russian gas and refugees turning up? Obviously, the answer is no. If we were there in the war, could we forget that the way the other Western Balkan states have been trying to join the Union and have been doing it for so long, and they're in a fragile state and they're impacted by the geopolitical situation too. So obviously we can't do that. So you can see, yesterday we sent out a very clear message, a political message, and we're expressing our heartfelt wish to Ukraine, saying our path is with you and our family is your family. But in the months to come, we will have to have an in-depth reassessment of what our Europe is. And I think I can tell you that with the geopolitical situation and the tragic return of war and the revisionism in history and the ambitions for power and hegemony mean we have to think about how we want to organize a larger Europe, which is not necessarily Europe with the same public policies that we have in France and other countries in the European Union, but we will have to include other countries who otherwise would be destabilized by political Islamism, by the whims of Russia, or by invasion from China, moving in at our gateways. And this means we will have to look again at the way we govern ourselves, the way we organize ourselves, and this is why we have decided to have a conference on the future of Europe. This is a geopolitical awareness which is much greater given this context, and this means we will have to get our ideas coming together by summer this year, and we will have to find new forms for our Europe. I'm convinced of that.
Indeed, President Zelensky has, with his application, set a process in motion. And I just wanted to remind that from the day of the application to today, it was just a very short time that the Council tasked the Commission to form an opinion on this application. Normally, this takes years. So it shows that there is a completely different process going on. The process itself is important. As the President said, there are conditions to be part of the European Union that have to be met. But we are also aware of the fact that having a free and democratic Ukraine after the war will also mean that a lot of rebuilding the country will be done with strong support from the European Union too. So I want to emphasize that there is an enormous speed in the process over the last days, really to show that Ukraine is indeed part of our European family. On your second question on the two-thirds reduction, potential reduction of Russian gas within a year, indeed this is doable. It's not a ban, it is a reduction by going on one hand in the diversification of the supply, so making sure that we have a lot more LNG coming to the European Union. And there it pays off that over the last weeks we've been working hard and have been calling all our friends around the world, and we have many friends around the world, that we need higher supplies of LNG gas. Thanks God we've done our homework and we have the LNG terminals. There have been investments, massive investments in the pipeline network throughout the European Union. So with the LNG terminals and an increased LNG supply, we're able to replace quite a part of the Russian gas. An example is the January. We never had so many LNG vessels and so high amounts of LNG supply to the European Union as in the month of January, because we just actively asked the other suppliers in the world. Then, of course, It needs to be accompanied by heavy investment in renewables, but also biomethane, for example, or increase in hydrogen. This will rise over the years. This is the beginning only. It's one of the most interesting projects to invest in the hydrogen, because whatever we do now with the LNG gas and the pipelines can one day be used as infrastructure for hydrogen. So it's a perfect transition into the hydrogen that will be one of the energy sources of the future. And then, of course, you can see in the communication that the Commission put on the table this Tuesday a detailed table with the different sectors where we can also reduce the energy consumption, thus reduce our dependency on Russian gas. Last but not least, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard. And as I've already said, it needs the support by everybody. Everyone can do something, for example, by reducing the energy consumption we have overall. The individual contribution by 450 million Europeans makes a big chunk, if you look at that. And the combination of diversification, more renewables, and smart use of energy would make it possible.
Let me
also say that Ukrainians today are fighting with a courage that really impresses us all. They're fighting for their land, they're fighting for their sovereignty, they're fighting for their children and for their future. And they're fighting so that they can belong to the free world. Fundamentally, they are fighting for our values as Europeans. Around the table yesterday, there was total agreement among all of the leaders that there is a real need, a vital need for us as European Union to show that we have courage as well. That means an ability to act, to show this courage without waiting, without hesitating, committing and bringing in as much as we can in all sectors possible in all circumstances. The process, well, you've already had an answer on that. The process will continue and the Commission will issue an opinion, and we will, in the meantime, be continuing the discussion at the level of the European Council on this issue. But I really want to say to you that my firm conviction is that there's huge respect felt for the way in which the Ukrainians have a lesson for us all to learn from on freedoms, and we have to be committed to show that we can live up to their hopes and aspirations.
From Bloomberg, you're next, John.
Hello, if I could ask a question in English, please, of all the participants. Actually, two questions. The first one is on refugees. The British government has announced measures to relax entry into the UK for Ukrainian nationals with passports. I wanted to ask you if this is enough for easing their entry in the country, and if you believe that the UK is now doing its fair share of the burden. And the other question on spending on defence and energy. What were the reflections on the idea of common debt? Was there a consensus, or is there division on this? Thank you.
Sur le premier sujet, je me félicite de l'inflexion
britannique. Let me say that I welcome the change in position of the UK, which goes to show that there was a problem, notwithstanding what might have been said at the time. And I don't think anyone could have understood that after so many strong statements that we share, that the UK government had continued to implement the existing rules, which means not welcoming the Ukrainian refugees who wanted to come to the UK, saying that they have to travel hundreds of kilometers in order to apply for a visa. So it's a glimmer of pragmatism, and it's starting to align itself with some of the declarations and statements, which is a step in the right direction, and it seems to be working well there. It's going in the right direction, although much remains to be done, and I'd like to thank the UK government, and I think that the French Home Affairs Minister's letter was probably a useful one, and I would hope that the Ukrainian men and women who have lived through horrors, who have crossed Europe to reach their families on UK territory, will be
better treated. Obviously, we'll be doing what we can, and we're trying to cut back on the red tape so that they can reach more dignified living conditions. So I'd like to thank the UK government for this first step, and it's over the coming days that we'll be able to see whether it's enough or whether more effective measures are going to be required. We have also said that we are willing to house in Lille or other cities a place for the administrative procedures to be run through. And then on the question of the common debt, joint debt, I think that the right strategy, as we've seen during the pandemic, is to agree on objectives. And when we do that, when we reach agreement on objectives, then the instruments just follow. If we start by working on the instruments, given that we have divisions and disagreements, generally things don't move forward and we waste time. So, well, first of all, we've seen there's unanimity today. Unanimity as regards the need to invest all sorts of types of sovereignty, digital, food, energy, and so on. All of that is covered. And then we give a mandate to the Commission to do the work, to say how much is to be needed. That has to be assessed, and through that we can see what can be covered by the private sector, what can be covered by the public sector. And depending on all of that and how quickly it's done, we'll have a discussion as regards the actual resources and the mechanisms. In any case, it's certainly not a past debt, but we can be talking about activating mechanisms that have already been used, for example, in the situation of the pandemic. But this question of the instruments are only there as a means to the end. There's unanimity as regards the strategic objective, and now the March and May summits will make it possible for us to clarify our operational objectives, which will make it possible for us to identify the tools, the instruments that will get us there. That's how we're going to go through this.
What your first question is concerned, indeed, we welcome this improvement for the Ukrainian refugees. This is a good step in the absolute right direction. As you know, we in the European Union already a week ago, we have activated the so-called temporary protection directive for the very first time in the history of the European Union. This gives all Ukrainians immediately residency rights, and by that, of course, access to the labor market immediately, access to schools, to medical care, to otherwise support, so that these poor innocent people immediately find a home here and can get on to try to accommodate in the European Union. What the second question is concerned, indeed, I want to underline that it has proven right that we first define the priority.
I'm Yalda Hakim. You're watching BBC News and our continued coverage of the conflict in Ukraine. You're listening there to EU leaders meeting for talks in France's historic Versailles Palace. They're discussing the bloc's relationship with Ukraine as well as sanctions on Russia. Let's just have a listen to Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission President.
Russia is unleashing, they have proven to be the right priorities. The European Green Deal is absolutely necessary if we want to get independent of fossil fuels, mainly by Russia, supplied by Russia. The digitalization is of utmost importance to modernize our economy, which proves now to be the leverage against Russia's war machine. And resilience, of course, defense is a subtitle of resilience. And it is important, as the President said, that we look at all different tools we can then activate to make it possible that we advance in our priorities. This is, on the one hand, the European level, and there is as well the European budget, as, for example, Next Generation EU. It is the national level, but we should also not forget the private level. And a good example how to activate all three levels and make the projects advance is now, for example, our CHIPS Act concerning the semiconductors. Here we push forward a crucial topic that goes for the digitalization as well as our resilience, that is our independence, with the European investment and national investment and triggering private investment.
Thank you. Angela Mauro from Huffington Post, you have the last question.
Okay,
Thanks, Baron. Two quick questions. What do you reply to Mr. Zelensky, who is saying he's disappointed from the declaration of Versailles? He asked Europe to do more, and he says it's not enough. And then I wanted to know, when you say you're preparing another package of sanctions and you're ready to, everything else that is on the table, is it on the table, an embargo of petrol and gas from Russia is on the table, or the exclusion of Sberbank and Gazprom Bank from SWIFT is on the table as well? Thanks.
As regards your first question, let me say once again that with a great deal of respect and consideration for President Zelensky and his citizens who are fighting, the political message that the European Union sent from Versailles yesterday is a clear message. We played the Ukrainian national anthem here, and we sent a very clear political message. Now, it's not a legal process for the reasons that I've already cited in answer to one of your colleagues' questions, and also President Michel and President von der Leyen have made the point as well. Now, I fully understand that when involved in battle so courageously as the Ukrainians are, at the same time as last week when there was a request for a no-fly zone, obviously much more is wanted. But we are not parties to the conflict. Let me say that we are determined to do everything useful to bring about an end to the conflict, and peace can come back to Ukraine. The European path is a clear one for Ukraine. We've made that point very clearly. Secondly, our desire to continue to support Ukraine and the Ukrainians is clear, and we've demonstrated it. We've taken a decision on this. Thirdly, we're willing to sanction beyond what has already been done. So, nothing from what you've mentioned is off the table. I preserve the strategic ambiguity because I think it's good. I think it's beneficial to us. Additional decisions will be taken following the G7. They will be limited. But if Russia, notwithstanding what it says, notwithstanding President Putin saying, I believe in discussions, negotiations, things are moving forward, I see that things are changing. In a few hours' time, we'll be talking to President Putin again, together with Chancellor Scholz. If, despite that, he steps up the bombing, he puts Kyiv under siege, then we know that further massive sanctions will have to be taken by us. The message I want to put across to you here is that in that case, nothing is off the table. Nothing is taboo. We will do whatever we deem to be effective and useful to halt Russia in its aggression. Let me also say that as regards to different packages of sanctions, each time round we've been able to bring things together very quickly whenever necessary and to act when necessary. And yesterday evening's meeting demonstrated this again, the ability to work as Europeans, to work with our partners to prepare things together. And we can see the impact of these sanctions. They're having a real effect. And we're going to continue to assess the situation so that we can take the right decisions at the right time in order to bring about a change in the Kremlin's position and bring it to a state of mind that will make it possible, we hope, for there to be a ceasefire and a cessation of hostilities as quickly as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you, President. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, you were listening there to Emmanuel Macron, the French president, Ursula von der Leyen, European Commission president, and Charles Michel, president of the European Council. The EU leaders were meeting for talks in France's historic Versailles Palace to discuss the bloc's relationship with Ukraine, the sanctions on Russia, and the ongoing conflict and bombardment of Ukraine. Well, let's bring in Ihor Zovka, who is an advisor to President Zelensky and joins us live now from Kiev. Thank you very much, Mr. Zovka, for joining us here on the programme. You're listening there to what Emmanuel Macron was saying, what Ursula von der Leyen was saying. They were talking about Ukraine being part of the European family and that the path was very clear for Ukraine to join the European family, the EU, more formally. Are you satisfied with what you heard?
Well, thank you. First of all, really, we read carefully the declaration of the Versailles summit concerning Ukraine, and really the words about that Ukraine belongs to, I quote, our European family. Very important for us. We do understand the results of the summit, that it's really green light for the processing of Ukraine's application to the European Union membership. I can agree with all the presidents who spoke just now that it's rather quick speed for the European Union in a normal situation. But let's remind all of us that we are not in a normal situation. It's a situation of war in Ukraine. And this is not only a war in Ukraine, it's a situation against European security, against European values, against Europeans, all of them. So that's why Ukraine is fighting on the forefront of the European values. It's fighting on the forefront against the Russian aggression and is ready to defend, and will defend not only its territory, but all the territories of European countries to the end. So thinking about our European perspective, we really would like to hear some more concrete deeds and actions, because messages and signals are very good, and really the messages and signals are quite strong today, but sometimes we lack deeds in this regard. The presidents were right to say that...
Well, we heard there from... Emmanuel Macron was just saying there that should the Russians, get closer to and surround Kiev, then nothing is on the table. If the bombardments continue, then nothing is off the table. Is that something that you're happy with when you hear that?
So you want more Ukrainian people to die, or more Ukrainian cities to be bombarded, more Ukrainian children to die. So this is the reason why should the Europeans wait. Before the war has started, my president kept always saying about preventive sanctions. By the way, we can talk about the topic of sanctions. So I don't think this is really wise to wait until the worst case scenario happens. Again, Ukraine will be moving on its European path during the wartime as well. There is no necessity to you either to wait for the end of the war or to end when the worst case scenario will happen. We are ready to go on our European path now, fighting the war, destroying the enemy. We at the same time are ready to do our job in order to be a part of the European Union. And we await from the European family to be on the same path with us.
Well, do you feel that they are on the same path from what you're hearing, from what you heard just now from Emmanuel Macron? Because he said it's a complex situation and they reserve the right to wait and see how this all unfolds.
Once again, the politics of wait and see is not good for the politics of those brave and strong. Ukrainians are brave and strong today. They want all of European Union family, over our family, like we are now quoting the declaration, to be that kind of brave and strong. We will do our job. We will go on our path. But what we also would like to ask from the European Union, they talked today, all the presidents talked today about the sanctions. Current level of sanction is far away from being enough. We are thankful for the already fourth wave of sanctions. But if we talk about immediate, concrete sanctions, which would hurt Russian economy immediately and will make Ukrainians' life easier. This is not the case for the time being. So if we're talking about SWIFT, for instance, disconnect, so only 7 banks of Russia are in this list. Not the biggest banks. Sberbank is not there. Gazprom Bank is not there. If we're talking about embargo, import embargo, yes, European Union should be ready for this. President von der Leyen said that they are preparing the lessening down of dependence of the Russian gas. So yes, would be good if the speed of lessening down of the dependency from Russian gas would be a little bit higher. The same goes about oil. If we are talking about, Russian accounts, they should not only be freezed in the European banks, but also maybe some auction, just confiscation of these assets would be possible, etc. So sanctions are not enough. Again, sanctions do matter. Sanctions do help us to fight with the enemy. So please, I would urge all the European leaders to remember this.
Okay, Ihor Zhovka, the advisor there to the President of Ukraine, thank you very much for joining us here on the programme.
Many thanks.
Well, I'm joined now by Peter I'm joined now by Peter Stano, the EU's lead spokesperson. Peter, thanks very much for joining us. We're just hearing there from the President's office. They don't feel entirely satisfied by what they're hearing Emmanuel Macron and Ursula von der Leyen say there. They're saying that it's not a normal time for them. This is a war-like situation. Well, it is a war. And that path to the EU to be part of the bloc needs to be fast-tracked.
Good afternoon from Brussels. And indeed, of course, the European Union is very much aware about what is going on in Ukraine. And that's why we are standing on the side of Ukraine. And the message from the meeting of the EU leaders, informal meeting, which doesn't take decisions, but it's informal meeting that sends messages. The political message was very clear. Ukraine belongs into the European family. Ukraine is Europe. And we are fast-tracking the process, and the European leaders asked the Commission for its opinion. This is very fast. The President of the Commission was explaining that normally it takes years. Now we are fast-tracking the process. We know it's not enough for the Ukrainians. They are fighting for their lives. We support them in any way we can. EU is not a military alliance, but we do what we can financially, economically, politically, diplomatically to stop Putin's brutal war machinery from slaughtering Ukrainian civilians. We announced
it hasn't stopped Putin, though, has it? I mean, the bombs continue. Hospitals are being bombed and shelled. Women, children, the elderly are stuck in places like Mariupol. The humanitarian corridors aren't working. So what the Ukrainians are saying is that the sanctions don't seem to be working and the political messaging doesn't seem to be working.
Unfortunately, you are right. The atrocities are mounting, continuing and increasing. And we fear that worse is still to come because we see indications that Russians are preparing ground for a possible chemical or biological incident with spreading lies and disinformation about alleged laboratories found in Ukraine. So, yes, Putin is determined to continue. But as I said, EU is not a military alliance, but we support Ukraine as much as we can. This morning, High Representative for EU Foreign Policy Borrell announced another 500 million euros to support Ukrainian armed forces. This is first time in the European history we are financing deliveries of weapons. So we are doing what we can on the political, economic, financial track, and we stand by the people of Ukraine. And by the way, the sanctions...
But again, the advisor to the president, the spokesperson, has said that the sanctions are not enough either. So if we put the military aspect to one side and you talk about the sanctions, they're not happy with the level of sanctions that are being imposed either.
Of course, but as the president of the Commission just announced, we are continuing with the sanctions. We are tightening the screw on Putin's war machinery. The three packages, substantive packages, and by the way, unprecedented in the history of the EU, unprecedented packages, they are taking their toll on Russia's economy already, and they will show to Putin that it hurts, and it will hurt them even more when we announce another package of sanctions. And it's not the end yet. We will continue, and nothing is off the table because we are determined to stop him. But again, we cannot stop him through military means because European Union is not a military alliance.
So when you say nothing is off the table, what will you wait for before more action is taken?
Well, you know that the sanctions decisions in the European Union are the result of consensus among the 27 member states. So it takes whatever the 27 member states find unacceptable or as a reason enough to continue with the sanctions and to increase the sanctions even more. But again, look at the sanctions and the progressive nature of these sanctions. We are tightening the screws. We are really taking unprecedented measures to isolate Russia, to cripple the war machinery from being able to finance itself. And it takes a little bit of time until the effects are shown, but we have already seen in record time not only the resolve of the EU to take these sanctions, but also the impact of these sanctions on Russia. The president of the Commission was enumerating it in terms of plunging of the value of ruble, the situation in Russian financial markets, inflation, etc., etc. So this is crippling them. And you see the Russians are losing in Ukraine. They are losing in manpower, they are losing military equipment, and we are contributing to it to prevent them to financing purchase of new equipment and being able to finance this brutal aggression against people of Ukraine.
OK, Peter Stano, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much. That was Peter Stano, the lead EU spokesperson, joining us there from Brussels. Let's go live now to Kiev and speak to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette. And Lise, we're hearing there from the EU leaders talking about doing what they can to support the Ukrainians. They described Ukraine as part of the European family. But when you speak to the Ukrainians, the authorities, they don't seem satisfied with this language, because they're saying the political message is all good and well, but that hasn't stopped the bombs falling on Ukrainian cities and towns.
Yes, Yalda, even from January, when there was a procession of Western leaders coming here to Kyiv, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky would thank them for their public show of support and say, well, what are you going to do about it? Your words are really helping us. It's a moral boost for us, but you need to do more. And then when the invasion started and the sanctions were imposed, as you just heard again from the advisor to the president, we're very grateful for the sanctions. They're unprecedented sanctions, but they're not enough. They haven't stopped the advance of Russian forces. They haven't stopped the pounding of Russian cities, and they haven't stopped the advance here to Kyiv. Of course, I think what the West, and including NATO powers, would ask is, well, what will it take to stop President Putin? They are really being cautious, Yalda, because they don't want to cross what they see from their perspective, any red lines that could get them into trouble later. They did say, well, they will look at the application by Ukraine, but they don't want to fast track because they think it would send the wrong message about the rules and regulations, I suppose, of the bloc. And perhaps they're hoping against hope. You have President Macron, who's on the phone almost every week and sometimes a few times a day to President Putin. They don't want to be drawn in militarily. They're hoping this will stop, and so they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, essentially. But for the Ukrainians, as you've been hearing, that's just not enough. They want the war to stop.
Can I hear those sirens behind you, Lise? Just give us a sense of what's happening there in Kiev at the moment.
Yes, it was a siren, but I think it was just a car siren. But such is the stillness of the city, any kind of movement somehow seems unusual in a place where the streets have emptied of life many days ago. And we heard from the mayor of this city, Vitaly Klitschko, yesterday saying that nearly 2 million people in what was a city of 3 million have now left. This is a city which becomes ever more fortified every day. Every day we go out, there are more checkpoints on the streets, the sandbags are piled higher, there are more soldiers, there are more civilians with the distinctive armbands. But of course, all this takes place with the reports of that the Russian convoys are approaching, from multiple directions. The closest, as we've been reporting today, coming from the northwest, less than 10 miles away, and moving, but slowly but certainly. And with that armored convoy that everyone had their eye on for the past week, stretching for nearly 40 miles, that seems to have broken up, with different parts of it dispersing, as Russia seems to be reassessing its options, regrouping as it moves closer to the capital. The capital seems to be in its sights, but for now the focus seems to be on the situation in Mariupol. And as we've been reporting, people are using words like apocalyptic, barbaric, primeval situation, where people are living without food, water, heating, while Russia uses this medieval tactic of siege and shelling to try to bring the city to submission.
Yeah, dire situation there in Mariupol, in that strategic port city. Lise, thank you so much for bringing us up to date, for all your reporting there from the capital, Kiev. Now, Britain and America have accused Russia of manufacturing a fake story to justify carrying out a possible chemical attack in Ukraine. Moscow has requested a meeting of the UN Security Council, claiming without providing evidence that the US has been developing biological weapons in the country. Washington has rejected the Russian claims as laughable. Our security correspondent Frank Gardner reports.
This is the aftermath of a chemical attack. Syrian civilians doused with the nerve agent sarin in a Damascus suburb in 2013. That country's government went on to use more poison gas attacks to flush out rebels from urban areas.
The 4-year siege of Aleppo was fought conventionally by the Russians and Syrians, and they got nowhere.
13 days of dropping chlorine barrel bombs broke that siege. So if you want to get a siege done quickly, then these morbidly brilliant weapons are very useful.
The Pentagon has voiced fears that Russia may now be looking for a pretext to use chemical weapons to break the deadlock over Ukraine's besieged cities. Ukraine, like many countries, has research labs like this one investigating infectious pathogens, but Moscow has accused it of developing biological weapons with US help, aiming to spread disease into Russia. Ukraine has vigorously denied this.
We are decent people. I am the president of a decent country, a decent nation, and the father of 2 children. And no chemical weapons or any other weapons of mass destruction were developed on my land. The whole world knows that. You know that. And if you do something like that against us, you will get the most severe sanctions response.
Russia's military progress has been much slower than expected. It continues to lose men, weapons and equipment in lethal ambushes. But it is slowly encircling the cities and showing no sign of letting up. President Putin, who ordered this invasion, now wants foreign volunteers to boost his forces.
If you see that there are people who want, on a voluntary basis, especially those not in it for money, to come and help people living in the Donbass, you need to meet them halfway and help them move to the combat zones.
Ukrainians are defiant. Many of those remaining in their country say they will fight to the death. But the harder they resist, the more destruction is wreaked on their cities. It's clear that President Putin is prepared to go to any lengths to stop his neighbour becoming a part of Western Europe. Frank Gardner, BBC News.
Okay, we've just got some breaking news now. An advisor to Ukraine's president says Belarusian leader Alexander Lukashenko was meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow as Russian jets carried out what Ukraine said was a false flag attack on Belarusian villages. Moscow did not immediately comment on the statement by Ukraine's border service that several Belarusian border villages had been bombed by Russian warplanes to create a reason for Belarus to join Russia's war against Ukraine. So that was just some breaking news that's just come in. I'm joined now by Ahmed Urumcu. He's a former Director General of the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. Thank you very much, Ahmed, for joining us here on the program. We're hearing there about those false flag operations. That also relates to the accusations by the Russian side that the Ukrainians are looking at using chemical weapons during this conflict. Just help our audiences understand more about these false flag operations, these pretexts that are created.
Actually, what it meant here, as I understand, is that one party, there's a reference to the Russian possible use of chemical weapons, while blaming the other side of having used it. This happened in Syria several times, and the Syrian government used chemical weapons against the opposition groups. Whereas they claimed that the opposition groups themselves used and fabricated these narratives.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're hearing in the last few weeks, frankly, but certainly a lot in the last 24 hours after the UK Prime Minister had said in an interview that Moscow could deploy chemical weapons in this conflict.
Yes, the Russian Federation is a member of the OPCW, and in 1997, when the convention entered into force, it declared all its stocks, as other states did. And these declared chemical weapons as well as delivery means were destroyed under the verification of the OPCW until 2017. But again, these are declared chemical weapons. If Russia is, going to deploy some chemical weapons, these must be hidden weapons, and this is strictly prohibited by the convention. No state party, no member country of the OPCW can develop, produce, stock, or use chemical weapons. So this is a violation. This would be a violation of the convention.
Of course, we saw chemical weapons used in Syria and devastating effect and impact. Just help our audience understand what kind of impact it would have if it was used on densely populated areas where civilians were.
In Syria, in August 2013, you will remember in Ghouta near Damascus, in fact, sarin, a nerve agent, was used. And in a few hours, more than 1,400 people were killed. And clearly, the chemical weapons create panic and terror among civilians, and also demoralize the armed, groups, the military or opposition groups in the case of Syria, and helped, in fact, the Syrian army to recapture some territories controlled by the opposition groups with lesser losses of, soldiers and material.
And how could one hold, if this was used by a state, and in this case by Russia, how could one hold Russia accountable?
There is, the OPCW has made significant progress in this respect, and it developed an attribution mechanism in 2018, specifically for Syria. But in the same decision, there are provisions which allow a similar mechanism to be universally applied. Therefore, a mechanism of attribution could be triggered, and if there is a use in Ukraine, technical teams could be deployed and take samples and sent to laboratories and traced. And in fact, the origin of the chemical weapon could be identified. Thereby, those who are responsible of the use could be identified.
Okay, Ahmed Arumshu, former Director General of the OPCW, thank you very much for joining us here on the programme. Well, as we've been reporting, European leaders have been meeting in France in the Palace of Versailles for a scheduled summit which focused on the emergency situation in Ukraine. The French President Emmanuel Macron warned of the impact it could have on global food supplies. Have a listen.
Whether we're talking about wheat or maize or grain crops in general, we know that Ukraine and Russia are two huge markets, and Europe has already been upset by the war on the food supply market, and this will be even more so in 12 to 18 months with the impact on Ukraine and crops there. And there will be a major disturbance to food supplies in feed supplies. So we have to strike a new balance and look at food production so that we can have autonomy for our food production and for protein production. And we must reassess the strategy for Africa, because a number of African countries are going to be hit by famines in the next 12 to 18 months because of this war.
That was Emmanuel Macron, the French president, speaking there at the Palace of Versailles for that two-day summit of EU leaders. Now, the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and EU Council President Charles Michel have been giving a news conference after a two-day summit on Ukraine. Let's just talk to our Paris correspondent, Hugh Schofield. And Hugh, we're hearing there from Emmanuel Macron and the other two EU leaders really laying out the impact this conflict is going to have on Europe, on the international community. He even talked about, Emmanuel Macron, about the impact on food supplies to Africa.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a little bit of misunderstanding about what this conference was going to was ended half an hour ago, about how disappointed people are that there haven't been more dramatic announcements on, on embargoes on Russian fuel or early entry to Ukraine, EU and so on. No?
No, we seem to have some technical issues there with Hugh Schofield's line there from Paris. We will try and get Hugh up in just a moment. But I'm joined now by a resident who witnessed an attack today, Vitaly Pashchenko. Vitaly, thank you very much for joining us here on the programme. Just tell us about what you saw, because every day, I mean, I'm here in Lviv, and every day when we wake up in the morning, we hear about another bombardment of another city, another part of this country.
Well, indeed, today's bombing of Lutsk was quite extraordinary because for some still unknown reason, we had no prior indication that this kind of attack could have been possible. We had no air raid sirens wailing before. They had sounded just 3 or 4 minutes after the bombing took place. As I live in the house in a close proximity to the Lutsk military aerodrome, I have a direct line of sight. And when I woke up, I saw that I woke up to this very strange noise. It wasn't an airplane or an artillery shelling, but it was powerful enough to make me awake. And when I went to the window to...
Vitaly, Vitaly, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. President Joe Biden is just speaking at a press conference, so we're going to have to go to him live. That was Vitaly Pashchenko talking to us there about the issue, the bombing of Lutsk. But let's just go live now to Joe Biden and have a listen to what he has to say.
Japan, the United Kingdom, as well as the European Union, we're going to jointly announce several new steps to squeeze Putin and hold him even more accountable for his aggression against Ukraine. And I want to speak to a few of those points today. First, each of our nations is going to take steps to deny most favored nation status to Russia. Now, most favored nation status designation means 2 countries have agreed to trade with each other under the best possible terms. Low tariffs, few barriers of trade, and the highest possible imports allowed. In the United States, we call this permanent normal trade relations, PNTR, but it's the same thing. Revoking PNTR for Russia is going to make it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, and doing it in unison with other nations that make up half of the global economy will be another crushing blow to the Russian economy. It's already suffering very badly from our sanctions. And I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, Leaders Schumer and McConnell, and Senators Wyden and Crapo, Representatives Neal and Brady, for their bipartisan leadership on this in the Congress. I would like to offer a special thanks to Speaker Pelosi, who's been a strong advocate for revoking PNTR and who agreed to hold off on that in the House until I could line up all of our key allies to keep us in complete unison. Unity among our allies is critically important, as you all know, from my perspective at least. Many issues divide us in Washington, but standing for democracy in Ukraine, pushing Russia's aggression, should not be one of those issues. The free world is coming together to confront Putin. Our 2 parties here at home are leading the way. And with that bipartisan cooperation, I'm looking forward to signing into law the bill revoking PNTR, which is, again, most people think of it as most favored nation status. We're also taking a further step of banning imports of goods from several signature sectors of the Russian economy, including seafoods, vodka, and diamonds. And we're going to continue to squeeze Putin. The G7 will seek to deny Russia the ability to borrow from leading multinational institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Putin is an aggressor. He is the aggressor, and Putin must pay the price. He cannot pursue a war that threatens the very foundations, which he's doing, the very foundations of international peace and stability, and then ask for financial help from the international community. The G7 is also stepping up pressure on corrupt Russian billionaires. We're adding new names to the list of oligarchs and their families that we're targeting. And we're increasing coordination among the G7 countries to target and capture their ill-begotten gains. They support Putin. They steal from the Russian people, and they seek to hide their money in our countries. They're part of that kleptocracy that exists in Moscow, and they must share in the pain of these sanctions. And while we're going after these their super yachts and their vacation homes and worth hundreds of millions of dollars. We're also going to make it harder for them to buy high-end products manufactured in our country. We're banning the export of luxury goods to Russia. They're also the latest steps we're taking, but they're not the last steps we're going to take. And as I said, at the beginning of all these steps, we're going to hit Putin harder because the United States and our closest allies and partners are acting in unison. The totality of our sanctions and export controls is crushing the Russian economy. The ruble has lost more than half its value. They tell me it takes about 200 rubles to equal $1 these days. Moscow Stock Exchange has been closed for 2 weeks because they know the moment it opens, it will probably collapse. Credit rating agencies has downgraded Russia's government to junk status, its economy to junk status. The list of businesses, international corporations leaving Russia is growing by the day. We're also continuing to close corporations with allies and partners to make sure that the close cooperation we continue to have, the Ukrainian people are able to defend their own nation. The United States has sent more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine over the last year, including anti-armor and anti-air capabilities, taking out tanks and planes and helicopters, with new shipments arriving every day. We, the United States, are also facilitating significant shipments of security assistance from our allies and partners to Ukraine. And the humanitarian front, we're working closely with the UN and humanitarian organizations to support the people of Ukraine who have been displaced by the violence in Ukraine. We're providing tens of thousands of tons of human supplies, humanitarian supplies, food, water, medicines, coming via truck and train every single day. Yesterday in Poland, Vice President Harris announced an additional $53 million in additional humanitarian support to Ukraine. That brings the total humanitarian assistance to $107 million in just 2 weeks. We've joined this effort with more than 30 other countries who are providing hundreds of millions more. And last night, with a great credit, the Congress passed a bipartisan spending bill that included an additional $13.6 billion in new assistance to the Ukrainian people. And I look forward to signing that immediately. And I also want to be clear, though. We will make sure Ukraine has weapons to defend against an invading Russian force. We will send money and food and aid to save the Ukrainian people. And I will welcome Ukrainian refugees. We should welcome them here with open arms if they need access. And we're going to provide more support for Ukraine. We're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send unmistakable message. We'll defend every single inch of NATO territory with the full might of the united and galvanized NATO. We will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III, something we must strive to prevent. But we already know Putin's war against Ukraine will never be a victory. He hoped to dominate Ukraine without a fight. He failed. He hoped to fracture European resolve. He failed. He hoped to weaken the transatlantic alliance. He failed. He hoped to split apart American democracies in terms of our positions. He failed. The American people are united. The world is united. And we stand with the people of Ukraine. We will not let autocrats and would-be emperors dictate the direction of the world. Democracies are rising to meet this moment, rallying the world to the side of peace and the side of security. We're showing our strength, and we will not falter. God bless all of you. God bless Ukraine, and God bless our troops.
The White House has said that Russia may use chemical weapons or create a false flag operation to use them. What evidence have you seen showing that? And would the U.S. have a military response if Putin does launch a chemical weapons attack?
I'm not going to speak about the intelligence, but Russia would pay a severe price if they use chemical weapons.
Extending the federal gas tax?
Will this make Putin stop his war?
Okay, you're listening there to US President Joe Biden speaking there in Washington, giving a statement. He talked about the US banning exports of luxury goods from Russia. That includes seafood, diamonds. So that's the US banning exports of luxury goods there. He also said the United States should welcome refugees arriving from Ukraine. So he's talking about the refugees as well as the crushing sanctions, what he described as crushing sanctions there on Russia. Now let's turn our attention to the east of Ukraine now, and an exclusive report on the battle for Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv, has endured nightly Russian air attacks and seen many civilians killed. Most of the city's 1.5 million residents have fled. Quentin Somerville and Cámara journalist Darren Conway are the first journalists to be embedded with the Ukrainian army as they continue to fight the Russian advance around Kharkiv. We have to warn you, you may find parts of this report very distressing.
Head to the very eastern edge of Ukraine and a ghostly vision of the country's fate unfolds before you. The city of Kharkiv is being purged of life. In near total blackout, the police in the country's second largest city take us on patrol. The Russians aren't far. Shelling happens every night. This close to the Russian border, they're on the lookout for another threat here. Saboteurs. No one escapes scrutiny. Alina, 76 years old, is lost and confused. In an instant, everybody's life here has been upended. But this young nation has surprised Russia and the world with its resolve. We weave our way past the fallen into no man's land with the Ukrainian army. Here is 21-year-old Yevgen Gromadsky. Where are the Russians?
Русские солдаты, русские військові стоять плюс-мінус.
Over the sound of shelling, he tells me, the Russian soldiers are standing about 900 meters away from here. You can hear right now that they're firing on our positions, and we're firing back.
Поруч з даним місцем. It's a grenade launcher, British.
But it's more than just a grenade launcher, it's a guided missile. Is it good against tanks?
It's the best we have right now.
How are the Russians fighting?
They're fighting like soldiers of 1941. They attacking just like in front. Now they don't do any maneuvers. So yeah, they have a lot of people, a lot of tanks, a lot of their vehicles and techniques. But we fight in our land and we protect our families. So it doesn't matter how they fight. We fight like lions, and they won't win.
This city of 1 million plus people has emptied out. This civilian, so close to Ukrainian lines, just didn't make it. We've actually come beyond the Ukrainian front line, and we know that because look at all the destruction around here, and this whole area is littered with dead Russian bodies. These men, in fact, and there are 2 more over there, there are 2 more over there, are Chechen. They have IDs on them, their weapons have been removed. The Ukrainians keep telling us they're really comfortable with this type of fight because this is their territory, they're defending their city, their families. But the challenge from them is what comes from the sky. They want more aircraft and they want more air defences. And that might be where this battle, this war, is won and lost. In a war with Russia, the front line is everywhere. This is what people have been fleeing in Kharkiv. Endless bombardment for the past 2 weeks.
Our administration would like to inform you that a fire has started in the building. Of that reason, please go to the ground floor and from there leave the building.
This is what Russia does to cities. It bombards them, it besieges them, it surrounds them. It terrorises entire populations. And if these tactics are unfamiliar to you, then you haven't been paying attention, because this is the Russian attack playbook, perfected in over 10 years of war in Syria. We know that Russia bombs hospitals. So here at the city's hospital number 4, they keep the wounded in hallways, away from the windows. Miss Valentina has been hit by shrapnel. I have a poem for you, she says.
These stupid Russian shrapnel pieces I will carry all my life, but as long as my heart still beats, I will still live and love.
And so too will 8-year-old Dmitry, now that this has been removed from his skull. This is the war that Russia has fought before and is fighting again. We don't know the rest of Ukraine's fate, but Kharkiv has already shown what's coming next.
Defenders, we will ride together. We will win this war, and all our heroic people will gather to rebuild our beloved Ukraine.
Quentin Somerville, BBC News, Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine.
Viktor Yushchenko was the president of Ukraine from 2005 to 2010. During the election campaign of 2004, he was allegedly poisoned, which left him with intestinal issues and marks on his face. He remains in Ukraine. The BBC's Evan Davis spoke to him earlier and asked him how he thought the war would end.
Somebody is guessing how the war might end, under what conditions, when. The war will end in two instances. Either we push the last Russian soldier from Ukraine, push out, and it will be a partial response to victory in this war, because there's also Russia, which is in slavery, enslaved nation. If it continues to exist under Putin, that would be a catastrophe for the whole world. But we're talking about Ukraine today. And I put 3 dots to be continued in my response. First of all, we have to push out all the invaders from Ukraine, and then there will be our victory. And there's another option. Which is a theoretical one. The war finishes when the last Ukrainian hero dies.
That was Viktor Yushchenko speaking there to Evan Davis. Let's just recap some of the main events over the last 24 hours. On day 16 of the war, overnight, President Zelensky rejected claims by Russia that Ukraine was developing chemical weapons. So what is the state of the Russian advance? Well, here's the latest data showing the positions of Russian forces getting ever closer to the capital, Kiev. Overnight, strikes took place at the military airfields in Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk and on the city of Dnipro. The UK's Ministry of Defence says Russian forces are making limited progress, but they would go for a renewed offensive soon, while a Russian defence minister insisted its military operation was, quote, going to plan. Our report from Kiev correspondent James Waterhouse.
Until now, Dnipro had avoided Russia's invasion, but not anymore. Air raid sirens were followed by this. 3 airstrikes, according to authorities, damaging a shoe factory, apartment block and nursery. Russia is widening its attack. Explosions illuminate Lutsk in the northwest, leaving at least 4 people dead, and Ivano-Frankivsk in the southwest. Both strategic strikes on air bases, say Moscow. Remember that 40-mile-long Russian convoy northwest of Kiev? For days it had been stuck, but according to the latest satellite images, thousands of armoured vehicles and troops are thought to have spread out, taking with them heavy artillery to surrounding towns. And what Ukrainian military chiefs think that means is Russia is preparing to mount a full-scale attack on Kiev. Just this morning there was a missile strike to the east of the city. 6 people were injured after this impact in Barashivka. For those who can, they continue to try and escape the fighting in the capital. For those who can't or choose not to leave, many are elderly. This is a queue for this local authority building, which is giving out clothing and meals. Many are nervous, and some are struggling because younger relatives have already left the city.
Now that we receive pension, we can buy food, but of course it's a good help, especially for the elderly.
In Kharkiv, which faces continued shelling, people take shelter in the metro. Across Ukraine, tens of thousands have been evacuated through temporary ceasefires, and the hope is more will follow.
We will open humanitarian corridors. They will work on the following routes: from Mariupol in Donetsk region towards the city of Zaporizhzhia. The route will be cleared and made safe from mines. A column of buses carrying humanitarian aid will depart from Zaporizhzhia to Mariupol. We hope that the corridor will work today.
However, the Red Cross says not a single person has made it out of besieged Mariupol so far. People are running out of food and water and are dying.
Ukraine's leader is nevertheless optimistic.
We're on the way to our victory. This is a patriotic war. This is a war against a strong enemy, obstinate enemy, which doesn't pay attention to thousands of our own people dead.
As this war spreads into more parts of Ukraine, the window for people to escape it is shrinking. James Waterhouse, BBC News in Kiev.
Okay, let's listen to Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, who's addressing the Polish parliament.
On the very first day of the war, it was clear that the Ukrainians... It was clear both for the Ukrainians and the Poles that there are no borders between us. Physical, historical, personal, human. After the 16 days of this war, the Ukrainian Duma and the Ukrainians' honor and Ukrainians' pride and Poland's support help us. Between our nations, there is peace, peace between neighbors, peace between brothers. And I would like these words to also be heard by our neighbors, Belarusians. We are close to each other. We are neighbors. We should also be brothers with you, with Belarusians. And of course, we will achieve that, ladies and gentlemen, our Polish brothers and sisters. For a long time, many parties tried to convince us that Poles and Ukrainians are far from each other and that they lead different lives. Why did they do that? Let me remind you the words of the former president of Poland, Lech Kaczyński, said in Tbilisi. We know very well, today it's the Georgia, tomorrow Ukraine, then the Baltic states, and maybe then the turn will come for Poland. On the 24th of February, this terrible tomorrow that he was talking about happened for Ukraine. And today we are fighting for the Baltic states and for Poland so that they wouldn't have to face that time. And we are fighting together. Together, we are 90 million people. Together, we can do everything. This is a historical mission of Poland and of Ukraine, to be leaders, to be together, and to take Europe from this precipice and from this danger, to stop Europe from becoming a victim of this aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do it. Yesterday, we could see what the European nations were talking about. We saw who is the real leader and who is fighting for the unified Europe, who is fighting for the joint European security, and who was trying to stop us, who was trying to stop you. We understand why Poles know how to fight together with others, fight for freedom, for the European freedom, for Europe. Remember a huge tragedy that happened in 2010 in Smolensk. You remember how the circumstances of this crash were investigated. We understand what it meant to you and what it meant for you to face the silence of those who knew the circumstances very well. But we're still looking towards our neighbor, our brothers and sisters. I feel that we have already built an amazing alliance. Perhaps informal yet, but this is an alliance that is based on reality, not written on paper. This is an alliance that stems from the warmth of our hearts and not from the words of politicians at high levels. The way you accepted our friends, our people who are welcome in your homeland, where they sought refuge against this evil that happened to our country. There is over 1.5 million of Ukrainian citizens here, and they don't feel as foreigners here. They were accepted in families with the spirit of brotherhood and kindness. And you don't want anything in return. You do it from the heart, as between friends, as in the family, which is why I just appeal to you, my friend Andrzej, dear Agata. I can say that we have already united ourselves. We united ourselves like this great Pole, John Paul II, said, that we will together strive for freedom and create freedom. I am convinced that we will be defending freedom together with you. As much as we need to, I am grateful for your help that you have already provided. Help from your state, from your nation. I am grateful for all the efforts that you make to protect the Ukrainian airspace. I believe that we will manage to achieve something very important. God willing, if we win this war, we will share with you our victory. We'll share it with our brothers and sisters. This is our greatness, but also your greatness. This is a battle for our freedom, but also for your freedom. This is a joint history of great nations. Dear Lord, please let us win.
President Zelensky there with that address from Kiev, and still, of course, incredibly defiant, incredibly strong, and he had tweeted saying that he'd had a substantive conversation with President Biden, giving him an assessment of the situation on the battlefield, informing him about the crimes of Russia against the civilian population, agreeing further steps to support the defence of Ukraine and increase sanctions against Russia. And we heard, of course, also from President Biden within the last half an hour or so, making the obvious point that has been repeated many times, that if US troops or NATO troops coming into direct conflict with Russia, that is World War III, which they're doing everything, of course, to avoid. I'll be back at the top of the hour. Do stay with us. This is BBC News. This is BBC News. Welcome if you're watching here in the UK or around the globe. I'm Geetha Gurumurthy. Our top stories. 16 days into the war in Ukraine, Russian forces appear to be widening their assault on key cities. In Dnipro, officials say a shoe factory and kindergarten are struck as President Putin clears the way for thousands of fighters from the Middle East to join Russian forces.
Russia says it hit military airfields, including in the northwest, the city of Lutsk. Ukraine say the attack killed 2. As Moscow accuses Ukraine of developing biological weapons, President Zelensky issues a strong denial.
This makes me really worried because we've been repeatedly convinced if you want to know Russia's plans, look at what Russia accuses others of doing.
And President Biden announces a new round of sanctions and new export controls against Russia.
It's going to make it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, and doing it in unison with other nations that make up half of the global economy will be another crushing blow.
Hello, thanks for joining us. Russian forces appear to be widening their assault on Ukraine on this day 16 of the war. Overnight, President Zelensky rejected claims by Russia that Ukraine was developing chemical weapons. But Russia has requested a meeting of the United Nations Security Council to discuss those claims. We'll have more on that a little later, but let's start with the situation on the ground in Ukraine. Here's the latest data showing the positions of Russian forces getting ever closer to the capital, Kyiv. Overnight, strikes took place at military airfields in Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk on the city of Dnipro. Well, the UK's Ministry of Defence says that Russian forces are making limited progress, but they would go for a renewed offensive soon, whilst a Russian defence minister insisted its military operation was going to plan. Our first report is from our Kiev correspondent, James Waterhouse.
Until now, Dnipro had avoided Russia's invasion, but not anymore. Air raid sirens were followed by this. 3 airstrikes, according to authorities, damaging a shoe factory, apartment block and nursery. Russia is widening its attack. Explosions illuminate Lutsk in the northwest, leaving at least 4 people dead, and Ivano-Frankivsk in the southwest. Both strategic strikes on air bases, say Moscow. Remember that 40-mile-long Russian convoy northwest of Kiev? For days it had been stuck, but according to the latest satellite images, thousands of armoured vehicles and troops are thought to have spread out, taking with them heavy artillery to surrounding towns. And what Ukrainian military chiefs think that means is Russia is preparing to mount a full-scale attack on Kiev. Just this morning there was a missile strike to the east of the city. 6 people were injured after this impact in Barishivka. For those who can, they continue to try and escape the fighting in the capital. For those who can't or choose not to leave, many are elderly. This is a queue for this local authority building, which is giving out clothing and meals. Many are nervous, and some are struggling because younger relatives have already left the city.
Now that we receive pension, we can buy food, but of course it's a good help, especially for the elderly.
In Kharkiv, which faces continued shelling, people take shelter in the metro. Across Ukraine, tens of thousands have been evacuated through temporary ceasefires, and the hope is more will follow.
We will open humanitarian corridors. They will work on the following routes: from Mariupol in Donetsk region towards the city of Zaporizhzhia. The route will be cleared and made safe from mines. A column of buses carrying humanitarian aid will depart from Zaporizhzhia to Mariupol. We hope that the corridor will work today.
However, the Red Cross says not a single person has made it out of besieged Mariupol so far. People are running out of food and water and are dying.
Ukraine's leader is nevertheless optimistic.
We're on the way to our victory. This is a patriotic war. This is a war against a strong enemy, obstinate enemy, which doesn't pay attention to thousands of our own people dead.
As this war spreads into more parts of Ukraine, the window for people to escape it is shrinking. James Waterhouse, BBC News in Kiev.
Well, let's go live to the Ukrainian capital, and our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucet, is there for us. Lise, we can see that the light falling there behind you as evening comes in. Just tell us, what is the sense there about how close the Russian forces might be to Kyiv?
Well, we heard, of course, from the mayor yesterday that about nearly 2 million people have left the city. That's perhaps not surprising. It used to be a vibrant city of some 3 million. Those that are left, and as you've just heard from James Waterhouse, there are some people who can't leave, and then there are those who are staying to fight. Whoever is here is watching very closely all of the reports about what is happening around the city. And we do have reports, particularly in the last 24 hours, that Russian forces are trying to move very slowly but very certainly toward the capital from multiple directions. From the northwest, they seem to be most advanced. Are said to be less than 10 miles away. Today there wasn't a lot of air activity around the city. We often see surface-to-air missiles fired by Ukrainian forces streaking across the sky. There was occasional air raid sirens. The priority for Russian forces, even as they regroup, it seems, around the capital Kiev, is they're pounding cities, particularly to the south, in that along that strategic belt of land on the Black Sea coast in the Sea of Azov, including, of course, Mariupol, which seems to be the most grave humanitarian situation. We've been saying for days now that the International Committee of the Red Cross describes conditions as apocalyptic, and there was a report earlier in the day that the last communications tower had been hit and cutting people off. And you hear from so many people here in Kyiv and elsewhere who are desperate to find out what is happening to their relatives in the city. Are they safe? And of course, amid those reports of more than 1,200 bodies lining the streets and bodies being buried in mass graves, people fear the worst. But it's really hard to know what is happening in a place like Mariupol. But what is clear is that it is absolutely barbaric conditions.
And the threat of some sort of nuclear accident, the talk of biological or chemical weapons, all must be greatly adding to the sense of fear there.
All of this is being watched with a laser focus by the world's powers, by institutions. The International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna is watching very closely what's happening at Chernobyl, where there was concern that staff weren't being allowed to rotate. There was concern that the plant would shut down. There was concern about leaks. The same thing with the Zaporizhzhia plant, the biggest in Europe. All of these are being watched closely, but in this kind of a fast-moving war with so many indiscriminate attacks, there is always the worry about some kind of fatal mistake. And of course, today the concern is about chemical weapons, and that is why, yet again, we're hearing these warnings, preemptive warnings from Western capitals, trying to send a strong message that if President Putin, if Russian commanders are thinking of using them, Russia denies that's the case, then they better think twice.
Lise Doucet in Kyiv, thank you very much indeed to you and the team there. Well, in the last hour, President Biden announced a new round of sanctions against Russia. Sorry, before we play that, we're just going to take you live now to New York, because the UN Security Council is in session. As we mentioned, they are talking about those claims by Russia that the US is running a chemical weapons program in Ukraine. Let's just listen in.
السيدة إيزومي ناكاميتسو الممثلة السامية لشؤون نزع السلاح تقرر ذلك. يبدأ مجلس الأمن الآن نظره في البند 2
will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Madam President, the war in Ukraine is now in its third week. Fighting continues unabated. The Russian armed forces are pursuing their offensive operations and laying siege to several cities in the south, east, and north of the country. A large concentration of Russian forces is reportedly massed along several approaches to the capital, Kyiv. The situation is particularly alarming in Mariupol, Kharkiv, Sumy, and Chernihiv, where there is shelling of residential areas and civilian infrastructure, resulting in an increasing number of civilians killed and injured. The utter devastation being visited on these cities is horrific. The numbers bear out the conclusion that civilians are paying the highest price for the conflict. As of 11 March, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights has recorded a total of 1,546 civilian casualties, including 564 killed and 982 injured since the start of the invasion on 24 February. OHCHR believes the real casualty figures are likely considerably higher, as information from locations whose intense hostilities are ongoing has been delayed and reports are still pending corroboration. Most of the recorded civilian casualties, which include children, have been caused by explosive weapons with a wide impact area, including heavy artillery and multi-launch rocket systems and missile and airstrikes. OHCHR has received credible reports of Russian forces using cluster munitions, including in populated areas. Indiscriminate attacks, including those using cluster munitions, which are of a nature to strike military objectives and civilians or civilian objects without distinction, are prohibited under international humanitarian law. Direct attacks against civilians and civilian objects, as well as so-called area bombardment in towns and villages, are also prohibited under international law and may amount to war crimes. As of 10 March, the World Health Organization has verified 26 attacks on health facilities, health workers, and ambulances, causing 12 deaths and 34 injuries. This includes the bombing of the Mariupol Maternity Hospital on 9 March. We condemn such attacks without reservation. They cause not only death and destruction, they also deprive people of urgently needed care and endanger more lives. We cannot emphasize it enough. The targeting of civilians, of residential buildings, hospitals, schools, kindergartens is inexcusable and intolerable. All alleged violations of international human law must be investigated and those found responsible held accountable. Madam President, millions of people in Ukraine need urgent assistance. This includes 2 million internally displaced people. We are scaling up humanitarian aid in areas where security permits. More than 500,000 people are now receiving assistance, including life-saving food, shelter, blankets, and medical supplies. The United Nations and our partners have developed operational plans to meet humanitarian needs where they are most acute. This work needs funding. Over $1.5 billion was pledged to the appeals last week. We are grateful for this generosity and encourage donors to release the funding quickly. Madam President, it is critical to urgently achieve a cessation of hostilities, to allow for the safe passage of civilians from besieged areas, and to ensure that life-saving humanitarian supplies can reach those who remain. On 9 March, over 51,000 people were reportedly evacuated through 5 out of 6 agreed-upon safe passages. These safe passages must continue. They should be implemented with clear principles and modalities. Civilians should be duly and timely informed of the possibility to leave the concerned areas and on a voluntary basis and in the direction they choose. To expand life-saving assistance and services to those most in need, humanitarian actors must also have safe, rapid, unimpeded, and sustained access to all areas. We commend the humanitarian actors on the ground who are staying and delivering in a highly volatile situation. Madam President, the number of refugees from Ukraine has reached 2.5 million people. These numbers continue increasing by the day. We also commend the countries that have kept their borders open to welcome and support refugees. All people fleeing Ukraine, including third country nationals, need access to safety and protection in line with the principle of non-refoulement and without any form of discrimination. Madam President, the need for negotiations to stop the war in Ukraine could not be more urgent. We note the 3 rounds of talks held thus far between Ukrainian and Russian delegations. We call for such efforts to intensify, including to further secure humanitarian and ceasefire arrangements as a matter of priority. We urge the sides to build on their contacts, such as the meeting yesterday between the foreign ministers of Ukraine and the Russian Federation in Antalya, Turkey. The logic of dialogue and diplomacy must prevail over the logic of war. The Secretary General is grateful to the many member states working in pursuit of a diplomatic solution to this dangerous conflict. He is in regular contact with regional and other leaders, and his good offices remain available. Madam President, let me affirm the U.S. commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. As the war grinds on, there's already much reflection about its implications beyond the tragedy it represents for Ukraine. We increasingly hear the use of terms such as turning point, defining moment, end of multilateralism. I believe this is not an exaggeration. Indeed, some consequences are already being felt economically and politically. Perhaps most alarming are the risks the violence poses to the global framework for peace and security. We must do everything we can to find a solution and put an end to this war. And we must do it now. Thank you, Madam President.
أشكر السيدة دي كارلو على إحاطتها. أعطي الكلمة
Ms.
الآن
DiCarlo for her
للسيدة
briefing.
إيزومي
I now give the
ناكاميتسو.
floor to Ms. Izumi Nakamitsu.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, distinguished members of the Security Council, I thank Council members for the opportunity to brief you this morning. I am aware of reports that certain public health facilities are in areas impacted by armed conflict, putting the safety of those facilities at risk. I appeal to all parties in this conflict to ensure the safety of all such facilities in Ukraine. I am aware of media reports regarding allegations of biological weapons programs. The United Nations is not aware of any biological weapons programs. That is largely thanks to the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention, which prohibits the development, production, acquisition, transfer, stockpiling, and use of biological and toxic weapons. The Russian Federation and Ukraine are both states parties to the convention. In addition, the Russian Federation is a depository government under the convention. All states parties to the convention have undertaken never in any circumstances to develop, produce, stockpile, or otherwise acquire or retain biological weapons. Biological weapons have been outlawed since the BWC entered into force in 1975. A total of 183 states have now joined the convention, and biological weapons are universally seen as being abhorrent and illegitimate. The BWC lacks a multilateral verification mechanism overseen by an independent organization, such as the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. Therefore, assessing compliance with its obligations is a task for its states parties. Madam President, despite the lack of an international verification regime, the Biological Weapons Convention does, however, contain several measures to which concerned states parties can have recourse in order to address situations in which states parties have concerns or suspicions about the activities of their peers. For example, Article 5 of the Convention states that, and I quote, "The states parties to this convention undertake to consult one another and to cooperate in solving any problems which may arise in relation to the objective of or in the application of the provisions of this convention." End of quote. Within the framework of Article 5, states parties have established an annual exchange of information based upon the submission of confidence-building measures. States parties must declare information about relevant facilities and activities on their territory in order to prevent or reduce the occurrence of ambiguous doubts and suspicions between them. The Russian Federation and Ukraine both participate annually in the confidence-building measures. The annual reports submitted by the Russian Federation and Ukraine are available to all BWC states parties for the purposes of transparency and reassurance. In addition, and also within the framework of Article 5 of the Convention, states parties have developed procedures for clarifying ambiguous and unresolved matters, including the possible convening of a formal consultative meeting to consider such matters. Article 6 of the Convention states that, and I quote, "Any state party to this Convention which finds that any other state party is acting in breach of obligations deriving from the provisions of the Convention may lodge a complaint with the Security Council. If agreed by the Security Council, an investigation on the basis of the complaint received could be initiated. Article 6 of the Convention has never been activated." While these provisions have not been regularly used, they are nonetheless internationally agreed procedures that are available to be used to diffuse tensions and to address and resolve any concerns relating to compliance with obligations under the BWC in a multilateral setting. I would therefore encourage BWC states parties to consider making use of the available procedures for consultation and cooperation in order to resolve these issues. Madam President, distinguished members of the Security Council, situations such as this demonstrate the need to strengthen the BWC, to operationalize it, and to institutionalize it. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to encourage its states parties to come to the Convention's 9th Review Conference, scheduled to take place in Geneva later in 2022, committed to a series of overhaul of the Convention to ensure it is properly equipped and resourced to deal with the challenges ahead. Madam President, distinguished members of the Security Council, to conclude my statement, I would like to take this opportunity to address the worrying issue of the safety and security of nuclear power plants in Ukraine. An accident involving the nuclear facilities in Ukraine could have severe consequences for public health and environment, and all steps must be taken to avoid it. The possibility of an accident caused by failure to a reactor's power supply or the inability to provide regular maintenance is growing by the day. The forces in effective control of nuclear power plants in Ukraine must ensure their safe and secure operation. I am extremely concerned that 4 of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA's 7 pillars of the safe and secure operations of facilities are reportedly not being implemented at Chernobyl and Zaporizhzhia. Communications must be fully restored, and operating staff must be allowed to properly carry out their duties and to do so free of undue pressure. I would like to echo the Secretary General's support for IAEA Director General Grossi's efforts to develop a framework to ensure the safety and security of Ukraine's facilities, and welcome the constructive meetings he held in Turkey on 10th of March with the foreign ministers of Ukraine and the Russian Federation. I thank you very much for your attention.
I thank Ms. Nakamitsu for her briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Madam President, distinguished colleagues, the coronavirus pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, has shown us how vulnerable humankind is when facing biological threats. It has already taken and continues taking a huge number of human lives. In 1975, when the Convention on Banning the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention came into force, we had the hope that the world managed to get rid itself of at least those biological threats which are created by men, because everyone who signed this understood the huge risks of using biological weapons and decided to forego any plans to develop it. Unfortunately, we have reason to believe that these hopes have not been fully fulfilled. We convene the meeting today because, as Russia is conducting a special military operation in Ukraine, we discovered a truly shocking fact of emergency cleanup by the Kiev regime of the traces of a military biological program which is being implemented by Kiev with support by the United States Ministry of Defense. Our Ministry of Defense, Russian Ministry of Defense, now has documents which confirms that on the territory of Ukraine there was a network consisting of at least 30 biological laboratories in which very dangerous biological experiments are being conducted, aimed at strengthening the pathogenic qualities of the plague, anthrax, tularemia, cholera, and other lethal diseases using synthetic biology. This work is being done and funded and supervised by the Defense Threat Reduction Agency of the United States, including in the interest of the National Center for Medical Intelligence of the United States Ministry of Defense. The key role in implementing this program was placed by the Central Reference Laboratory with the Biosafety Level 3, using for its the basis of the Ukrainian Scientific Anti-Plague Institute named after Mechnikov and located in Odessa. An active participant here was also conducted by research centers in other cities of Ukraine, in Kiev, in Lvov, in Kharkov, in Dnepr, in Kherson, in Ternopil, in Uzhhorod, and Vinnytsia. The results of this work were being sent to military biological centers in the United States, including into the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, into the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, into the Naval Medical Research of the U.S. Navy, and into the U.S. Army Biological Warfare Laboratories in Fort Detrick, which used to be being key facilities of the American program to develop biological weapons. All of these materials are available on the website of our Ministry of Defense, and our Ministry of Defense is describing them in the course of their daily briefings. Let me just dwell on the more salient examples. Our military became aware of the details of the project UP4, which was being conducted in laboratories of Kiev, Kharkov, and Odessa. The goal is to study the possibility of spreading particularly dangerous infections using migratory birds. And this includes the highly pathogenic influenza H5N1, whose lethality for people reaches 50%, as well as the Newcastle disease. Yeah, there was another project where the vector of the potential agents of biological weapon, bats, were considered. Amongst priority areas for study, they include the bacterial and viral pathogens that could spread from bats to people, such as plague, leptospirosis, and as well as filoviruses and coronaviruses. As can see from the project documents, the United States actively funded the biological projects in Ukraine. Experiments were being conducted to study the spread of dangerous diseases using ectoparasites such as lice and fleas. Even non-specialists understand that such experiments are one of the more reckless because they do not give you an opportunity to control how the situation is going to develop further. Similar studies using lice and fleas as agents were conducted in the 1940s by the infamous Squad 731 of the Japanese Army, whose members, by the way, found refuge in the United States and escaped justice. Ukraine has a unique geographical location. A whole number of migratory routes cross there for potential spreaders of disease, and many of them go through Russia and Eastern Europe. The research I just mentioned was conducted in the very heart of Eastern Europe and in immediate proximity of the Russian border. As the data we received shows us, the birds which were ringed and released as a result of bio-research in Kherson Zoo, they were caught in Ivanovo and Voronezh Oblast of the Russian Federation later. And the analysis of the materials shows that there was a transfer from biolaboratory in Kharkov abroad of about 140 containers with ectoparasites of bats. And we do not know what was the further fate of these dangerous materials and what a consequence is going to be of the fact that there was no international control there and they will simply dissolve quite probably over Europe. In any event, there is a very high risk that they will be stolen and used for terrorist purposes or that they will be sold on the black market. Using the pretext of curing for coronavirus, from Ukraine into the Walter Reed Institute in the United States, several thousand samples of blood serum of the people was taken, and most of them are of Slavic extraction. Everyone knows how careful people in the West are when it comes to transferring biomaterials of Western nationals abroad. And there is reason for that, because in theory, bioagents can be created which can selectively target specific ethnic groups. At the same time, the activity of biological laboratories, who we notice have been accessed since 2014 and what is being implemented by the United States within the program of so-called reform of Ukrainian healthcare, led to an uncontrolled growth in Ukraine when it comes to particularly dangerous and economically important infections. There is a growing number of German measles cases, diphtheria and tuberculosis. The cases of measles went up by a factor of more than 100. World Health Organization declared Ukraine a country with a high risk of an outbreak of poliomyelitis. There is also evidence to show that in Kharkov, where one of such laboratories is located, in January 2016, 20 Ukrainian soldiers died from the swine flu and 200 more were hospitalized. By March of the same year, in Ukraine, 364 people already died from swine flu. The outbreak of African swine fever in Ukraine have become a regular occurrence. In 2019, there was an outbreak of a disease which symptomatically is very close to plague. At the time when the military biological studies in the United States were removed because of danger to the people, the Kiev authorities basically agreed to make their country into an experimental platform and using their citizens as guinea pigs. These experiments with a potential risk for the entire country is something that went on for years, and we can see in this yet another confirmation of an extraordinary cynicism of Kiev's mentors, who tell us all the time that they're very concerned by the fate of the Ukrainian people. If we are to believe what is being said by Reuters, and the WHO recommended that Ukraine should eliminate the particularly dangerous pathogens, they have to make sure that they avoid leaks. Otherwise, this could lead to the spread of diseases amongst the population. And we don't know whether Kiev implemented that recommendation. The Ministry of Defense of ours has materials stating that all of the serious studies of high level of danger in biological laboratories in Ukraine were conducted under the leadership of specialists of the United States who had diplomatic immunity. Currently, according to our Ministry of Defense, the Kiev regime, according to the request of their Western mentors, are trying to clean it all up to make sure that the Russian side does not find direct evidence that the United States and Ukraine are violating Article 1 of Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention. Their biological programs are being urgently closed up, and the Ministry of Health of Ukraine set us up the goal to, as of the 24th of February, fully destroy the bioagents in laboratories. The analysis of instructions in laboratories tells us that the order of liquidations is aimed at their irretrievable elimination. Our analysis shows that in Lviv alone, 233 containers with leptospirosis agents were destroyed, 30 with tularemia, 10 with brucellosis, 5 with plague. Overall, 320 containers. The nomenclature and the excessive number of biopathogens leads us to believe that these work were conducted within the framework of a military biological program. I would like to address my colleagues from Europe separately. Right next to the European Union, you've had an experimental platform for extremely dangerous biological trials. And we call upon you to think about a very real biological danger to the people in European countries, which can result from an uncontrolled spread of bioagents from Ukraine, which, as we have seen with COVID-19, is impossible to stop. And if there is such a scenario, then all Europe will be covered by it. Representatives of the United States provide confusing information about the involvement of the United States in this activity. Victoria Nuland, Assistant Secretary of State, basically confirmed the fact that there were dangerous studies being conducted in Ukrainian laboratories in Congress in 8th of March. There was a direct question put by Senator Marco Rubio, and she replied and said that in Ukraine there are research structures which should not end up in the hands of the Russian armed forces. End of quote. At the same time, the State Department continue insisting that on the territory of Ukraine, there are no laboratories under the control of the United States. We would like to, in this regard, put a question to the American delegation. How can this tally with the agreement of 2005 between your Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Health of Ukraine about cooperation in the area of development technologies and pathogens which could be used so as to develop bioweapons? This document exists in the internet, and in line with Article 3 of this agreement, the Ministry of Defense of the United States can extend assistance to the Ministry of Health of Ukraine in the area of joint biological research, determining threats from biological agents and working out a response to them as relates to, and I quote, to the dangerous pathogens deployed on objects on the territory of Ukraine. And I would like to underscore here that biological threats, because of its very nature, knows no borders. There is no region in the world today who can feel safe. The United States are overseeing several hundreds of laboratories in about 30 countries in the Middle East and Africa, Southeast Asia, and also on the perimeter of the former USSR. Placing it under international verification is something that Washington categorically refusing to do. They've blocked, since 2001, a legally binding protocol under the Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention about creating an effective verification mechanism to ensure compliance. And this can but lead us to the thought that the United States have something to hide. I call upon colleagues in these regions to think about what kind of an activity Washington is conducting on their territory, what the consequences for your people will be. I can foresee what the reaction will be from our Western colleagues, who I'm sure are going to be saying now that all of this information is fake and Russian propaganda. But this is self-delusion, and I do not think this will be helpful to the European people in case there are outbreaks in Ukraine or neighboring states with further spread and bringing in their wake dangerous diseases. The risk of this is very real, given the interest that the radical nationalist groups in Ukraine are showing towards the work with dangerous pathogens conducted together with the Ministry of Defense of the United States. We also know that in the case of any such incident, Pentagon told their Ukrainian colleagues to immediately accuse the armed forces of the Russian Federation of this, say that they are striking against scientific and medical institutions, and or link these incidents with the Russian diversionary groups. The Ministry of Defense of Russia continues analyzing the biological situation in Ukraine and the materials we keep receiving. What we told you today is a very small portion of the information that we have. Detailed information is something that we will disseminate in the very near future. As an official document of Security Council, you will be able to study it. We think it is our duty to keep the Security Council informed of the situation when it comes to the military biological activity by the United States in Ukraine. It creates real risk for international peace and security, and we intend to revert to the discussion of this topic in the very near future. We do not exclude the possibility of invoking the mechanism of Articles 5 and 6 of the Biological and Toxic Weapons Convention. At present, however, we expect to hear responses from the American side to the questions that we put. I thank you, Madam President.
أشكر ممثل الاتحاد الروسي على بيانه.
I would like to thank the representative of the Russian Federation, and I give the floor to the representative of Albania.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me thank USG Di Carlo and USG Nakamisutu for their information. I would like to make the following points. First, we meet at the request of Russia following allegations on a possible program of development of biological weapons in Ukraine. We listened to their statement very carefully. Madam President, any issue regarding weapons of mass destruction should never be taken lightly. As we just heard from the USG, the United Nations is not aware of any of the alleged program inconsistent with international treaty obligations, including on chemical or biological weapons. We heard about health facilities in Ukraine. We have heard repeatedly also a firm rebuttal at the highest levels from both the US and Ukraine. Therefore, Russia's allegations are, in our opinion, part of the information warfare, false, unsubstantiated, part of the usual propaganda and the disinformation coming from Russia, conspiracy theories not worth our time. The Council should not be served with fantasies or story-eyed stories, but with proof, independently verified and corroborated. This is not the case. However regrettable all this is, it is hardly surprising since everything, absolutely everything we have been hearing from Russia regarding Ukraine has been false, fabricated, or distorted. These are all in the public space and do not deserve mentioning, but the real palme d'or goes to the Russian declaration just 2 days ago, according to which Russia has not attacked Ukraine. Well, as we saw last week, the UN General Assembly has a different account. In every other situation, everyone would have thought that this is a joke, except for the fact that this joke is destroying a country, is killing civilians, and is responsible for more than...
We're going to come out of the Albanian representative who has said that the claims by Russia there are disinformation, part of the usual war propaganda. We did hear, I have to say, a very alarming set of claims that are being dismissed, I should say, by the West, and the UN representative speaking to the Security Council said that they had no evidence of any biological or chemical weapons being developed by Ukraine itself. That was the claim being made there by the Russian representative, that these weapons, that these factories were US backing. And he did go through a long list of alarming illnesses and mechanisms that he said were being used, including bats, parasites, lice and fleas, spreading the plague, a whole list of dangerous pathogens, anthrax, cholera. And of course, we know that there's been a lot of warning from Western governments that Russia will raise these false flag claims as a precursor to themselves, trying to make an excuse effectively themselves for potentially using biological or chemical weapons, which have of course been used on the civilian populations in Syria. Well, we will try and get you some response to that, but let's first of all pull away from that particular line and go to what's happening on the ground in Ukraine at the moment. And as we've been seeing, the city of Dnipro has now been hit by 3 Russian airstrikes, damaging an apartment block and a kindergarten. Well, it is located in the southeast of Ukraine, but some way from the Russia border, next territory of Crimea. Our correspondent Sarah Rainsford has this update from Dnipro.
Well, this is the epicenter of that missile strike in Dnipro. This, we're told, was a shoe factory, and it was hit at around about 6 o'clock this morning, and hours later you can still see there is smoke rising from the ruins. The fire workers here still trying to put out the last flames, and there are local people who've come here picking through the ruins, trying to clear up this site. It is one of absolute devastation. The ruins of this factory all around me, and this really acrid smell of the smoke in the air. And the thing that's really struck me is just how close this is to residential areas. There are blocks of flats all around, and the local residents brought the police in to help out here. We just spoke to one woman in her flat. She said she was woken by the boom at 6 o'clock in the morning, and she broke down in tears because she was telling me about how her teenage son was screaming with fear. There were 3 missiles. She heard 3 explosions. She didn't even get a chance to get to the bomb shelter. Some people did manage to make it to the metro station near here, and they spent hours underground hiding in fear. And I think the most key thing I think about this is that until now, Dnipro, this city, had felt relatively safe. There hadn't been any direct strikes, certainly not in the city centre. It was something of a safe haven. People came here fleeing the fighting in other cities around this region. But that feeling of safety, I think, after this, has now gone.
Sarah Rainsford, our correspondent there, who is in Dnipro. She's been reporting from there in recent days. Well, I'm joined now by our New York correspondent, Neda Tawfik. And Neda, we will talk a little bit about what President Biden said in that televised address. But I just wondered whether you could pick up a bit, first of all, on what we heard at the UN Security Council for us. We heard a very alarming statement by the Russian representative that was repudiated, obviously, by the Albanians and effectively by the UN representative too.
Yeah, that's right. Look, Russia had called for this emergency UN Security Council meeting because it said it had uncovered evidence, as we heard the Russian ambassador talking there, about a biological weapons program in Ukraine. Now,
no, sorry, just to cut in, we're actually going to go back to the Security Council because the US representative is now speaking live.
From the Russian PR this morning. You also heard from Ms. Nakamitsu that the UN is not aware of any biological or chemical weapons programs in Ukraine. Last month, Secretary Blinken laid out with tragic accuracy what Russia was about to do. He specifically warned that Russia would manufacture a pretext for attack and even cautioned that Russia would fabricate allegations about chemical or biological weapons to justify its own violent attacks against the Ukrainian people. Today, the world is watching Russia do exactly what we warned it would. Russia is attempting to use the Security Council to legitimize disinformation and deceive people to justify President Putin's war of choice against the Ukrainian people. And China, too, has been spreading disinformation in support of Russia's outrageous claims. I will say this once. Ukraine does not have a biological weapons program. There are no Ukrainian biological weapons laboratories supported by the United States, not near Russia's border or anywhere. So here are the facts. Ukraine owns and operates its own public health laboratory infrastructure. These facilities make it possible to detect and diagnose diseases like COVID-19, which benefit us all. The United States has assisted Ukraine to do this safely and securely. This is work that has been done proudly, clearly, and out in the open. This work has everything to do with protecting the health of people. It has absolutely nothing to do with biological weapons. In fact, it is Russia that has long maintained a biological weapon program in violation of international law. It is Russia that has a well-documented history of using chemical weapons. It is Russia who is the aggressor here. It was Russian operatives who poisoned Alexei Navalny and Sergei and Yulia Skripal with nerve agents. It is Russia that continues to support the Assad regime in Syria and shield it from accountability when the UN and the OPCW have confirmed that Assad has repeatedly used chemical weapons over the past several years. And we're deeply concerned that Russia's calling for this meeting is a potential false flag effort in action. Exactly the kind we have been warning about, including from Secretary Blinken here in the Security Council last month. Russia has a track record of falsely accusing other countries of the very violations that Russia itself is perpetrating. And given that, and consistent with our previous statements, we have serious concerns that Russia may be planning to use chemical or biological agents against the Ukrainian people. The intent behind these lies seem clear, and it is deeply troubling. We believe Russia could use chemical or biological agents for assassinations as part of a staged or false flag incident or to support tactical military operations. From the beginning, our strategy to counter Russia's tactics has been to share what we know with the world transparently. And candidly, we have been right more than we'd like to. We're not going to let Russia get away with lying to the world or staining the integrity of the Security Council by using this forum as a venue for legitimizing Putin's violence. Russia has attacked homes, schools, orphanages, and hospitals. Russia has attacked civilian infrastructure, including water and sanitation facilities. Their forces are laying Ukrainian cities under siege. Hundreds of thousands of civilians now don't have access to electricity for heat or drinking water to stay alive. Russia is the aggressor here. And despite Russia's best efforts, the media and everyday Ukrainians are documenting this truth on the ground. Russia can't paint over the front page of the New York Times, which on Monday featured the bodies of a Ukrainian mother and her 2 children who died while trying to cross a bridge outside Kiev in their attempt to flee to safety. Russia cannot cover up the work of AP News reporters who captured a doctor attempting to resuscitate an 18-month-old Kirill who died from Russian shelling in Mariupol. Russia cannot suppress the social media posts confirmed and amplified by CBS News that told the story of the 11-year-old Ukrainian boy who fled to Slovakia by himself with only a passport, a plastic bag, and a phone number scrawled on his hands. Russia cannot silence the Al Jazeera report of Russian soldiers terrorizing Ukrainian cities. And Ukrainian journalists are risking their lives every day to deliver to the world the latest on-the-ground facts, such as Novo Vremye reporting on the reckless behavior of Russian forces toward Ukraine's nuclear facilities. Russia is failing in its quest to create an alternative reality. In fact, not even Russian diplomats can keep their propaganda straight. Just yesterday, the Kremlin spokesman said he didn't have clear information about the Russian forces who fired on a maternity hospital. Then the foreign minister himself denied Russia attacked Ukraine at all, right before admitting that Russia deliberately targeted this maternity hospital in Mariupol. Their fabrications didn't matter because the world had already seen the searing images broadcast on CNN of bloodied pregnant women being evacuated from the scene of Russia's attack on the hospital. Even Russia's own citizens are tiring of such lies. Russian athletes are writing "No war" on their shoes and on TV cameras. Russian citizens are marching in the streets and protesting Putin's war of choice. And even Russian state TV pundits, Putin's own propaganda arm, have called for Putin to stop the military action. This is why we didn't object to holding today's meeting. Today's meeting has confirmed our predictions, revealed Russia's objectives to the world, and exposed Russia's lies for what they are, a malicious effort to cover for the atrocities being committed by Russia as part of their illegal and unprovoked attack on Ukraine. It is a page directly out of the Russian playbook, and it will not convince us one bit. The world is watching. Photographic and video evidence is mounting, and you will be held to account for your actions. We will not let atrocities slide. Unlike the Russian government, whose first instinct is to silence, we are confident that truth and transparency will prevail. We call on President Putin to end this unprovoked, unconscionable war against the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
أشكر ممثلة الولايات المتحدة على بيانها وأعطي الكلمة لممثل فرنسا.
United States, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
je remercie
I
Madame
thank
Di Carlo et
Mesdames Di Carlo and Nakamitsu for their briefings. I wish to denounce in the strongest of terms the unfounded allegations of Russia. Russia would have us believe that chemical attacks are being prepared in Ukraine. Russia would also have us believe that there are bioweapon research laboratories. Let us be serious. No one is fooled by Russia's lies. They are part of a cynical disinformation strategy and a smoke screen which Russia has used to make into a veritable weapon of war. We denounced these irresponsible provocations just a few days ago at the OPCW, along with 46 other states parties. Furthermore, this is not the first time that Russia is spreading lies to cause confusion, so fear, and more importantly, cover up its own responsibility. Let us remember the facts. It is Russia and not Ukraine that resorted to chemical weapons in recent years on European soil. It is also Russia which is seeking to cover up through disinformation the chemical attacks of the Syrian regime. France is very concerned at the possibility that this disinformation campaign may be the prelude to the use of a chemical or biological weapon orchestrated by Russia in Ukraine. These weapons are banned under international law. They must never be used in no context whatsoever by whomever. Russia committed to this by ratifying the Convention on the Prohibition of Biological Weapons and the Convention on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. The briefings that we heard this morning are clear. The reality is that Russia premeditated its aggression against a sovereign state. It violated the United Nations Charter. And the reality is that Russia pushed millions of Ukrainians into the streets and this led to the most serious humanitarian crisis in Europe since the Second World War. Russia is the one that for the past 15 days has been daily bombing Mariupol and so many other Ukrainian cities and civilian installations in violation of international humanitarian law. It is Russia which each day is killing more Ukrainian innocents. Neither disinformation nor the veto can mask this harsh reality. Neither will the laws adopted by Moscow to muzzle the press and the voices against the war in Russia. Russia can fool neither Russians nor the world. Thank you.
أشكر ممثل فرنسا على بيانه.
I thank the representative of France, and I now give the floor to the representative.
You're watching BBC News. We're bringing you special coverage from the UN Security Council. We just heard from the French representative and the US, Russia before that, and the UN itself. Let us go to our New York correspondent, Neda Tawfik. Neda, we've heard France and the US representatives completely condemn what Russia has claimed and warning that this could be a precursor to Russia using biological and chemical weapons in Ukraine.
Yeah, that's right, Gita. I mean, we heard a real warning there, didn't we, from the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, saying that the United States has been sharing their intelligence all the way before this invasion even started. And she said, candidly, we've been right more than we'd like to have been. She says this is the exact page out of the Russian playbook to come and spread disinformation in the Security Council. She categorically rejected that Ukraine had an offensive biological weapons program, again stating that, like other countries, they have public health laboratories that are, conducting research in normal ways, but in no way is this a biological weapons program. And
okay,
she was backed up in that stance right from the start.
Neda, so sorry to cut you off again. We're just going to dip back in, I think, to the Security Council because the UK representative is now speaking.
Ukraine was preparing a dirty bomb. That was a lie, too. They said yesterday that a pregnant woman staged her injuries in the Mariupol hospital bombing. That was a grotesque lie. Russia is sinking to new depths today. But this council must not get dragged down with it. So let's get back to the facts. Russia is invading Ukraine in violation of international law. Russia is killing hundreds of civilians through indiscriminate shelling of Ukrainian cities. It is using cluster munitions and thermobaric rockets, weapons designed to inflict maximum damage wherever they are deployed. It is targeting hospitals and schools and committing war crimes. Thousands of Russian and Ukrainian soldiers are dead, deaths that will shatter the lives of families they've left behind. 2.5 million Ukrainians have become refugees. 1 million children forced to flee from President Putin's invasion. This is a war of choice that Russia needs to end. Colleagues, Russia has broken its commitments under the Charter, but we must not let it subvert the multilateral system itself. As the UN said today, Russia is now putting at threat the global framework for peace and security. The Security Council is responsible for addressing many serious conflicts around the world. We have important work to do. We do not sit in this chamber to be an audience for Russia's domestic propaganda. And we should not allow Russia to abuse its permanent seat to spread disinformation and lies and pervert the purpose of the Security Council. Let us resolve today that this Council remains focused on the real threats to international peace and security. I thank you.
Thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement. I give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank USG Nakamitsu and USG DiCarlo for their briefings. We have noted the recent statements by states and wider information regarding the biological activities relating to Ukraine. In this context, we would like to underline the importance attached by India to the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, BTWC, as a key global and non-discriminatory disarmament convention prohibiting an entire category of weapons of mass destruction. It is important to ensure full and effective implementation of the BTWC in letter and spirit. We also believe that any matters relating to obligations under the BTWC should be addressed as per the provisions of the convention and through consultation and cooperation between the parties concerned. Mr. President, we have repeatedly expressed serious concern over the ongoing situation in Ukraine. We sincerely hope that the ongoing direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine would lead to cessation of hostilities. There is no other alternative except the path of diplomacy and dialogue. The dire humanitarian situation needs immediate and urgent attention. We once again call upon member states to adhere to the principles of the UN Charter and international law and respect the sovereignty and integrity of states. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of India for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
So just to let you know what's happening, we're in New York at the UN, of course, and this started with members of the UN saying that they had seen no evidence of biological or chemical weapons being developed in Ukraine. This has been called, this meeting, by Russia, where the representative then went on to make a very alarming and clearly alarmist, deliberately set of claims that Ukraine was developing labs, 30 labs they talked about, with dangerous operations strengthening anthrax and other lethal diseases, having looked at how to spread illnesses using birds and bats and parasites like lice and fleas as agents. This was all roundly condemned, as you just heard, by the UK, by the US, by Albania, by France. India also, which has a historic relationship with Russia and the US, saying that the humanitarian situation and previous agreements had to be respected. And of course, we're hearing from the Western nations that they fear this is Russia using the Security Council effectively to try and plant a pretext, a reason for its use of chemical or biological weapons, which is, of course, against humanitarian law, against treaties that they have signed up to. But we know that, of course, that those sorts of weapons have been used in Syria by the Assad regime with the backing of Russia. The Americans also said that disinformation had been spread by China. Well, we will get you more on that meeting, and we know that in the last week we have had warnings, presumably based on intelligence, of fears that Russia could use those sorts of weapons in Ukraine. Of course, it is already a very desperate situation. Let us just recap where the fighting in Ukraine is at the moment, because Russian forces do appear to be widening their assault on this, which is day 16 of the war. Overnight, President Zelensky rejected claims by Russia that Ukraine was developing chemical weapons. And after Russia requested a meeting of that Security Council to discuss the claims, the UN, as I said, has said it's not aware of any biological weapons programme in Ukraine. Well, on the ground in Ukraine, here are some of the latest positions of Russian forces who are getting ever closer to the capital, Kyiv. Overnight strikes took place at military airfields in Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk, and on the city of Dnipro. Well, the UK's Ministry of Defence says that Russian forces are making limited progress, but they would go for a renewed offensive soon, while the Russian Defence Minister insisted its military operation was going to plan. Our first report is from our Kiev correspondent, James Waterhouse.
Until now, Dnipro had avoided Russia's invasion, but not anymore. Air raid sirens were followed by this. 3 airstrikes, according to authorities, damaging a shoe factory, apartment block and nursery. Russia is widening its attack. Explosions illuminate Lutsk in the northwest, leaving at least 4 people dead, and Ivano-Frankivsk in the southwest. Both strategic strikes on air bases, say Moscow. Remember that 40-mile-long Russian convoy northwest of Kiev? For days it had been stuck, but according to the latest satellite images, thousands of armoured vehicles and troops are thought to have spread out, taking with them heavy artillery to surrounding towns. And what Ukrainian military chiefs think that means is Russia is preparing to mount a full-scale attack on Kiev. Just this morning there was a missile strike to the east of the city. 6 people were injured after this impact in Barashivka. For those who can, they continue to try and escape the fighting in the capital. For those who can't or choose not to leave, many are elderly. This is a queue for this local authority building, which is giving out clothing and meals. Many are nervous, and some are struggling because younger relatives have already left the city.
Now that we receive pension, we can buy food, but of course it's a good help, especially for the elderly.
In Kharkiv, which faces continued shelling, people take shelter in the metro. Across Ukraine, tens of thousands have been evacuated through temporary ceasefires, and the hope is more will follow.
We will open humanitarian corridors. They will work on the following routes: from Mariupol in Donetsk region towards the city of Zaporizhzhia. The route will be cleared and made safe from mines. A column of buses carrying humanitarian aid will depart from Zaporizhzhia to Mariupol. We hope that the corridor will work today.
However, the Red Cross says not a single person has made it out of besieged Mariupol so far. People are running out of food and water and are dying.
Ukraine's leader is nevertheless optimistic.
We're on the way to our victory. This is a patriotic war. This is a war against a strong enemy, obstinate enemy, which doesn't pay attention to thousands of their own people dead.
As this war spreads into more parts of Ukraine, the window for people to escape it is shrinking. James Waterhouse, BBC News in Kiev.
Well, European leaders have been in France today for a scheduled summit which is now focusing on the war in Ukraine. The French President, Emmanuel Macron, has warned of the impact that it could have on global food supplies.
Whether we're talking about wheat or maize or grain crops in general, we know that Ukraine and Russia are 2 huge markets, and Europe has already been upset by the war on the food supply market, and this will be even more so in 12 to 18 months with the impact on Ukraine and crops there. And there will be a major disturbance to food supplies in feed supplies. So we have to strike a new balance and look at food production so that we can have autonomy for our food production and for protein production. And we must reassess the strategy for Africa, because a number of African countries are going to be hit by famines in the next 12 to 18 months because of this war.
President Macron speaking a little bit earlier. Let's speak to our Paris correspondent, Hugh Schofield. Hugh, what else emerged from that news conference and from this summit?
Well, I think
anyone who's expecting that there would be dramatic announcements of early Ukrainian entry into the EU or promises of that or embargoes on Russian fuel will have been disappointed. But I mean, that was never really the prospect. This is a summit which President Macron himself described as a strategic summit. It's one that is to set Europe on a path that will take it through the next decades in a world which has changed dramatically because of what's happened in Ukraine. President Macron feels that he's been vindicated in a lot of his arguments over the last year or two about the need for strategic sovereignty and autonomy for Europe. And this, of course, has just proved his arguments for him. So this summit is to set a path ahead for sovereignty and autonomy for the Union in such matters as defence, the economy, and of course energy supplies. There are no big announcements, but there is a commitment for the European Commission now to go away and draw up plans in the coming weeks, which can then be decided at upcoming summits, maybe this month or later this month or in May, on these key changes, which, as everyone is saying, mark a turning point for Europe. But remember, this is a continent which up till now has found it very hard to agree on anything related to defence. And now suddenly we're in a world where everyone with a unanimous voice is talking about the need for a coordinated and more lavish European defence programme, including the Germans, including traditionally neutral partners like Sweden. So from the French point of view, this is a turning point. But in the short term, there are no big decisions here about Ukraine.
It was interesting, however, to hear President Macron talk about the wider global impact, the possibility of famine, for example, in African nations in the next 12 to 18 months, potentially.
Well, that's very much in the context of preparing for this new world. He's talking about the need for European sovereignty, autonomy, the need to think about food planning in Europe. And by extension, he's saying, as continent which is concerned about Africa, we need to be thinking about the consequences there. His argument is that Ukraine and Russia are major producers of grain. The impact of what's happening now will not be felt maybe for another year because it's the planting season which will come this year, which will be more dramatically affected. And therefore, we can expect next year, 2023, for there to be severe problems for Europe, and therefore Europe needs to address that and think about its own planting plans, but also for Africa, where there are poor countries who are very dependent on getting cheap grain from Ukraine and Soviet and Russia.
And Hugh, I don't know whether anything emerges on the diplomatic front there in Paris, with Macron talking to Putin. Obviously, any links, any diplomatic opening is what everyone is searching for at this stage, because what is unfolding on the ground is so horrific.
Yes, but there's absolutely no reason to be optimistic on that front, I'm afraid. Yes, it's true that Putin and Macron do keep talking, and there is another conversation, I think, with Scholz, the German leader, scheduled for this evening. But by Macron's own assessment yesterday to journalists, I mean, there is no reason to expect anything to come from this. He's simply keeping the lines of communication open so that when it comes to it, as he hopes it will, the Russians do have some kind of way out, some means of communicating with the outside world so that they can climb down. But there is no prospect of a climb down, so there is absolutely no reason to be optimistic.
Hugh Schofield in Paris, thank you very much indeed. Our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, gave us the latest update, again in the last hour or so, on the fighting in Kiev at the moment.
Well, we heard, of course, from the mayor yesterday that about nearly 2 million people have left the city. That's perhaps not surprising. It used to be a vibrant city of some 3 million. Those that are left, and as you've just heard from James Waterhouse, there are some people who can't leave, and then there are those who are staying to fight. Whoever is here is watching very closely all of the reports about what is happening around the city. And we do have reports, particularly in the last 24 hours, that Russian forces are trying to move very slowly but very certainly toward the capital from multiple directions. From the northwest, they seem to be most advanced. It are said to be less than 10 miles away. Today, there wasn't a lot of air activity around the city. We often see surface-to-air missiles fired by Ukrainian forces streaking across the sky. There was occasional air raid sirens. The priority for Russian forces, even as they regroup, it seems, around the capital, Kiev, is they're pounding cities, particularly to the south, in that along that strategic belt of land on the Black Sea coast in the Sea of Azov, including, of course, Mariupol, which seems to be the most grave humanitarian situation. We've been saying for days now that the International Committee of the Red Cross describes conditions as apocalyptic, and there was a report earlier in the day that the last communications tower had been hit and cutting people off. And you hear from so many people here in Kyiv and elsewhere who are desperate to find out what is happening to their relatives in the city. Are they safe? And of course, amid those reports of more than 1,200 bodies lining the streets and bodies being buried in mass graves, people fear the worst. But it's really hard to know what is happening in a place like Mariupol. But what is clear is that it is absolutely barbaric conditions.
Lise Doucette there speaking to me from Kiev in the last hour or two. Well, the British Home Secretary announced last week a community sponsorship route to help those fleeing from Ukraine. The new scheme should mean that everybody in this country can offer a home to people fleeing Ukraine. But how would this work, and what do Ukrainians face at the moment trying to get into the UK? Let's speak now to Dame Diana Johnson, Labour MP and Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee. Thanks very much for joining us. What is your understanding as to how this new scheme announced by the government would be? How would it work?
Well, that's a very good question. At the moment, we don't know, and we're expecting a statement in the House of Commons next week. Of course, it was announced, but with no detail. And that's been very frustrating for many people who want to help and provide support and accommodation to Ukrainian refugees. There is a scheme that the government already have that's been in place since 2016 around community sponsorship, but only 500 people have ever come into the United Kingdom on that scheme, and it has been dogged by being overly bureaucratic. So we will wait to hear, hopefully next week, what this new scheme will mean and what the criteria will be, and whether communities will have to raise a certain amount of money, because under the existing scheme they need to raise £9,000 to bring a person to the United Kingdom.
You need to raise £9,000?
That's under this existing scheme. If the Home Office are choosing to use that, or the Department of Levelling Up are choosing to use that as their base, as the scheme that's already in place, then obviously they may want to change that figure. We don't know. That's part of the frustration and the problem, that the scheme was announced with no detail.
I mean, there has been a lot of criticism of the British government in not acting as in an open manner in the way the EU has, and to welcome refugees, people who might have family here, friends here. That means that they want to come to the UK rather than staying in countries sort of neighbouring Ukraine. The government has said that obviously they have to get the scheme right. It takes time. They've got to secure the borders. They don't want, they don't want a security risk by opening up the borders completely. That is fair enough, isn't it?
Well, what we know is that the vast majority of refugees fleeing Ukraine will stay in the countries adjacent to Ukraine, because they will want to return as soon as they can to their loved ones and their families who are still there. But there will be some people who want to come to the United Kingdom, who have links here with family. Perhaps they've worked here, or they have relatives and friends. So I think the problem really for the Home Office is that they have used the existing family visa scheme to deal with what's actually a humanitarian crisis. And that's the problem. That's why it's overly bureaucratic, why it's been so slow. The requirement to have a visa before you can travel to the United Kingdom and prove lots of things before you arrive has been really difficult. And just on the security checks, I think we all accept we want to keep our country safe, and we want to have proper checks on who comes into the country. But we can do that. We can do that at the border. There's no reason for a visa having to be issued at one of the visa application centres, and we are pleased that the government have announced that they will relax that requirement for
Diana Johnson,
passport holders.
So sorry to cut in. Thank you very much indeed. We're just going to actually take our views back to the UN Security Council and listen to the China envoy there.
Back to the track of a political settlement as soon as possible, while making efforts to prevent a massive large-scale humanitarian crisis. Stop fighting and hostilities is a widespread desire of the international community. Peace negotiations are the only viable means to achieve that goal. Recently, Russia and Ukraine have held multiple rounds of direct talks, and the two foreign ministers held a high-level meeting yesterday. All these are positive steps towards achieving peace. The international community should continue to encourage and support Russia and Ukraine in their negotiations and create necessary environment and condition for such peace talks. China will continue to work with the international community and play its part in de-escalating the situation and seeking peace. Mr. President, China attaches great importance to biosafety and security and consistently stands for complete prohibition and a thorough destruction of all WMDs, including biological weapons, firmly opposes the development, possession, and use of biological and chemical weapons by any country and under any circumstances, and encourage those countries that have not yet destroyed their stockpiles of chemical weapons to do so as soon as possible. The purposes and the principles of the Biological Weapons Convention should be strictly upheld. Biological weapons are weapons of mass destruction. Any information and leads on biomilitary activities should trigger high attention from the international community. China has noted with concern relevant information released by Russia. To uphold the Biological Weapons Convention is an obligation for all state parties. The concerns raised by Russia should be properly addressed. China urges relevant parties to effectively implement their obligation under the Convention, provide a comprehensive clarification, and accept a multilateral verification. We have taken note of the press report that WHO has advised to the Ukrainian government to destroy the pathogens located in those labs in order to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. We look forward to be receiving more specific information on this. Under the current situation and for the sake of public health, we call for ensuring the safety and security of relevant laboratories. Mr. President, the U.S. representative in her statement made groundless allegations against China, which we firmly reject. The international community have been raising concerns about the U.S. military biological activities. They have around the world 336 laboratories. This number comes from the information provided by the U.S. to the Conference of State Parties of the BCW. The U.S. said they are for transparency. If they believe the relevant information is fake, all they can do is to provide us with relevant data, provide clarification so that the international community can draw a conclusion by itself. Thank you, Mr. President.
I would like to thank the representative of China for his statement and give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, biological weapons were the first category of weapon of mass destruction to be subject to a comprehensive prohibition.
We will come away again once more from the UN Security Council. Tempting it is obviously to listen to all the nations' positions there, but we just heard from China saying that obviously weapons of mass destruction, biological weapons, were condemned, but we have heard, of course, from America, who say that China has been repeating disinformation on behalf of the Russian line. That debate is going to continue. We will keep you updated, of course. Well, Putin's clampdown on freedom of expression in Russia appeared to be fraying at the edges on Thursday after guests on Kremlin-backed TV defied Moscow and criticised the war in Ukraine, calling the invasion even worse than Afghanistan.
Do we want to get into another Afghanistan, but even worse? There's a larger population there and they're more advanced in their weapon handling. We don't need that.
With me is Vitaly Shevchenko, Russian editor of BBC Monitoring. Tell us what the significance of that is.
Well, quite simply, it's not something I had expected to see on Russian TV, because they've constructed a truly Orwellian parallel reality where they're not fighting Ukraine, they're fighting neo-Nazis and nationalists in Ukraine. It's not a war, according to Kremlin-controlled TV. It's a special military operation to prevent a war from breaking out. So clearly, this kind of media messaging is designed to justify what's happening in Ukraine. And over the past few weeks, it's reached a crescendo, because leading up to the breakup of hostilities, we've been seeing increasingly aggressive rhetoric towards Ukraine, literally denying Ukraine the right to exist. So to see somebody on Russia's most popular TV channel, Russia 1, say that, well, actually, Ukrainians are not welcoming us with open arms, that they've constructed a truly powerful nation, a truly powerful military. That's very unusual in Russian state TV. What remains to be seen is whether this is a blip, a chink in the armor, or whether the people in the Kremlin who control all these key TV stations, whether they have realized and are prepared to admit that their plan, as far as Ukraine is concerned, has been derailed. And for years, audiences in Russia have been told that, well, it'll take us a couple of days to reach Kiev. Today, it's day 16. So clearly they have to readjust their media messaging, and that's probably what we're seeing.
Do we have any idea what happened to the person who's spoken? Have we heard anything about their own safety or security?
Well, I suspect that the talk show that we just seen is very high profile, and they have, well, a slightly wider license to say things that do not quite correspond to the party line. But we also have to remember that last week Russia passed a law under which you can be sent to jail for 15 years if you undermine the Kremlin's narrative of, we are helping Ukrainians overthrow the nationalists. If you say that, you are in real danger.
Yes, and they are restricting access online as well, restricting access to Instagram. Obviously, also in the West, we're just hearing reports here that YouTube is blocking access to pro-Russian channels. This information war obviously is crucial. It happens every time there's any kind of global conflict, but it's happening on a massive scale here because public opinion obviously very important.
It is, and it shows that it's probably a sign of weakness in the Kremlin, because they realize that all those horrific pictures emerging from Ukraine of civilians being targets, of civilian infrastructure being destroyed, they completely undermine the Russian military's narrative of using precision weapons and that civilians have nothing to worry about. So what the Kremlin is doing, they're trying to make sure that the Russians do not see that kind of information. However, social media remains a key source of information, especially for younger people in Russia, who know how to use computers and who know how to use various tools to circumvent these blocks, like virtual private networks. So it is still possible to access uncensored information in Russia. There are a handful of independent websites still calling the war the war. So we can't say that Russia has completely been surrounded by an iron curtain. No, they can see what's happening in Ukraine.
Vitaly Shevchenko, thank you very much indeed. Well, let us talk a little bit more now about the aid in place for those attempting to leave Ukraine and what agreements have been made to open up humanitarian corridors. Well, Claude Brudelin is the strategic advisor to the president of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Thank you very much for joining us there in Geneva.
My pleasure.
These humanitarian corridors, we've seen multiple attempts at making these work. Some people have been evacuated. Can you tell us what you know about whether they are operating?
Well, what is important here is to see that these operations are very delicate and risky operations. Making a safe passage, organizing a humanitarian corridor is essentially cross-line operation while you have the conduct of hostility taking place. So What matters here is that we have discussions at the local level with trying to do intermediary between the parties, having discussion at the tactical level to see if there's really an opening for these operations. It's one thing to have political pressure at higher level to say we need to have these corridors, but those who implement these agreements need to be on board. And that's the role of humanitarian organizations such as the ICRC and others to help facilitate a dialogue and to see if indeed it's possible to open such a passage.
And how are they negotiated on the ground? And is the problem that the people who are supposed to be allowing people, civilians to get out, that message isn't always translated or it isn't always stuck to? I mean, why have they broken down?
Yeah, well, we have extended experience with safe passage in corridors, being in Syria, Iraq, Sri Lanka, and these are not good experiences. So humanitarians are reluctant to push and promote for these corridors. It's really if the parties are ready to have these corridors that we can see that they are safe. So it's about getting guarantees of safety for people taking these corridors. But you see, we need to understand at the same time that these corridors are military operations, and you may have both sides taking advantage of these military operations for redeployment or taking time to take advantage of a ceasefire. So usually people on the ground are reluctant to engage in such arrangements. So what matters here is that we have a focus on what are they made for. These safe passage are not made in international law for the mass evacuation of a city. These passages are there to evacuate the most vulnerable, the wounded, the sick, the elderly, the children, those who are the most affected by the conflict. Civilians in general are best protected where they are. Parties should refrain from attacking civilians and civilians' assets rather than push for the safe passage.
But if we know that civilians are being targeted, hit, we've seen hospitals, kindergartens being hit here by the Russian military, it's impossible to safeguard civilians, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right. But at the same time, it's not a safe passage that's going to facilitate their protection, being in the city for those who stay or being in the passage where people try to evacuate. It's vital that there is a clear commitment of the parties for the respect of the Geneva Convention, and the pressure is about that, about protection of civilians, and not seeing in the safe passage a second best option. It is not invisible, and it has never been the case in siege warfare, that we could protect civilians through safe passage. It is true for very vulnerable groups, as wounded, sick, and children and elderly, who do not have so much a value in a tactical sense. But to have a massive evacuation of the population is in itself a military issue, and we should be very careful about such a measure.
So you're saying that if we look at, obviously we know from Kiev many people have left, but the other cities that are being hit, you're saying that it isn't necessarily the right strategy even to try and make those cities have corridors to get people out?
No, absolutely, especially if we do not want to affect the demography of the country. If we go and open these corridors and we let the military pressure the movement of population, we are participating in a reshaping of the population of the country. But
isn't that better than letting them be bombed to death?
Absolutely not. But that is to say, where should we put our priority? The priority should be on the protection of civilians where they are and evacuating the most vulnerable. But if parties enter into an agreement for a mass evacuation of a city, we should see that this is politically and militarily a very sensitive arrangement.
Yeah, very difficult, obviously, to get that agreement and then to actually implement it. Thank you very much indeed, Claude Bourget, for your time today. Thank you. Let's take a closer look at the fighting now. We're just going to go back to the UN, and we're hearing from the Russian envoy again.
This came to mind. First of all, Russian saying, which, according to which a guilty mind is never at ease.
the louder people are trying to shift the blame on us, the greater is our conviction that we hit the nail on the head when we're talking about their nefarious activity in Ukraine. Secondly, I remember another story which was mentioned many times in many contexts about the container shown by the Colin Powell some time ago here in this room, which became the foundation for the United States going into Iraq, and which led to huge level of suffering and victims and destruction, which then reverberated in the whole region, reverberated also in the form of a terrorist organization called ISIL. That is the real Palme d'Or that the Albanian colleague mentioned today in his statement. Many of you said that you are unaware of the military biological programs in Ukraine. That doesn't mean that they didn't exist in actual fact. Military development is a secret enterprise, and those who are involved in that do not report to Ms. Nakamitsu about it. I also recall Iraq and Mosul, which were razed to the ground and buried under their rubble thousands of civilians. And this was done by the forces of the coalition headed by the United States. And the bodies remained there for several months. And I do not recall righteous ire on the part of the colleagues about this. We raised this issue many times, but this died and was buried, and people prefer not to recall that. But on the other hand, we hear every day about the atrocities of the Russian army attacks on hospitals, kindergartens, schools, maternity hospitals using cluster bombs, something that was refuted repeatedly by our Ministry of Defense. The maternity hospital number 1 in Mariupol has become the common parlance in this regard. Let me ask you this. Did you listen to what we said here in this room on Monday, 7th of March, when we said that the fighters, the radicals, converted that building into an attack base? This is something that we warned about even then. But apparently you don't listen or you don't hear what it is that we say. Did you see the photos of the allegedly destroyed maternity hospital, the building of the hospital destroyed by a bomb? What you can see there is a building without windows, but it's not destroyed. Here are the photos. Can you imagine what would have happened to a building if it underwent a bomb strike or shelling, as well as to those who were inside the building? What would have happened to it? So we have the videos from inside the building. Here they are. And they show that there is disorder, overturned furniture, and untouched, intact chairs. Once again, can you imagine what kind of destruction would have remained in the wake of a building hit by a rocket or a bomb? Ask military specialists, they will tell you. They have already said that. They show the photos of a crater near the building, which resulted from an exploded mine. At the same time, we are being told about the 17 wounded in the building, and not a single death, by the way. And by way of evidence, what is showed is a false picture of a Ukrainian blogger, Mariana Podgorskaya, here, she was shot by an AP stringer, Yevgeny Maloletka. This blogger lady is using 2 different kinds of makeup to present herself as 2 different women in photographs. And this is something that was revealed by the network users themselves. We are dismayed by the dirty campaign to blame us for intentionally shelling a civilian infrastructure. You are accusing us of propaganda and fake, whilst ignoring a huge number of fakes which are being churned out in Ukraine and in the West, so as to conduct a special psychological operation. At the same time, you coyly going over in silence over the fact that you have basically shut off your access to Russian sources of information. We found a great deal of new things these days about the freedom of speech that you seem to champion. I would like to react now to my UK colleague. She quoted Minister Lavrov incompletely as usual when he says that we did not start the war. This is the exact word. We did not start this war. We want to end it. And it is true that the war was not begun by us. It started 8 years ago by the Kiev authorities in the Donbas. Yesterday in the internet we show a video where the Ukrainians wear military form near Kharkov, let's say, are shooting down what is supposed to be a Russian plane using a movable rocket launcher. There is a car right next to it, the car in which apparently they used to arrive there. Here's a picture. White color Toyota bearing a logo of the United Nations. We've already asked this question to the representative of this secretariat, and the answer was that UN vehicles are not being used by the Ukrainian territorial defense. We insist on this incident being investigated by the UN. Even it turns out that this is not a UN car. Nonetheless, using a UN logo on a car which is used for military activities is unacceptable. I think it.
أشكر ممثل الاتحاد الروسي على بيانه.
I thank the representative of Russian Federation for his statement. The representative of the United States asked for the floor for the statement. You have the floor.
I know that you expect me to respond, but we're not going to give any more airtime to the lies that you're hearing today. It's beneath this council, and there's only one aggressor here, and that is Russia. And we hope they will be able to find it in their conscience to end the attacks and stop the suffering of the Ukrainian people. Thank you.
I thank
the representative of the United States for her statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the Security Council, Madam Under-Secretary General Di Carlo, Madam Under-Secretary General Nakamitsu. I should also acknowledge the presence of a separate category here, a representative of the aggressor state who sits in the seat of the Soviet Union in the Security Council, the status of which was recognized by the General Assembly Resolution ES 11/1, and that is the status of aggressor state. There is already a long record of Russian lies established here in the Council, and only the recollection of the items of lies over the last 2 weeks will take perhaps an hour or so. But let me mention just a couple lowest of the lowest, and I would not hesitate to mention them again after the representative sitting in the Soviet seat just referred to them. Let me quote his kingpin, Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov, who said yesterday, indeed, I quote, "We do not plan to attack other countries. We did not attack Ukraine either." End of quote. An outlet of the Russian lies, the Russian embassy in London, tweeted yesterday that a pregnant woman is in the attacked maternity hospital in Mariupol, was wearing makeup and was playing multiple roles of pregnant women. And indeed, Moscow and the Russian ambassador here are struggling to get this story straight. Kremlin spokesman Peskov told Reuters in the immediate aftermath of the strike on Wednesday that, I quote, Russian forces do not fire on civilian targets, end of quote. On Thursday, he told reporters that the Kremlin would look into the incident, I quote, because you and I don't have clear information about what happened there, end of quote. Following a meeting with the Ukrainian foreign minister in Turkey on Thursday, Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov took a different stance, as he claimed without evidence that the hospital in Mariupol was a warranted target because the building had been seized long ago by Ukrainian armed groups. Let me share with you a very good news. Miss Mariana, the pregnant woman, gave birth to a healthy daughter last night. Her name is Veronica. Here she is with her father. No matter what the Russian lies are about herself, her family, and the incident. Mr. President, whatever the gentleman in the Soviet seat may say in reply is most probably useless. We need to hear directly from the mastermind of the war crimes committed so far. As we established that he was out of loop on many occasions, having no clue what was going on the ground. We know quite well that the manic obsession with which Putin fantasizes about non-existent biological or chemical weapons or hazards in Ukraine is very dangerous. It may actually point at Russia preparing another horrific false flag operation. So what else are you going to use against Ukraine? Cruise missiles, multiple rocket launchers, heavy aerial bombs? We have already experienced all of this. What is next? Ammonia, phosphorus? And what will be the next target? One more residential building? One more maternity hospital? One more school? Or maybe one more cultural heritage site? Russian troops have already hit all these sites, all of them. By calling this meeting, the aggressor state has shot itself in foot once again. Ukraine runs a health system that is totally in full compliance with its international obligations and in full cooperation with all relevant international organizations. The rest is a bunch of insane delirium of Putin and his henchmen, including the Russian mission to the United Nations. Russia does not give a monkeys about safety of its own citizens, including thousands of decomposing bodies of Russian soldiers sent by Putin to Ukraine to this ongoing carnage. I regret that the Security Council is being now manipulated by the Russian Federation to promote such an insane delirium. It is an utmost disregard by the Russian Federation of the members of the Security Council. Finally, it is detrimental for the Council's credibility. What indeed has to be addressed by the Council are the war crimes and crimes against humanity that the Russian Federation commits on a daily basis since 24th of February, the day when the war in Europe unleashed by Russia started. Among the most recent examples that shocked the world, Russian airstrike that destroyed the maternity hospital that we already mentioned so many times today. Russian indiscriminate shellings and airstrikes have almost destroyed Mariupol, one of the most beautiful cities on the Azov Sea, and killed 1,582 civilian residents of that city, according to the local administration. For the first time since the World War II, people are being buried in mass graves in Ukrainian cities. I would like to use this opportunity to ask the gentleman in the Soviet seat, if you are really connected, wired to Moscow, please talk to Moscow to release the kidnapped mayor of the city of Melitopol. Please help us get him back from the arms of the invaders. Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Sumy, Izium, Akhtirka, Volnovakha, and many other Ukrainian cities are being razed to the ground. Documents and maps seized by the Ukrainian troops from Russian prisoners of war confirm that bombardments of residential areas had been planned in advance. Captured Russian pilots at today's press conference in Kiev have reconfirmed that they deliberately dropped the bombs on residential areas. The number of civilians killed by the Russian troops exceeds military losses. Many people have lost their homes. More than 1.5 million left Ukraine, almost 2 million by now, across the western border. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, became IDPs. Only from Kharkiv, 600,000 people were evacuated by trains. The main efforts are now focused on ensuring safe passage of civilians through humanitarian corridors. Unfortunately, the arrangements are often violated by the Russian troops. Awful pictures and footages taken near the destroyed breach in Irpin with killed civilians, including entire families who tried to flee the occupied areas, have circled and horrified the globe. Russia must not use civilians as hostages in human shield. By exposing cities to indiscriminate shelling and creating a dire humanitarian situation, deliberately shelling civilians during the evacuation from the besieged Ukrainian cities, Russia is forcing civilians to flee their homes and providing only a corridor to its territory or to Belarus. So-called green corridors proposed by the aggressor for sending people to Russia and Belarus could be considered as forcible deportation of protected persons according to international humanitarian law. Mr. President, Ukrainian people are being killed and Ukrainian cities are being destroyed as we are compelled to listen to the Russian absurd fakes in the Security Council. Fakes created in a desperate attempt to whitewash the war against Ukraine. Russian aggression threatens us all, and there is an urgent need to be resolute in countering uncivilized, barbaric, and mean actions by Russia. The sooner the aggressor is stopped and held accountable for his crimes, the safer our world will be. I will not end before I read several paragraphs from an open letter from 194 Nobel laureates. I quote, "The undersigned Nobel laureates voice our support for the Ukrainian people and the free and independent state of Ukraine as it faces Russian aggression." 194 Nobel laureates. In a move that recalls the infamous attack of Nazi Germany on Poland in 1939, using similar tricks of feigned provocation, The government of the Russian Federation, led by President Putin, has launched an unprovoked military aggression. Nothing else.
We're going to just come out of that because we're going to be bringing you the latest live news from Ukraine in a moment. But that was the Ukrainian envoy with one piece of good news, that the pregnant woman that we saw in Mariupol has given birth to a baby girl called Veronica. This is BBC News. Thanks for staying with us.
Today at 6, Russia broadens its attack on Ukraine, extending further into the country and hitting more cities. An airstrike on the central eastern city of Dnipro hits a nursery, an apartment block and a shoe factory. We report from the scene.
For this site is one of complete devastation. The smoke is still rising from the ruins of this building hours after the missile struck.
Near the capital, Kiev, the exodus gathers pace as Russian forces edge closer. Russia accuses Ukraine of developing biological weapons, prompting fears that Moscow could use it as a cover for a chemical attack.
Here we'll have the latest on the UK's response to the growing refugee crisis. And also on tonight's programme.
It was not your fault. The state let you down.
A formal public apology is made to survivors of abuse carried out in children's homes in Northern Ireland over 7 decades. COVID-19 infections rise in all 4 nations of the UK. Levels in Scotland are at a record high. And the woman who could make awards history. We speak to Ari Wenger, the first female cinematographer ever nominated for a BAFTA.
And coming up on the BBC News Channel, England lose an early wicket on day 4 of the first test against West Indies as they hope to bat out a decent lead in Antigua.
Good evening and welcome to the BBC News at 6 from Lviv. Russian forces are widening attacks on areas across Ukraine and are now closing in on the capital, Kyiv. The aerial bombardment was stepped up overnight, with Russian forces attacking some cities for the first time, including Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk in the west. And to the east, Dnipro, which has been a place of refuge for Ukrainians fleeing other parts of the country, was also hit. From Dnipro, here's our Eastern Europe correspondent, Sarah Rainsford.
They struck at dawn, and Dnipro wasn't expecting it. This was not a military target. Russia's missiles have destroyed a shoe factory, and they've shattered the idea many had clung to here, that this city was safe. Amongst the rubble of their workplace were factory staff trying to clean up. Dazed and disbelieving. Many more could have died here had the factory not stopped work because of the war. You see that black bag, this woman says? That was our security guard. What else can I tell you? You can see it all. Many ignored the wail of the air raid siren because central Dnipro had never been hit. For this site is one of complete devastation. The smoke is still rising from the ruins of this building hours after the missile struck, and the smell here is really acrid. But the thing that strikes me most, just being here, is that there are so many apartment blocks, residential buildings, all around here. The shockwave swept across the square, smashing windows and shaking buildings for blocks around. We saw Irina cleaning up the mess, and she called us in. For her family, the attack was terrifyingly close, right on their doorstep. They are scared, but they're also furious here at Russia. We didn't ask them to come and save us, Irina tells me. We were living fine in our own country. We love our country and we'll defend it, she says. Across the hallway, Alexander is clearing up for his 90-year-old aunt, distraught that she lived through one world war and she's now been caught up in all this. And down the road we met Natalia, demanding to know why Russia is firing at them, haunted by the terrified screams of her son. They didn't make it to the bomb shelter. The missiles came in too fast. Rescuers have been salvaging scraps from the factory wreckage. But however resilient Ukraine is, this kind of attack sows fear and saps morale. Because when the sirens go now, no one can feel safe here. Sarah Rainsford, BBC News, Dnipro.
Well, as the conflict intensifies, the column of armoured vehicles that had been heading to Kyiv, the capital, appears to have been redeployed to surrounding areas, causing more concern that a new attack on Kyiv could be imminent. Our international correspondent Ola Girin has been to the front line, close to the town of Bucha, where Russian troops are battling Ukrainian forces, just 15 miles from the centre of Kyiv.
The lonely road towards Russian positions on the outskirts of Kiev. We headed carefully towards the commuter town of Bucha, bombed day and night. There are battlegrounds along the way. Well, this is as far as we can go. We've just come through the last Ukrainian checkpoint. Up ahead is no man's land, and the next checkpoint is in the hands of the Russians. We've been hearing the sounds of battle in the last few minutes, with outgoing shelling from here towards the Russian positions. The fighting is hard, very hard, says Victor, breaking down. 15 days. He's a pensioner turned defender of Ukraine. Overall, it's fine, he says. We have our children, our wives. This is our land. Anatoly, who's 72, was risking his life to look for petrol. Everything is destroyed, he tells me. There's no electricity, no gas. It's very cold in the house. I'm sorry. This is life. Inside Bucha, there is no life. So today, once again, civilians were fleeing. From Russia, this choice, go or be bombed. Documents are checked before they head for Kyiv. Ukrainian forces don't want Russian saboteurs getting through. Cars brimming with desperation and trimmed with white ribbons, a plea for safe passage. Did you see the Russian forces in your area?
Ну, мы видели, мы проезжали где-то в районе.
We passed 3 of their checkpoints.
Там были танки.
There were tanks there, says Alexander. His wife, Natalia, also weeps for Ukraine. Russian armour is now closing in on Kyiv, according to these satellite images. The Pentagon says the Russians may now be less than 10 miles from the city centre. Orla Gearan, BBC News, on the outskirts of Kyiv.
In towns and cities across Ukraine, military funerals are now a daily occurrence. This country's regular armed forces, its soldiers, sailors and air force have been joined by volunteers, men and women who 3 weeks ago had never picked up a weapon, but who are now fighting and dying in defence of their land. 3 soldiers were buried here in Lviv today. Fergal Keane was at the ceremony.
The dead are returning. To homes far from the battlefield. Today they buried Dmitro Kabakov, 59, Andriy Stefanishin, 40, Taras Diduk, age 25. For all the solidarity of crowds, this grief is solitary. Each loss individual. For families, for comrades. Ukraine's dead in this war are full-timers, reservists and conscripts. Andriy Stefanishin was a permanent soldier married with a 3-year-old daughter. Yaroslav is a friend from when they worked on the railways together.
We kept in touch, talked. He was a great guy. God takes away the best from us.
These men had plans. Taras Diduk had a girlfriend. He was godfather to a friend's daughter.
He was brave. He said, "Mama, who's going to protect you if not me?" I know how he was. I can't praise my child, but for me, he was the best.
A mother grieving a dead son. War's eternal story. Fergal Keane, BBC News, Lviv.
Let's speak now to our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, who's in Kyiv for us. And Lise, the Russian bombardment does seem to have intensified today.
Today has been another day where more sanctions have been imposed on Russia, more strong words of condemnations from many capitals, including in the last hour from the UN Security Council. And yet it has no impact, it seems, on the course of this war. Day 16 of Russia's invasion. A day, as we've been reporting, where Russia has intensified and widened this war, attacking targets in the northwest and the southwest, which are far from the main lines of attack, attacking Dnipro in the center of the country, which was considered safe. Today, the United Nations condemned Russia for using long-range artillery, rockets, even cluster munitions, which are widely banned to target residential areas. There's meant to be humanitarian corridors, 12 in all, to ease the suffering of people. But yet again, in Mariupol to the south, shelling stopped any relief getting in. any people getting out in a place where conditions are now described as primeval.
Lise, as always, thank you. Lise Doucette. Russia has called for foreign volunteers to fight alongside its troops in Ukraine, suggesting that there were thousands in the Middle East ready to join. US officials said these could include fighters from Syria, which is a long-standing ally of Russia. From Moscow, our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, reports.
For Russia's defence minister, Sergei Shoigu, it was a busy day. Medals for his troops, wounded in action. And a video call with the Kremlin to announce that 16,000 volunteers from the Middle East want to fight for Russia in Ukraine. Good idea, said the president.
If you see that some volunteers would like to come and help people in the Donbass, especially without being paid, then we should meet them halfway and help them relocate to the war zone.
Soon after, this. Russian TV showed what it said were pro-Russia fighters in Syria, ready and willing. They've helped Moscow in the Syrian war. But what will happen if they fight in Ukraine?
They'll be very ruthless, and they'll use Syrian tactics, liberating Ukrainian cities by reducing them to rubble. This war is turning into a war of attrition, in which Russia cannot win, because the Ukrainians are going to have more supplies, more money coming there, while the Russian financial system is going broke because of sanctions. The Russian economy is tanking.
Vladimir Putin has much to reflect on after 16 days of what he calls his special military operation.
The Kremlin says that by sending thousands of foreign fighters to Ukraine, it's acting no differently from the Ukrainian government, which has also been signing up volunteers. But remember, it was Russia that launched this offensive, sending its troops across the border into a sovereign nation. Moscow seems determined to secure a military victory.
But at what cost to the Russian people? In Moscow today, more queues, more Western shops closing, more economic pain from sanctions. For some, the priority now is buying an air ticket out of here. But President Putin insists his country will get through this. When he met the leader of Belarus, Vladimir Putin said in the past sanctions had made Russia stronger. From the Kremlin leader, no hint of regret. Steve Rosenberg, BBC News, Moscow.
President Zelensky has rejected Russian claims that chemical weapons or weapons of mass destruction were developed in Ukraine. In a video address, he also warned that Russia would get the most severe sanctions response if it were to use such weapons. The US said the allegations were intended to justify a potential Russian chemical attack. With more, here's our security correspondent, Gordon Carrera.
The aftermath of a shelling in Kyiv. As Russia's tactics become more aggressive and desperate, a growing fear is that it could use chemical weapons. Ukraine's leader today added his voice to those warning of that danger.
What else have you prepared for us? Where will you strike with your chemical weapons? At the maternity hospital in Mariupol? At the church in Kharkiv? Or at the children's hospital?
So what are chemical weapons? They release a toxin or poison, often a gas, and were used to devastating effect in the Syrian conflict by Russia's ally, the Assad regime. And Russia itself used a nerve agent, a type of chemical weapon, in Salisbury in the UK 4 years ago. So what is Russia saying?
Thank you, Mr. President.
One concern is that Moscow has been making claims that Ukraine has its own weapons programs. Russia actually called a UN meeting today amid claims of a secret US-backed biological weapons lab, something Washington and Ukraine deny.
Russia asked the Security Council for today's meeting for the sole purpose of lying and spreading disinformation, and that is exactly what you have heard from the Russian PR this morning.
The fear is that Russia is preparing for what's called a false flag, using chemical weapons itself and then blaming the Ukrainians in order to justify the invasion. That one, Western officials said today, seems more likely than widespread military use of chemicals. So what would the consequences be? In 2013, Parliament voted not to take military action after the use of chemical weapons in Syria, even though they'd been described by the West as a red line. So what would happen this time?
Officials here at the Foreign Office and across the West have been vocal about their concerns, but also careful not to say exactly how they would respond.
I'm not going to speak about the intelligence, but Russia would pay a severe price if they use chemicals.
A strike on Lutsk overnight. The devastation is already terrible. The hope will be that public warnings may dissuade Moscow, though, from taking action, which could bring even more suffering. Gordon Carrera, BBC News.
Well, that is all from us here in Lviv this evening. And now it's time to go back to the studio in London.
Rita, thank you very much. Well, the United Nations says more than 2.5 million people have fled Ukraine since Russia invaded. Most of them have entered Ukraine's nearest European neighbours, and volunteers are helping to support refugees across Eastern Europe. The EU says Ukrainians will be allowed to work in member states without a visa for 3 years. Here, the Prime Minister says plans to allow some refugees to live with host families in the UK will be revealed next week. For Ukrainian people waiting to get here, the announcement can't come soon enough. Here's our special correspondent, Lucy Manning.
Millions are on the move, out of Ukraine, inside Ukraine. All have lost their homes and are looking for a new one. Into the third week of this invasion, and finally, British families will get the chance to help. The children of the Dnipro orphanage have each other, but little else. Everyone caring for someone, fleeing from the fighting just in time.
Probably still a couple of hours away from the Polish-Ukrainian border.
Heading to meet them in Lviv, a Scotsman, part of a group of Hibernian football fans who've been supporting this orphanage for years. Steve and his charity have arranged homes and care for the children in Scotland, but they still can't get them to the UK.
The only thing that needs to happen for us to be able to bring the kids back is for the UK government to say that it's okay to bring them in. We've got the support network in place, we've got the funding in place, the children know us and trust us, and that's it, that's all we're asking, just let us in.
What's your message to the government on setting up the sponsorship scheme?
Get it done quickly and make it easy. The longer it takes, the more pain and suffering you're putting through them kids. We've got away from the initial worry of being stuck in Dnipro, but they're still in limbo.
The government will eventually announce next week plans to allow British families to open up their homes to Ukrainians and for companies and communities to sponsor refugees. But millions in Poland, Hungary, Moldova have already been doing this, while British people have only been able to donate. The bus with the children finally crossed into Poland last night. Most of these children don't have passports, so they and others will still face visa bureaucracy. It's not clear how long they will have to wait to restart their lives, to be children again. For those who have watched the dislocation from the comfort of their homes and want to bring refugees into them, vetting will be required, which could also take time. But as many Ukrainians can come to the UK as there are people and organisations willing to house and support them, the country is set to show its generosity. Lucy Manning, BBC News.
Now we'll look at the day's news away from Ukraine. And a formal public apology has been made to people who suffered abuse at children's homes in Northern Ireland over 7 decades. A number of survivors were in the Stormont Assembly chamber to hear the apology after an inquiry found that thousands of children had suffered physical, sexual and emotional abuse in residential institutions run by the church and the state between the 1920s and 1990s. Our Ireland correspondent Emma Vardy reports.
The pain of abuse has lasted long after childhood.
It was a nightmare in that place. Not just what happened to us, but what we've seen all the children go through. The beatings, the coldness, no affection. You never seen a smile.
Jimmy was placed into a Catholic-run home when his mother died. The systematic abuse of children in Northern Ireland's religious and charitable institutions was denied and hidden for many years. For those who as children suffered sexual, physical or emotional abuse, today recognition of the suffering that was caused and an apology.
We neglected you, rejected you, we made you feel unwanted. It was not your fault. The state let you down.
For survivors, this has been a long-awaited moment. An apology had been recommended 5 years ago after what was at the time the UK's biggest child abuse public inquiry. But a 3-year collapse in power sharing here meant the wait dragged on.
You couldn't believe this, you know, that we'd have to do this, beg and plead for someone to listen. We did that as young children. But the way we have been treated all these years has hurt and damaged us so much.
The apologies from some religious leaders today were coldly received, but statements from Stormont's 5 main parties were welcomed.
It's huge. It's huge. And it's about time. It's way, way past time.
Many survivors say a feeling of shame and guilt has never left them, but today some sense of vindication and healing. Emma Vardy, BBC News.
The High Court has ruled that the Metropolitan Police breached the rights of 4 women who were organising a vigil for Sarah Everard after her murder by a serving police officer 1 year ago. The women cancelled the event because police told them they could be fined for breaching COVID restrictions. An unofficial gathering then took place on London's Clapham Common. Today, judges ruled that the force had failed to consider whether there was a reasonable reason for an organised vigil. In the last few minutes, Buckingham Palace has announced that the Queen won't attend the annual Commonwealth service due to be held at Westminster Abbey on Monday. The Queen is understood to regret being unable to attend. The decision has been taken because of concerns about her comfort travelling to and attending the service. The decision isn't thought to be related to any illness. The Queen will be represented instead by the Prince of Wales. COVID-19 infections have risen in all 4 nations of the UK, with levels in Scotland at a record high. The Office for National Statistics Infection Survey estimates that 2.6 million people had coronavirus last week, up from 2.4 million. More details from our health editor, Hugh Pym.
The message from Scotland's First Minister: COVID hasn't gone away and people should still take sensible precautions. Patient numbers in Scottish hospitals with the virus are the highest in more than a year. A big decision's looming, whether to press on with ending all remaining legal restrictions on March the 21st.
We have to, in some respects, learn to live with COVID, but of course we've also got to factor in the harm that it causes people, particularly those that are high at risk and vulnerable.
The latest survey by the Office for National Statistics suggests that around 2.6 million people in the UK had the virus last week, up from about 2.4 million the previous week. In Scotland it was 1 in 18 people, and Northern Ireland 1 in 13, while in England about 1 in 25 had the virus and Wales 1 in 30. Case rates were higher in all the UK's nations.
We're concerned about rising infection in the community and an increase in hospital admissions, but we have decoupled the worst health harms of this virus due to vaccination. The demand on intensive care beds is still lower, as is mortality. So we just have to watch very carefully and try and mitigate our way out of this phase of the pandemic.
With cases rising, some have called for the next booster jab, planned for older people and those with weakened immune systems, to be launched as soon as possible. A minute's silence, meanwhile, was held at the National Memorial Arboretum in Staffordshire to mark the 2nd anniversary of the World Health Organization declaring there was a coronavirus pandemic, and to remember sacrifices made by health and care workers. Hugh Pym, BBC News.
Now, history could be made this weekend at the BAFTA Film Awards if Ari Wegner wins the statuette for Best Cinematographer for her stunning work on Jane Campion's The Power of the Dog, set in 1920s Montana. Wegner is the first woman ever nominated in the category, and she's in the running for an Oscar 2 weeks later. She's been speaking to our culture editor, Katie Razzle.
I think there's a ceiling there that's very hungry to be broken.
25 years since our first run together.
Will Ari Wegner be the first female cinematographer ever to win a BAFTA or even an Oscar? Period western The Power of the Dog has 12 Academy Award and 8 BAFTA nominations.
You are marvelous, Rose.
And central to this visual feast of a film is a cinematographer who got into the business without realising quite how rare she was.
I was so naive at the time. I had no idea that it was not a job that women usually did.
She's now at the top of her game, and with the acclaimed director Jane Campion, has created 1920s Montana on the South Island of New Zealand, inspired not by other movies, but by paintings.
Yeah, I love using art as a touch point more than films. We talked a lot about Andrew Wyeth and Lucian Freud and kind of pulling apart what is it about those works. Something can be beautiful without being traditionally beautiful, a kind of rugged face. What Jane and I really find beautiful is kind of the imperfection, and realness is so beautiful.
Before Ari Wegner, a female cinematographer had never been nominated for a BAFTA. A win there or at the Oscars would make her a trailblazer. But
I think it's something like 6% of bigger budget films are shot by women, which is not much. It's like slightly depressing and also like progress. I would hope that the change would be faster, if anything, but I think we're getting there. One movie, one award at a time.
Perhaps with this movie, cinematography's glass ceiling is about to shatter. Katie Razzle, BBC News.
Now we will turn our attentions to the weather. Thomas Schaffenacker has joined me. Hi, Thomas.
Jane, thank you. The weekend's upon us, and we've a mixed bag on the way. Today it's been pretty cloudy. We've had outbreaks of rain. I think most of us by now will have had at least some rain. Tomorrow, I say a mixed bag. There's actually going to be a fair amount of sunshine around as well. So overall, it's not a bad weekend, but it will be very blustery, and the winds will make their presence felt, particularly across the West Country. But here's the weather front that's been crossing us today. Extensive cloud out there right now and outbreaks of rain coming and going. Through the course of the night, it's quite breezy, showers on and off, so really a damp night out there. But once again, a very mild one, just like last night. Overnight temperatures around about 7 or 8 degrees in most major towns and cities. A little bit colder, I think, in Northern Ireland, maybe down to a couple of degrees early in the morning on Saturday. So starts off quite bright, actually, across many parts of England and Wales. Showers in the northern half of the UK, but notice this weather front here in the southwest of the British Isles. That is a little area of low pressure. It is going to bring some heavy rain, but also strong winds, particularly to parts of Cornwall, Devon, maybe western fringes of Wales too. 50, 60 mile an hour gusts, so really quite stormy for a time. For example, around the Isles of Scilly, maybe Penzance as well. Not the storms that we had in the last few weeks, but nonetheless a very blustery day. And I think the winds will stay out towards the west through the course of Saturday. Come Sunday, the low pressure nudges a little bit further north. Lots of white lines here, the isobars here, so quite a breezy day, I think, for all of us on Sunday. So Sunday, windy everywhere, but particularly around western areas, and also lots of showers coming in as well. But again, not a washout. There will be some sunshine around too. And the temperatures from around 8 degrees in Aberdeen to 11 in London. So quite a mix of weather this weekend, Jane.
All right, Thomas, thank you very much. Thank you. And that is all from the BBC News at 6. So it's goodbye from everyone on the team here on BBC One. We'll join our news teams wherever you are tonight. Bye-bye.
Detective Constable Layla Hussein.
What brings you to Port Divine?
Well, Russia appears to be widening its attacks with the first civilian targets hit in the central city of Dnipro today. The convoy outside Kiev has also now dispersed into towns and countryside around the capital. Earlier I spoke with the deputy head of the office of the President of Ukraine. He shared his thoughts on the closing in of Russian forces around Kiev.
They are maneuvering around Kyiv. They are maneuvering around some outskirts, and some cities, some smaller cities around Kyiv are really in bad conditions, like Bucha, like Gostomel, like Irpin. And by the way, again, here what matters is the humanitarian corridors, being people able to evacuate from these awful conditions. But Kyiv is not encircled, and this is the desire of Russian side to fully encircle Kyiv. And they wanted to do it in the first 2 or 3 or 4 days of the war. Now we're having the 16th day of the war, and Kyiv is not encircled. The city of Kharkiv, which is also important and symbolic for Russians, is also not encircled. Odessa is not encircled. So, I mean, but if you ask me whether these efforts would be continuing, unfortunately, the answer is yes.
So what are we to make of Vladimir Putin's plan for Ukraine now? We can speak to Pavel Felgenhor, Russian military analyst for Novaya Gazeta. Thank you very much for being with us. So will President Putin be satisfied with his military progress in this invasion?
Well, officially he says everything is going to plan, but what else could he say? I can't say that it's all going to the dogs, but so that means he says it's going to be successful. But obviously, there's a serious crisis in the Russian operation. The Russian advance has more or less grind to a stop, and their objective reasons for that, because Russia has a very large standing army. It was sent to Ukraine, and most likely they hoped that it would be over very soon, that they'd overrun Ukraine. It didn't happen. So Ukraine, which didn't organize a mobilization of forces before the war, is doing it now, and now the mobilized persons, soldiers, volunteers, are arriving at the front line, and the scales are beginning to shift in the Ukrainian to the Ukrainians, because Russia's run out of reserves, and that explains why they're not stalled right now in their offensive, and that's a serious problem. It's a conflict that was most likely planned as a blitz, turned out as a war of attrition that Russia can hardly win. And I'm not saying it's losing it, but it's already not winning.
But so you think that the advantage at the moment is with the Ukrainians, do you?
Well, the initiative is still on the Russian side, but their advances are very minimal. And the Ukrainians are getting their reservists to the front line. Many of them had combat experience in the Donbass during the last 8 years. There's a lot of volunteers, good motivation. The Russian regular forces don't have much reserves left. They used them up, and it's not clear what to do next. So it's, as I say, it's developing into a war of attrition. The Ukrainians are getting stronger, and the Russians are getting weaker. It's not that this war will end very soon. I'm afraid it's going to drag on for quite some time, but the scales are beginning to shift into the Ukrainian to the Ukrainians, and they have maybe narrow but clear path to actual overall victory, which seemed totally impossible. Many Western observers from the very beginning and during the war when it began said that the Russian juggernaut would just simply overrun the Kiev and the Ukrainians. It didn't happen. And now it's a totally different situation. Russia would have to rethink its approach and its strategy.
Well, it's quite something that you're saying there, that President Putin is in this sort of trouble. I mean, is the likelihood then, given the position he's in now, that he will just
you know, double down and intensify the onslaught?
Well, I believe he will. But the problem is he doesn't have the reserves. I mean, right now they're saying that they're going to bring some Syrian kind of volunteers, most likely soldiers who had fought together with the Russians in the taking of Aleppo and eastern Ghouta, who know how to take cities together with the Russians, liberate them by reducing them to a pile of rubble. But that's a sign of desperation. Right now, officially we have kind of reserves, but we have to begin a mobilization, which politically is not very feasible. And the Kremlin is afraid of declaring a mobilization and a war of attrition. At the same time, having an economy that's collapsing because of Western sanctions and a financial system that's collapsing. I mean, this is all cumulative action combusting together. It's not meaning that the Russian kind of Putin is going to fall anytime soon, or the war will end anytime soon. But it's going to drag on, I'm afraid. And by the fall, there'll be Russian state will be, and the Russian regime will be in very serious situation.
Well, that's really interesting. And the Ukrainians are claiming that they have killed another Russian general. I think that's 3 they're claiming now. How significant is that?
No, Russia has a lot of generals. I don't think that that's really significant in itself. But that just shows that there are losses. Losses are bad, but the problem is not so much losses as not the loss of the initiative, strategically speaking, and the lack of reserves and this was a very badly planned operation. I mean, it's hard to even understand how the Russian general staff planned such a disastrously bad operation. And of course, it was also a diplomatic disaster, political, financial. I mean, it's a failure of the Putin regime on many, many levels that actually allowed the Ukrainians to survive the first week of the most significant first week of this war, to drag the conflict on and transform it into a war of attrition of sorts. And that's the only way they can actually survive in this and maybe even succeed in this conflict. And this was a failure on the Russian side on all levels of decision making. Well, it already happened. What they're going to do now, I'm afraid that Putin's going to dig in and pile on more because acknowledging total defeat and withdraw, that's not his modus operandi.
And just finally, I gather there's been some criticism of the operation on Russian state TV, Russia one guest describing it as like Afghanistan, but even worse. Are you surprised that that is happening?
Well, someone will have to take the blame. I mean, it's increasingly obvious that just the crude propaganda that the Russian state TV is right now issuing won't help because, I mean, objectively you can't hide what's really happening. So that means heads are going to roll in the defense ministry, in the general staff, maybe in other places. Of course, Putin will kind of try to shift the blame to others.
Yeah, well, Pavel Felgenhauer, that's really interesting. Thank you very much indeed for being with us.
Thank you.
This is the News Hour at 6. Coming up. What now for Chelsea? Will the club face financial ruin because of the sanctions placed on its owner?
I am there to speak truth to power. One question to ask the questions that people want answered. Yeah, good to see you. When I'm interviewing a politician, it's a more rapid fire, but this is not. This is a conversation. The format of the show. So we're going to have an hour-long interview show once a week on a Thursday night. It's at 9 p.m. It's a moment to press pause on this frenetic pace of news and just reflect on things. And when we do have a politician on the show, you might see them interviewed by me in a different way than you perhaps normally see it. What they do, why they do it. If I can find some of that and bring it onto Sky News, I'd be really happy.
I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
Welcome back. Chelsea Football Club is in a state of limbo after sanctions were imposed on its owner, Roman Abramovich, with the Russian oligarch barred from selling the club for the time being. So what is the process of finding a new owner likely to entail, and will it be derailed by this week's dramatic developments? Let's talk now to the chief sports reporter for The Times, Martin Ziegler. Thanks very much for being with us, Martin. So, I mean, this story is developing all the time. Just bring us up to date with where we are with Chelsea Football Club.
Good evening, Mark. Yeah, I mean, there's been some fairly recent developments. It's emerged that
Barclays have frozen their corporate credit cards accounts. There's a bit of nervousness around the sort of providing any sort of credit facility for Chelsea since the sanctions were imposed and the sort of Abramovich's assets frozen. So there's quite a bit of concern over for how long can they actually just keep functioning and operating. They have to pay out £28 million every month in wages. So the timescale now for finding a buyer is getting sort of fairly urgent, I think.
I mean, is there a way that Chelsea could be allowed to function as a business, properly function as a business without Abramovich, benefiting at all? Is there a way that could happen?
I mean, I think they may have missed the boat slightly on that. I mean, it could have been done a couple of weeks ago, perhaps set up a sort of arm's length trust, a completely separate company, and handed over the control of that now. I think it's much more likely that actually it's going to be sold, and the proceeds from that, there'll be some sort of arrangement if it goes into a sort of a separate frozen account that can't be touched by Abramovich, or he agrees that the government can allocate it to good causes, for example. I think the ministers are certainly open to that.
I saw reading earlier today that the sale had been paused. What is the reason for the sale or the process being paused?
So there was a New York investment bank. The Rain Group had been given the task of finding buyers by Roman Abramovich. It had lots of expressions of interest, and they had said that they want final offers in by Tuesday. Now, they emailed all the interested parties saying that the process has been paused by the government's action. And because what happened, the government will have to give a special license for the sale to go through. They'll have to have oversight of the actual process. So that's why the interested parties have been told that as far as the Rain Group is concerned anyway, they can't progress the situation until they get some clarity from the government.
I mean, presumably it's in the club's best interest, Martin, to be sold as quickly as possible.
It's in the club's best interests, certainly the fans' best interests, and the government would like that to happen as soon as possible. But I think the other side of it is it means it's going to have to be sold for a lot less than the owners and the directors think it's worth. But that's probably going to be the price they have to pay.
What about the players? There's considerable talent clearly at Chelsea, worth a considerable sum. Is it likely that there'll be some sort of exodus?
I think we'll certainly see that the players who are out of contract at the end of the season, and we're sort of negotiating new ones, I think this will probably push them over the edge, and they may think that it's much better. The grass is much greener on the other side of the fence, and will probably move. I think that's pretty likely. For those who are still there, I mean, if players are under contract, they can still make it clear that they want to leave, and it's certainly not going to help. Absolutely, it's not going to help, especially if there's concerns about the finances going forward. If a new owner comes in, however, and shows that they've got lots of money, maybe that can settle the whole situation.
I mean, could this be a pivotal moment, in terms of more questions being asked, more scrutiny being applied to who is owning football clubs?
It absolutely provides, I think, more evidence for there to be an independent regulator, which the former sports minister, Tracy Crouch, has recommended in her review of football. I don't think that would have necessarily prevented Abramovich taking over the club. But I think actually this is a critical moment for Chelsea. I mean, he's put so much money in, £1.5 billion over 19 years, that the new owners, if they want to try and remain at the top of the tree, European champions, world champions, then they're going to either put in the same amount of money, because they're going to have to do that, or they're going to have to accept that the club is going to be on a lower level. And I think that's probably more likely. So they're going to be competing with their London rivals, Arsenal and Tottenham Hotspur, much for those sort of key European places, much more likely that than competing for the actual title.
I'm just hearing that Nike say they're going to stand by Chelsea for the time being, but I guess sponsorship deals are now up in the air.
We've already had the main shirt sponsor, the telecommunications company, Three. They're worth £40 million a year. They suspended their deal. They want their brand removed from the shirts. So that's a big one. Nike's a licensing deal. It's a lot more complicated to get out of because it's more of a sort of kit manufacturing. So I'm not surprised that at least for the time being, they're saying they're going to keep to their arrangement.
Okay, Martin Ziegler, thank you very much indeed for your time, and we'll see what happens to Chelsea Football Club. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Mark.
That was the News Hour at 6. Thanks very much for watching. Coming up next, we'll have a special programme with all the updates from day 16 of the war in Ukraine.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
It's 7 o'clock. This is a Sky News special programme on the war in Ukraine. Our top story. At a turning point, the verdict of the Ukrainian president as Russian forces edge closer to Kiev. Digging in, Ukrainian troops try to hold their lines on the outskirts of the capital. As Kiev prepares, some major cities, including Dnipro, come under attack for the first time as Russia broadens its assault.
Today they're digging and digging, filling sandbag after sandbag to try to protect these beaches.
We report from the southern city of Odessa, where residents are preparing for a Russian assault. The UN Security Council debates disputed Russian claims that Ukraine is developing chemical weapons, but the US president has a warning of his own for Vladimir Putin.
I'm not going to speak about the intelligence, but Russia would pay a severe price if they use chemical weapons.
Mr. Putin meets his closest ally as the parent company of Facebook and Instagram becomes the latest victim of the Russian clampdown on foreign media. And we report from Poland as the UN says more than 2.5 million refugees have now fled the fighting in Ukraine. A very good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jonathan Samuels, and this is a special programme on the war in Ukraine. The country's President Volodymyr Zelensky said today that the conflict has now reached a strategic turning point as more major cities across the country become caught up in the Russia offensive. The main focus, however, remains the capital, Kiev, with Russian forces moving 3 miles closer in the past 24 hours, according to a senior US defence official. Well, let's take a look now at the latest developments. There's been renewed fighting on the outskirts of the capital and in the eastern city of Kyiv, where a psychiatric hospital was hit by a Russian airstrike. There's no word on casualties, but 330 people were at the hospital. Dnipro is the next likely target as Russia's southern offensive moves north. 2 other strikes near airports in the western cities of Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk were also reported. Sky's Katerina Ritozzi has the latest on today's developments.
Russia hadn't prepared for this. With guns and anti-tank missiles, Ukrainian forces repel an assault outside of the capital, Kiev. This firefight was filmed yesterday. This is payback for the bombing of Mariupol, this soldier says. According to British intelligence, unexpected Ukrainian ground resistance is limiting the progress of Russia's forces. The foreign fighters amongst them seen by Russia as Western provocation.
Regarding the gathering mercenaries from around the world for Ukraine, we see them, the Western sponsors of the Ukrainian regime, do not keep it secret. They do it openly, disregarding international law.
But how long can this resistance hold out? Ukraine's president today made a heartfelt appeal to the war-weary.
I know many people are feeling tired now. I understand it. I understand it's all about emotions, and it's life when we mobilise our efforts and when we can see that we can win. We expect the enemy to fall quicker, but the truth is, in this war, the fight, we need more time. We need more patience. We need to be wise. We need to do our job the best we can to gain the victory.
But UK intelligence says Russia is planning a fresh wave of assaults. This video was released by the Russian army. They purport it shows their troops on the move on the outskirts of Kiev. US defence officials say some Russian contingents are now just 9 miles away. Other major cities are also under attack. Captured on CCTV this morning, Sky News has verified this video from just before 6 a.m. There's no obvious military target here. This was a shoe factory. Now it's embers and ash. As air raid sirens blare, civilians here scramble for safety underground. More than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine. Those still here in besieged cities like the northern Kyiv find shelter wherever they can. In the southern port city of Mariupol, there is yet another attempt at establishing a humanitarian corridor to help hundreds of thousands of people safely escape a place where there's no food and no fuel.
The Russian army continues to do airstrikes, air bombing, artillery shelling, and their troops are behind the city. And in some districts of the city, we have street battles. So as you understand, the humanitarian situation decreases hour by hour, second by second.
Ukrainian officials today appealed yet again for international military might to maintain a no-fly zone. The US president, though, clear and firm, they wouldn't support one.
We'll defend every single inch of NATO territory with the full might of the united and galvanized NATO. We will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III, something we must strive to prevent.
But as families cower in basements, there's the spectre of further atrocities. Russia says the US has been making biological weapons in Ukrainian labs. Claims the US and UK say are a fake story to cloak a possible chemical attack of Russia's own. A fake story with very real victims, living in places where aid can't get in and from where they can't get out. Katerina Vitozzi, Sky News.
Well, our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, is in Lviv in western Ukraine for us this evening. Deborah, what more can you tell us then about these reports of a fresh wave of attacks by Russia, Russia really ramping up the pressure?
Yes, well, I went to visit the site of one of the attacks in the west. We've had, over the last more than 2 weeks now of this war, the focus of the Russian attack or offensive has been in the south, in the east and in the north, obviously encircling Kyiv, the capital. But overnight last night, well, in the early hours of this morning, actually, about sort of 5:45 this morning, there was airstrikes against 2 military airfields in the west of the country. So an expansion, really, of the targeting. The belief is that it's a sign that Russia is trying to take out the Ukrainian ability to use its air force against Russian targets, which has been something that Russia has failed to do since the start of the invasion. But also some are interpreting this as a signal that that nowhere in this country is safe. The West has been more of a safe haven. Here in Lviv, it's been a real transit hub for those more than 1.5 million refugees, many of them coming through this point to get into next door Poland. So an expansion there. And then also, in terms of the actual war itself and who's involved in it, there are real concerns from the Ukrainian side tonight that Belarus might be about to get involved. You've had reports over the last few days of concern over the posturing of Belarusian soldiers, paratroopers, on the border with Ukraine. Belarus, a close ally, one of the closest allies that Russia has in the region. And tonight, a warning that they might be launching some offensive round about now. The time that was given by the Ukrainians was 9 o'clock local time, which is now. They said they accused Russia of launching attacks from Ukrainian airspace using Russian jets against Belarusian villages on the border, and saying that could be some kind of provocation. We've yet to see if that would happen. The Belarusian president has denied that his country would get involved, but his country, frankly, is already involved in terms of allowing its soil to be used for Russian troops to launch their invasion and also to launch missiles against Ukraine. So it's already been sanctioned because of that. But that potentially, if that were to happen, that would be a serious deepening and widening of this conflict, bringing in a whole other country, albeit one very much under the influence of Russia, into the conflict too.
OK, Deborah in Lviv, thank you. And the latest developments in the Russian offensive will feature in Saturday's papers. We'll have our extended press preview and news review from 10:30 this evening with tonight's news and tomorrow's headlines. Joining us will be Daily Mirror columnist Susie Boniface and assistant comment editor at the Daily Telegraph, Madeline Grant. Well, taking over the city of Odessa in the south of Ukraine is seen as one of Russia's next strategic goals. Civilians are joining in with the efforts to defend the city against an amphibious attack that could be imminent. Sky's Nick Martin is in Odessa, from where he sent this report.
On the beaches of Odessa, they're preparing to defend themselves. They know the Russians aren't far away now. And who could have predicted this? A choir provides a wartime serenade to volunteers. Everyone here just wants to survive. Odessa is a major port on the Black Sea, strategically important to Vladimir Putin. His invasion, though, has brought life to a standstill here. And precious monuments are now shrouded in sandbags.
Just a little over 3 weeks ago, it was bustling here. You know, Odessa's famous for its cafes and its restaurants and its sort of boutique shops. But now it's absolutely deserted. And the one thing that strikes you on every street corner are the barricades. And behind me is the famous opera house here in Odessa. The last time it was protected like this was the Second World War. History really is repeating itself.
On the street, we meet an elderly couple, and I want to know what they think about Russia's chances here.
Odessa, no-go Russian army. No go.
They'll not get through.
Only back in Russia.
Daniel was born in Odessa. His wife and children have now fled, and he's staying to fight.
Think you can hold back this Russian offensive?
Sure. We already shown since 24th that we're holding back, and we kicked some ass, sorry, but we kicked some ass.
In Odessa's trendy food hall, they've turned it into an aid station. Inga, a lawyer, is organising the effort.
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Only one message: stop the war. It's our country. Go away. Just doing anything with your Russia. Everything you want, but never come again in Ukraine. We hate you and all the politics. We don't need your support.
And then a reminder of the dangers here.
So while we were in here about to do an interview, the air raid sirens have gone off, so everyone's been asked to go down into the shelter, so they're leaving this area now.
A guy grabs a guitar and begins to play. No one here knows what's going to happen next. Nick Martin, Sky News, Odessa.
Well, the United Nations Security Council has held another emergency session today, with Russia making unsubstantiated claims that Ukraine is developing chemical weapons. Earlier, the Russian delegate was speaking and brandished some images relating to the airstrike on the maternity hospital in Mariupol.
The fighters, the radicals, converted that building into an attack base. This is something that we warned about even then. Apparently you don't listen or you don't hear what it is that we say. Did you see the photos of the allegedly destroyed maternity hospital, the building of the hospital destroyed by a bomb? What you can see there is a building without windows, but it's not destroyed. Here are the photos. Can you imagine what would have happened to a building if it underwent a bomb strike or shelling, as well as to those who were inside the building? What would have happened to it? So we have the videos from inside the building. Here they are. And they show that there is disorder, overturned furniture, and untouched, intact chairs. Once again, can you imagine what kind of destruction would have remained in the wake of a building hit by a rocket or a bomb?
Well, at the meeting, both the US representative Linda Thomas-Greenfield and UK representative Dame Barbara Woodward reiterated their belief that Russia was using these unsubstantiated claims as an excuse to launch a chemical weapons attack in Ukraine.
I will say this once. Ukraine does not have a biological weapons program. There are no Ukrainian biological weapons laboratories supported by the United States. We have serious concerns that Russia may be planning to use chemical or biological agents against the Ukrainian people. The intent behind these lies seem clear, and it is deeply troubling.
Russia has today brought into the Security Council a series of wild, completely baseless, and irresponsible conspiracy theories. Let me put it diplomatically. They are utter nonsense.
Our US correspondent Greg Milam is in Washington for us. Greg, another UN meeting. Many will say lots of talking, lots of discussion, but actually, is there any action?
Well, this was a meeting called by Russia, and in many respects, it's what the UK and the US has been warning Russia would do for a number of days. The Prime Minister yesterday, of course, speaking to Sky News about this suggestion that Russia would allege that the US and Ukraine were developing biological weapons, dismissing, as you heard there, dismissing that as the truth, but saying Russia would use that as a pretext to carry out a chemical weapons attack of its own. And the US ambassador there saying that even holding this meeting was in many ways a false flag, a pretext that Russia was trying to create to justify whatever they might do, and saying that it's Russia that has the well-documented history of using chemical weapons, supporting President Assad in Syria and his use of chemical weapons. They have a biological program, the US says, that violates international law. And these allegations from Russia have been around for a long time, but they really ramped up in the days before the invasion to create that pretext. The question is, what will the West do about it? Joe Biden was speaking earlier today, unveiling some new sanctions. He said if chemical weapons were used, there would be a severe price for Russia. But we don't know what that is. And remember, he was vice president when Barack Obama talked about red lines over chemical weapons in Syria, and they didn't take the action that people expected.
Greg, in Washington, thank you. Well, despite the continuing escalation in the conflict, Vladimir Putin said today that there are certain positive developments in talks between Russia and Ukraine. That assessment came as he met his ally, Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko in Moscow. But in the latest clampdown on access to foreign media within Russia, the social media giant Meta, the parent group of Facebook, was labelled an extremist organisation after the company said it would temporarily allow people to post calls calling for Vladimir Putin's death. Our Moscow correspondent Diana Magnay has more.
Russia's Minister of Defence Sergei Shoigu distributing medals for bravery. Pictures released for domestic consumption to rally the people behind what Russia refuses to call anything other than a special military operation. These soldiers made it back from the front. Others have not. But it's a criminal offence in Russia to report anything other than the official number, which was 498 on March the 2nd and has not been updated since. According to Mr. Shoigu, the operation is going to plan. In a meeting of the Security Council, he told Russia's president that there were 16,000 requests from so-called volunteers in the Middle East who wanted to help liberate, in his words, the people of Donbass. A claim quickly backed up by this video from Russia's Ministry of Defence of fighters chanting their support for the Syrian president and for Russia.
Если вы видите, что есть люди, которые хотят на добровольной основе, тем более не за деньги, приехать и оказать помощь людям, проживающим на Донбассе, ну что же, надо пойти им навстречу и помочь им перебраться в зону боевых действий.
Vladimir Putin went on to meet his Belarusian counterpart, Alexander Lukashenko, a frequent visitor to the Kremlin these days, who declared that Russia had acted not a moment too soon.
Не мы развязали эту войну, у нас совесть чиста. Хорошо, что начали. Биологическое оружие, самые большие электростанции атомные. И все это было готово взорваться.
As both leaders reassured the other that they'd weather the sanctions storm, the US imposed additional measures, removing Russia's most favoured nation trading status, banning further imports and the export of luxury goods to Russia. Luxury here has already shut down. The symbols of what it meant to get rich in the 90s and the early years of Putin's reign all pulling out. Instagram was banned today, the symbols of connectivity in modern Russia shutting down one by one. In Soviet times, people tended to talk about the system only in the safety of their own kitchens. It was too dangerous to disagree publicly. And it feels a bit as though Russia is returning to that state, with the Kremlin today with this message to anyone who might disagree with what they are doing. A true Russian is never ashamed of being Russian. If anyone says so, this person is not Russian. This person is not with us. Many thousands of Russians have left the country over the last 2 weeks. Sanctions will rip away the futures that the rest expected they'd have, even if many may not really know it yet. Dana Magne, Sky News, Moscow.
This is a Sky News special programme on the war in Ukraine. Coming up after the break, we'll take a look at new plans to help British people open up their homes to Ukrainian refugees.
I'm Hannah Thomas-Peter, and I'm Sky's climate change correspondent. The UK is a world leader in wind power. Power! Power! People! It's part of the Congo Basin rainforest, which is such an important ecosystem. It's known as the lungs of Africa. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. She doesn't really enjoy speaking to the press, and it wasn't clear right up until the last moment that she was going to sit down with me.
I might be just very naive, but I do believe that change is possible, otherwise we wouldn't be climate activists.
Ukrainian attack. In fact, several European media reports have now revealed that the head of our Kyiv Regional State Administration, Ole Senegubov, he's announced that Russian forces were attempting to encircle the city, but they were repelled by the Ukrainian counterattack. A night strike too has taken place in Slobozinsky region of Kharkiv. 2 women, 2 children were killed in the attack.
Да, дружи, дивися, ми не знаємо, що воно проламало. Дивись під ноги.
Some really disturbing images coming in amid growing warnings from the West that Moscow's invasion was about to take a more virtual and indiscriminative turn. Ukrainian officials have now said a Russian airstrike has devastated a maternity hospital in the besieged port city of Mariupol and wounded at least 17 people, including staff and patients. The ground shook more than a mile away when the Mariupol complex was hit by a series of blasts that blew out windows, ripped away much of the front of that one building. Police and soldiers have now rushed to the scene to evacuate victims, carrying out a heavily pregnant and bleeding woman on a stretcher. In the courtyard, meanwhile, mangled cars, burned, and blast craters extended at least 2 stories deep. President Volodymyr Zelensky has written on Twitter now that there were people, children, under that wreckage, many of them trapped in the debris as well, of that hospital after it was bombed and called this strike an absolute atrocity.
Європейці, українці, маріупольці. Сьогодні день, який визначає все. Визначає, хто на чиєму боці. Російські бомби упали на лікарню та пологовий будинок у місті Маріуполь. Дитячу лікарню, працюючий пологовий будинок. Будівлі зруйновані. Станом на цей час 17 поранених. Розбір завалів ще триває. Люди вчасно почали ховатися від повітряної тривоги.
Across to Geeta Mohan, who's right there on ground. Geeta, very disturbing to see that Russian forces bombing many of those hospitals in Ukraine, one of which we saw in Mariupol, a maternity hospital that was bombed where Volodymyr Zelensky, the president, confirms that there were women, there were children, many of them still stuck in debris. Doesn't seem like the Russian forces are hesitating by no means to capture Ukraine at the earliest.
Well, Nabila, that's the sad part. That civilians are taking the hit of the war that Russia is waging against Ukraine. This is not the time or the age where they don't know exactly what building is where. They have exact images, exact geolocations of what exists where. So hitting a hospital really hits at the heart of what they say is not going to be a killing of civilians. This is against humanity. This certainly will go really badly against Putin. If he in any way wants a regime that's pro-Russia, this certainly will not go down well. Hitting out at civilians and certainly targeting key civilian places such as hospitals. This is a maternity hospital, so certainly not a good sign for Russia. We do not have details of or as to why, in terms of strategy and planning, would they ever look at a maternity hospital. But we have seen the kind of devastation, the kind of destruction in Irpin area as well. Has hit the civilian areas, and that certainly is not something that Russia claims to be doing. They claim that they are only looking at military installations, key infrastructure in Ukraine, and that certainly should not be residential areas or hospitals.
Very, very tragic. Like you did mention, many of the civilians in Ukraine there, Geeta, who are now taking up arms only to protect their country. And we're looking at situations like this unfold, where their maternity hospitals with women, children are being targeted. We're looking at civilians now coming out in full spirit to protect their country. We have some more breaking news coming in on this, Geeta. Stay with us. Ukraine now claiming that 5 Russian tanks have been destroyed near the capital city of Kiev. According to the interior minister, the Ukrainian military has carried out a counter-attack near Kiev and destroyed 5 tanks of Russia. This is the big news that's coming in from Ukraine. Ukraine now claiming that 5 Russian tanks have been destroyed near the capital city of Kiev. According to the interior minister, Ukrainian military has carried out a counter-attack near Kiev, destroyed 5 tanks of Russia. Geeta, still with us. Geeta, capital city of Kiev, they're being bombarded left, right and center. We're looking at 5 tanks, Russian tanks that have been bombed by, or in fact, the Ukrainian military now saying that they've carried out a counter-attack and destroyed at least 5 tanks of Russia. Give us the confirmation.
Right. So these are reports and claims made by the Ukrainian side, Nabila. Also, it is not the capital city that's being bombarded. It's the Kyiv region. So the areas around Kyiv capital is suffering the most. Irpin, one of them, because that's where all the tanks are. We have eyewitness accounts. We spoke to a few people in Irpin where they said that their neighborhood has been surrounded by Russian forces. Now, when the tanks halt, when they're standing and they're not moving, that's when the community, that's when people start doing things to ensure that these tanks become redundant and useless. Then they fire, they set them on fire. That we've seen in the past as well. So 5 tanks is a loss for the Russian forces, and these are claims being made by the Ukrainian forces. But certainly that is not something that will stop the Russian forces from advancing should the negotiations today completely fail. Should there be a forward movement? There still will be a forward movement by Russian forces forces into the capital region, into the Kyiv region. But will they really breach Kyiv city today, the capital city today? That is something we'll have to wait for the talks to end to really see.
Geeta, thank you very much. Do stay with us. I'm going to cut across to some of those really compelling images that we're showing here on your screens. Images on your screens here show the before and after satellite footage of the intense airstrike by the Russian offensive in Mariupol. Here's how the city looked before the airstrike in Mariupol. The satellite images here clearly showing the aftermath as well. An absolute destruction that we see in the city of Mariupol as Russian forces, they're bombarding every corner of that city. Here's a before and an after image, very self-explanatory, a satellite image that shows how thriving that the city was in place on the left and the airstrike aftermath on the right, completely destroying that populous city of Mariupol. Now, the capital city of Kiev is bracing for a final attack by Russia. Tanks, armored personnel carriers have now been deployed at key strategic locations. In fact, my colleague Gaurav Sawant, who's right there on ground in the Ukrainian capital, spoke to soldiers preparing for an imminent Russian attack.
Russia is at the gates of Kiev, the Ukrainian capital readying for an imminent Russian attack. The defenders have deployed tanks and armored personnel carriers at key strategic locations to take on the invaders. Ukrainian soldiers, in an exclusive interview to India Today, revealed that a few Russian forces are already in the capital city.
How close are the Russian forces to Kyiv right now?
The Russian forces, they are in Kiev right now. Yesterday, our friends, they saw them in the forest, eight Russian soldiers. They already in Kiev.
Soldiers with weapons?
Yes.
Ukrainian troops say that after smashing Kiev suburbs, Russian forces are advancing from all directions, preparing for an all-out assault.
We are expecting enemies from some parts, and so of course they would like to make a circle around Kyiv, but so we are ready to meet him, and so our military forces, they are very nice in protecting now. Really believed that they will be met by our people with flowers, but we meet them with bullets only.
Even as the war rages on the ground, Moscow is bringing the heat down diplomatically. Vladimir Putin's administration has said Kremlin is not trying to overthrow the Ukraine government.
No.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky too made a climb down. Zelensky says he is no longer pressing for NATO membership, which is the biggest provocation for the Russian invasion. In another statement aimed at placating Moscow, Zelensky has said he is open to a compromise on the status of the two breakaway pro-Russian territories, Donetsk and Luhansk. The climb down comes ahead of talks between Russia and Ukraine in Turkey on Thursday.
This appears to be new lines being dug, new front lines here in this battle for the defense of Kyiv. So far, this conflict was being fought in Bucha or Irpin on the outskirts, but now it appears that the battle is coming much closer. If talks do not succeed to bring peace, to bring about a negotiated settlement, then Russia's big assault on Kyiv could begin, and this could happen as early as the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pawan Kumar in Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Now, more than 2 weeks into Russia's invasion on Ukraine, ruthless shellings, attacks continue along with unparalleled human tragedy. In Kharkiv, a shopping center was completely destroyed, collapsed while rescue operations continue. A factory and a store were on raging fire after being bombarded in Irpin, on the outskirts of Kiev. In fact, horrific images coming in as a hospital went under attack in Mariupol. At least 17 are injured. Several are feared to be missing. European media has claimed that Ukraine wiped out 4 Russian Su-25 aircrafts, 2 helicopters and 2 cruise missiles in Kiev and the joint force operation regions. Meanwhile, more than at least 50,000 people from Sumy have now been evacuated, ravaged Ukraine, at least in the last 48 hours. Sumy was said to be a very sensitive region where several Indians were also trapped for a while. Many of them have been evacuated. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has now said that 35,000 people have been rescued through humanitarian corridors and that 5 humanitarian corridors will be opened from Kiev, Sumy, Enerhodar and 3 other cities. Now, India Today has its largest team of reporters on ground in Ukraine, bringing us all the real, true, factual details. India Today's Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan here, brings you this exclusive report from one of those bomb shelters in Kiev. Due to security reasons, there were no lights inside that bunker, but here's what we managed.
Russian soldiers or Russians who want to enter and infiltrate Ukraine can speak the language, but can they read it? And that's the reason why they have this. So they have this text as a test. And not just this, quite a few others in the documents. And Jeannie here will try to explain it to me as to what this really means. Why do you have this text and why do you really need to have people come and take the test?
Mm-hmm. So we created this sentence. Actually, if you translate it, it doesn't make sense, but this text helps us to tell if Ukrainian is here or Russian, because it's very difficult for Russians to pronounce those sounds, because some of them are purely Ukrainian, and only Ukrainian can pronounce it correctly, and you can hear very clearly if it's Ukrainian or Russian when you ask to pronounce this sentence.
So very, very smart technique to ensure that Russians do not infiltrate the shelters. This is just one test. There are many others. They make them read documents to ensure that only Ukrainians come to the shelter and Russians do not infiltrate. They've not entered the city yet. The city has still not been breached by the Russians, but staff who have been trained are going to take no chance.
Now, meanwhile, India Today's Gaurav Sawant has also spoken to Ukrainian soldier Andrei, a Lord Krishna devotee who chants Hare Krishna as he prepares to defend Kiev. Let's have a listen.
It's snowing in Kyiv. It's biting cold. बहुत ज़्यादा ठंड है इस समय. And we have Andrei here with his weapon, with his team, protecting his city from a Russian attack, an imminent Russian attack. And Andrei has an India connection. Andrei chants Sri Krishna bhajans and shloks to give him strength. Andrei, what do you chant for strength?
Well, I chant Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Where did you learn this, Andrei?
Well, about 25 years ago, I meet the Hare Krishna movement in Kiev. And I start reading the books, mostly reading books, visiting. I was in Los Angeles, also visiting the center of the Bhakti Vedanta.
Bhakti Vedanta. And you were telling me, and I was so pleased to hear this. So, Andrei, you were telling me, what did Lord Krishna tell Arjun? What did he tell him?
Well, he told him to use. Well, I know it's in Russian, but in English it's my translation. Okay. So don't be afraid. Just do whatever you have to do. Just fight, Arjuna. You don't die. Souls not die.
And does that give you strength?
Yeah, that gives me strength.
For speaking to us here at India Today, many thanks, Andrei. I see you have the prayer bead. Is this from Hare Krishna Mission?
Yeah.
This is from Hare Krishna Mission. He has the prayer beads with him, and that shlok from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita is Hatova prapyasi swargam jitva va bhukshasi mahim tasmad uttishta konteya yuddhai krit nishchaya. If you die in battle, you go to heaven. If you win, you live on earth as beautiful as heaven. Therefore, O son of Kunti, Arjun, take a firm resolve and fight. for joining me here on India Today. Andre,
Namaste.
many thanks and namaste. Namaste.
Yeah, good luck for all.
Thank you. Good luck, my friend. With cameraman Pawan Kumar in Kiev, Ukraine.
Now, meanwhile, we're looking at unprecedented sanctions against Russia's banks over its invasion of Ukraine, and now taking a toll on its citizens overseas as well, who have now been left scrambling to find some cash or turn to crypto transactions to get by. Now, away from destruction and death in Ukraine, Russians too are currently feeling the heat of war from all sides. Let's have a look at this detailed report.
When Konstantin Ivanov tried to withdraw money from his Russian bank account at a cash machine in Bali, he quickly realised the transaction was blocked. The 27-year-old is one of the Russians abroad feeling the squeeze from economic sanctions, despite living far away from home.
This has created a huge problem for us. Basically going to shops to buy products, to pay at the markets, paying for staying at hotels, villas or guest houses. We have been left completely stripped of our finances. It's like they have been completely frozen and we cannot use our finances at all over here.
Bali is a popular holiday destination with Russian tourists. More than 1,100 entered Indonesia in January, according to data from the Statistics Bureau. Rifki Saldiyanto is a cafe manager. He says there's been a decline in Russian customers in recent days, and many now pay with cash instead of credit card. MasterCard and Visa have suspended services in Russia, and many of the country's banks have been shut out of international payment systems. Now, some Russians have sought to open bank accounts in Indonesia, like Ruslan. He says the Russian community is banding together to help each other out.
I heard from my Russian friends about their financial troubles. But you know how it is with us Russians. We help each other. I have a local bank account, and I will help my friends, as they helped me too with their money. I will send my money to their bank, and so we Russians will help each other, as we are now the only ones left. We have no one else to help but ourselves.
Despite the financial troubles, Konstantin is hopeful for a peaceful resolution to the conflict.
I think ordinary Russian people are very disappointed with the recent events and developments. Absolutely no one needs a war. People of our country do not need a war, and neither do the people of Ukraine. Nobody wanted this war. We are really worried. Nobody wants war. We all need peace.
Now, as United States has banned Russian oil imports, oil prices have now gone up dramatically and supply has also taken a massive hit. Britain has now claimed that it will phase the Russian oil out by the end of this year. Here are the details on that.
Oil prices headed higher again on Wednesday, that after the US moved to ban Russian imports. International benchmark Brent crude hit highs above $130 per barrel in early European trade. The UK also said it would phase out Russian imports by the end of the year. But it could be a different story for the EU. Robert Yorga is an energy futures strategist at Mizuho.
Here in the United States, I mean, we've imported 200,000 barrels a day, so we can definitely exist without that. It's a spit in the bucket. The Eurozone, we're talking percentage points, double digits. So it's a totally different game.
European stock markets, meanwhile, saw a sharp rebound in early trade. The regional Stock 600 index rose around 3% from the open. Hard-hit banks, travel stocks and automakers all jumped 4% or more. Investors picked up shares hammered by the recent market sell-off, but one analyst told Reuters there was little sign of a change in sentiment. Earlier in Asia, stocks fell again, with the Shanghai Composite Index down more than 1%. But the big falls of previous days were avoided. One trader said markets had Russia fatigue, with all the bad news now priced in.
Now, as civilians there are torn apart in this war, 2 weeks into Russia's invasion on Ukraine, amid this ruthless shelling and attacks, unparalleled human tragedy as we see unfolds, a young girl there is seen singing a song inside a bunker. I'm going to leave you with that.
И забудь, что прошло уже не вернуть. Отпусти и забудь, новый день он кажет путь.
Браво, браво, умница, умница.
Hello and welcome. At this moment, the whole world's eyes are fixed on the Russian-Ukraine conflict. There are dozens of questions swirling in people's minds, and there are no certain answers about how things could actually end up. And when there is so much global turmoil, who better than Fareed Zakaria to try and give us his sharp perspective on what's happening at this moment, how this could end, and the impact on the global world order. I am delighted to be joined at this moment by one of the world's top foreign affairs gurus, Fareed Zakaria. Welcome again, and thank you for agreeing to do this.
Always a pleasure, Rahul.
It's really early in the morning, and we deeply appreciate you agreeing to participate in this conversation at such short notice. I have lots of questions I want to run past you because these are questions that nobody has any clear answers to, but I'm very curious to see your take on each of these. I want to start by asking you, how do you think this Russian invasion of Ukraine will end?
It is an unequal fight. It's a David and Goliath contest. The Russians have one of the best armies in the world, the largest army in Europe, highly sophisticated, and Putin has rebuilt it from the devastation during the collapse of the Soviet Union to a formidable fighting force. They operate very well. They know how to, particularly this operation. So I hate to say, but the odds are stacked against the Ukrainians. At that point, listening to Putin's rhetoric, my sense is that regime change is absolutely a number one priority for him. He talks about ridding the country of the Nazis and drug dealers who are now running it, which is, absurd. The president and prime minister of Ukraine are both Jews. So the idea that he characterizes them as Nazis is prima facie absurd, but it tells you his intentions. So I assume that he wants to conquer Ukraine, replace the government, and then probably demilitarize it and withdraw, and leave behind a kind of puppets regime, much like the one he has in Belarus, for example. I think that last part will be very hard, because there what he's trying to do is keep a 44 million person country. I mean, Ukraine is the size of France. Stable and viable and kind of obedient, but they don't want, the Ukrainians don't want that. So I think there will be uprisings, there will be insurgencies, there will be all kinds of things if there is this effort to put in place a kind of puppet regime.
Your best sense at this time, Fareed, of how long the Ukrainian army will be able to withstand this Russian assault? We're hearing two different takes. One, that the Ukrainian army so far has been able to push back much more than the Russian generals would have expected, and given the hostility of the population, this could be bloody, it could be long. The other is, given just the sheer force that's been unleashed against the Ukrainians, it's only a matter of a few days.
Unfortunately, I think it is probably only a matter of a few days, maybe longer than that. The Ukrainians are fighting very hard. On the other hand, as I say, they face a formidable army. And also remember, the Russians don't play by the same rules that the Americans do. They are not careful about civilian casualties. They are not careful about collateral damage. You can see what they've been doing despite what they claim. There are apartment buildings in Kiev, being bombed out. They are trying to instill a certain amount of generalized fear in the population. And given the firepower, given, for example, the air dominance that Russia will have almost certainly within a day, it's hard for me to see how the Ukrainians hold on. It doesn't mean that there won't be many parts of the country that have not been subdued, many neighborhoods of Kyiv that haven't been subdued. But in large measure, the Russian army will be able to move into cities, particularly the big cities.
After the end of the Cold War and the disintegration of the USSR, many global pundits believe that this kind of full-scale military invasion by one large country of another relatively decent-sized country is unlikely to happen. President Putin has completely smashed that notion, which many in Europe till the last moment believed was just posturing and was unlikely to happen. What's your reading of President Putin's mind at this moment? What's the message he's sending internally, externally, and how much of this is to do with Russia's own politics?
It's a very good question, Rahul. Obviously, nobody can really read his mind. I have met Putin several times. I interviewed him once for the show, but met him off the record several times. The man I met, and this is consistent with what others who have been in similar positions, and many US officials have met him many more times than I have said. Putin was he's always a tough guy. He was always a Russian nationalist, but he was also rational, calculating, weighing the odds. Most of his other military interventions have been limited. They have been fairly precise. He goes into Georgia, carves out these two parts of Georgia, declares them independent republics, and then leaves. When he went into Syria, it was a calculated, largely air-only operation, so Russian soldiers were not on the ground, and withdraws the minute he feels his interests have been achieved. This feels much, much larger, more of a reckless move, more of a gamble. I'm not sure even he knows what the exact end game is. It also feels like Ukraine for Putin is an emotional issue. If you listen to him, he doesn't make a whole lot of sense. As I said, he's talking about the Nazis and drug dealers running the government. He's calling on the Ukrainians to rise up against their government as if it's an unpopular regime. Remember that Zelensky was elected with 70% of the vote. And if anything, Putin's actions have made him more popular and the government more popular. So there's something slightly weird, to be honest, about the way Putin is acting now. It feels more emotional. It feels that Ukraine is neuralgic for him. And it feels as though he has not worried too much about the fairly significant costs. He could have got the thing he wanted, Ukraine not being a member of NATO, he had already got. The Europeans had already made it clear that they were not going to go along with that. The German chancellor told Putin this in their one-on-one meeting, that, look, Ukraine is not going to become a member of NATO for the foreseeable future. So that was not enough for Putin. What he needed was the destruction of an independent Ukraine and the subjugation of it. And that's a different goal. And as I say, that seems like a goal that is more about a romantic, emotional idea of uniting Russia. He sees himself as a great Tsar. And one of the things the great Tsars did was add more territory to the Russian Empire. And perhaps this is his effort to do that.
Russian experts and journalists who are coming on our broadcast insist that there are parts of Ukraine, especially in the east, where the Russian army is being welcomed with open arms, and that it's only in the west, in the Ukrainian-speaking part of Ukraine, that there is opposition to the presence of the Russian army. Your broad sense of how, in general, the people of Ukraine view this Russian invasion, and is it true that large parts of the population actually don't mind Russia's presence quite as much as the western part of Ukraine does?
So Ukraine is a complicated country. The Crimea, which Putin annexed in 2014, was both Russian-speaking and largely pro-Russian. And the people in Crimea were glad to be part of Russia because, remember, Crimea was always part of Russia. It was in a rather bizarre moment given to Ukraine in the 1950s by Khrushchev. Then you have the eastern part of Ukraine, which is largely Russian-speaking. It is not, by the way, a majority of Ukraine or anything like that. It's about 7% of Ukraine. That is a little bit more complicated. There are Russian speakers there, but that doesn't mean they're pro-Russian, and that certainly doesn't mean they're pro-Putin. we can't be sure what's going on there because there is these two puppet regimes set up by Putin who are, these Ukrainian separatists. So there clearly are some Ukrainians in that 7% of the country who want a closer relationship with Russia. But look, you don't have to speculate that much in a country like Ukraine because they've had several elections. The Russians, the kind of pro-Russian segment of the Ukrainian parliament, it was about 10-15% maximum in the last election. And that group has become much smaller in a sense because the one thing Vladimir Putin has done, he has created a much stronger Ukrainian nationalism than ever existed before. He has created a sense of a nation. He has, in the way that threats often do, Putin has made Ukraine realize that it thinks of itself as a nation. So I actually think, far from the Russian army being welcomed, by sending the Russian army in, he has turned a lot of people who might have been ambivalent about where they stood into Ukrainian nationalists.
Let's spend a moment on President Zelensky. You'd recall he was quite a star at the World Economic Forum when he'd come to Davos soon after being sworn in. He was trying to remake Ukraine in a younger, more business-friendly image. And here he is, a former comedian, actor, now fighting against immense odds and emerging as a hero, not just for the people of Ukraine, but being praised across the world. How long can he and his government last? Will he stay right till the end, or is he likely to leave, in your view?
I think that so far, one would have to say, I'm extraordinarily impressed by his courage. I mean, this is a man who's still there. He's still there with all his top aides, with the Speaker of the Parliament, with the Defense Minister. They're all in Ukraine. The former president of Ukraine, Poroshenko, as you probably saw the video, is out with a volunteer group with rifles. This is a very different situation than Afghanistan, if you recall, when Ashraf Ghani got on a plane and left. So I think that one has to be impressed by Zelensky's determination and courage. Has he played everything perfectly? No, he is a somewhat inexperienced guy, and he started talking about maybe Ukraine finding some way to be neutral. Look, if he had said that 3 weeks ago, this crisis might have been averted. Though, again, I doubt it, because if you look at the complexity, the thoroughness of the Russian operation and the degree to which they're going, it feels to me like Putin's goals were much larger always. So yeah, I think Zelensky has been a good president, a good leader at a difficult time. By the way, he's not just a comedian. I've met him several times. He built a fairly impressive media business. He had his own, kind of production company and things like that. So he started out as a comedian, but he's also a very successful businessman. I mean, successful by any standards in any country. Tens of millions of dollars of revenue and things like that. So many employees. So he's a sophisticated person. He's not quite the image that comes up sometimes as a comedian is not quite right.
Is the invasion of Ukraine a comma or a full stop in President Putin's designs and his vision of a new Russia? Because many countries joined the NATO alliance after the disintegration of the USSR. Do you think that Putin would want to extend beyond Ukraine his attempt to try and add landmass to Russia, or do you think this is the message he wants to send, and this is where it's likely to end?
It's dangerous to say anything about Putin because, as I say, he's become very volatile and quite emotional. My own sense is that Ukraine is centrally important to him. That it ranks far above anything else. Georgia and Ukraine, to him, and Ukraine in particular, seem to be the kind of crown jewels of the old Russian Empire. This is not just about the Soviet Union, which was a 70-year-old empire. This is about the Tsar's Russia, which was 300 years. I mean, Ukraine has been part of the Russian Empire for a long time, but it's worth pointing out Ukraine has kept trying to free itself from that situation. I don't think he would dare attack the Baltic republics, which is the next and closest place he could go, because they are members of NATO, because it would trigger the Article 5 commitment, and then he would be facing not just a NATO, but the United States with nuclear weapons. And I'm not sure that even Putin wants to do something like that. So I think what he wants at this point is a defanged, subdued, subordinated Ukraine, just like Belarus is, like some of the other states around him are, what the Russians call their near abroad. And I suspect that he would regard this as a great historical achievement in his own mind. As I say, the Tsar who brought back Ukraine after it had dared to stray from the fold.
President Zelensky is making desperate pleas for help. Could and should the world have done more? Could President Biden, countries in Europe have done more to prepare Ukraine for the scale of the invasion that they're facing? And everyone's talking about help, but what's the realistic help that Ukraine can expect now that the Russian army is on them?
Yeah, great questions as always, Rahul. In retrospect, of course, people could have done more. But I think very few people believed that there would be a Russian onslaught of this magnitude. Even the Ukrainian government didn't believe it for several weeks while the United States was announcing the intelligence it had, predicting the moves of the Russian government and the military, which turned out, I have to say, to be remarkably accurate. I mean, the U.S. intelligence in this case was almost close to 100% accurate. And the Ukrainians weren't willing to believe that Putin was going to do what he ended up doing. So everyone has been, in some sense, taken aback. And in retrospect, I think the most important thing would have been more military hardware. It would not have deterred the Russian attack, but it could have helped Ukraine defend itself. One of the things that seems to be very effective has been the Javelin missiles, which allow, they're essentially anti-tank weapons, and they have allowed ordinary Ukrainian soldiers to be able to attack Russian tanks. It changes that David-Goliath equation a little bit. And you're right about the challenge here is we're trying to do something very, very big and important, but we don't have the means to do it. We don't have, no Western country wants to try to go to war with Russia over Ukraine. Ukraine is not a member of NATO. It is not does not have self-defense treaties with any of those countries. And the Russian army is, as I say, you remember at the height of the Cold War, the reason in the 1980s the United States deployed short-range nuclear missiles in Europe was that even then, at that point, the US and NATO did not believe that they could be sure of winning a land battle against the Soviet army. And so they wanted to add in a nuclear component to say, this is the threat. It's not just that we will field a larger land army against you, but that we will use our nuclear weapons. So the Russian army has always on that area been quite formidable. It's an easy area to move through. Ukraine is a large, flat country. So very hard to know what could be done now other than raise the costs for Russia in every possible way. And I think that is the steady path that the Western world and a large part of the international community is on.
President Zelensky has dialed Prime Minister Modi. What do you make of India's position? At the United Nations Security Council, India, along with China and the UAE, abstained from being part of a resolution against the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which in some senses is understandable given India's dependence strategically on weapon systems from Russia, which no other country, including the United States at this moment, is willing to give. India trying to walk a very fine line here. How is that being perceived internationally in your view?
Not very well, honestly. I think that this is the greatest diplomatic crisis for India since the end of the Cold War. India has to figure out what its strategic posture and vision is going forward in a new world. And I think it still has not come to terms with the fact that it has to make strategic choices. It cannot try to continue to play this game of being multi-aligned and all this kind of thing. These are slogans. This is not strategy. I understand India's dependence on the Russians for military hardware, nuclear submarine, aircraft carrier. But the truth is, the real question is, should India be moving in a different direction on that front as well? It's not entirely true that no other country would give it those things. The US has offered to engage in much deeper defense cooperation with India, which would clearly lead to that. But the Indians have, a long legacy of dealing with Moscow, and they have a comfortable relationship in the defense area, and they want to preserve that. And at the same time, they want to preserve a new relationship with the United States. It's very simple, it seems to me, Rahul. We've talked about this before. The central strategic fact for India, the central strategic fact probably for the next 25 to 40 years, is the rise of China. India has to figure out in that context what are its national interests and therefore what is its grand strategy. You will notice that the much talked about Quad is now a three-legged stool, because the other members of the Quad have come out very resolutely against the Russian aggression. They are putting in sanctions. They are coordinating with all the European countries. It is just India that is the odd man out.
Can I counter what you're saying to say, Quad was never about Russia, it was about security in the Indo-Pacific, and it's a bit like America's relationship with Pakistan. You know that there are many things that are wrong with what Pakistan does, but the Americans very often say, we just hold our nose and let it be. India is the more important partner. There is no question about that. And if you speak to the mandarins at the Ministry of External Affairs, they'll say the same thing, that yes, what Russia has done is wrong. We don't need to say so publicly. We just need to hold our nose, as America does when it comes to Pakistan, and focus resolutely on India's national interest first. What America thinks doesn't matter quite as much as what India needs to do in its own larger interests.
Right, and the point I'm making is, what is in India's larger interests? What is in India's long-term interests, given that the central reality is the rise of China? I have always advocated that India have a much closer strategic relationship with the United States, and if they had begun to do so, which, to be fair, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh took India a long way forward in that regard, and if that process had continued, I have no doubt that the United States would be willing to be India's, defense partner. And by the way, one doesn't need to point out, U.S. military hardware is a lot better than Russian military hardware. And so there's, first of all, the practical reason to do it. Secondly, I understand that there has to be a balancing, but even China said Ukraine's independence and sovereignty should not be breached. No country's sovereignty should be breached. You haven't even heard words like that come out of New Delhi. And finally, this is not just about the specifics here. There is a broader issue of the kind of rules-based international order that India and all countries benefit from. If you normalize the idea that a country can simply take away territory from another country, and there are no norms around it, there are no sanctions about it, there is no deterrent effect about it. Does India really want a world like that, where the Chinese army could just come in and take more of Kashmir, and there would be no international reaction? Does it want a world in which the strong rule? This is entirely contrary to the vision of Nehru and India's founders. Look at what the Kenyan government did in the United Nations. The Kenyan ambassador made this eloquent speech saying, look, all Africa's borders are made up by colonial powers. But we decided that rather than go through generations of war and insurgencies and counter-war, we would live within the UN system, within international law, within the multilateral rules-based international order, because we don't want a world where the strong rule over the weak and where might makes right. India has always talked that game. Surely this is an important test case of how it should walk on this, as I say, on this most central issue. It's not a minor issue. This is going to be one of the defining events for the post-Cold War world. And let's face it, India is on the wrong side of it.
Farid, you spoke of the Chinese army coming into Kashmir and taking parts of Ladakh. I think what we've seen during the Galwan fist fight is that if the PLA came in, they'll get as good as they give, and therefore that message has gone across to Beijing as well. They've amassed their forces. India standing up with the belief that in a battle like the one that we're facing with China, you're on your own, and in the manner in which the United States didn't ultimately come to Ukraine's rescue, nobody will come to India's rescue if it had to take on the PLA, and therefore in that very complex situation, India must do what India must.
Well, look, of course, India must defend itself, and what the Chinese did in that case, as you and I talked about, was totally illegitimate. But international legitimacy matters. International accountability matters. These are not bogus concepts. Look, Rahul, this is a major violation of the rules-based international order. But let's keep in mind that international order that was set up largely by the United States after World War II has held remarkably well. If you look at the 75 years since 1945, there are very few instances of countries changing borders by force, acquiring territory and annexing it by force. This was something that was routine in international life. If you look at the 100 years before 1945, this was one of the most common things that happened all the time. A province like Alsace-Lorraine, which borders France and Germany, went back and forth between those two countries 4 times in 70 years. These things happen very rarely since 1945. So there has been a very strong normative, rules-based system that has worked for the most part.
Okay.
But it only works if the violations are held up as illegitimate. And I think what India would want in a situation like that is that the world condemn China. Yes, it's going to be hard to to get into a world war with China about it. But just as in 1962, the United States condemned China and actually helped India, you would I think hope for a lot more if the Chinese were to do it again.
After President Trump was voted out of power in the United States, President Biden signaled that America was once again willing to engage more closely with its allies and play in some sense as leader of the free world or the democratic order. How has President Biden done in your estimates so far? He failed to invoke swift sanctions against Russia, which would have crippled the oligarchs and impacted Putin and all those around him and hit the Russian economy hard. So the one nuclear missile he held back when he could have fired it. And many people who are watching in India are wondering if he hasn't invoked swift sanctions when Russia invaded Ukraine in the way that it did, what's he waiting for?
I think they've played a difficult hand reasonably well. They have tried to mix a degree of deterrence with a degree of diplomacy. They offered Russia several diplomatic off-ramps at several points. They enlisted the Europeans to do the same, Macron and Scholz. So I think there was a fairly strong deterrent component and there was a fairly strong diplomatic component, which is what you'd want in a situation like this. And now that the Russians were not deterred, they are trying to pile on the costs. You're right that he has not invoked SWIFT, and as you probably know, because this has been well reported, the Germans and the Italians basically refuse, and SWIFT can really only be put in place with European approval. The Italians want to continue to be able to sell their luxury goods to the Russians. The Germans worry about their energy relationship. So, look, everyone is trying to do what they can without incurring too many costs on themselves. I think it's a mistake. I think that this is such an egregious violation that it is very important that it be called out, that it really undermines the rules-based international order. And if it's important that Russia pay a price. I would like to see the Biden administration surprise us with some of the countermeasures. So far, it's all been fairly predictable. And it's the Russians who have surprised us with the brazenness of their advance, of the totality of their military moves. What the West should be looking for is what could it do that would surprise the Russians? The part of what's going on here is that there is a Russian elite that denounces the West, denounces the United States, but keeps all its money there, buys all its houses there, sends its children to go to school there. There is this extraordinary grand hypocrisy in Russia, where they all want the fruits of the Western world, Western life, Western civilization, but while denouncing it during the day, they are enjoying it in the night, and that process has to end. That process has to be called out. If Russia wants to live as an isolated pariah state, that's its decision. But there should be some way to force them to have to, come to terms with this hypocrisy.
Before I end, Farid, I want to ask you about the impact that the Ukrainian invasion of Russia, by Russia could have on China. We know President Xi has signaled quite clearly that he would like, before his term is over, to win back the Taiwan Straits, to win back Taiwan and to show that he's been able to unify mainland China. Will Russia's invasion of Ukraine embolden President Xi to make a bid for Taiwan, especially given the fact that neither Europe nor the United States came to Ukraine's help?
In a word, yes. How could it not, right? It would embolden him because you are seeing the fraying of this rules-based order. That's all that's restraining him in a certain sense, because he knows that the military has the capacity to do it. What is stopping him is the moral, political, and perhaps economic costs that China would pay in doing it. China and Russia are different. Russia is basically turned into a kind of geopolitical rogue state. If you think about the invasion of Georgia, if you think about the way in which it intervened in Syria on behalf of Assad, while Assad was killing civilians, actually assisted him in killing civilians, bombing civilian targets. The Russian government goes out and kills its dissidents, even if they're in Germany or Britain. That's very different, it seems to me, from China. China is not a declining power desperately searching for some way to pump itself up into a kind of moment of glory. China is a rising power that it continues to rise economically, technologically, is looking for greater political influence that comes out of that. That's a much more different challenge, and China has, so far at least, again, been fairly rational and calculating in what it does. It is not. I mean, there's no example like Ukraine or even Georgia that you've seen with regard to China. But without any question, this would embolden China. This would make China feel that there are no restraints left, that the barriers to entry for bad behavior in the international system have been lowered. And that's one of the reasons why I think India should think very long and hard. Does it want a China on its border? Does it want to live with a China for the next 30, 40 years that is far more powerful than India? And feels completely unrestrained by international law, by international legitimacy, and by international rules.
Farid, I've asked you all kinds of questions to which there were no easy answers, and I don't think there are too many people in the world who could have given as much sharp insights as you have over the past half hour. Deeply appreciate you taking out time. Enjoy your chai. I thought you'd be a black coffee person in New York, but I see you still have your Assam chai going.
Assam tea with hot milk, as exactly as my father used to have it, and taught me to do it in Bombay 35 years ago, 40 years ago.
So no matter which part of the world you're in, there's always a bit of India you carry with you, which is why it's so terrific to have you back on India today once again for your really sharp insights on this Russian invasion of Ukraine and what it means for the world. Thank you, Farid.
Right, here are the images right from day 1 all the way to day 15. India Today has been bringing you all these images in detail, coming in from the war-torn country of Ukraine as havoc and destruction continues even as we speak on day 15. These are images coming in right from day 1 of the Russian invasion. Images on your screens here, most haunting, from day 1 of the war all the way to day 15, even as Russian forces now brutally inching closer to several cities of Ukraine in a bid to capture this country at the earliest. And India Today continues its relentless coverage. Our largest team of reporters on ground in Ukraine. I'm Nabila Jamal. I'm going to take you through all the top developments coming in from the war-torn country. As the Russian invasion of Ukraine now enters day 15, here are the top developments. Ukrainian authorities now saying that a children's hospital in Ukraine's city of Mariupol was destroyed by Russian airstrikes on Wednesday. Russian occupying forces have dropped several bombs on the children's hospital, leading to colossal destruction. Disaster, as we see right here. Mariupol images showing how the hospital has been gutted down. European media there states that at least 17 staff were wounded. Several pregnant women and children were injured. The United States has condemned Russia for the barbaric attack of bombing of children's hospital in Ukraine. Officials have said that a Russian airstrike buried patients in rubble despite a ceasefire deal for people to flee the besieged city of Mariupol. You have Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky calling on the West to impose even tougher sanctions on Russia after the airstrike on the maternity hospital in Mariupol. Wearing the traditional wartime army green, he said that the West should strengthen the sanctions so Russia no longer has any possibility to continue this genocide. An International Atomic Energy Agency has said that power has been entirely cut to the Chernobyl power plant, the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster that happened in 1986 and its security systems, adding that no critical impact on the safety from Chernobyl power loss. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has now signed a law allowing civilians in Ukraine to use weapons against the Russian military and is valid for the entire period of martial law. President Volodymyr Zelensky now saying that Ukraine will try to evacuate civilians through 6 humanitarian corridors today from the capital city of Kiev, as well as from cities of Sumy, Energodar, and Mariupol, Izium, and Volnovakha. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has informed Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky that he was committed to further tightening sanctions to impose some maximum economic cost on Russia. Johnson has discussed the situation in Ukraine on a call with Zelensky last evening, where he said that Putin will be held accountable for his terrible crimes. Meanwhile, big companies Apple Pay, Google Pay, Samsung Pay, all these payment services no longer available in Russia today. In addition, MasterCard and Visa payment cards issued by Russian banks have stopped working abroad and in online stores. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki has said that Russian President Vladimir Putin's troops may arrange a provocation and be preparing to use chemical and biological weapons while passing the blame onto Ukraine. The European Union has said that it was stepping up sanctions over Russia's invasion of Ukraine, including targeting more Russian individuals and adding banks in Moscow's ally, Belarus. The 27-nation bloc was blacklisting 160 more Russian parliamentarians as well as oligarchs. They've now banned exports of maritime navigation technology to Russia and was including crypto assets under its punitive measures. And now here's some big breaking news coming in. Russian Defense Ministry has now published a video of destruction of fortified objects in Ukraine by Mi-28 and Ka-52 attack helicopters. This is a video that's now just been released by Russia. This fresh video here shows Russia invading Ukraine and how. This Defense Ministry video that's been published by Russia shows destruction of fortified objects in Ukraine by the Mi-28 and Ka-52 attack helicopters. Remember, just moments ago, we had Russian troops, in fact, the Ukrainian troops then, outrightly stating that they had destroyed 5 Russian tanks. And right after now, we're looking at Russia releasing this new video that shows the aftermath of quite some destruction there in Ukraine, the destruction of fortified objects in Ukraine by their Mi-28 and Ka-52 attack helicopters. This is the fresh video that's coming in. get today's largest team of reporters there on ground, bringing us all those details coming in, even as Russian troops there closing in on some populous cities of Ukraine. Millions of them have already fled, many of them standing with great spirit to fight for their country. Now, amid growing warnings from the West that Moscow's invasion was about to take a more virtual and an indiscriminate turn, Ukrainian officials have now said that a Russian airstrike devastated a maternity hospital in besieged port city of Mariupol, wounded at least 17 people, including staff and patients. The ground shook more than a mile away when the Mariupol complex was hit by a series of blasts that blew out windows, ripped away much of the front of that one building that you see here. Images there that's really, really upsetting and very tragic. Police and soldiers there have rushed to the scene to evacuate victims, carrying out a heavily pregnant, bleeding woman on a stretcher. These are sights coming in from Mariupol, the city which has now come under severe attack by Russian forces. Constant bombarding, shelling and attacks now has led to one hospital in Mariupol that's now been gutted. In the courtyard here, the images that we see of mangled cars that have been burnt, a blast crater extended at least 2 stories deep. You have President Volodymyr Zelensky writing on Twitter that there were people there, indeed, children, women, who were all buried under the wreckage of that hospital, and called this strike an absolute atrocity.
They want us to feel like animals because they blocked our cities, the biggest cities in Ukraine, and they blocked and because they don't want our people to get some food, water. Yesterday, for example, children. I don't know if you know the children in Mariupol was the child was dead. Yes, you know that is the idea of this operation, or I don't know how is Putin telling about it.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Maria Pisarenka from Kiev. She joins us to give us an understanding of what the situation is like. Maria, you've been reporting extensively on ground, bringing us all the latest updates from the capital city of Kiev. As we know, many of those Russian tankers have been destroyed. This is what Ukraine claims. Give us the reality on ground. What's the situation when it comes to civilians? We see Mariupol still being bombarded, one of the hospitals there that's been completely torn apart.
You're right. So the news about Mariupol was really striking, and it's largely talked about here in Kiev. And as Kiev prepares for the great battle for Kiev, which is still upon us, and analysts say that it can happen in the nearest future, let's say the next week. So maybe on Monday. But we are waiting for days already for, the military actions to proceed. But Russians have not had any success so far. So back to the news from Mariupol, it is still, it is the news which just put everybody under shock. And it's just the striking pictures of people, of women being evacuated, pregnant women. And we know that 17 people were injured, 3 people were killed. One of those killed is a small child, small girl. So these are kind of what Ukraine has been contemplating over this last day. And today in Kiev, it is very frosty, very cold, but sunny. You see kind of spring weather. This year is really strange. And by the way, these cold temperatures is one thing which is believed to help Ukrainian army, because if the temperatures will go down, and the weather forecast says that they can go down even up to minus 20 degrees Celsius, it means that for Russians, the Russian convoys of military equipment would be just blocked in the fields because of this cold weather, and they won't be, approaching Kiev, and the Great Battle of Kiev is also could be postponed even further. So this is kind of how the nature kind of helps the Ukrainian army to combat Russians. And back to the news from Kiev.
Right, Maria, but before we come to Kyiv, I'd like you to give us a quick insight into what happened in Mariupol. We want to understand this hospital, the maternity hospital that has now been bombed. Many, in fact, Zelensky claiming that many of them, women, children, still buried under the debris. And that's shocking. We want to know the number of casualties, what has happened there, and was this a deliberate target by the Russian forces?
Yeah, right. So as I've mentioned, official number of casualties is 17 injured, 3 dead. People, all of them are civilians. So these are women and children who were at that time at this hospital in Mariupol. And everybody is trying to understand why on earth Russians would do so. And we see the news that Russian spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced just even less than an hour before the strike during briefings that allegedly in this Mariupol hospital, as she said, Ukrainian Nazis were hiding. And this is absolute lie, straight lie coming from the official of Russia, the spokesperson of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And this is how they are trying to justify this attack on civilians with 17 casualties, 17 injured and 3 dead people. So this is how Russians try to cover their war crimes, the kind of so-called operation of denazification. And everybody here in Ukraine are asking this question, which is kind of in the air, how the bombing of maternity house in Mariupol that has to do with denazification operation. And I need to also mention that in Mariupol the situation is really close to humanitarian crisis, because here in Kyiv it is also kind of compared with Aleppo in Syria. The situation is this bad. So Russians did heavily bombard the left bank of Mariupol, and there has been no connections, no news from there coming from there. People couldn't reach their relatives who live in Mariupol because of this heavy situation. People are left without food, without water.
There have been some really intense attacks on several residential areas here, including that maternity hospital that was targeted at. No civilian is safe. Mariupol, we hear the mayor declares that at least 1,000 people have died so far. And it is a miserable state of affairs. Maria, I hope you are staying safe. Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to you. But here we're looking at the Ukrainian military that have now reported that they have regained control of the Kharkiv and Kharkiv areas of Ukraine. This is, of course, with great spirit that the Ukraine forces declare this. Russian forces, meanwhile, have allegedly already tried to encircle the city, but they were stopped by Ukrainian attack. These are claims coming in from Ukraine troops. Several European media reports have revealed that the head of Kharkiv Regional State Administration, Ole Sinegubov, has announced that Russian forces were attempting to encircle the city, but were repelled by the Ukrainian counterattack. A night strike, too, took place in the Sobohansky region of Kharkiv. 2 women, 2 children were killed as well in this attack. Now, some serious destruction in the port city of Mariupol. Meanwhile, the capital city of Kharkiv is currently bracing for a final attack by Russia. It could happen anytime. We're looking at tanks, armored personnel carriers that have been deployed at key strategic locations. In fact, my colleague Gaurav Sawant, right there on ground in the Ukrainian capital, he's speaking to soldiers preparing for an imminent Russian attack. Let's have a listen.
Russia is at the gates of Kiev, the Ukrainian capital readying for an imminent Russian attack. The defenders have deployed tanks and armored personnel carriers at key strategic locations to take on the invaders. Ukrainian soldiers, in an exclusive interview to India Today, revealed that a few Russian forces are already in the capital city.
How close are the Russian forces to Kyiv right now?
The Russian forces, they are in Kiev right now. Yesterday, our friends, they saw them in the forest, eight Russian soldiers. They already in Kiev.
Soldiers with weapons?
Yes.
Ukrainian troops say that after smashing Kiev suburbs, Russian forces are advancing from all directions. preparing for an all-out assault.
We are expecting enemies from some parts, yeah, and so of course they would like to make a circle around Kiev, but so we are ready to meet him, and so our military forces they are very nice in protecting now. Really believed that they will be met by our people with flowers, but we meet them with bullets only.
Even as the war rages on the ground, Moscow is bringing the heat down diplomatically. Vladimir Putin's administration has said Kremlin is not trying to overthrow the Ukraine government.
No.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky too made a climb down. Zelensky says he is no longer pressing for NATO membership, which is the biggest provocation for the Russian invasion. In another statement aimed at placating Moscow, Zelensky has said he is open to a compromise on the status of the two breakaway pro-Russian territories, Donetsk and Luhansk. The climb down comes ahead of talks between Russia and Ukraine in Turkey on Thursday.
This appears to be new lines being dug, new front lines here in this battle for the defense of Kyiv. So far, this conflict was being fought in Bucha or Irpin on the outskirts, but now it appears that the battle is coming much closer. If talks do not succeed to bring peace, to bring about a negotiated settlement, then Russia's big assault on Kyiv could begin. And this could happen as early as the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pawan Kumar in Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Has been more than 2 weeks into Russia's invasion into Ukraine. Ruthless shelling attacks still continue along with unparalleled human tragedy. In Kharkiv, a shopping center was completely destroyed, but the Ukrainian military reported that they have regained control of the Kharkiv and Kharkiv areas of Ukraine. A factory and a store were on raging fire after being bombarded in Irpin on the outskirts of Kiev. Now, meanwhile, in the Brovary district in Ukraine today, we saw a Russian tank that was set on fire as volunteer battalions and the Ukraine forces are going all out, in fact, to stop Russian forces from capturing their cities. They are fast approaching and advancing. We're seeing Ukrainians putting up a tough fight. Horrific images of a hospital under attack from Mariupol that came to fore. At least 17 people have been injured. We're looking at a few who've been killed as well in this attack. Several are feared missing. European media has reported claims that Ukrainian troops have wiped out 4 Russian Su-25 aircrafts, 2 helicopters and 2 cruise missiles in Kiev and the Joint Force Operation regions. Meanwhile, more than 50,000 people from Sumy have been evacuated from the ravaged war-torn country of Ukraine in the last 48 hours. Remember, many of them being Indians as well. Most of them, we hear, have now been evacuated from the Sumy region. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has meanwhile said that 35,000 people have been rescued through humanitarian corridors, and at least 5 humanitarian corridors will be opened up from Kiev, Sumy, and Nerhodar, and 3 other cities. Now, India Today reporters have been along those areas where we're seeing large-scale devastation in Ukraine. They're on ground. India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan, in fact, gets us this exclusive report coming in from a bomb shelter in Kiev. And due to security reasons, there was no lights inside the bunker, but whatever we've managed here, let's have a look.
Russian soldiers or Russians who want to enter and infiltrate Ukraine can speak the language, but can they read it? And that's the reason why they have this. So they have this text as a test. And not just this, quite a few others in the documents. And Jenny here will try to explain it to me as to what this really means. Why do you have this text, and why do you really need to have people come and take the test?
Mm-hmm. So we created this sentence. Actually, if you translate it, it doesn't make sense, but this text helps us to tell if Ukrainian is here or Russian, because it's very difficult for Russians to pronounce those sounds, because some of them are purely Ukrainian, and only Ukrainian can pronounce it correctly, and you can hear very clearly if it's Ukrainian or Russian when you ask to pronounce this sentence.
So very, very smart technique to ensure that Russians do not infiltrate the shelters. This is just one test. There are many others. They make them read documents to ensure that only Ukrainians.
Defense that has been repelling these attacks for more than a week. And many Western experts, they wrote us off in the first, they said that Kyiv would fall in the first 24 hours. Well, that is definitely not happening right now. So I'm sure that their defense will put up a battle. And even if Kyiv will be lost, that will not be the end of the war.
Alia Chandra, the editor-in-chief of Euromaidan Press, thank you so much, and please be safe.
Thank you.
We must reduce our dependence on raw materials from Russia. That was the message today from European Union leaders in Versailles, France. The EU wants to phase out its reliance on Russian oil, gas, and coal over the next 5 years. But it's not only in energy that Europe aims to become more self-sufficient. The war in Ukraine has also made food security a priority.
Ukraine and Russia are two very important markets, and the war has already destabilized the food supply market in Europe. This will be felt even more in 12 to 18 months because of the impact on Ukraine and the crops there. There will be a major disruption to food supplies in Europe and Africa. So we have to prepare to re-evaluate our food production strategy to ensure autonomy for our food and protein production. And we must reassess the strategy for Africa, because a number of African countries are going to be hit by famine in the next 12 to 18 months because of this war.
Well, together, the grain-growing regions of Russia and Ukraine are known as the world's breadbasket. They account for around 30% of the global wheat supply, 20% of corn, and 4/5 of the world's sunflower oil supply. Wheat prices have already soared from below 280 to over 360 euros a ton since the invasion began. With Russia also a major exporter of fertilizer, experts fear serious escalations in global food insecurity. We can now talk to Dr. David Laborde depuis. He's a senior research fellow at the International Food Policy Research Institute in Washington, D.C. Welcome to the day, Mr. Laborde. These are dramatic predictions. You have worked on food security for a long time. Have you ever experienced a similar situation?
Good afternoon, and yes, unfortunately for the world, every decade, every 10 years, we have kind of major food crises. The current situation is particular in the sense that we are already living a major economic crisis with the COVID-19. So this one is happening at a time where most economies are not in the best shape, to put it like this. But also the most similar crisis in terms of magnitude was the one in 2007, 2008. While due to mainly to drought, in particular, the wheat production was pretty low and in a kind of magnitude similar to losing Ukraine production this year. So we have been there. What I just want to say is, when it's weather, after a bad harvest, you have a good harvest. Now, with the war, things are different. We don't know what the next season will look like, and it may not bring us peace.
Maybe drawing on past experiences, what do you think can be done to soften the blow, particularly in developing countries?
So obviously, there is a kind of package of solutions that should always be there. The first one is to make sure that the world try to cooperate and that we avoid any selfish behavior from countries that will try to limit their own export, the export of food or the export of fertilizer in particular, because low and middle income countries will need them and may not have the purchasing power to compete just in price like other countries can do. At the same time, we also need to make sure that the sanctions that we are building around this crisis is going to protect or at least shelter the trade of food and the trade in fertilizer. It's already going on, but the sanction world has a lot of domino effects, so we have to be extra careful. Two last points. One is we need also to make sure that some of the low and middle income countries have money to implement their own social safety net to protect part of their population that are the most vulnerable. And in the past it has worked, but actually it costs money. And with the COVID-19, a lot of countries are already missing money. And last but not least, I will say for rich economies, but also emerging economies, rethinking all the biofuel programs, because today we are burning food crops and fertilizers used for these food crops instead of prioritizing feeding people and to some extent animals that will feed people.
So a lot to be done and a long road ahead. Let's talk about a situation that's been long coming. In February, even before the war had even started, food prices had reached an all-time high, according to the UN. Now, many of the countries most vulnerable to food inflation have fairly fragile political infrastructures. How big a threat does this situation pose to peace and stability?
So prices are today extremely high, as you have said. They are the highest in nominal terms, but if you correct from inflation, we are still not at the level that we have seen in the 70s. So the world has not a worse situation than today. Really, the key issue I think that we are all to worry about is what's happened on the fertilizer market, because it really can make this situation last much longer, and therefore we will have a system-wide effect on the food price inflation. Now, just if you're in a low-income countries or in advanced economies, obviously the situation is not the same. Because if you buy a piece of bread in Germany or in the US, just 5% of this piece of bread is the price of wheat. When you are in lower income countries, this share can be much higher. The value chain is shorter. So, the link between commodity price and food prices are not the same everywhere.
Many are looking towards the U.S. to pick up the slack when it comes to wheat exports, especially. But there are fears that Washington will limit exports to ensure domestic supplies. What do you think will happen?
So, no, I don't think that the U.S. will limit their exports. First, even from a constitutional point of view, actually, it's not so easy to do it. They have an history of being food exporters since the Rare Revolution. So they are very careful about that. And at the same time, the U.S. are not the player on the wheat market that they were even 20 or 30 years ago. Now we're entering in the spring season where actually you can plant some wheat crops in the northern hemisphere. Some farmers in the US are going to do it, but they are not going to basically fill the gap. Also because other crops today are also very profitable. Soybean is profitable, corn is profitable, their prices have increased too. So the salvation of the world in terms of wheat will not come from the US, or at least not from the US alone.
Dr. David Laborde, he's a senior research fellow at the International Food Policy Research Institute in Washington. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
A week ago, an agreement between Iran and an international delegation to revive the 2015 nuclear deal appeared to be within reach. But today, the EU announced a pause in the negotiations. Russia, a party to the initial agreement, is demanding that its trade with Iran not be affected by Western sanctions. One diplomat warned that Russia was threatening to take the deal hostage. Iranian lawyer and Nobel laureate Shirin Ebadi agrees. She spoke to DW's Birgit Maas about her fears that Russia is exploiting Iran.
Nobel Peace Prize laureate Shirin Ebadi has lived in exile in London for years. But her heart remains in Iran, and she's in daily contact with her colleagues there. Her biggest fear is that the nuclear talks could collapse, just when they seemed on the verge of a breakthrough, before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I am very sorry to see that the Iranian government is not taking its own interests into account. It's blindly obeying Russia without concern for its own national interest. She's urging Tehran to agree a deal that could see the end of sanctions and thus open up potentially huge commercial opportunities.
ایران با غرب رابطه برقرار کنه
If Iran establishes relations with the West, it can export natural gas. Iran has the second richest gas reserves after Russia in the world. It is not in the interest of Russia for Iran to export its gas in the absence of the Russian market. That is why Russia does not allow Iran to reconcile with the West. Shirin Ebadi is convinced that the Iranian people see through this, and that standing by Russia is unpopular in her home country.
Iran
is making a big mistake. It's one of the main differences between the Iranian government and its people. It's been a bone of contention. People are saying, why are you not serving the national interest? Russia only wants the government to stay in power because they serve the interests of Russia. Shirin Ebadi dreams of an Iran that breaks free from Russian influence and moves closer to the West. But at the moment, this looks extremely unlikely.
Let's bring in Hamidreza Azizi now. He's a visiting fellow at the Berlin-based German Institute for International and Security Affairs. Mr. Azizi, negotiations have been halted right before the finish line. Do you fear, like Shirin Ebadi, that the nuclear deal is in jeopardy?
Yeah, it seems very much so because, everybody hoped before the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, when the crisis was already looming, that the Russians, for the sake of their own non-proliferation interests, would compartmentalize the issues and won't go so far as sabotaging the nuclear talks. But that's what seems to have happened right now. So, although they talk about a pause or a kind of short halt in the talks, it may happen that if they cannot find a solution to address as they say, the external factor problem, which is obviously Russia, the whole talks may be in jeopardy. I do believe so.
So Russia is using the JCPOA as a bargaining chip in its relationship with the West, effectively holding the deal hostage. How likely are they to succeed, you think?
Well, it depends on what exact aims they are pursuing, because if the aim is just to kind of not allow the West to have a free hand to solely focus on Russia, I mean, in terms of not allowing the JCPOA as a major concern for the West to be solved, in order for them not to be able to focus on Russia, they can succeed in that. But, I think it's a very short-sighted view if this is the goal, because at the end of the day, at the level at which Iran is now enriching uranium, if they decide at some point that, there's no other option other than going for the weaponization of their nuclear program, that would be a headache for the Russians, and a huge one, actually. So that's my view on that point.
Ms. Ebadi, we just heard it in the report, accuses the government in Tehran of blindly obeying Russia, of not acting in its people's best interest. Do you agree with that?
Well, generally speaking, I would say the Iranian government is in a very complicated situation because, I mean, to some extent, it's a self-made crisis because the agreement was already in hand when Rouhani was still president, but factional politics on the Iranian side and also hesitation on the U.S. side kind of delayed the deal, and now we are facing the current situation. And, the calculation of the Iranian government is that if it happens that once again the United States withdraws from the deal, I mean, in case that a deal is already reached, if the next U.S. administration withdraws from the deal, while Iran's relations with Russia has been also deteriorated because of circumventing it one way or another in the talks, then Iran would be in a situation without any kind of resort. So basically, I agree with that statement but it is not just something related to the current situation. It has been, it has more to do with the general orientation of the country, which has, brought us to the point that we are actually here in terms of not having other option but to be forced to take into account Russian considerations as well.
Let's talk about the broader picture. Are Russia's demands the only thing holding back a new deal?
Well, it seems that at least at the technical level, the other sides, especially Iran and the United States, were already happy with the state of the negotiations. So I do believe that the major obstacle now is the Russian demands. Of course, we've been hearing some other statements from the Iranian side, like the United States is asking new demands or things like that. But that is, I think, some way of trying to find a kind of exit way in order not to be forced to blame Russia directly if the talk collapses. So this is how I see the situation, actually.
We only have some 20 seconds left, but I don't want to leave you without asking, can there be a deal without Russia?
It's complicated, but it is possible. If Iran agrees to directly talk with the United States and they can sort out a kind of, bilateral agreements, sanctions removal, and Iran going back to its commitments.
Hamridreza Azizi, visiting fellow at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. Thank you so much for those insights. And the war in Ukraine has had an impact on all walks of life all around the world. And at the Beijing Paralympics, Ukrainian athletes didn't miss their opportunity to make another appeal for peace. Several members of Ukraine's National Committee observed a minute of silence, calling for an end to the war. Despite Russia's invasion of their homeland, the Ukrainian team has thrived in the Paralympics. They've claimed 6 gold medals, putting them third in the table behind China and Canada. That was the day. As always, the conversation continues online. You'll find us on Twitter at DW News. From myself and the entire team at The Day, thanks for spending this part of your day with us.
What's making the headlines and what's behind them?
DW News Africa.
The show that tackles the issues shaping the continent.
Life is slowly getting back to normal here.
We're on the streets to give you in-depth reports and insights.
Our correspondents on the ground reporting from across the continent.
All the trends that matter to you.
In 30 minutes on DW.
Cutting off the money. Russian oligarchs, many of whom hold close ties to Vladimir Putin, have long parked their ill-gotten funds outside their own country. Now Russia's war in Ukraine has governments rethink their lax rules on foreign investment. Why sanctions from the financial sector might be the strongest weapon in the fight against the Russian regime. A business special.
In 90 minutes on DW. Every journey begins with the first step, and every language with the first word.
Hallo, ich bin Nico.
Nico is in Germany to learn German.
Was ist das?
Why not learn with him?
Du schaffst das.
It's simple, online, on your mobile, and free. DW's e-learning course, Nico's Weg. German made easy. Sometimes a seed is all you need to allow big ideas to grow. We're bringing environmental conservation to life with learning packs by Global Ideas. We will show you how climate change and environmental conservation is taking shape around the world and how we can all make a difference. Knowledge grows through sharing. Download it now for free.
This is DW News live from Berlin. Russia widens its aerial attacks on Ukraine. The city of Dnipro in central Ukraine is bombed for the first time in this war. Troops are also edging closer to the capital, Kyiv, while hundreds of thousands remain trapped in the port city of Mariupol amid heavy bombardment. Also coming up, a declaration of independence. EU leaders vow to roll back reliance on Russian energy after crisis talks on the war. They eye a 5-year plan to phase out Russian fossil fuel imports. The bloc also promises more military aid to Kyiv and fresh sanctions on Moscow. I'm Nicole Frillich. Welcome to the show. We start with Russia expanding its military campaign in Ukraine, hitting new targets with bombs and missile strikes and intensifying attacks on cities already under siege. Civilians are bearing a growing share of the suffering. The UN says over 560 civilians have been killed, but warned that the full toll was likely far higher. Over 2.5 million people have already fled the country.
The city of Dnipro in eastern Ukraine. A new front in Russia's war. Emergency services said at least 3 missiles hit civilian targets here, including this shoe factory. For Ukraine, another sign that Russia is deliberately targeting civilians. We see more destruction of civilian infrastructure, murder of Ukrainians by a terrorist state, the Russian Federation. Russia also launched attacks on Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk, 2 cities in western Ukraine far from the main battle zones. The Kremlin unilaterally announced humanitarian corridors in places including Mariupol, Kharkiv, Chernihiv and Sumy. The first residents of Sumy who managed to flee via one of the corridors arrived in the western city of Lviv.
I've seen planes fly over us and bomb our street several times. It was horrible. I took the kids and hid. They bombed our streets, our buildings, our homes. One of the bombs killed 22 people, 3 of them children. The whole family died.
Outside the capital Kiev, Ukrainian forces continue to battle Russian troops. Ukraine says military victories here have stalled the Russian offensive on the city. President Volodymyr Zelensky sounded a defiant tone. It's impossible to say how many days we still have to free Ukrainian land, but we can say we will do it because we want it. We have already reached a strategic turning point. We are moving towards our goal, towards our victory. In central Kiev, air raid sirens rang out again. Russian forces are within striking distance. The battle for Kiev will be decisive in the outcome of this war.
Earlier, I spoke to Matthias Böllinger in Kiev and asked him if Russia had kept its promise to open humanitarian corridors on Friday.
Russia has promised to open humanitarian corridors not only on Friday, but also on Thursday, on Wednesday, and many other times. There have been some civilians escaping. I was yesterday at one of these so-called humanitarian corridors where people were able to escape. One suburb of Kiev, there was another one, the next town where there was another corridor supposed to open at this other town. The buses could not leave, but people could leave via a bridge in the place where I was. So there are some possibilities to escape, but overall, and there was also even shelling heard when we were there. So a corridor would basically mean a ceasefire, and then during that ceasefire, civilians would be able to leave. In some places, civilians have been able to leave, but in the worst hit places like Chernihiv or like Mariupol, that has been cut off from the rest of the world, from the rest of Ukraine by Russian forces, besieged since for more than a week now. Nothing has changed. Nobody has been able to leave the city. The conditions are still dire, and there's fighting going on around the city. The city is being shelled by the Russian forces that have laid siege. So the overall answer is, while there are some sparks of hope and some people have been able to escape some of the places, overall this promise has not been kept.
In the 16 days since the war started, the UN says more than 2.5 million people have fled Ukraine, nearly half of them to Poland. DW's Birgitta Schulke traveled to the city of Przemyśl near the border with Ukraine and filed this report.
After escaping the war zone, their train finally arrives in Poland. Hundreds of women and children disembark to safety at platform number 5 in Przemyśl station. Olga and her 2 children have been traveling for 3 days and freezing nights. They're exhausted but relieved to be getting help. Their house in Kharkiv was destroyed in a Russian air raid. They kept bombing us. It didn't stop. We had to take shelter in the bunker, and we were trapped there for days. That's when we decided to flee. It was horrific. The children didn't stop crying. We tried to comfort them and tried to stay calm, but inside we were also shaken. They show us blurry photos of Kharkiv, their city in ruins. Their husbands are still there because they are not allowed to leave the country. 4-year-old Vanya doesn't understand why. I miss my daddy. We went on the train and we were going and going and going. In the entrance hall, hundreds of volunteers provide the new arrivals with food, water, clothes, free SIM cards and advice. Like Olga, many don't know where to go from here, nor what to do next. Every day, 5 to 10 trains from Ukraine arrive here at the station, and the number continues to grow. To help all the arriving refugees has become a major challenge for the small city of Przemyśl, which itself has only 60,000 citizens. The city's mayor, Wojciech Balcon, is coordinating the humanitarian relief effort. Since the war in Ukraine began, he says he hasn't had more than 4 hours sleep a day. He's proud that his city has managed to provide help, but is worried. He doesn't know how long they can keep it up.
We are the city hall, not humanity organization. So we will be not do this for a long time or for forever. Just we try talk with some organization to help us for a long period of time.
Key, he tells us, is to quickly relocate the refugees to other cities. Olga has finally decided to continue her journey to Warsaw. Before a train leaves, she addresses all NATO states. I want to tell them to impose a no-fly zone, because our families are still there. My parents, my brother, our husbands are there. I want my family to survive. I want the bombing to stop. Once in Warsaw, Olga plans to call her husband and her parents. She doesn't have the strength yet, because she's afraid they might not answer.
EU leaders have concluded a two-day summit in Versailles aimed at coordinating the bloc's response to Russia's aggression. They unveiled a plan to reduce the EU's dependence on Russian oil and gas and pledged more military aid to Ukraine. But leaders stopped short of offering Ukraine a fast pass into the EU.
The talks in Versailles went on late into the night. The big question was how the EU should respond to Ukraine's request for a fast-track accession process. The leaders know the pressure is high, but so is the danger of making a promise that no one wants to honour later. The result of those talks, a statement the next morning confirming Ukraine is part of the European family, something that can be interpreted in many ways.
I'm happy with the result. I think it's a green light for Ukraine, and certainly we have to give Ukraine hope at this very dark times.
We all agree on Ukraine's path to Europe, but an urgent process for a country mired in war without regard for the usual criteria, the answer is no. The EU, leaving the door to membership open at least. But Ukraine will have to follow the same lengthy procedure as other candidate nations. The EU leaders also agreed on immediate support for Ukraine with more financial aid to buy weapons.
They made the proposal of to double our contribution with 500 million more on military warfare.
Countries geographically close to Russia had called for a complete and immediate stop to the import of Russian oil and gas, but they didn't get their way, with Germany saying it just wasn't doable. But what we will do is move away from that fuel dependence as quickly as possible. The leaders in Versailles chose 2027 as the target for achieving that goal.
And for more on that, I'm joined now by DW correspondent Barbara Wezel in Versailles, where this informal EU summit came to an end today. Barbara, strategic autonomy, energy security, is the EU admitting they were too naive in making themselves so dependent on Russia?
Yes, they are admitting it. And Emmanuel Macron, the French president, who had, when he came to office 5 years ago, been already talking about more autonomy in Europe, more independence, to sort of be more self-reliant. He had this "I told you so" moment. He could hardly keep himself from reiterating that. So yes, he was proven right. In many other countries, in particular Germany, were proven to be very naive, too trusting in their relations with Russia, and too trusting that good economic relations would relate into a close political and reliable political relationship. So all this has been thrown down the drain now. All this is gone, and they have to completely reorientate their industrial policy, their energy policy, and their geopolitical stand, because they have recognized that everything they've done in the few years in that regard was just not right. And this is what they're doing now. They're trying to become more self-reliant. Of course, they have to have a new energy policy. The whole green revolution will have to be sort of really speeded up. But, and that's the big but in this, Nicole, all of this is not helping Ukraine in the short run. This is about the EU shoring up its own future. But this is not what really the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian people are expecting from Europe at this time.
Ukraine wanted to see a fast tracking of its application to become an EU member at the end of this summit. Was there any movement on that?
There was no real movement. There was a diplomatic formula that they would be on the track to accession later and be in principle welcome in the European family. There was a fierce battle about this. One can hardly imagine during all of last night between European leaders, Eastern European heads of state and government pushing for a better gesture, a more direct gesture, a better answer for Ukraine's membership bid, and the Western ones, particularly from some of the North European countries, saying, no, we can't really do this. This has never been fast-tracked before. There are rules, and so on and so forth. So, though they didn't give in, and in the end they won. And so what Kiev is left with at the moment is a relatively hollow diplomatic wording.
And EU leaders are facing increasing pressure at home to ramp up assistance to Ukraine. Briefly, if you can, what more are they willing to do for Ukraine?
There's plenty of assistance. They're going to give more money. 500 million more are proposed to be given for military aid. There is, of course, all the humanitarian aid they can manage to get into this country. It's logistically very difficult. They have opened their doors for refugees, and they said we are willing to take in everybody. But the one thing they're not doing, and this is the main point really, is they are not ready for a boycott of Russian oil and gas. And this is what really would hurt the Putin's war machine, because this is it is fed by what Europe is paying every day, up to 1 billion euros for their imports from Russian energy. So this is the last thing, and they're not yet there. They're not willing to do it at this point in time. Maybe later, but not now.
DW correspondent Barbara Vazel, thank you so much. Let's now take a look at some other stories we're following for you today. Last-minute demands by the Kremlin are threatening to derail the Iran nuclear talks. The EU announced that negotiations would be put on pause even though a new deal is close to being finalized. And Saudi blogger Raif Badawi has been released from prison after 10 years. That is according to his wife. The activist was detained back in 2012 for advocating for an end to the influence of religion on public life in Saudi Arabia. He was given a 10-year jail sentence on the charge of insulting Islam. That's it from me. Stay tuned for the latest business headlines. Thanks for your company.
Hey there, I'm David, and this is Climate Change, Brexit, Sex. Woo! Happiness in 3 books. This is the book for you. You'll get smarter for free. DW Books on YouTube.
Say goodbye to Londongrad. Russia's oligarchs have long used the UK capital as a playground. Is that party coming to an end? And we take you to Switzerland, home to some of the world's most secretive banks. They too want to wash their hands of Russian money. I'm Chelsea Delaney in Berlin. Welcome to the show. The UK on Friday announced sanctions against 386 Russian parliamentarians who supported President Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine. It's the latest blow to Russia's elites. The country's oligarchs have become targets of Western sanctions, with their money, yachts, and real estate being seized. London, which has long been known as a playground for Russian oligarchs, is particularly in focus. Birgit Maas reports.
We have an appointment at the Ritz, one of the swankiest addresses in London, with Bill Browder. He was once one of Russia's top foreign-born investors, but quickly became an opponent of Vladimir Putin before being expelled from the country. He's now living in London and is one of the Kremlin's biggest critics.
Britain has been a soft spot for dirty Russian money for the last 20 years. They've come here. They like the rule of law, they like the property rights, and they like the fact that nobody's going to ask any questions.
We're heading to the posh district of Belgravia, to Eaton Square, nicknamed Red Square. Asking prices for a 5-bedroom flat here reach over 20 million euros. As for who the real owners are, no one needs to know. Anti-corruption activists estimate that Russians with ties to Putin have invested almost 2 billion euros in real estate alone in recent years.
There are shell companies and trusts and offshore trusts and nominees and proxies, all working hard to shield the true ownership of these properties.
It's earned the capital a nickname, Londongrad, a city awash with money from the many rich Russians who call it home. and not all of them have earned their income honestly. This week, the British Parliament is passing a new law to curb the corrupt flow of money from Russia, to untangle opaque ownership structures. But this is only a first step, experts say.
Legislation is just not enough. Enforcement needs to happen, and it needs to be properly funded and resourced. What happens right now is that the National Crime Agencies has been underfunded for a generation. So what we need to see now is for law enforcement agencies to be funded to act now and use the tool that they are given at the moment.
Security personnel on Eaton Square try to prevent us from recording.
Is that what you're threatening to do? No, I'm not.
It's a democracy, and despite us having the right to film on the street.
I understand that if you want property, you can film as you like. First and foremost, I'd like to see 100 oligarchs on the sanctions list having their properties frozen. Secondly, I'd like to see assets identified and frozen after that. And thirdly, I'd like to see all of the Russian banks, not just a few of them, disconnected from SWIFT.
His criticism also has a personal motivation. Browder's friend and company lawyer died in a Russian prison. He's long known how dangerous Vladimir Putin is.
Russian oligarchs, and in fact anyone else who wanted to launder their money, have so far been serviced well in London. It's been easy to find bankers, lawyers, estate agents to work with. And when it comes to property, it's been possible to hide behind sophisticated shell structures, often within an offshore trust. Critics are wondering whether it's taken a war in Europe for the UK government to seriously change that.
Oliver Below joins us now. He's author of the new book, Butler to the World, How Britain Became the Servant of Tycoons, Tax Dodgers, Kleptocrats and Criminals. Oliver, thanks so much for joining us. So London is a haven for Russian oligarchs. Why is the city in particular so popular among oligarchs?
Yeah, I should say, for starters, that it's not just a haven for Russian oligarchs, it's a haven for any oligarchs. You name them, we have them. Essentially, Britain, I mean, obviously, anyone who's been to London knows that it has lots going for it. If you're wealthy, there's lots to buy. We have top-end shops, we have schools, great universities, all of these things. But we have a second advantage that doesn't really get discussed so much, which is that though your wealth is very secure here, it's protected by the British legal system, by the British police, it's not going to be investigated by the British legal system either. So it isn't just a great place to spend money, it's also a really great place to keep money, and you can keep it here forever.
Now those oligarchs are becoming the target of Western sanctions. Are those sanctions working?
I suppose it depends what it means to say, are they working? I'm not quite sure that everyone is in agreement about what the aim of the sanctions is. Some people say that the hope is that by sanctioning oligarchs and costing them money, they will then come to put pressure on Putin, the man who has made them so much money, because they've got rich or got richer during his time in office. Other people say that the oligarchs are essentially extensions of the Russian state. So by freezing their money, you're more or less just freezing Russian state money. I think both of those arguments suggest that what we're trying to do is trying to find policy levers that allow us to put pressure, if not on Putin himself, then on the people around him by depriving them of all the toys, the bling, the luxury goods, the football clubs. And, I think it's too early to say if they'll work, but I think it's probably worth a shot. It's probably better than most of the other alternative options we've got.
Let's talk about Putin himself. We know his personal wealth is very well hidden. How can sanctions effectively target him, if at all?
Putin, I'm not sure it even makes sense to talk about Putin being wealthy. I think if Russia is your current account, you don't really need a deposit account. I don't think if he has offshore wealth anywhere, then, it's probably not very much in comparison to the other oligarchs. The other oligarchs have huge offshore wealth. Perhaps half of all the wealth owned by Russians is owned offshore by oligarchs.
If these oligarchs, want to get back to those cushy lifestyles, what do they need to do? What needs to happen? Or has the world's relationship with Russian oligarchs really changed forever?
I'd be surprised if our relationship with the Russian oligarchs had changed forever. Western countries, Britain in particular, but not only Britain, have been historically very welcome to bring in anyone with money. However, we need to recognise that as long as this crisis lasts, there will be sanctions on Russia, and it will be much harder for oligarchs to come here and spend their money. So I suppose the answer is what Western politicians want the answer to be, which is if you want to come back and enjoy your bling in our capital cities, you're going to have to tell Putin to stop killing Ukrainians. And that is the challenge. How many of these oligarchs have that kind of influence anymore? How many of them can just walk into Putin and ask him for a favor, like stop invading Ukraine? I don't think any of them do. So I think we're going to have to get used to a world for a while, at least, while this crisis lasts, when the Russian oligarchs are no longer going to be splashing the cash in the bars and villas of south of France, or in the the mansions of London, or in the islands of Greece or the Caribbean.
Oliver Bullough, thank you so much for joining us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And it's not just the UK, US, and EU. Switzerland has taken the unprecedented step of imposing sanctions against Russia. Will the measures have a big impact on oligarchs? Former Swiss banker and WikiLeaks whistleblower Rudolf Elmer says he has serious doubts.
Zurich is one of the world's most expensive places, and that's in no small part due to Russian oligarchs happy to invest their money here. Rudolf Elmer used to be a top banker at the venerable Zurich bank Julius Baer. Today, he is a critic of these financial institutions, who came to international prominence as a WikiLeaks whistleblower. A lot of money is invested in Switzerland because banking secrecy protects the oligarchs. We have a strict secrecy law. The government, politicians, and the judiciary support this because it is a huge source of income for the Swiss state. Russia's brutal war against Ukraine has put worldwide pressure on Switzerland to respond. It's likely one of the reasons why the government here has backed the sanctions, saying Russian oligarchs should no longer be able to access their assets here. But Elmer is skeptical. Switzerland was slow to introduce sanctions, and that gave the oligarchs plenty of time to shift their fortunes somewhere else. Concealing the origin of money is a long tradition in Switzerland. This means that the actual owner is disguised via trusts in the Cayman Islands or companies or whatever, in such a way that you don't really know who is behind it. The Swiss Bankers Association rejects this accusation, saying the sanctions would be strictly observed. It's important to understand that these sanctions oblige banks to report Russian customers to the authorities. Banking secrecy is never absolute. It can be affected by a legal obligation to provide information, and that is also the case with these sanctions. Russia's Gazprom Bank and Sberbank, seen here in Zurich, are exempt from the sanctions. That allows EU countries like Germany to still be able to buy Russian oil and gas through them, but public criticism is growing. Sberbank in Zurich has covered over its logo and lowered window blinds for fear of protests. The Swiss NGO Public Eye has long criticized the Russian banks, and now it says they're playing a critical role in Moscow's war. This is, of course, a substantial part of Vladimir Putin's war chest. He calculated it that way from the start, and also anticipated that this money, at least, would continue to flow. We're talking about $1 billion a day, 80% of which comes from Swiss commodities trading platforms. One of the data centers for the SWIFT bank payment system is very close to Zurich. It's currently under heavy guard for fear of Russian sabotage. But Elmer doesn't think a complete Russian cutoff from SWIFT would be that dramatic for Russia. There are various ways of getting around this, like intercompany deals, banks holding bank accounts at other banks, and trade shortcuts, as well as barter transactions. There are many variants, and you have to see that this payment transaction business has become even more lucrative today due to the sanctions. Rudolf Elmer now lives in seclusion near Zurich, but he hasn't stopped criticizing Switzerland's financial institutions and authorities. He's demanding strict laws for better monitoring of the financial center, but so far says he's seen no willingness in the government to take action.
And that's all from me and the business team here in Berlin. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
What's making the headlines and what's behind them?
DW News Africa.
the show that tackles the issues shaping the continent.
Life is slowly getting back to normal here.
We're on the streets to give you in-depth reports and insights.
Our correspondents on the ground reporting from across the continent.
All the trends that matter to you.
Next on DW.
Cutting off the money. Russian oligarchs, many of whom hold close ties to Vladimir Putin, have long parked their ill-gotten funds outside their own country. Now Russia's war in Ukraine has governments rethink their lax rules on foreign investment. Why sanctions from the financial sector might be the strongest weapon in the fight against the Russian regime. A business special.
In 60 minutes on DW. They've had no peace for 4 decades. The people of Iraq. Their country is devastated, and there's no end to the violence. How did it come to this? Key eyewitnesses reveal an unprecedented story.
Misery, no more life.
The great documentary series, Iraq, Destruction of a Nation. This week on DW.
This is DW News Africa. Coming up on the program, lives on hold. The African students facing an uncertain future as the war in Ukraine rages on.
So we're trying to see within this short period of 2 weeks that we have which school is going to accept us, because we can't even get our transcripts because of what is happening in Ukraine. We don't have our transcript, but they don't seem to understand that we don't have transcripts.
Thousands of African students have finally escaped to safety. Some have made it back to their home countries, but others are now stuck in Europe without a visa and without a place to study. Also coming up on the program.
Nigerian women are in chains. Nigerian women are in chains. We cannot speak out. We are not part of the decision making. We have a male parliament.
In what many are calling blatant sexism, women in Nigeria are being denied the same rights as men, but they're not taking it lying down. And stepping out in style, we meet the women subverting sexual stereotypes in Congo-Brazzaville. Hello, I'm Tomi Oladipo. It's good to have you with us. The war in Ukraine has forced over 2 million refugees out of the country, among them tens of thousands of Africans, mostly students. The attempt to flee has been a harrowing experience for many. They've described the bombardments, the long journeys to safety, and cases of racism along the way. We've been talking to some of the students caught up in the conflict. One Nigerian, who gave his name only as Chinedu, was stranded in his house as Russian forces launched an assault. He sent us a video a few days ago from the town he's studying in, Sumy, in the east of Ukraine. As you'll hear, shelling started while he was speaking to us.
We don't have any means to go out. We have been stuck here. No movements. They keep bombing. Even though when they say no ceasefire, they are still shooting. You see, we don't have clean water, we don't have gas to cook. We don't have any food stuff again. We only eat biscuits sometimes when you see biscuits, bread. No food in the stores again. We don't have anything again. Even this morning, to my greatest surprise, my school provided 3 buses for only Chinese students. No buses for African students. Like, I don't understand. Are we not paying the same school fees? These people, they just don't value us at all. They just want us to stay here and die. We have just been stuck here for how many days now? We keep sleeping in the underground. I'm having a neck pain. That's why I'm not in the underground today. But the thing is just getting worse. Okay, they have shoot bullets now. No, I can't. I mean, if you can hear it now, they just shot us now. They just shot this bomb now. Did you hear this? I don't know if you guys can hear it. They just shoot us now. They say they're ceasefire, but they just shot us right now. No.
And we can confirm that Chinedu did survive the shelling on the night when he recorded that video for us, and he later made it to Hungary. Also now safe in Budapest in Hungary is fellow student Bisola. We talked to her about her experience, her escape from Dnipro, also in the east of Ukraine, then on to Lviv in the west, and then later on to Budapest in neighboring Hungary. I started by asking her when exactly she realized she had to leave.
From Thursday to Friday, we didn't sleep, we couldn't eat. We were scared, the tension was getting much. Hour by hour. Okay, Friday came in, the same thing. We were like, okay, let's still wait to see if something was gonna happen. But then the tension was increasing. Literally, we literally could not eat. We literally could not sleep. Like, there was no peace, like no rest at all. Even shutting our eyes was like a risk because we didn't know what was gonna happen. So Saturday morning, because Zaporozhye is just 1 hour plus to Dnipro. So we started hearing from Zaporozhye that the Russians were trying to evade, we're going to evade soon. And people in Dnipro, other people in Dnipro were like, they were leaving and all that. So I live with two other friends, right? I have 2 other roommates, so we're 3. So we're like, okay, we cannot stay. We have to leave because everybody's leaving. And then when the Russians invade Zap, before you know it, they're going to come into Dnipro and then we can't stay. So that was when we decided that we were going to leave.
Okay.
That was when we decided that we were going to leave, yeah.
Right, you made it to Hungary eventually. How did you make it there?
We had to struggle our way through it all. Like, we had to struggle our way through it all. All right, so when the initial plan was actually to go to Poland, but then when we went to the train station at Dnipro train station, there were a whole lot of people, like the place was full. So they weren't selling tickets to us, first of all. They weren't selling tickets to us blacks. They said you have to enter with tickets. They were not selling tickets to us. They were only selling tickets to Ukrainians. All right, so we thought, okay, what can we do? We have to leave, we can't stay. So eventually we're gonna have to push our way through. All right, the train came with our loads. It was like we're just going up and down because they were telling us that it was here, it was there. So like it was a struggle. We're just going up and down, up and down. When we finally got to the train, you know, they said that we couldn't enter because we didn't have tickets. And we're telling them that you guys would not allow us to, you guys would not sell tickets to us. And now you're telling us that we cannot enter because we don't have tickets. So there were a lot of guys, a lot of African guys, black guys. So they were trying to push their way in. But you know that these people, the police literally went inside the train to bring them out, like bring them all out. But the ones that could fight their way inside, deep inside. So they couldn't go deep inside. But the ones that couldn't go deep inside the train, they literally went inside to bring them back, to bring them outside. And we girls, I literally could tell you, me and my roommate, because she's a girl, we fell down because of the struggle and everything. So we couldn't get on that train. So when the train finally came, and the train was coming from Zaporozhye, because where our friends, were on the train, so they were able to also keep seats for us and help us. So that was how we had a struggle. Like we had to fight. We had to literally struggle and fight to enter inside that train. Even as much as we entered the train, there was nowhere to sit down. Like literally people were standing, people were sleeping on the bypass. I don't know if you entered the train, the bypass. People were sleeping there, people were sitting there and all. But because our friends, kept it for us from ZAP. So that was how we were able to push through to go meet our friends where they were. And that was how we were able to manage to sit down, because obviously there was no space to lie down. We had to sit down. And the journey from Dnipro to Lviv was like 18 hours. in the train 18 hours after all the struggle. We had not eaten. We hadn't slept 18 hours.
You're in a safer place right now. What's next for you?
What's next for me? Like, it's literally really complicated because now the EU, from the news yesterday, now the EU is saying that they can't accommodate us students, that they are only acting as a pass-by where students can come pass and go back to their country. So it's really, really complicated for us. So we're trying to see within this short period of 2 weeks that we have which school is going to accept us, because we can't even get our transcripts because of what is happening in Ukraine. We don't have our transcript, but they don't seem to understand that we don't have transcripts. We don't have transcripts. So so it's really, really complicated for us. Like, the next step is really, really complicated for us, you know.
So uncertainty about the future. Bisola Ehi Ogolua, thank you for speaking to us, and we hope that you're able to find a way forward for the future.
Thank you so much.
You're watching DW News Africa. Still to come. Why some women in Nigeria are protesting their lawmakers' actions. And the women subverting sexual stereotypes in Congo-Brazzaville, and some say beating the men at their own game of style. Next is the story of a man who left Mali 7 years ago to seek a better life in Europe. Madala Tunkara is one of thousands of Africans who've used what's known as the Western African Atlantic route to reach Spain's Canary Islands by boat from countries such as Guinea, Senegal, Morocco, and Western Sahara. One Spanish NGO said more than 4,000 Africans died last year attempting to get to the Canaries using this crossing, the highest number ever. Yet, despite the dangers, the numbers keep increasing. Let's hear more from Madala now to find out why he was so determined to take such a risk and how this changed his life and that of the family he left behind.
The past years have been challenging for Madala Tunkara. He hopes to one day throw punches in the Olympic boxing ring, but it's a miracle he's alive to pursue that dream. His toughest match to date came out at sea. The Malian was still a teen when he climbed into a fishing boat in the West African country of Mauritania and set off for the Canary Islands. The last day was the worst part of the whole trip. I was inexperienced and simply had no strength left. I was very scared the whole time. But when you're suddenly in an extreme situation like that, your fear disappears. I learned a lot that later helped me in the boxing ring. You have to go beyond your limits and overcome your fears, otherwise you can't win. Madala eventually made it to this small port on the Spanish island of Gran Canaria. It's dotted by abandoned migrant boats. Since his arrival more than 7 years ago, migrant numbers here have risen rapidly, and with it the number of people who don't survive the journey. Aid workers estimate 4,000 people died in the past year alone. Madala thinks that is a cautious estimate. Nobody knows how many dead bodies are really floating out at sea. Often people simply run out of food or water or gas. That's how most of them die. They all know the risk, Madala says, but they are willing to take it for their families. Across the sea, 2,000 kilometres away, Madala's relatives follow his every move in Spain. Half of all Malians live in poverty. The pandemic and political crises have compounded their situation. Madala scrapes together as much money as he can through boxing and working in restaurant kitchens. Back home, it pays for the family children's schooling and food.
He is vital to our survival. He left to relieve our suffering. Our family has benefited a lot from Madala's journey. We know he works very hard for his money, and we know things aren't easy for him where he is right now.
Not far from the family home is one of Bamako's bus stations. From here, young Malians like Madala leave every day to seek their fortune in Europe. Some remember him from the time when he lived in their neighbourhood.
Yes, we've heard a lot about Madala. He's one of us. We follow everything he does. He's doing a great job, and one day we want to be just like him.
Madala has mixed feelings about such statements. He fears many young migrants will not survive the journey. At the same time, he's convinced the numbers of new arrivals on the Canary Islands will this year once again break all records.
As you might be aware, the world marked the International Women's Day this past week, but hundreds of women in Nigeria were not celebrating. Instead, they were out on the streets protesting, angered by the country's lawmakers who rejected 5 changes to the constitution that were intended to promote gender equality. From Abuja, our correspondent Amaka Okoye sent us this report.
They are determined to be heard. These Nigerian women say the country's laws are discriminatory and they want change. But standing in their way are the predominantly male legislators.
It's ludicrous that we're still having to have this discussion. Okay, it's ludicrous that we're having this debate. It's ludicrous that we are still protesting for our rights. It's ludicrous that the Nigerian National Assembly, which is dominated by men, do not seem to appreciate, or no, let me put it clearly, they have disdain for the women of Nigeria.
We are normalizing a male-dominated constitution, and all these things are why we are here today.
Nigerian women are in chains. Nigerian women are in chains. We cannot speak out. We are not part of the decision-making. We have a male parliament.
On the 1st of March, Nigeria's lawmakers at the National Assembly voted against bills and laws that will represent Nigerian women. Some of those include denying citizenship to a Nigerian woman's foreign husband and denying a Nigerian woman indigenship in her husband's state, and lots more. Today, they are gathered here to say this is enough and it's time for all of this to change.
Nigeria's legislators voted on 68 amendments to the constitution. Among these, 5 bills were focused on promoting gender equality in politics, governance, and the society. All 5 were rejected. The bills deny citizenship to the foreign-born husbands of Nigerian women, but a Nigerian man's foreign-born wife gets automatic citizenship. It denies women the ability to take indigenship in their husband's state after 5 years of being together, and also denies 35% appointed positions for women. One of the very few men here says a discrimination against women is discrimination against all.
I believe that if men don't stand up for women's rights, they're not standing up for their wives, for their children, for their daughters, for their sisters, for their lovers. They're not standing up for the memory of the many women who fought for the Nigeria we have today.
It's been 37 years since Nigeria ratified the United Nations Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. But the fruit is still to be seen.
Let's bring in Dorothy Njemanze. She is a human rights activist, filmmaker, and the founder of the Dorothy Njemanze Foundation in Abuja. Dorothy, it's good to have you on the program. Now, women make up only about 6% of Nigeria's National Assembly. So should we really be surprised when gender bills get rejected in this manner?
Oh, well, we shouldn't be surprised. However, the surprise elements would come from the fact that when you get into the National Assembly, as either a senator or a member of the House of Representatives, there's an orientation that is done for people to remember that they are not there representing their political parties, but they are there in the interest of all Nigerians, irrespective of gender or political party affiliations or whatever else there is. So considering the fact that that orientation was done and the members of the National Assembly forgot that too soon and didn't think to give women, you know, the basic rights that are enjoyed in other parts of the world, simply because we're women, that was very disappointing.
So do you think then that this, what we've seen here, the rejection of these bills, is a reflection of the attitudes of the people in the National Assembly, or does this reflect the wider attitudes towards women in the country?
Oh, so the National Assembly is a general reflection of what happens, everywhere in the country. However, considering the amount of resources that has been dedicated to ensuring that the people in the National Assembly function in line with world best practices, it's very disheartening that despite all the resources that have been, plowed into this, we still have a lot of retrogressive moves. The legal frameworks that we leaned on the National Assembly to help us bring to bear are very important. And this is so many steps backwards as far as I'm concerned. It's reflective of what is in the society, the larger society, but considering the efforts that have been put in, that should have been a place where one would have expected a lot of progressive actions instead of retrogression.
Now, in the recent days, we've seen the House of Representatives acknowledge that there should be a review on 3 of those bills, specifically on citizenship, on one's indigenous status, and on affirmative action in political parties. Now, as someone who took part in the protests we saw in Abuja, do you take that as a victory?
No, I don't take it as a victory. A promise to reconsider doesn't translate to actual efforts, actual actions at reconsidering, right? So instead of seeing it as a step in the right direction, I see it as a finger pointed towards the direction that steps intend to be taken towards. I look forward to seeing actual steps taking those actions. And also, this is an opportunity to remind the House of Reps that all the 5 demands from the women are important. Not only 3 out of the 5, would pacify the women. And the protest will definitely continue until all the 5 demands are met by the House of
Russia is now under such heavy economic sanctions that its economy will be crippled. Its population is already, quite dissatisfied, and this is just the beginning of it.
The UK is announcing the largest and most severe package of economic sanctions that Russia has ever seen.
We've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around $1 trillion in assets.
We're seeing the true value of harnessing the private sector in ways that really do tell. So sport, culture, banking, law, insurance, all of those things.
Well, Visa and MasterCard are suspending operations.
IKEA, the furniture store, has said it is closing its 17 stores.
McDonald's has said it is going to be pausing its operations in Russia.
The sanctions themselves can be incredibly important in turning the tide of this situation and making Russia think again.
Russia has been made a pariah amongst the international community. But is the West doing enough to help Ukraine?
Western foreign policy in general is always caught between the emotion of human rights and a more sober, more brutal, clear-eyed judgment about national security interests.
Ukrainian people are dying, please.
We are a brave nation, but we need help, we need support.
I hope that once we will get the no-fly zone, well, and I'm sure that we will get it at some point, because otherwise we will lose the war.
Establishing a no-fly zone would mean that we would have to watch and monitor, and if violated, give warning and then shoot down whatever aircraft is violating that no-fly zone. Because if you do shoot down a Soviet aircraft, then we're in the war.
Ukraine will try to get as much closer to Europe as is the strategic objective. So, for example, pushing for EU membership.
Zelensky, in my view, has emerged as the man of the 21st century. He has created enormous change by his courage.
We're seeing a gleaming example of someone who's very effective in using all forms of media to get his message across to his own people and internationally.
Zelensky might be rallying the world, but the Ukrainian people want only one question answered. When will this end?
I think it is almost inevitable that there will be at least months of civil resistance to Russian forces.
I know that Ukraine, first of all, will not surrender the way Putin imagined in his mind. And I see a mobilization on this horizontal level, Ukrainians helping each other. This is invincible.
Everyone is so bonded with Ukraine, and everyone wants this to work out for them to have a country to which to return, and hope that their resilience and their spirit will not die.
Yeah, of course, I'm depressed. I think many of us are depressed. I think that there are many people in the Kremlin who should be depressed. We can talk about the collateral damage, about sanctions, about many things. But the grim reality is that there are losses of human lives.
I should definitely say that the bravery of Ukrainians changed Ukraine and changed the world. Our security does not come for free, and I think Ukraine demonstrates that it's worth dying for this.
I think this is the war that has changed the world. Europe has rediscovered itself in less than 2 weeks, and it's reminded us that the prosperity and freedoms of Europe can't be taken for granted.
I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
It's 10 o'clock. This is Sky News at 10, live from Ukraine this evening. Our top story. A crucial moment. President Zelensky promises a turning point in the battle for Ukraine as Russian forces drive closer to Kiev. Digging in, Ukrainian troops try to hold their lines on the outskirts of the capital. But Russia expands its assault as major cities across the country come under attack for the first time. At the UN, Russia's claims that Ukraine is developing chemical weapons prompt a warning from America.
I'm not going to speak about the intelligence, but Russia would pay a severe price if they use chemical weapons.
Also tonight, inside the centres helping hundreds of thousands of refugees as Poland struggles to cope. And preparing for a final stand, the people of Odessa getting ready for a Russian onslaught. And we'll take a first look at tomorrow's front pages in our press preview. That's from 10:30. Good evening from Lviv in western Ukraine, a city that has so far escaped the bombs and the shells raining down on so much of this country, but which is on edge tonight after Russia extended its bombardment to 2 cities not far from here. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said today that the conflict with Russia has now reached a strategic turning point as he attempted once again to rally his people ahead of what is expected to be a new assault by Russian forces, and concerns that Vladimir Putin could order the use of chemical weapons. The main focus remains the capital, with Russian troops repositioning and moving closer to the centre, but fighting and shelling is continuing across a wide area. The sieges of Mariupol and Chernihiv have continued, with widespread reports of deteriorating humanitarian situations in both, and reports that a psychiatric hospital was hit by a Russian airstrike in Kyiv. To those have been added new targets, the eastern city of Dnipro targeted overnight, along with the towns of Lutsk and Ivano-Frankivsk in the west. And Russian troops appear to be refocusing their advance on Kiev. Our special correspondent Alex Crawford has tonight's first report from the suburb of Brovary, where yesterday Ukrainian forces repelled a column of Russian tanks.
Russian tanks and other armoured vehicles in an eastern suburb of Kyiv, now abandoned and damaged, but gleefully driven by the Ukrainians who ambushed them and pushed the troops into retreat. But this is demonstrable evidence the Russian military is on the move and trying several different routes to get into the capital. The Ukrainians are grasping this as an opportunity to emphasize just how capable they are of defending their main city. The drone footage released by Ukraine's armed forces is now being lauded as a tremendous military defense. In the footage, the Russians come under repeated attack, with soldiers running for cover, rockets frantically fired in this built-up area. It's the main eastern highway leading directly into the center of the capital. The battle has left military debris scattered all over the E95 road, which may also help in hindering Russian progress.
You can still see smoke in the distance where the Russian tanks managed to get to. They're trying to hold them back, but they're very worried that they're going to try and make a push from here, or again try down this main road into Brovary.
But the activity around the capital's outskirts has definitely picked up over the past 24 hours. These pictures, filmed by journalists with Ukrainian soldiers, appear to show the troops under fire as they engage their Russian counterparts, apparently in a village in the greater Kiev area. We were invited to see some of the casualties in Brovary, a number of them children, including a 14-year-old girl shot whilst fleeing in a car with her family. The bullets hit her hand and shoulder. She's only a teenager and was with her 4-year-old brother, grandmother and parent. We were driving down the main road from my grandmother's, she says, and they just started shooting at us. Her father, Sergei, had part of his hand blown away. He and his family are lucky to survive. He told us the Russian troops seemed very panicky. To me, they were scared, he said, and they shot everything that moved. There's increased tension around the capital and soldiers are wary of everyone. They suspect Russian saboteurs might be posing as journalists.
He is Russian journalist.
And they're on the hunt for one in particular. The hospital staff are edgy too and have found themselves treating some soldiers, but overwhelmingly their patients are civilian casualties. It's very hard, physically and emotionally, he says, to see young people being crippled and dying for no reason. Satellite pictures appear to show the huge Russian military convoy repositioning, apparently regrouping to encircle the capital before launching a prolonged attack on the city centre, probably within days. But the man with hero status in Ukraine for raising millions to support their armed forces insists they're ready.
We will fight from every window. We will fight from every basement. We have enough anti-tank missiles. Thanks for our allies from the United Kingdom, from the United States. So they will lose tanks every street, every block, every crossroads.
There are more and more barricades going up in and around the capital. They're digging trenches, and this is in the middle of the city, although we're not showing the location for security reasons. Either way, soldiers and civilians are preparing for either attack or siege.
They have created a whole network of these trenches, as much as protection, but also from where they can mount fighting positions.
They've been taking on Russian troops around several points on the edges of the capital, but there's a growing expectation that the city is headed into a very grim few days or weeks. Alex Crawford, Sky News, Kiev.
Well, with more Ukrainian cities now being targeted by the Russian offensive, there are signs that the conflict is spreading across the country, including into areas of the west that have so far been relatively untouched by the fighting. Our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, travelled to Lutsk in western Ukraine and sent this report.
Russia's war came to a shoe factory in central Ukraine. A rare attack for the city of Dnipro. Not so in the northeast and south of the country. This is Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city. It's like some sort of apocalypse, the man says.
Это бесчеловечно, это геноцид Украины. Люди, остановите войну.
Then, overnight, the violence even moved west. These images purport to show an attack on a military airfield in the city of Lutsk, one of two hit in this part of the country. For families living nearby, there was shock and fear.
Страшне. Я проснулася від удару такого. Представляєте, оце, що здавалося, кінець. Ось, і потім освітлення таке було, як ото сяйво, знаєте. Дуже страшно.
She said some of her neighbours have fled, while she plans to spend the night with her daughter in the city.
The airfield that was hit is over there behind me. It's a military facility, so we're not allowed any closer. But the fact that Russia has decided to target military airfields in the west of the country is a widening of the offensive that for more than 2 weeks now has been targeted on the northeast and south. And it could also be designed to send a message that nowhere in this country is safe.
And it's a sign Russia wants to prevent Ukraine's air force from operating, something its invading forces have so far failed to do. For officials here, they're on a war footing in case more violence comes their way.
It's the next stage of the war. So it's a normal or it's a second step.
So the first step was in the northeast and the south,
yes.
And now it's in the west.
I do believe, yes.
And so do you expect there will be more attacks in the west?
We may expect anything from Russia. They don't have any normal logistic plan. they can do horrible things.
Moscow says this shows its troops moving towards Kyiv. But Ukraine's military is defending hard, prompting fears Russia will fight dirty. There's concern about chemical weapons, bringing mercenaries from Syria, and also getting next-door Belarus to send in soldiers. Yet Ukraine's president sounds more confident than ever.
It's impossible to say how many days we will still need to free our land, but it is possible to say that we will do it because we strived for that, because we have reached a strategic turning point. We are already moving towards our goal, towards our victory.
It's an effort consuming everyone. Here in the western city of Lviv, one of the safest parts of the country, women and men are learning how to shoot. If the war comes their way, they say they'll be ready. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Lviv.
Well, the city of Odessa in the south of Ukraine is thought to be one of Russia's next strategic goals, a large-scale assault predicted within days. But residents say they will defend the city and are making preparations to slow any Russian attack. Nick Martin is in Odessa and reports on the defiance and the fears of the people there.
On the beaches of Odessa, they're preparing to defend themselves. They know the Russians aren't far away now. And who could have predicted this? A choir provides a wartime serenade to volunteers. Everyone here just wants to survive. Odessa is a major port on the Black Sea, strategically important to Vladimir Putin. His invasion, though, has brought life to a standstill here, and precious monuments are now shrouded in sandbags. Just a little over 3 weeks ago, it was bustling here. You know, Odessa's famous for its cafes and its restaurants and its sort of boutique shops, but now it's absolutely deserted. And the one thing that strikes you on every street corner are the barricades. And behind me is the famous opera house here in Odessa. The last time it was protected like this was the Second World War. History really is repeating itself. On the street we meet an elderly couple, and I want to know what they think about Russia's chances here.
Odessa, no-go Russian army. No go.
They'll not get through.
Only back in Russia.
Daniel was born in Odessa. His wife and children have now fled, and he's staying to fight. Think you can hold back this Russian offensive?
Sure. We already shown since 24th that we're holding back, and we kicked some ass, sorry, but we kicked some ass.
In Odessa's trendy food hall, they've turned it into an aid station. Inga, a lawyer, is organising the effort. What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Only one message: stop the war. It's our country. Go away. Just doing anything with your Russia. Everything you want, but never come again in Ukraine. We hate you and all the politics. We don't need your support.
And then a reminder of the dangers here. So while we were in here about to do an interview, the air raid sirens have gone off, so everyone's been asked to go down into the shelter, so they're leaving this area now. A guy grabs a guitar and begins to play. No one here knows what's going to happen next. Nick Martin, Sky News, Odessa.
And Deborah Haynes joins me now. Deborah, do you think we're about to enter a new phase of this conflict?
Well, President Zelensky, in one of his video addresses today, said that the war has gone on now for 4 times longer than President Putin had anticipated it would. The Ukrainians are fighting back hard. The Russian forces are not making the advances that they had hoped to. And therefore, President Putin, who has gone all in with this gamble, his job is on the line too if he fails here. He is having to escalate, ramping up the not just the military level, the use of force on the ground, but also potentially the different partners. There's talk he said about this idea of thousands of so-called volunteers from the Middle East perhaps coming to join the fight. There's the talk about potential use of chemical weapons, which would be a serious escalation. And then perhaps most significantly in terms of players on the battlefield, this concern on the Ukrainian side, serious concern that Belarus is about to get involved. They even said that Belarusian soldiers would come across the border at 9 o'clock tonight. That doesn't seem to have happened yet, but the fact they're even putting a timescale on this shows just how serious they are about that threat, and were that to happen, that would be a significant widening and deepening of this crisis.
Deborah, thank you very much. And the threat to Ukraine's capital is featuring in tomorrow's newspapers. Here's the Eye. Their headline, Putin closes in on Kiev. And you can scroll through the front pages while watching our extended press preview and news review by scanning the QR code on your screen now. Joining us from 10:30 this evening will be the Daily Mirror columnist Susie Boniface and assistant comment editor of the Daily Telegraph, that's Madeline Grant. Well, last night on Sky News at 10, we brought you the warning from Boris Johnson that Russia might launch a chemical attack in Ukraine. Today, Russia accused the United States of helping Ukraine make chemical and biological weapons. In bitter exchanges at the UN, that was dismissed as utter nonsense and insane delirium, with Washington suggesting the Kremlin may in fact be attempting to mask its own plans. From Washington, Sally Lockwood has this report.
Collapsing, struggling for breath and foaming at the mouth. When the nerve agent sarin was used against people in Syria, the world watched on in horror. But the West failed to retaliate. Russia repeatedly blamed terror groups for the atrocities, and the UN Security Council has now addressed concerns Russia is creating a similar false pretext ahead of a chemical attack in Ukraine.
Russia asked the Security Council for today's meeting for the sole purpose of lying and spreading disinformation, and that is exactly what you have heard from the Russian PR this morning.
Russia's misinformation offensive continued at the UN, its representative waving images of the maternity hospital in Mariupol in a feeble attempt to rewrite Russia's brutality.
Russia has today brought into the Security Council a series of wild, completely baseless and irresponsible conspiracy theories. Let me put it diplomatically. They are utter nonsense.
Pressure is now on President Biden to respond.
I'm not going to speak about the intelligence, but Russia would pay a severe price if they use chemicals.
While the White House has announced new measures to tighten the economic vice on Russia, there's a sense of paralysis in the West's response beyond sanctions. US intelligence has been largely accurate in preempting Putin's almost every move when it comes to this invasion, calling out Russia's plans publicly in a bid to try and prevent them. The West is clearly worried about what Putin will do next. What the West wants is for Putin to worry about how they would respond. The inescapable truth in all this is the president, along with Western allies, are unwilling to confront Russia militarily for fear of a wider war in Europe. President Zelensky increasingly frustrated that without more involvement from NATO, there's nothing to deter Putin.
Because we've been repeatedly convinced. If you want to know Russia's plans, look at what Russia accuses others of.
Russian strikes are getting ever closer to NATO's soil, amid growing concerns of a chemical attack. The big question is how the West would respond. Sally Lockwood, Sky News, Washington.
More than 2.5 million people have now fled Ukraine since the Russian invasion.